Lightning flashed in the air one after another, and the crowd that had gathered screamed and wanted to kill the intruder. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, kneeling among the beastmen, asked himself in horror, how did it come to this? Besides, he did not understand where he was. At this time, Ryota, raising his weapon, warned that divine punishment would befall the insignificant man who invaded their sacred land. For thousands of years, the lands of the beastmen had been isolated from the outside world, but for the first time in history, a man had come against them. The other beastmen warned that this was war, and noted that the man who broke the treaty had drawn the divine card upon himself. Until recently, the protagonist was in a cave, and therefore he was even more frightened by what was happening around him. The beastman kept shouting the word divine punishment over and over again, and he narrowed his eyes, sweating from the tension, and wondered if he was really going to die in this strange place. 5 hours ago, one of his comrades, approaching the food tent, warned him to finish eating quickly. He also added that he should not go anywhere alone, since there were 2 other teams here besides them, and if he slacked off, he would not even get a piece of metal. He looked at him in surprise and asked why so many people were going down to an ordinary C-rank cave. At the same time, he finished his noodles, and his comrade, sitting down next to him, noted that they were living in such a time, and now there were many people like them. They were not the only heroes, and as soon as he said these words, someone from outside the tent called out to everyone and told them to get ready, since the heroes were coming. The man stood up, offering the main character to go, and he began to eat even faster, answering that he understood everything. Soon the whole team had already gathered and came closer to the cave, and one of them noticed that the closer he got to this cave, the more uneasy he became. If a C-rank cave was like this, then one of the men was afraid to even imagine what an A-rank or S-rank cave looked like. They stopped near the very entrance to the cave, and suddenly someone's voice was heard from it, who noticed that it was quite strange, because there were several minions of darkness here. All the team members shuddered when they heard this voice, and soon, several heroes came out of the portal. The guy, looking at the girl who was a member of his team, noticed that they could easily get rewards. She also thought so, and the garbage men meanwhile drew attention to the fact that the heroes were very cool, and one of the men noticed that if he were a hero, he would earn a lot. His comrade warned him to stop talking because he was cleaning the cave since he failed the awakening test. At that time, the heroes passed by them, and one of the cleaners thanked them for their hard work and asked if they could go in now. The girl closed her eyes and said that they could indeed go. Shiyoshi also looked after the heroes and then headed into the cave with his comrades. After the heroes defeated the minions of darkness in the caves, the cleaners, who were not related to the heroes and were better known as scavengers, came to collect the remains. Before going through the portal, they covered their faces with helmets and then went into the cave. They lived in different worlds, and MC failed the awakening test due to his weakness, although he also really wanted to become a hero. When all the team members moved, one of them noticed that this C-rank cave was not that big. They had to work faster because they were short on time, and the cave would close in 4 hours. They were supposed to gather at the same place, and when one of the team members told about it, the others responded that they accepted this information. Soon, they were already exploring the surrounding area, and suddenly the protagonist screamed, because he found a piece of a shield. He got closer to it, and one of his comrades noted that this was a good sign and was glad that there would be at least something worthwhile. He assumed that the parents from heaven helped them. The protagonist assumed that this could really be so and decided to look deeper, and the guy reminded him that he should not forget that they were meeting in 3.5 hours. The protagonist agreed with this and thought that usually something worthwhile lies at a depth. He decided to take a closer look at it and began to dig through the rubble. 3.5 hours later, he, once again stuck a shovel into the ground, thought that it was strange, because there was nothing in this place. It would be bad to leave with only one piece of the shield, and as soon as he thought about it, the others warned him that it was time for them to go. He agreed and shouted that he was almost done. However, he was in no hurry to return, since what he had found would not cover even a day of Karen's stay in the hospital, and he was sure that he had to find something. Suddenly, a little to the side, he noticed a well, and it seemed to him that it even smelled of treasure. He did not understand where the well came from in the cave, and went closer to it, noticing that it was dry, so there could be something valuable there. If he found a surviving object, he would cover all of Karen's hospital bills, and so he looked into the well and saw a skeletal hand sticking out of the ground, on the finger of which there was a ring. He cried out in joy when he noticed it, and with the help of the rope, he began to carefully descend into the cave, assuming that the heroes had not noticed these remains. He begged for forgiveness from the heavens when he took the ring off the skeleton, but cried out in joy when he finally took it, because it was a rare thing. He almost cried in joy, because such equipment helped improve one's status, and it was sold for a high price. He was sure that he had found a treasure. In the end, he decided to put on the ring, and later asked Nakazato to find out the level of it. He had to hurry, and before returning, he thanked his ancestors for this find. When he put the ring on his finger, he cried out in surprise, because it suddenly began to shine. Immediately after that, small thorns grew out of the ring, piercing his skin, and he flinched and cried out in pain, asking himself, "What kind of ring is this?" A system window suddenly appeared next to him, informing him that the infinity ring had recognized him as its owner, and from that moment on he would not be able to remove it or change its owner, and an endless passage was about to open. MC began to look around, not understanding whose voice he had just heard. Waves of energy suddenly began to emanate from the ring, spiraling, and he paid attention to it and asked what it was. Gradually the amount of energy increased, and the emerging portal began to suck him in, and he began to beg the others for help. One of the men was surprised when he heard a scream, and asked if that was really the protagonist screaming. He asked the others if MC hadn't arrived yet. He remembered that he had seen him recently, and the scavengers assumed that he had gone to inspect another place. They felt sorry that he couldn't become a hero, because he had tried so hard, and in the end they decided to wait for him, since they still had time. At this point, he only screamed louder, the light from the ring became blindingly bright, and the protagonist almost completely disappeared in this light. When he came to his senses sometime later, he found himself in the captivity of the Beastmen as one of the criminals, awaiting his divine punishment near the altar. Apparently, the divine punishment meant a devastating lightning strike on the altar. The protagonist asked himself in surprise, was he really sent to the sacred land of the Beastmen? The Beast King, sitting on the throne, ordered the others to begin, and Ryota addressed the others, shouting that today they would hold a trial for 3 criminals. One of these criminals was their brother, who sold secret information about their territory to the elves and humans. The Beastmen began to shout that this was shameful, as well as disgraceful, and called this Beastman a traitor. Several Beastmen threw him onto the altar, and the rest began to shout that divine punishment would come for him. At the command of the Beast King, the criminals were to face divine punishment, and when Ryota said this, one of the Beastmen pushed the traitor onto the altar, and Ryota shouted that the hammer of the Divine King, surrounded by lightning strikes, would erase all their sins, and also added that no one had ever managed to escape from this altar of the realm of divine punishment. As he finished speaking, a powerful bolt of lightning hit the traitor Beastman directly, and he arched and screamed in pain. The other Beastmen began to shout even louder, proposing to punish the traitors and subject them to divine punishment. Ryota declared that the next divine punishment should befall the first human in history, who invaded the land of the Beastmen, isolated from the outside world for thousands of years. Since he declared war on them, he too had to be punished, because he had broken their agreement. The Beastman grabbed the protagonist, and he closed his eyes and asked them to wait, trying to convince them that there was some misunderstanding. He noted that he was there by chance and asked them to stop. He also told them that his sister was waiting for him, and since the Beastman did not react to his words, he continued to beg them for help. Eventually, one of the Beastmen punched him in the stomach, warning him that he had enough of talking. MC closed his eyes and began to cry, desperately exclaiming in his mind that he could not die. Karen needed him, and he was also sure that he was supposed to be a hero. He did not understand how things turned out this way. Meanwhile, the Beastmen carried him to the altar, and the others began to call humans pathetic insects and ask how a human could defeat a great Beastman. They ordered him to die, and they also wanted the divine punishment to befall him. He flinched, and after ordering the sinner to be punished, the Beastman pushed him onto the altar square. He screamed, then thought that he couldn't die in such a place. He pushed off the ground, managing to dodge the lightning bolt, and all the Beastmen flinched, shocked that he was able to do that. The Beast Girl, who was third in line for execution, was also surprised and even opened her mouth in shock, watching the situation unfold. Ryota asked, "Did MC really dodge the lightning of divine punishment?" He thought that it was unforgivable, but despite such indignation of the other Beastmen, the Beast King sat quietly and did not say anything, but only frowned, watching the protagonist more closely. In the meantime, he stood up and shouted that he refused to die here. However, the next moment, another bolt of lightning pierced through his body, and he screamed, and Ryota laughed and asked who said that the lightning of divine punishment only struck once. After that, he declared that it was the turn of the next traitor, and the Beastmen began to ask for divine punishment again, and two of them began to lead the girl to the altar. She noted that it was a futile struggle, and the protagonist, whose body was blackened by the lightning strike, mentally noted that he could not die here. Suddenly, the ring still on him activated the divine selection system of the Infinity Ring. The protagonist's body began to glow from within, and after a certain amount of time passed, the activation and identification of the system was complete. The ring began to work on creating an ideal physical form, and the Beast King shuddered, noticing that the protagonist was still alive. Reda was also surprised by this, and at the moment when another lightning pierced MC's body, he rose slightly in the air, and the ring had already completed the creation of the ideal physical form by 15%. The Beastman did not understand what was happening, and gradually the burnt part of the protagonist's body began to crumble from his body, revealing healthy skin. The process of creating the ideal physical form was completed by 40%, and from that moment, the ring began scanning and used the Divine Eye skill. The protagonist suddenly felt that something was calling him, and he headed forward, ignoring the lightning that hit him again and again. He began to climb the stairs to the hammer standing in the center of the altar, and the Beastman realized where exactly he was heading. The creation of the ideal physical norm was already 60% complete, and the ring used the divine consciousness skill, as well as absolute cloning. Everyone froze in shock, not understanding what was happening, and MC, whose body was almost completely exposed from the burnt crust since the creation of the ideal physical form was 80% complete, came almost right up to the hammer. Even Ryota trembled, and it seemed incredible to him, because no one except the Divine King himself had ever approached the hammer so close. The Beast King smiled in admiration, asking if MC was really trying to lift the Divine King's hammer. He actually grabbed it with his hands, asking the hammer if it was calling him. He managed to lift it, not understanding why the hammer was calling him. The creation of the ideal physical form was 100% complete, and the ring applied the special status of the Chosen One. When this happened, the protagonist raised the hammer, and all the Beastmen cried out in amazement, and he frowned and shouted in war, holding the huge hammer above his head. When he managed to do this, the Beastmen were even more amazed, and the hammer began to shine brightly, emitting even more lightning. It kept calling to the protagonist, and he decided to use its power. Soon the size of the hammer changed, and it became a suitable size for MC. He obtained the Divine Hammer and reached the 3rd level, but due to the lack of experience, the power of the Divine Hammer could not be activated. So now it was 0%. The special effects were unknown, and it was blocked due to the lack of skills, so MC had to become stronger in order to unlock the full potential of the Divine Hammer. The girl was amazed that a human could lift the Divine Hammer. Ryota thought it was incredible that a mere human could do something like that. They could not allow the protagonist to touch their sacred hammer. After all, even the great Beast King could not lift it. And he narrowed his eyes, asking himself, how did MC do this? Anyone who lifted the Divine Hammer would become the leader of the Beastmen, so Ryota believed that this was some kind of mistake. A system window with his status appeared in front of the protagonist, and he looked at his body in amazement and thought that for some reason he felt that he had become much stronger. When he read the information about himself, he was surprised because he found out that he had reached the 3rd level. He assumed that this was a divine selection system and thoughtfully looked at the system, studying it in more detail. And suddenly, Ryota landed behind him. He angrily called him a name, warning him not to touch the Divine Hammer with his dirty hands. The protagonist turned around, and the Beastmen were amazed that their great general Ryota had come closer to him. They believed that he would not allow him to act as he pleased, and asked him to help them regain the pride of the Beastmen. Meanwhile, Ryota admitted that he didn't know how the protagonist was able to avoid divine punishment and even lift the Divine Hammer, but he warned that he should return it immediately and accept his punishment. The protagonist was distracted from his words as the system showed him a new notification. He now had access to the passive skill Divine Eye, and it could reveal detailed information about any item, and its cooldown was 0 seconds. MC mentally shouted out the name of this passive skill, and with it, he learned Ryota's name, his status as a general, his level 84, and that he belongs to the Beastman species, is a warrior and a great swordsman, and also uses a rank A Zanbato weapon. The protagonist realized that with the Divine Eye, he can actually see everything about his opponent, and he assumed that this was a feature of the system. Meanwhile, Ryota took out his weapon, asking how a lowly human dared to oppose him. He decided that he would let the protagonist die without suffering and attacked him, but he managed to dodge and asked him to wait, as there was some misunderstanding. He knew that he would never be able to defeat a level 84 warrior, so he froze, sweating from excitement. Meanwhile, Reda told him to shut up and take it, and he swung his sword to attack him. MC begged him to listen to him. He closed his eyes, turned to the side, and raised his hammer in front of him. Beast Girl shuddered, mentally noting that the protagonist's fate was not to be envied, because Reda was one of the 5 great generals of the Beast King, and even among the Beastmen, he was an incredibly strong opponent. She was sure that he would cut the man into pieces with one swing of his sword. When Ryota struck, a huge amount of dust rose into the air, but MC managed to block his quick strike with his hammer, although the force of it pushed him back some distance. And yet he, with his eyes closed and his jaw clenched from the effort, continued to try to stand in place. He himself was shocked that he blocked this strike. His arm stopped obeying him, and he noticed that the hammer he was currently holding was incredibly heavy. Ryota, meanwhile, was also surprised that he was able to block his attack with a hammer in his hands, and he admitted that he was lucky that the hammer saved him, but he shouted that this will not happen next time. The protagonist reminded that he already said that this was a mistake, because he is not from this world. He asked for them to listen to him, but Ryota was not going to listen to him and ran to attack again, after which he grabbed him. He was going to throw him into the sky and finish him off with an earthquake, and swung to throw him higher. The protagonist suddenly noticed a system notification that the passive skill Absolute Colonization had been activated. This allowed him to select an opponent's skill and copy it, as well as being able to sense the opponent's heart with his hand. The cooldown was 0 seconds. But the protagonist could only obtain 1 skill in exchange for his own. He was surprised that it was a clone skill and thought about how he should sense the opponent's heart with his hand. He assumed that in other words, he should also touch his opponent's chest. He clenched his jaw, reaching forward and touched Ryota's chest, who did not understand what had happened. The protagonist, meanwhile, flew into the air, and all sorts of skills that he could copy appeared next to him. He was surprised that there were so many, asking himself how he could only choose 1 skill. Ryota, meanwhile, asked in shock, what was he doing? He swung his arm to hit him, but at that time the protagonist finally selected the Sky Shaker skill, which was suitable for copying, but the strength of it was unknown due to the lack of a weapon. The protagonist assumed that it should be suitable for the hammer, so he decided to use it. Soon, he had already copied the skill Sky Shaker, and repeated that he could not die here. He used this skill and began to descend on Ryota to hit him, and he exclaimed that it was incredible, asking how he was able to use his skill. When the protagonist struck, dust and stone fragments rose into the air, and everyone flinched in shock and even opened their mouths in surprise. However, when the dust gradually cleared, Ryota, who had previously frozen and closed his eyes expecting the blow, was suddenly surprised, as it turned out that it did not hurt at all, but even pleasant. MC read the notification that, being on the 3rd level without a profession and a weapon, he was unable to damage the enemy, and in order to increase his effectiveness, he needed to improve his skills. He was surprised, not understanding what kind of nonsense this was. Meanwhile, Ryota raised his sword, running towards him to attack, and called him names, outraged that he dared to attack him. However, the Beast King suddenly ordered him to stop and jumped higher into the air to land in front of Ryota. Everyone was shocked as the Beast King himself went to attack, and the next moment when he landed, dust rose into the air. The protagonist closed one eye, as the flow of air that rose was quite strong. Soon, when the dust cleared, everyone noticed that the Beast King had dropped to his knees. The fact that this was the case only surprised everyone more, and the Beast King, meanwhile, as he stood up, assumed that the Divine Hammer had chosen Tsuyoshi. He was sure that this meant that the gods had sent them a sign. He walked closer to him, placing his hands on his shoulders, and said with a smile that for hundreds of thousands of years, MC was the first one to be chosen by the hammer. Afterwards, he turned to his people, noticing that no one could lift the Divine Hammer except for this man. The protagonist asked in confusion, and all the people froze, looking at the king in confusion. He waved his hand, confident that they should let the protagonist grow if he was truly the future ruler of the Beastmen. He shuddered, not understanding what was happening, and the Beastmen began to talk among themselves, remembering what the prophecy said. However, they were outraged by the fact that MC was not a Beastman. Ryota also noted that the protagonist was a human, and the king asked what was wrong with that. He asked, did the prophecy say that the leader had to be a Beastman? He believed that Ryota meant that they should ignore the future hope of their people, and he bowed and admitted that he was right, since the prophecy did not say anything about that. He wanted to add something else about what could happen if the protagonist was not a Beastman, but the Beast King was no longer going to listen to him. He turned to the protagonist and asked what his name was. He introduced himself, and the king warned that if he was willing to take on this burden, then they agreed. However, the protagonist was too weak now, so the Beast King told him that he should become stronger in a year and return here, and then they would see if he was worthy of being their leader. After that, he put a clot of magical energy on his head, warning that if he did not return in a year, then he would use this mark to find him and kill him. He was sure that his people would be satisfied with this outcome, and asked the protagonist what he would answer. He hesitated, not knowing what to say, and suddenly the girl shouted out that he agreed. He turned in her direction in bewilderment, and she offered him to become stronger and gain freedom. He noticed that she was supposed to be punished after him, and decided to use the Divine Eye skill. When he looked at her stats, he noticed that her name and status were unknown, level 72, species beastman, warrior with a dagger but no weapons. She then added that it was better to be alive, and suggested that he not miss the opportunity given by the gods. He asked himself in shock, was she really level 72? He did not understand how she could be so strong, and asked why they wanted to punish her. However, in the end, he was distracted from his amazement and smiled, thanking her for the advice. He realized that she was right, and this was his opportunity. He had to survive in order to return back to his world, and so he accepted the Beast King's offer, but with one condition. He wondered what this condition was, and the protagonist pointed his finger at the girl and said that she would come with him because she would be useful to him. She let out a surprised cry, and he mentally noted decisively that they were now even. Sometime later, he was already leaning against the wall, and mentally noted that judging by the voice he heard then, it was the infinity ring that started everything. He looked at the ring on his palm, and noticed that he could not take it off, but thanks to this ring, he gained these strange abilities. He did not understand how he should return to his world, but before he could continue to ponder this, the girl said that her preparations were complete. She called him master. And he was surprised when he heard it. She confirmed it and explained that she had decided to serve him and also called him her savior. He turned away from her to hide his true emotions and smiled widely, because the fact that a cute beast-eared girl called him master was incredibly pleasant. However, when he turned back to her, he sheepishly remarked that it was nothing, since she had helped him too. From that moment on, he suggested that they support each other. And so he felt that the division into masters and servants was inappropriate. She was embarrassed and warned him that he did not understand how much this meant to her. The thing was that he had given her a second chance, but no one had ever thanked her or protected her before. That was why she took his hand and asked him to let her call him master. She added that he had become her miracle and shouted that she wanted to dedicate her entire life to him. In the end, he allowed her to call him master if she wanted to until then. She cried out in joy, and finally she asked if it was time for them to go already. She pointed out that it was quite late and walked forward, and advising the protagonist to watch his step. He sighed, looking around, and thought that this other world was very amazing. However, he suddenly stopped himself from thinking such thoughts, outraged that he was thinking about something like that. He reminded himself that Karina was waiting for him, and suddenly the system sent him a notification that the endless passage was unavailable because the recovery time for it was 24 hours. He remembered that he fell into the endless passage and found himself in this world, and asked himself if he would be able to return back if he fell into this again. When the endless passage opened, he asked himself if he would be able to return back. When the portal gradually began to pull him in, he realized that he would finally return home, and at that time, his companion turned around, calling out to him. Meanwhile, he was falling into the portal and shouted that he knew it would not be a pleasant feeling. The light of the portal became brighter and brighter around him, and finally he found himself in the well where he was originally, and asked himself, did he really return? He frowned, looking intently at the ring, and suddenly a system window appeared next to him. He cried out joyfully and clapped his hands as the abilities he had obtained in the other world were retained. His level was level 3, and although he had no profession, no weapons, and no skills, there was a hammer in the divine inventory of consciousness. He was surprised that the divine hammer was still there, and the system told him that the characteristics were available in both worlds, unlike items, and in order to use items from the other world, it was necessary to place it in the divine inventory of consciousness in advance. The protagonist understood that if the level was synchronized, then it was possible to increase it in both worlds. He was able to bring the divine hammer to this world because it was in the divine inventory of consciousness, and he was surprised by this. He suddenly realized what could happen to his status given his current level, but suddenly he was distracted as other scavengers came to the well and asked him what was wrong. They advised him to get out before the cave closed, and he asked what they were doing here. He did not understand why they waited for him for several hours, and he shuddered, asking himself what was going on. Such surprise was due to the fact that he spent at least 5 hours in another world, and he assumed that something was wrong here. One of the men noticed that the protagonist had been sitting here all this time, and he was glad that he found him, and advised him to get out. Another scavenger added that if the cave closed, he would be trapped. Soon, MC, using the rope, began to climb, and he realized that time had stopped. While he was in the other world, time did not pass, and it sounded like a manga plot to him. He frowned, assuming that time could also stop in the other world. He wondered who this infinity ring belonged to. Suddenly, when he climbed out of the well, he sighed, remembering something. One of his comrades who was helping him asked, "What happened?" MC smiled and asked if it was true that the awakening test was tomorrow. Sometime before, the protagonist, covered in blood, ran with Karen on his back. It was raining heavily, causing the asphalt to be covered in water, and when he stepped on the ground, even more moisture rose into the air, preventing him from seeing properly. He closed his eyes, trying to run even further, and at that time, the monster swung his arms, destroying the nearby buildings. Karen suddenly admitted that she could not feel her legs, and then asked if their mom and dad were okay. Another explosion raised a huge amount of dust into the air, and the protagonist froze, shaking. He opened his eyes wider, assuming that this simply couldn't be happening. He began to cry, remembering his parents, and looked at the huge monster that was very close. He bit his lip, and then ran, screaming loudly and not stopping crying. Suddenly, someone called out to him, warning him that he cannot stop. Nakazato stopped him, noting that otherwise he could die, and the protagonist, calling out to him, desperately reminded him of his parents, and Nakazato ordered him not to follow them, because otherwise he and Karina would be killed by the darkness. He advised him to calm down, because he cannot defeat the darkness. However, it was as if the protagonist did not hear him, since his parents were still in the place from which they escaped. The monster was already very close, and Nakazato, paying attention to Karen's legs, exclaimed that they should take her to the hospital as soon as possible. At this moment, Karina, calling out to MC, asked if he was really going to take the awakening test. She noticed that he had just returned from work today, and looked at him worriedly. The nurse standing in the hospital room noticed that Karina was being caring as usual. She commented that she should also rest more, and the protagonist asked Karen how she was feeling. He wondered if her legs still hurt. The pain in her nerve occurred regularly, so Karen needed to take medicine. However, despite this, she said that she was fine. The nurse injected her with medicine, and she flinched slightly, but said that although she could not stand up, she had already gotten used to this pain. The protagonist realized that she was suffering and activated the divine eye, which showed him Karen's condition. 80% of the nerve endings in her legs were destroyed by the rubble of the collapsed building, and there was no chance of natural recovery, and the probability of resuming walking without assistance was 1%. The chance of recovery was very low, and so the protagonist assumed that Karina was in great pain. He was sure that she should have lived a normal life, gone to school, had fun with friends, traveled, spent every day with a smile on her face, and since she was his only family, he did not want to see her suffer anymore. Soon, when he was already out of the hospital, he decided that even if the chances were close to zero, he would definitely get her back on her feet, since there was still a chance. He was sure that there must be a way, and resolutely noted that if he became a hero, he would be able to get more information and perhaps find a solution. In addition, it was not only about Karina's illness, because he himself wanted to live a dignified life, and therefore he was going to become the strongest hero. When he thought about this, he raised his hand, on which he was wearing a ring, up. Soon, he came to the building where the groups were testing their courage to take the awakening test. Some people had already taken the test, and the results of one of them showed that he was level 3 and had a combat power of 540. The evaluator congratulated the person who had passed the test on being a hero and asked him to take the hero emblem that was created based on his test results. The guy took it and laughed happily because he was now a hero. The woman next to him, smiling happily, wished him to reach rank C and suggested throwing a big party to celebrate. After that, the evaluator called the next person who wanted to take the test. It was Tsuyoshi, and the evaluator noticed that he was retaking the test after failing the first test. Once ready, he had to go inside and put his hand on the measuring device. To be honest, the evaluator doubted that the results had changed at all. MC warned him seriously that they would find out soon, and went inside the room where the measurement would take place. The boy awkwardly noted that if he failed the test once, the result would most likely be the same, because the device measured his experience with high accuracy. He had met many stubborn people like the protagonist before, but he still closed the door of the room and began measuring. The protagonist, approaching the measuring device, noticed that the last of the test subjects was assigned the third level with a combat power of 540 points. It was quite normal for the previous test subject to have the same indicators, and since the protagonist should now be a third level, he was sure that he should become a hero, but he was curious about how high his combat power was. He put his palm on the measuring device and decided that he needed to take this seriously. He activated the ideal physical form and pressed the device with all his strength, and this began the measurement of the hero. From how much effort he applied, even the ground shook, and the evaluator was shocked when he felt it. The device even started to emit sparks, and in the end it announced the results of the protagonist's research. His level was third, and his combat power was 5,400 points. The 30-year record of the third-level hero's strength was broken, and MC ranked first in combat power among the third-level heroes, and in second place was a hero with a combat power of 930 points. He was amazed that his combat power was 5,400 points, and it was 10 times more than the previous participant. He felt a surge of strength, but he did not expect that he had become so much stronger. He thought about it and looked at his palm, and then smiled in admiration and sat down, because in any case, everything was going according to plan, and he knew that he would become the strongest. He tensed his muscles so hard that even the veins stood out, but suddenly he was distracted and asked himself, what would be the power of the Divine King's hammer? He extended his palm and a flash of magical energy appeared next to it, and the system warned him that due to a number of reasons, the potential of the Divine King hammer could not be fully revealed, and forcibly using it would result in the expenditure of a huge amount of energy, and the duration of use would only be 1 second. MC realized that in his current state, he would only be able to use this hammer for 1 second, but he believed that this should be enough for measurement, and decided to look at how much his combat power had increased now. He looked at the hammer in his palm with determination, and then decided to begin, and placed his palm on the measuring device, activating the power of the Divine King hammer. The system notified him of the activation of this power, and the protagonist suddenly felt that all of his energy had evaporated in the blink of an eye. And yet, despite this, he frowned and clenched his jaw tighter, absorbing the energy emanating from the hammer into his body. He ordered the device to measure his power faster and tell him how much his combat power had increased. His body was covered in sweat from the strain, and a flash was concentrated in the air, which burst out of the building. The amount of energy that the protagonist used even shook the ground, and some people noticed the flash in the sky and began to ask what was happening. The device, meanwhile, warned that due to overload, energy measurement was impossible. After a while, everything calmed down, and the appraiser ran into the measurement room, exclaiming that the power had been cut off due to an overload. He warned that everyone should evacuate immediately and suddenly froze in shock, turning his attention to the completely exhausted protagonist standing next to the device. He asked him in a trembling voice, "Who is he?" Sometime later, the protagonist, walking down the hallway of the building, realized that he should not have underestimated this hammer, because he did not even expect that all his energy and power would run out in just a second. He decided that he did not need to use the divine hammer of the king now until he became stronger. However, at least now he was officially a hero, and so he smiled happily, continuing on his way. Soon, he was already standing on the training ground, and Gaia, the hero in charge of their training, warned the other heroes that their training would be difficult, so they should give it their all. He was a level 9 warrior, and his combat power was 1,200 points. All the heroes strongly agreed, and MC wondered if Gaia's amount of energy was only 1,200 points at level 9. He wondered what his own combat power would be at level 9. Gaia, meanwhile, thought in annoyance that instead of training these newbies, he chose to explore a D-rank dungeon. He shouted that tomorrow they would come to a D-rank dungeon, during which they would understand what job suited them the most. It was possible that they would even be able to obtain a low-level item, and everyone shuddered in amazement when they realized that they would be going down into a dungeon. One of the disciples asked a little fearfully, "Shouldn't they train a little first?" Another guy exclaimed that they should know their job before going down into the dungeon, and Gaia asked in annoyance, "Were they talking about training?" He warned them that they didn't have time for that, as they had to practice their skills in real combat once they became heroes. MC was prepared for that, and Gaia reminded them that he had warned them that training would be difficult, and he had ordered them to leave if they weren't ready. He asked if they understood. They replied that they understood, and the protagonist noted that they weren't supposed to ask any questions but only follow orders. Gaia, as far as he could tell, was simply taking his anger out on them, since heroes were people after all. But anyway, A level 72 beast girl was waiting for him in the other world, and as soon as the endless passage opened, he was going to go see her. Sometime later, he returned to his apartment, and the news on TV began to tell that due to an earthquake that occurred around 7 p.m., some areas had lost power. But fortunately, there were no casualties. The protagonist noticed that time was up, and happily exclaimed that it was time to go to another world. There, he would become stronger, choose a profession, and collect the necessary equipment, and so he opened the endless steamship. The ring glowed, and he opened his eyes in another world, noticing that he was here again. The appearance was the same, even his clothes were preserved, and he assumed that once he returned to this world, the time and equipment remained. Suddenly, the beast girl came closer to him, who excitedly asked if something had happened. He mentally cried out, since he completely forgot about her, and he sheepishly declared that nothing had happened. After that, he told her to lead him, and she admitted that she was glad to see him so excited. She told him that there were goblins of the 3rd level nearby, and asked if he wanted to practice for a bit. Although the level of these monsters was so low, the goblins were cunning and depraved, and so they needed to be extremely careful. MC thought that if the goblins were depraved, then she should be the one to be careful, and the way he froze made her look at him with a puzzled expression. He did not explain his behavior to her, and thought about the goblins as if he had entered a fantasy world. He waited impatiently for the divine selection system to show its effects, and out loud he exclaimed that this was excellent, and declared that their first target was the goblins. His companions supported his determination. A little later, when they got closer to the monsters, she warned MC not to wake up the goblin sentries. He noticed that she was level 72 and asked if it was true that she could defeat these monsters easily. Besides, her combat power was 630,000 points, but he thought that was to be expected from a level 72. She was confused and asked how he knew her level. He said mysteriously that he was her master for a reason and asked if she could show him how high-level heroes fight. She warned him that if she helped him, he would not earn any experience points since the level difference was too big. He was surprised that this was a rule and explained that he just wanted to see her in action. She exclaimed that he was embarrassing her and promised that she could try it if he insisted. She didn't know how useful it would be, but she warned him to watch carefully and took out her dagger, moving forward. She instantly approached the goblins, used a flash strike and cut the monsters. MC admired her movements, exclaiming that it was very cool. He jumped up from his seat and started clapping, and she noticed that he was very kind. She also added that she always gives 100% even to low-level monsters, and she hoped that it helped the protagonist. He said that it helped him a lot, and asked if she could teach him the technique she used. She explained that the instant strike was a skill for high-level warriors, so MC wouldn't be able to learn it. She also noticed that he hadn't chosen a job yet, and asked if that was true. He decided that in that case, he would also become a warrior, since she was with him after all. He was sure that with a level 72 warrior, he could easily copy her skills without worrying about his own job. But since he couldn't use the Divine King Hammer, he had to find a replacement weapon, and the system notified him that he had chosen the warrior job. The beast girl was embarrassed, since she was the reason he chose the warrior profession, and she was going to try to be useful to him. She promised that she would help him level up and offered to pick out some equipment for him first. She took his hand, bringing it closer to her, and he froze in embarrassment, thinking about this world with admiration. But suddenly, they heard someone shout that it was time for them to change. It was the goblins that came closer to the place where Tsuyoshi and his friend were now, and they froze when they realized that it was an invasion. MC assumed that he would have to deal with these monsters alone, and asked the girl to lend him a dagger, since he wanted to try something. When she gave it to him, he received a silver dagger, which the system notified him about. She was surprised at how he was acting, since attracting an enemy in such a way was a little strange. He said that he had not yet fully tested the power of the Sky Shaker, and he decided to use these goblins as his test subjects. The monsters ran forward, raising their weapons to attack him, and he sighed with determination, and when the monsters were closer, he jumped up, using the Sky Shaker. With one blow, he destroyed both monsters, and the beast girl admired how quickly he defeated goblins of the same level. She knew that even a team of 6 heroes would have difficulty doing this, but he said that it was easier than he thought. The amount of experience points he had received was 50, and he was going to deal with the rest of the monsters as well, and he even began to like the divine selection system, because this way, he could reach level 4 in just one night. A little while later, his assistant suggested that he use another weapon and apologized to him for the inconvenience. He picked up the club he had taken from one of the goblins, and when he held it in his hands, he was able to view the item's information. It was a level 3 club, and it had no special skills, but it could use the copied Skyshaker skill. MC smiled excitedly as he looked at the new item he had received, and told the girl not to worry, as this club wasn't that bad either. She noted that they should quickly get basic equipment, as the protagonist was practically defenseless right now. He turned around, looking at her, and then focused on his clothes, and saw that his current defense was indeed 0%. Without proper equipment, he would be too susceptible to attacks, and so he needed armor, not just a weapon. Besides that, he managed to find out something about the divine inventory of consciousness, and it was a place that existed in a person's consciousness independently of the real world. Currently, there were only 2 storage spaces available. Unlike a normal inventory, the items in the divine inventory of consciousness could be used in both worlds, and the protagonist found this interesting. He thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin, imagining the scheme of using the divine inventory of consciousness. Currently, he only had 2 slots, one of which was occupied by the hammer, and in addition, the divine inventory of consciousness grew as skills improved and levels increased, adding slots. MC realized that this would be the case, asked himself, how can he increase the slots? He could not throw away the hammer, but he knew that having only 1 additional storage space was too inconvenient. In both worlds, all equipment was divided into 5 types, and he, thinking about this, focused his attention on his companion, and she was surprised when she noticed this, and asked if she had something on her face. Meanwhile, he noticed that equipment was divided into the head, arms, torso, thighs, and feet. However, he quickly distracted himself from thinking about equipment and noticed that the beast girls with ears were simply irresistible. He wondered what other types existed in this world. In the end, he answered that everything was fine and explained that he decided to make sure that she was following him. She suddenly flinched and frowned seriously, warning him of danger from behind. He turned around in confusion, and she pulled out a dagger as several level 4 goblins were approaching them, who paid special attention to her. The protagonist staggered back, and she stepped forward and noticed that the goblins were getting stronger the further they went, so she warned the protagonist to pay attention. He realized that this meant that the experience points they would earn would also increase. That's why he ran forward, telling his companion not to interfere, because otherwise he wouldn't get the experience. She was surprised, but she obeyed, and even the goblins were shocked by his behavior, calling him stupid. However, he was not going to stop and swung his club, ordering the monsters to receive. As he struck, a flash of light appeared, and when it gradually dissipated, the protagonist again approached the goblins, striking again. Soon, all the monsters were defeated, and his experience points increased to 150 points. He flexed his palm, knowing that the higher the enemy's level, the more experience he would earn, but the weapon he took was too fragile and fell apart. Meanwhile, the girl looked at him with delight, mentally exclaiming that he had incredible strength. He wielded the wooden club as if his level was much higher, because he defeated 3 enemies at once despite the difference in levels. Soon, they continued the battle, and the protagonist fought goblins, receiving the experience points he needed. The deeper they went, the higher the levels and number of enemies were, but Tsuyoshi's strength made the number of monsters insignificant. The beast girl supported him every time he entered the battle, and he, without ceasing to attack, said that the skill he had was good, but the weapon was terrible. After that, he counted that his opponents were only 6 left. When the last goblin remained, he struck and thought that he did not even expect that the bonus points in this world would be so high. He became stronger much faster, but when he worked as a scavenger, heroes often complained that the experience of level 3 and 4 kobolds barely reached 10 points, and if you rarely go into dungeons, you will not be able to increase your levels. Moreover, in their world, the Union of Heroes required a team to go down into a dungeon, and the experience was divided equally. The guild took everything for themselves, and so some assumed that they should join them, because all the dungeons were already cleared, and they would not be able to increase their level. However, in this world, the protagonist would be able to earn experience that is given for killing monsters here. This seemed incredible to him, and he noticed that he had already earned 2,000 points out of 3,000 points. And he wondered in surprise, would he really increase his level so quickly? At this rate, he would have to fight the boss, and he was a little unhappy about it. Meanwhile, the boss appeared in the depths of the cave. The protagonist peeked out from behind the rock he was hiding behind, his face sweating with excitement, and he asked always, "Is this a goblin boss?" The girl said that unfortunately, this boss was possessed by darkness. MC asked himself, is there really darkness in this world too? The thing is, there was darkness in their world too, and he wondered if this was the same darkness or not. The dark goblin looked exactly like the monster that killed his parents, and he assumed that this was the same monster. His companion, meanwhile, told him that enemies possessed by darkness are dangerous, and this boss is level 6. But because of the darkness, the power of this one increases exponentially. Not only did the darkness have a crushing power, but its very existence was shrouded in mystery, and so it decided to deal with the boss itself. But MC did not allow her to do so, since he was going to deal with this monster with his own hands, either now or in the future. He did not know how the darkness was connected to other worlds, but he decided that he would definitely kill all these monsters. He was going to kill with his own hands those monsters that killed his father and mother. After he thought about it, he ran to attack, ignoring the scream of the girl who tried to stop him. The monster, noticing the protagonist's attack, also moved forward, and in the meantime, he began to curse the darkness, since it ruined Karen's life. He swung, activated the skill Heaven Slayer, shouted in a warlike manner, and ordered the monster to die. When he struck, from how tense he was, his shirt was torn, but he did not pay attention to it. At this time, the monster twitched one of its tentacles and hit him, throwing him aside. And although the protagonist still managed to do damage to it, he could not do anything else, as he flew far back. He cursed powerlessly, looking at his opponent, who stuck out a long tongue from his mouth, pointing it towards MC. The beast girl jumped out of hiding, preparing to attack, since the protagonist had lost his weapon. However, he stood up, although his whole body was shaking, and wiped the blood from his face, asking himself, was this monster trying to kill him? He was not going to let the creature that took the lives of his parents kill him, and so he activated the absolute physical form, straining every muscle in his body. He concentrated a special amount of power in his hand, causing it to increase in size. He decided that if he did not have a weapon, then his body would become this weapon. Since all the power was concentrated in his right hand, it was incredibly tense, and the system warned MC to be careful. He ignored the warning and swung, clenching his hand into a fist. When he struck, he managed to break through the tentacle of the monster and pierce through its body. Due to how fast he ran, a gust of air rose up, and the girl screamed, trying to stay on her feet, and covered her face with her hand. When everything gradually calmed down, she carefully looked around and noticed the protagonist standing behind the pierced monster. Soon, the boss's body fell, and MC, who had increased to level 4, decided that he would exterminate all the darkness. Due to the battle with the boss, his entire body was covered in sweat from the strain, but he still smiled determinedly. The beast girl suddenly shuddered, paying attention to his hand. The protagonist let out a low cry, his arm was really shaking, and it was badly injured, so there was a threat of necrosis. Soon his whole body was shaking, and he cursed, realizing that he had used too much power. Since he had concentrated his power in his right hand, it could not withstand the energy load, and from the pain he staggered and began to fall. But the girl ran closer in time and caught him. He said that his arm hurt, and she lowered him to the ground, putting his head on her legs, and asked him not to worry since she had a first aid kit. An hour later, while the small inhabitants of the cave were playing with each other, the protagonist suddenly got up and noticed that he felt much better. He noticed that recovery in this world was much slower, but more effective, and it seemed to him that the history of pharmacology in this world is very ancient. His companion was delighted that the medicine had helped him, and he stood up and exclaimed that he felt much better. She then suggested that they go and get the reward, and he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. Soon they received a reward, and since they broke the record by defeating the boss of this cave, instead of a partial reward, they would receive a full reward. The protagonist carefully read this notice, and the girl suddenly screamed in delight as she noticed a chest with dark treasures in the distance. The protagonist was surprised, as their reward was treasure, and this type of reward was quite rare, and it was difficult to find even at auctions. He realized that his efforts finally paid off, and carefully touched the chest, mentally exclaiming that this world is beautiful. When he opened the chest, he received a dark goblin set, and the beast girl noted that they were lucky to get a full set, as it would be very useful. The protagonist slammed the chest shut, thinking, as he only had one space left in his inventory. He put his hand on his chin, thinking, and at that moment, when the system offered him to save the received items to the inventory, he confirmed this action, asking himself, does the set count as one item? He was wondering if the set would take up one slot if he put it in the inventory, and at that moment the system notified him that he added the Dark Goblin set to the inventory, and he can use it at any time. The protagonist was happy that it worked, and the girl asked him in bewilderment, why is he smiling like that? He explained that he was just admiring the reward, and then asked if she knew how to sew. She confirmed that she could do it, and said that she had been sewing clothes for herself since childhood, so she had a sewing kit with her. Sometime later, when they left the cave, she showed him the finished result, asking how he liked it. He thanked her for the clothes and put it on himself, noting that it turned out just great. She said that she was happy to serve him. And meanwhile, he thought about it, because if he had leveled up, it was time to go back. He walked a little forward, explaining that they should stop here for the night to rest, and she followed him, agreeing. Sometime later, the protagonist came out of the portal and fell right onto the bed in his apartment. He sighed tiredly, because he was finally home. They had a hard time finding a place to stay, and he had to wait until the girl fell asleep to return. However, this time he received many useful things, so he was glad. Still, he understood that he would not be able to stop time in this world. So, he decided that he needed to sleep. And before falling asleep, he thought that tomorrow he would go to the cave for the first time. The next day, when he woke up, he opened the system window, and it offered him to put on the Dark Goblin set. He agreed, and when he put it on, the system showed him the characteristics of the set. The special skill of this was Roaring Tentacles, and when this skill was activated, all low-level enemies would let out a loud scream, frozen in place, and the user's hand would turn into a giant tentacle, causing fatal damage. The protagonist screamed in shock, and the fact that there was a special skill here even seemed incredible to him. He knew that it would be fun, but he noticed that he couldn't show this suit to other heroes, because heroes unfortunately kill each other in order to steal equipment. If they saw a newbie in such a suit, they would definitely suspect something. And so he was a little upset, but suddenly the system gave him information about the set effect, thanks to which it was possible to disguise your equipment as ordinary clothes. MC was very surprised, and noted that the fact that you can disguise this equipment as ordinary clothes is great. He really did it, and then noticed that there were a few minutes left before the meeting, and decided to have a snack. But suddenly the phone in his pocket rang, and he was surprised by it and accepted the call. The head nurse explained to him that some people had broken into the hospital and wanted to take Karen away because she owed them money. She asked him to come quickly, and he winced, remembering that he had to take out a loan to pay Karen's hospital bills. He did not understand why these people had come for her, because he had paid everything on time, as they had agreed. He asked the nurse not to let these people touch Karen, and she told him that they had taken the landline phone and asked him to come quickly. He was so angry that he did not notice how he squeezed his phone in his fist so hard that it broke. He cursed, left the room, and headed towards the hospital. At this time, Karina was begging the people in the hospital to wait for her brother and stop. She asked them not to touch her and did not understand what they wanted from her. One of the men explained that there were reasons for this, since the protagonist owed them money and did not pay it back on time, so they would take her away. He showed her the documents, mentally noting that they only agreed to lend the protagonist money because their boss liked Karina, since she would be expensive on the black market. In addition, the fact that she could not walk was supposed to please the rich people, and the man added these conditions to the contract. But MC did not even notice it, since it was too small. He was going to take Karina and have fun with her as much as he wanted, and if everything worked out before, then he was sure that it would work out now. Karina decisively exclaimed that her brother would never sign such a contract, and noted that these people deceived him. Meanwhile, the man said that they were not interested in Tsuyoshi's measly payments, and he asked when he was going to repay him the main debt. He grabbed Karina by the chin, warning her that if she agreed the easy way, they would spare her. She stubbornly pressed her lips together and frowned, and he warned her not to complain if she refused. He smirked, looking at her, and at that time the protagonist burst into the room, breaking down the door. The men did not understand who he was, and he frowned furiously and warned them to get ready. Karina called out to him, and the man noticed that he had come to them, and asked why he was so angry. He warned that such was the agreement, and asked why he needed such a pathetic sister anyway. MC came closer to him and hit him so hard that the man's tooth flew out. In addition, he himself flew far back, and the protagonist meanwhile increased the physical strength of his legs, due to which his speed of movement increased. However, he was still standing in place, and at that time the man finally stopped and cried out in pain. One of his charges ran up to him, calling out to him excitedly, and another man called the protagonist a name and ran towards him, swinging his arm to hit him. The MC stood still for a while, but waited for the right moment and struck, hitting his opponent's fist with his own. This caused his arm to be badly injured, and he fell to the floor shaking and screaming in pain. The leader called the protagonist a name, since no one had ever defeated him. He clenched his jaw and frowned in anger, taking a gun out of his pocket, and asking if the protagonist really wanted to defeat the Blue Snake Gang. He offered to receive it and fired, and when Karina noticed it, she screamed in shock. But the protagonist caught the bullet in the air, and she was amazed. The bandits were also surprised because he caught the bullet with his bare hands, and they thought that such a thing simply could not be. The protagonist thought that he was the first, after all, and after that, he increased the physical strength of his hands, so that now it was not susceptible to normal weapons. The bandits pressed themselves against each other, shaking in horror when they realized that he was a hero. Meanwhile, the nurse brought the guards, telling them that some men broke into the room and began to threaten the patient and her brother. She hurried them, and at the moment when they approached the hospital room, she froze in amazement. And the beaten men, meanwhile, began to move towards the exit, asking that the MC return the debt as soon as possible, otherwise their boss will not stand aside. In the end, they exclaimed that they had to go, and apologized to the protagonist for calling him. They bowed to the nurse, explaining that they were leaving, and she looked after them in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the leader asked himself, did the MC really become a hero? He knew he had to report this to the boss, who was level 10, a warrior, and had a power of 2,300 points. Since his boss was a level 10 warrior, he assumed they would easily destroy the protagonist. Karina was shocked to see that those bandits had left, and the protagonist apologized to her for not coming by often. She remembered that they had said that the blue snake would return if they didn't pay them, and he explained that he had been dealing with debts all this time. But now that he had become a hero, there was nothing to worry about. She asked in surprise if he had really become a hero. He confirmed this, but explained that he was still a newbie, and he would only be officially recognized when he went down to the dungeon today. He showed her his ID, and she opened her mouth and widened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist thought a little later that he had borrowed $60,000 from the Blue Snake Gang to treat Karen, and it would take a long time to earn even with his work as a hero. He realized that he would have to sell all the hero equipment. Today, the hard times were over, and he could officially become a hero. Soon, Gaia, who was standing in front of the portal, asked the students if they were all ready. He warned that today they would see if they were ready to become heroes, and warned that there were a few rules. First, they had to hand over all the hero equipment they found in the dungeon, and they replied that they understood everything. MC heard about this, and assumed that the hero union was simply turning a blind eye to it. However, he thought that there was nothing valuable in a low-level dungeon anyway. Gaia then spoke about the test and warned the students not to worry, since he, a level 9 warrior, would be going with them, and as long as they followed his instructions everything would be fine. As thanks, they would also have to pay him 20,000 yen each, and he asked if they understood that. They froze, but agreed, and MC suddenly raised his hand and asked why they had to pay him. He exclaimed that Gaia would get all the equipment anyway and added that if that happened, they would have no money left. One of the guys warned him to keep quiet since Gaia from the guild were crazy wolves. MC realized that the guild was covering for him, and in that case it was obvious why he was asking for money so brazenly. However, he would never pay someone like that anyway. Gaia then exclaimed that those were his rules. He told the protagonist to take the test alone if he had no money, and he mentally called him an idiot for not caring about his provocations. The students began to mutter among themselves as they had heard that no one had ever taken the test alone. Even the strongest heroes would not go into the dungeon alone, and they thought that the protagonist was a fool for arguing with the examiner over a mere 20,000 yen. However, he agreed to take the test alone, and everyone was shocked and asked if he was serious. They assumed that he had mixed something up, and asked for permission to test him. He ignored these words and began to warm up, and one of the men exclaimed that no one had ever taken the test alone, and although it was a D-rank dungeon, it was incredibly dangerous for beginners. The protagonist thanked him for his advice, but since he had already made up his mind, he asked the invigilator for permission to go. He finally agreed and wished him luck, and the protagonist headed into the portal, and he trembled with excitement and called him crazy. MC sent an application to take the test alone, and he was transported to the D-level forest dungeon, which recommended 5 or more participants and a combat power of 6,000 points or more. The protagonist looked around when he was transported to the dungeon and thought that he had only seen dungeons after clearing the heroes. He was surprised that it looked like this, and suddenly a monster appeared from the side of him and struck, but the weapon of this one broke. The protagonist turned around, looking at his opponent, and asked, "Was this really a surprise attack?" He noted that it had no effect on him, and the level 3 Dark Goblin with 640 combat power cried out in surprise, and MC acknowledged that this Dark Goblin was quite strong and attacked it. mentally adding that compared to his own combat power, this monster was insignificant. He knew that in this world, the experience gained from defeating real enemies was different from that in another world, and in that case, it did not seem surprising to him that the heroes took so long to level up. He received 20 experience points for this monster, and then warned the other monsters not to hide, but to attack. A large number of goblins jumped out from their hiding places, approaching him, and he said that this was perfect, and made his armor visible, activating roaring tentacles. Tendrils began to grow from the armor, piercing the goblins, and the protagonist egged on the monsters, suggesting that they attack. Sometime later, the observer, sweating from excitement, estimated that almost an hour had passed. If MC lasted that long, then everything was going well, and he called him a fearless newbie, since no one in their right mind took the test alone. He was sure that he would soon be written about in the newspapers, and suddenly he winced, since the results of the solo test were updated, and MC passed it. When he came out of the portal, having gained 960 experience points, he asked where he could take a shower. Soon, Gaia came out of the portal with a team of students, and he shouted in annoyance, if it weren't for him, they would all have died. He didn't understand how they became heroes without even basic skills, and added that 20,000 prices were still cheap. One of the guys retorted that he himself told them not to interfere, and another added that Gaia refused his help and asked if 20,000 yen was not enough. Besides, it was their first time entering the cave and Gaia hadn't even given them any instructions. And yet, one of the boys tried to reason with the indignant students, not understanding why they were mad, since they should be happy that they passed the test at all. Gaia, meanwhile, asked them if he could remind them that at that level they should pay him 40,000 yen, but he lowered the price in order to not listen to their whining. He heard the ringtone and answered the call, annoyed that he was busy, so the other person should get to the point. It didn't take long for him to flinch in shock and ask if Tsuyoshi had passed the test. His eyes widened and his jaw clenched, certain that it was impossible. Soon, when the protagonist was washing his face, he came closer to him and ordered him to tell him how he did it, since he was only on the 4th level. But he ignored him, and Gaia assumed that he must have used high-level equipment, since no newbie had ever taken this test on their own. The protagonist asked if that was true. That didn't mean it was impossible. He assumed that it was because he would have to give 20,000 yen to Gaia otherwise, and he ran closer to him, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, and asked if he was making fun of him. He ordered him to answer, reminding him that he was a member of the Crazy Wolves Guild, and the protagonist calmly asked if he was really a member with level 9 and a power of 1,200 points. He assumed that their guild wasn't that strong, and Gaia indignantly asked who he thought he was. He was unhappy with him insulting him and concentrated his energy into his fist to strike, but MC stopped him and asked if he really wanted to finish him off and beat him to death with his level 9 fists. Gaia trembled, amazed by MC's power and speed, and he couldn't believe that he was level 4. He pulled away from him, about to say something, and then he pulled out a dagger, and the protagonist tried to stop him, and he asked what he was hiding. When he struck him, MC put his hand forward to defend himself with it, and he combined the defensive effect of the Dark Goblin set and the absolute physical form. And thanks to this, his hand became strong enough that Gaia's dagger simply broke. He didn't understand how this could happen, and asked if it was true that the protagonist was hiding some equipment. He assumed it was a high-level armor, and the protagonist realized that he had accidentally shown his abilities, but decided that he didn't need to tell the people of this world his secret. Since he didn't answer, Gaia continued to press him and asked what he had in there. He was sure that it was probably something good, and asked if he found it somewhere in the cave. He assumed that the protagonist could still steal it, and he eventually sighed, noting that he was very scared, and without this dagger, he would not have survived. At this time, the man came closer and apologized for the wait, and he handed the MC his certificate, declaring that he was now an official hero. He promised that he would be there soon, and sighed in relief, since this man was his savior. He figured that Gaia would not make a scene in front of the staff, and in the meantime, he smirked as he watched him go. The protagonist tried to ignore him, but lowered his head and frowned, because although his combat power had become a little bit much higher than the average level 4 hero thanks to the system, fighting high-level enemies was still difficult for him. At night, he settled in his bed and assumed that he had attracted Gaia's attention. He remembered about the beast girl and noted that there were no such girls with ears in this world. And besides, his level was still low, so he should be careful from now on. At this time, several people approached the door of his apartment, and one of them asked if that place was here. Another person told him to immobilize MC with magic, When he broke down the door, he was a level 10 member of the Crazy Wolves Guild, a mage class, and his combat power was 3,500 points. Gaia noticed that they would soon get the treasure that the protagonist was hiding. However, the mage warned him to be quiet, because the protagonist could hear everything. First, they needed to destroy the door with magic, and he used flame, but before he could finish the magic, MC suddenly abruptly opened the door, jumping out of the room, and took a club to fight with it. He called Gaia names, admitted that he was fast, and then promised that he would destroy him. He used the skill Sky Shaker, and mentally noted that Gaia brought a level 10 mage with him, and the difference in their levels was too great. Combat power was one of the indicators to evaluate the ability of heroes, and the protagonist's power was 6,400 points, but his level was too low, and he could have won if the difference was not so great. His opponents could compensate for the low level of combat power with their level, and it was like a low-level warrior fighting a weak, high-level boss. He asked himself if he should rush into battle relying only on skills and equipment. He knew that he would be finished if he lost, and at this time, the mage asked if he was trying to fool him. Fortunately, he had strengthened the defense of his cloak, and he promised that he would kill MC and take everything for himself. He charged while casting a fire spell, and the protagonist noticed that it was very hot. The suit was immune to physical attacks but not magic, and it was much easier to fight the goblin with it. He realized that he had to run, or else he would lose, and the mage ran after him to catch him. He jumped out of the window, deciding to focus on improving his legs, since, with the dark goblin's protection, he would be able to land softly. He increased the physical strength of his legs, but the system warned him that the rest of his body was now unprotected. Suddenly, another man appeared in the air and punched him, and the protagonist coughed, wondering if this was an ambush. A level 12 Crazy Wolf warrior with a combat power of 3,900 points exclaimed that he had caught him, and asked if it was true that the protagonist had not expected to see him. He thought it was very pitiful, and punched him, sending him down hard, and laughed. MC was happy that he increased the physical strength of his entire body during the fall, but he received a knee strike because he had removed this defense before. But with the help of the Dark Goblin set, he was able to reduce the damage. Still, he trembled when he tried to get up, and his opponent, landing next to him, asked if he was still alive. The mage came down to them and asked what skill MC used when he attacked him. He did not understand how a newbie could do such a thing, and the Rotten One, returning the visibility of the armor, mentally exclaimed that he was ready to kill them. He used roaring tentacles, but before the tentacles reached his opponents, the mage used a restriction that stopped the target for 1.5 seconds, and if the enemy's level is lower than the user's, then the movements can be forcibly restricted. MC trembled, mentally cursing, because the mage stopped him. He exclaimed that even with such a skill at such a level, he had weaknesses, and he ran towards the protagonist, and he was joined by another man, who exclaimed that they would kill him and divide the spoils. He believed that this was what he wanted. Gaia also ran to attack, and at that time, the system notified the MC that the recovery time of the Infinity Ring had expired, and an endless passage was opened. He realized that this was his salvation, and opened an endless passage so that at the moment when all three warriors struck, he began to move. He warned that he remembered them, and promised that he would return stronger and defeat them. He was glad that he escaped, and decided that he should learn new skills, because he was too carried away by equipment, but without skills, he will not survive. Everything was in his hands, and he wanted to say something about what he needed to do to learn new skills, and turned to the side, but suddenly froze in embarrassment because the girl was still sleeping. He looked at her more closely, noticing that she always smelled like cherry blossoms. He believed that he would not be a man if he did not do anything, and the adrenaline strengthened all his muscles, and he increased his strength, speed, and the work of his entire body. However, he suddenly froze, remembering the moment when he had teleported here, running away from the warriors who had attacked him. He bowed his head, realizing that now was not the time, because first he had to deal with the problems in his world. He had to come up with a plan to raise the level of skills. When morning came, the girl woke up and stretched, pleased to note that she had slept well for the first time in a long time. The protagonist, sitting on a chair nearby, said that he also slept well, but in reality, he could not fall asleep. He finally asked her if she could make him another suit. After a while, she told him that in order to learn new skills, he needed to obtain a skills scroll, and to do this, he needed to enroll in a martial arts academy. Soon, they arrived at the Beastmen tribe's martial arts academy, and the Beastman who greeted them waved his palm and recognized the protagonist as the same person who had attracted the attention of the Beast King. He warned that before enrolling, he needed to fulfill several conditions, namely reaching level 6 and then passing a test. At level 4, it was still too early for the protagonist to enroll, and he froze in shock, not understanding what was happening. His companion apologized to him, explaining that she had trained in the caves for so long that she did not know such rules. But he told her that it was okay, because he needed to level up anyway. He was going to come back later, and she agreed, noting that he could level up in that cave if he did. The beastmen, meanwhile, called the protagonist worthless, exclaiming that the beastmen did not acknowledge him, and if it weren't for the king, they would have torn him to pieces. He was sure that he would fail the exam even if he reached level 6, and he also disdainfully remarked that he was hanging out with that beast girl, calling them a pathetic couple. She hung her head in shame, believing that it was her fault because the protagonist had been so kind to her, but she had forgotten her place and would only cause him more trouble with her presence. She didn't want to disturb him, so she decided that she needed to explain everything to him and say goodbye. While she was thinking about this, the protagonist suddenly turned around and walked towards the beastman. And she, noticing this, flinched and called out to him. He clenched his hands into fists and tensed his muscles so hard that the veins became visible. He looked at the beastman furiously and called him names, grabbing him by the collar of his clothes and asked him to repeat what he said. He suggested that he should rip out the tongue of this beastman, and he flinched in shock, looking at him with fear. MC ordered him to apologize to the girl now, and looked at him seriously, and he closed his eyes and asked where he was wrong. He said that she is a mixture of man and beast, and she is half-beast, so she does not even have a name, and she is a disgrace to them. The half-beast was a half-beastman, whose existence was despised by the beastmen who placed great importance on their bloodline. Half-beasts were despised regardless of their level or status, and were not allowed to have names, with most of them being banished from the village. The protagonist realized that she was a half-beastman, and realized that it was because she had no name at all that he had not seen it that time. At that time, several beastmen appeared behind a rock and readied their weapons, aiming at MC. The beastman he was holding warned him not to get arrogant just because he was acknowledged by the king. He said that if he was disrespectful to them, he would destroy him. He promised that he would apologize to the girl if he passed the exam, but he was sure that a mere human would not be able to do that. The protagonist was silent for a while, and she came closer to him and said that he did not need to do this for her. He suddenly let go of the beastman and said that her name was Sakura, telling him to remember it. He frowned, looking at him seriously to give his words more weight, and she froze in amazement and wondered if the protagonist really gave her such a name. He turned his back to the beastman, but before leaving, he warned him to remember his words and apologize if he passed the test. After that, he called Sakura to follow him and put his hand on her shoulders, moving further away from the beastman. Sometime later, he asked if there was a fox beastman somewhere around here. This species was quite rare, and the protagonist offered to look into it. Suddenly, Sakura awkwardly called out to him and asked why he called her that. He turned around in confusion and asked if she didn't like the name. She started waving her arms around, explaining that it wasn't like that at all, and she liked the name. She was just curious about how he chose it, and he sheepishly scratched his cheek with his finger as he felt a little awkward talking about it. In the end, he did point out that she always smelled like cherry blossoms, so he thought the name suited her. He apologized to her, but suddenly she hugged him, and he flinched, and she thanked him, as she really liked the name. She repeated it in her mind, and he replied that it was nothing. A little later, when they approached the cave, MC suggested that Sakura start, and she asked him if her dagger suited him. It wasn't as good, but it was still much stronger than the goblin's club, and he looked at the weapon and smiled, noting that any weapon would be very light compared to the hammer. Because he picked up the dagger, the system displayed that it was his current weapon. Soon, several level 5 fox beastmen came out from the depths of the cave and headed towards MC. They were a smart and fast type of beastmen that one had to be careful with. Each of these beastmen had 720 points of combat power. The protagonist warned Sakura that they would do everything like last time, and since he wanted to gain experience, he asked her not to interfere. She agreed and laughed, and then noticed with delight that he called her by name. The system suddenly warned of a limitation, which was that if the difference in levels between the strong and weak participants was more than 5 levels, then no experience or items would be obtained from the battle. The protagonist ran forward, deciding to test his new dagger, and Sakura warned him that this type of beastmen are cunning, so he should not make sudden movements. When MC attacked, he noticed that these opponents were indeed very fast. One of the beastmen swung his own weapon to attack him, but increased the physical strength in his hand and this increased the physical endurance of that part of his body, so the beastman's weapon simply shattered when it hit him. The protagonist's opponents froze in confusion, and he exclaimed that with such a level of combat power, they would not be able to touch him. Sakura thought that his defense was incredible, and mentally exclaimed that this was expected of a man who lifted a divine hammer. Low-level enemies, as far as she knew, were no match for him. Meanwhile, he continued to fight, realizing that against such enemies, speed was more important than strength. After defeating one of the foxes, his experience increased to 1,860 points, and he noticed that in this world, the leveling was fast, so he did not need to fight for resources to gain experience points. He thought about the speed at which he killed his first opponent, and remembered the 3 people who attacked him in his world, noticing that they had maximum combat power, but they were only at level 12. No matter how strong he was with such a level difference, it was impossible, since he was clearly inferior to them in level, so it would be difficult to win. He decided that he should reduce the level difference with 4 skills, and noticed that he needed to level him up to level 6 at once. He was going to bring this arrogant beastman to his knees and frowned with determination, and Sakura shuddered in surprise and agreed. As they walked further into the cave, they saw a dark fox beastman who was level 7. It turned towards them when it sensed their presence, and the protagonist noticed the sword on this one's back and asked curiously if he could get it. This one's length and strength matched his own perfectly, and Sakura looked at him in surprise and asked, "Does this really mean he wants to take it?" He asked in confusion, and then explained that he was just curious if this sword could drop for him. She explained that most items could indeed drop, but noted that the rarity of the drop depended on the quality of the items, and it was better to fight until he got what he wanted. Depending on the cave and special items, this process could be sped up, and the probability of getting an item after defeating an enemy was lower the higher the quality, level, and effects of the item. The protagonist noted that there was even a drop rate, just like in the game, and this made the system more understandable. He looked at the details of his opponent, who had a combat power of 1,500 points, and also looked at the characteristics of the Black Sword of Cold Light, which had a drop rate of 6%. He was surprised that there was a note written at the bottom, and the fact that the drop rate was only 6% was very low. It turned out that it would not be so easy to get, and the protagonist even felt sorry for that, since this sword suited him perfectly. And suddenly he shuddered, because the system in front of him changed. The exchange system was activated, which meant that he could exchange items after meeting certain conditions. Items that were not exchanged would be upgraded depending on his level and ability, and he had to keep in mind that items that had not been exchanged for a long time would be upgraded. He was surprised when he learned about the exchange system, and realized that he still had a lot to learn. Currently, only the scroll, which had a high drop rate, was available for exchange. It increased the drop rate of all items by 30% for 1 minute, and the exchange condition was defeating 30 normal monsters of level 5 or higher. The current number of such victories was 114, so the conditions were met, and the protagonist was delighted to realize that he would be able to exchange this scroll. He thought about increasing the drop rate by 30% for 1 minute, and assumed that the number of enemies defeated counted in both worlds. If he exchanged 3 scrolls at once, the drop rate would increase to 96%, in which case this sword would drop for him instantly. Very soon, he had already exchanged 3 scrolls, fulfilling the conditions, and now he had no items to exchange. When he received the scrolls, he suggested Sakura to go for the sword, since with it he could become even stronger. She agreed, encouraging him to move forward. He warned her to concentrate and asked what to do next. He took a fighting stance, and the boss focused on him, growled furiously and attacked him, but he managed to dodge it. He clenched his jaws, looking at the aura left in the air from the blow, and wondered if this weapon had a cold effect. Sakura noticed that the Dark Fox Beastman was not only cunning but also strong, and this weapon had an effect that slowed down the enemy's movements and reduced their stamina. If the protagonist took advantage of this weakness, he would quickly finish the fight. But the Dark Forest was afraid of fire, so if he added fire oil to the weapon, it would be more effective. He agreed with this advice and actually did so, after which he suggested to see which was cooler, the Beastman's cold or his own fire. Fire oil was a mixture of resin and flammable ash, and this gave the weapon fiery properties and ignited upon contact with air. As he ran forward swinging his flaming sword, the fox let out a surprised cry, staggering back. The protagonist jumped up, preparing to strike, and commanded the Beastman to hand over his sword. This activated his own weapon's aura, and Sakura explained that the fox's weak points were his armpits and neck, so he should aim there. The protagonist understood this information and decided that he would take advantage of it right away. As he landed on the ground, he almost immediately pushed off again and drove his sword into the beastman's flesh, causing blood to spurt into the air. The beastman screamed, its health points decreasing, and it also trembled in pain. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, explaining that when attacking an enemy's weak points, its status changes to a coward, allowing it to deal double damage, and during this time, the enemy's aggression and morale decrease, making it more vulnerable. The duration of this effect was 15 seconds, and the protagonist found it interesting what this effect meant. He decided to take advantage of this and prepared to attack, and Sakura noticed that in this state, it was even easier to finish off the enemy. She suggested that he dodge in different directions to strike, and he understood everything and thanked her for this advice. He really quickly changed the direction of his movement, dodging the fox's attacks, and he realized that without Sakura's advice, he was dead. The beastman soon became noticeably tired and bowed, lowering his head and breathing heavily. The protagonist assumed it was over and shouted that it was his turn. He jumped up, swinging his sword, and Sakura advised him to aim for the neck. He concentrated 60% of his strength in his arms, and it provided 200% impact. When he struck, the beastman's stamina dropped sharply, and since he hit a weak spot and dealt damage, the enemy was severely exhausted. The duration of this effect was 15 seconds, and Sakura exclaimed that it was incredible, but warned that they should still relax for now. Although the monster's level was low, the protagonist, in her opinion, made this fight exciting. Meanwhile, he announced that it would be over soon, and struck the beastman again, and Sakura happily jumped on the spot, praising him for this strike. He mentally admitted that he enjoyed this fight as well. Suddenly, he realized that he almost forgot to use the scroll before the drop, and when he activated it, the item drop rate increased by 96%, and the duration was 1 minute. Still, he managed to do it, and when the monster finally died, the system sent him several notifications at once. He earned 3,000 experience points, so he already received 5,430 experience points out of 6,000 points. He would defeat the level 7 Dark Fox Beastman, and for this, he would get the Black Sword of Cold Light. He laughed happily, because he got 3,000 experience points, and also a sword. Sakura noted that he was lucky, since weapons rarely dropped on the first try. He thought that even with absolute physical strength, he was still susceptible to attacks. If he found a suitable weapon, he would be able to deal stronger blows. He had never seen such a powerful weapon before, and if he could defeat 3 of the crazed wolf's opponents with the weapon, he would have dealt with one of his problems. He knew that there was very little time left, and confidently noted that by dawn he would reach level 6 together with Sakura. After that, he turned to her and asked where else he could level up. He explained that he wanted to reach level 6 as soon as possible, and she suggested that he simply use a scroll of zeroing out, which reduced the respawn time of monsters in caves and dungeons. At higher levels and special zones, the scroll's effect was limited. Sakura added that the Fox Beastman's cave was considered a low-level zone, so monsters appeared here faster. She had several of these scrolls, and she believed that this should be enough to reach level 6. However, she suggested that they take a break first, noting that she had healing potions, and the protagonist was surprised that she had so many things. Soon they came out of the cave, and when Sakura used the nullification scroll, she assumed that it should work. The cave did indeed nullify, and MC was happy, as he couldn't wait any longer. They re-entered the cave and he excitedly exclaimed that the Black Sword of Cold Light was truly incredible, and it could even slow down enemies. While he was fighting, Sakura said that this weapon had special effects to increase its power. In the future, the protagonist would be able to find an even more attractive weapon, but he didn't answer her right away as he was carried away by the battle. He had already increased the amount of experience points to 5,560 points. He suddenly thought about the weapon, remembering that he had the Hammer of the King in the Divine Inventory of Consciousness. However, now he could only use it at full power for 1 second, and he knew that if he increased this time, he would become invincible. Soon, he started the second fight with the monster, and this fox trembled when he noticed the corpse of the previous boss and the sword in the protagonist's hand. He called out to his opponent and asked what was wrong with that. He exclaimed that he had already defeated this one's relatives and reached level 5. In addition, at level 5, he had already gained 800 experience points out of 9,000 points. And after he used the nullification scroll again, he shouted to the boss that he had returned and increased his experience points to 2,900 points. When he entered the fight, Sakura wished him luck. After using the nullification scroll again, he quickly reached 5,200 experience points. When he won this time, he used the nullification scroll again, calling the boss names and saying that he was here. Sakura noticed that he was very cruel, and he increased his experience to 8,120 points. After using the nullification scroll once more, the boss, when he met him, knelt down and handed him the sword himself, and MC and Sakura were stunned. He grinned, realizing that he was almost done. When he destroyed his opponent, his level rose to level 6, and thanks to this, his combat power increased to 8,800 points. He had recovered his stamina several times during the night, and so he assumed that he had already collected a full set of Fox Beastmen. When his stamina was depleted, the power of his attacks decreased significantly, and his susceptibility to damage increased, but despite this, he was glad that he had reached level 6. Now he could take revenge, and so he told his opponents to wait for him. Sometime later, near the entrance of the martial arts academy, one of the beastmen asked if the protagonist really said that he would take revenge after reaching level 6. He called him a fool, since a human couldn't level up in their land. This beastman thought that MC was arrogant, and his comrade pointed out that even if he reached level 6, only the strongest could enter the academy. Suddenly, someone called out to these beastmen, and they flinched, turning around. The protagonist, who came closer, noticed that he had already reached level 6, and the beastman assumed that this couldn't be true, since he had only increased his level in one day. He did not say anything to this, but ordered the beastman to wake up the examiner, since he was not going to wait until tomorrow. In addition, he warned him to prepare an apology for Sakura. Soon, the overseer of the academy, a warrior of level 20, came closer and asked what was wrong. He was about to go to bed, so he did not advise the others to waste his time. MC said that he had fulfilled the conditions, and he also wanted to obtain new skills from the skill storage. The thing was that each martial arts academy kept skill scrolls in a certain place, and whoever passed the test could choose any skill from there. The beastman thought that he was asking too much, since even level 6 was not a guarantee of passing the test. When another beastman came closer to him and said something to him, he froze in shock, his eyes widened, and asked if MC really leveled up from level 4 to level 6 in a day. He did not understand how this was possible, and he ordered him to stop talking, and exclaimed that if he passed the test, the beastman would apologize to Sakura. He agreed, but asked in confusion, where did he get so much confidence? The supervisor found what was happening interesting, and although he did not know how MC did it, he still offered to try. For a beastman to pass the test of an ordinary person sounded like a joke, and the beastman behind him laughed, confirming this. However, since the protagonist had reached level 6, and for them, strength was one of the important criteria for passing the test, he would be eligible to use the skill storage after passing the test. The head of the academy also warned that the test was quite difficult. If the protagonist could split this stone with one blow, then it would be considered that he had passed the test. He asked in surprise, was he really supposed to split it? And that was it? The beastman suddenly realized that the head had decided to test the protagonist with a magic stone, and even a warrior with a level 10 would have difficulty splitting it. They usually used simple stones, so he maliciously suggested that the protagonist enjoy it while he could. The magic stone was a stone that fell from the sky, which was used by the beastmen to measure strength. Initially, its appearance was considered a bad omen, but the impact-resistant material of such stones began to be valued over time. The warden eventually said that this was an easy test for a beastman, and since it needed to be split with one blow, he decided to show it to the protagonist. However, he chuckled in his mind and asked himself, was it really that easy? He was sure that with a level 6, the protagonist wouldn't be able to even scratch it. It was different with a normal stone, but for such an annoying person as he considered the protagonist, there was no other choice. He ordered him to watch closely and chuckled, preparing a blow. Even he, at level 20, had to give 100% to split this stone. When he struck, a crack appeared on the slab, and he asked the MC if he saw that it was easy. He offered to see if he could do it, and he said resolutely that he would try. Sakura wished him luck, and he noted that with physical strength, he could slightly exceed the power expected at his level, but just in case, he decided to increase the strength of his punch and fist. He sighed in concentration, concentrated the energy in his hand, and activated absolute physical strength, concentrating 50% of the power in his right hand. The warden repeated that for beastmen it is very easy, but for weak people, it will be more difficult. Meanwhile, MC swung, and the warden noted that it will be impossible to even make a scratch, but suddenly he heard a loud sound and turned around, noticing that the protagonist with one blow not only cracked the stone, but also split it into many small pieces. All the beastmen froze in amazement, their eyes wide open, but very soon they were forced to close their eyes, as a gust of wind from the blow reached them. The protagonist began to stretch his arm, assuming that he had overdone it since it was indeed easy, but he thought it would be harder. Sakura exclaimed that he would now be able to enter the skill vault, and at that time, one of the beastmen turned to the leader and asked if he could see it. The warden was shocked that the protagonist had split the magic stone with one blow, and remarked that it was incredible. MC realized that he had passed and asked if that was true. But the warden said that he had failed. He had not looked when the protagonist had done it, and he remarked that he could have made that scratch, so this time it did not count. He warned that the protagonist had failed this test by cheating, and he then asked what the test would be next. He shouted that they would now move on to the iron rod test, and explained that it was a test of strength, and the participant had to bend an extremely dense iron rod. He thought that even a beastman warrior would need to use explosive force to do this, but the protagonist, with 50% of his absolute physical strength in both hands, easily bent the rod and asked if he passed the test now. The beastman shouted that he didn't pass, confident that the rod didn't count. With no other choice, he suggested that they settle this with arm wrestling, and if MC could last at least 10 seconds against their strongest warrior, then he would pass. He was sure that he would definitely lose now, but MC concentrated 70% of his absolute physical strength in his right hand, so he easily defeated his opponent. The warden was shocked that their best warrior didn't last even a second. The protagonist looked at him seriously, noticing that he had already passed 3 tests, and he guessed that was enough for now. The warden gave in and said that he passed, and the other beastman asked what kind of person the protagonist was. He took Sakura's hand, bringing her closer, and warned that this beastman should now apologize to her. He cursed, but still admitted that the beastman warrior kept his word. He bowed down, apologizing to Sakura, and said that he was sorry for saying that. She shuddered in embarrassment, then lowered her head and admitted that she didn't even think that kind of attitude was normal. She asked him not to worry, but MC waved his hand, explaining that he owed her an apology, so he suggested that she just accept his apology. She agreed to this and accepted his apology. Soon they came to the skill storage, and the warden warned the protagonist that he could only take 1 skill scroll at a time. He thought it was some kind of nonsense, and the warden asked him if he really thought he could do whatever he wanted. He warned him that the academy had strict rules, and added that he only had 3 minutes to find the skill scroll. If he broke the seal on the scroll within that time, it would become his, but if he didn't, he would be forcibly expelled according to the rules and would not be able to enter the vault for some time. He was surprised when he heard about the time limit and the seal, as well as the exclusion, and asked what kind of rule it was. They warned him that the martial arts academy was the face of this land. The seal on the scroll could not be removed, only broken, and the restrictive barrier could only be removed by a powerful sorcerer or magician. And it could close or prohibit the passage of living beings. In order to protect the vault, the strongest mages had set up barriers and a seal in this place, and the protagonist put his hand to his chin, admitting that it was harder than he thought. Sakura agreed with this, and she noted that she had heard that such conditions were set in all honorable academies. The overseer offered him to go if he understood everything, and opened the doors. He also warned him not to even think about stealing the skill, because in that case, the barrier would immediately kick him out. He repeated that he only had 3 minutes, and ordered him to choose and leave here. When the countdown of 3 minutes began, the protagonist entered the vault and began to enthusiastically look at the shelves with scrolls, realizing that this is why this place is protected with magic, because with such a huge selection, the temptation to steal something was very great. For convenience, he took off his equipment, so he quickly moved around the vault. Sakura said that it was her first time entering the scroll storage room, and she had a feeling that the seal would be easy to break. MC wanted to use absolute copy, but it was hard to find a really good skill here. Also, when it came to using absolute copy, he wasn't sure if Sakura would understand it correctly. The thing was that in order to use absolute copy, you had to touch your hand to the opponent's heart, and then select one of their skills to copy. When MC imagined this scene, he froze in admiration, but in the end, he decided to proceed with the selection because he just had to use his power. He assumed that this was how it should be done. He needed to select a skill to deal with his opponents, and he activated the power, squeezed the scroll in his palm, and then joyfully exclaimed that everything worked out because the skill information was revealed to him. It was a shield strike that dealt a strong blow with the shield to the target, causing dizziness, and was suitable for warriors. MC noted that he didn't even have a shield, so this skill wasn't suitable. Sakura suddenly said that she didn't need the skill, and asked if she could show him something. She showed him a scroll called Storm Step, which moved the user 5 steps to a chosen location to dodge enemy attacks. It was suitable for archers, and the protagonist said in disappointment that it wasn't for him. The next scroll was called Battle Cry, and it helped to let out a roar that inspired nearby allies, and it increased attack and defense, and was also suitable for warriors. Sakura exclaimed that this technique was quite popular among warriors. But the protagonist didn't want such a skill. When there were 2 minutes left, he started to get nervous and quickly looked through the skill scrolls, and the next skill in turn that he looked at definitely wouldn't suit him. Sakura offered him a counterattack skill that would reflect status effects on the opponent for a certain amount of time when striking back. It was suitable for warriors, and MC thought about it, thinking that such a counterattack could be useful. He decided to keep it in mind, but began looking at some other scrolls. He found the frenzied throw too fancy, and he also rejected the charm, not understanding why Sakura even offered it to him. Awakening also sounded rather dubious, and he did not understand what kind of skill it was. Sakura disappointedly admitted that she felt that none of these skills were suitable for the protagonist. Soon, there was only 1 minute left, but he had not yet chosen it, but the skill could only be viewed by breaking the seal. He felt like he would have to use brute force, and he asked Sakura if she had any energy potions left. He noticed that it would come in handy and warned her to hide behind something solid as soon as possible. She asked again, but did not wait for an explanation, and agreed, hiding behind one of the shelves. MC concentrated energy in his hand, and at that time the overseer outside the skill storage shuddered in amazement, looking at the streams of energy bursting out of the storage. He did not understand what was happening, and the protagonist decided to destroy all the seals at once. Even Sakura was stunned by his power. At that time, a notification appeared which noted that due to lack of experience, the power of the divine hammer cannot be activated, and forced use will consume a huge amount of energy, so the use time is only 1 second. MC still summoned the hammer, because he was sure that 1 second would be enough for him. The energy above the vault was growing stronger, and the warden asked in shock, was this really the power of a human? The protagonist meanwhile screamed in war, dropping to one knee, and Sakura noticed that it was unbelievable. She would not have believed something like this if she had not seen it with her own eyes. And in the meantime, a notification informed the protagonist that the power of the divine hammer of the king had been activated. He shouted that he would destroy all the seals at once, and slammed the hammer on the floor, causing all the energy to concentrate in one place and explode, turning into a bright flash of light. The shockwave even reached the warden standing below, and he cried out in amazement. Soon, when the effect of the hammer's power had already ended, waves of energy still spread from the MC, and this, affecting the scrolls, activated them. The seals on all the scrolls instantly collapsed, and this shocked Sakura. The power of the Divine King's hammer was deactivated, and MC, shaking from fatigue, realized that he had done it. He had 50 seconds left, and his eyes widened, noticing all the information about the scrolls. Sakura also saw this information in the air, and she mentally exclaimed that it was so much that she could hardly stand on her feet. She was sure that the protagonist's brain could not handle so much information at once, and she ran out of hiding, asking him to wait. He put his hand to his head, noticing that his head was boiling, but still he continued to read the information. He asked for this storage to give him the strongest skill that suits him the most. There were 40 seconds left, but he continued to reject skills, knowing that the power of this was not enough. He begged for the strongest skill, and suddenly he noticed a scroll that sparkled with lightning. He concentrated on it, and by this point, there were already 30 seconds left, and Sakura warned that they were running out of time. The protagonist assumed that the scroll was definitely what he needed, and he asked Sakura to bring him the third scroll from the top shelf. She agreed and jumped up, heading towards that shelf, and by this point, there were already 20 seconds left. She finally picked up the scroll and assumed that there must have been some kind of mistake, as the scroll was broken. Scrolls that were broken for some reason usually had incomplete power, and in order to obtain the skill, one had to collect the remaining fragments. She asked him if he was sure, as she was going down. She warned that it was a broken scroll, and noted that they were running out of time, so they had to get out of here. They only had 10 seconds left, but the protagonist was confident that it was too early, and warned that he would get out on his own. He picked up Sakura in his arms, activating absolute physical strength. He concentrated 50% of his power in his legs, and since the rest of his body was unprotected because of this, the system warned him to be careful. At this time, the supervisor standing outside noticed that everything had become quiet. There were 5 seconds left, and the fact that nothing happened made him assume that the protagonist was unable to find the scroll. He began the countdown, but suddenly energy concentrated right near the gate, and the moment the time ran out, this energy rushed out in a vortex. And MC came out of the storage room, exclaiming that he finished everything perfectly. When he put Sakura down, he handed the scroll to the supervisor, and he was surprised that he brought a broken scroll. This scroll was called Thunder Chain, and it was a powerful magic skill that caused a strong electrical discharge, causing damage. It was suitable for warriors and mages. Using a magic staff or weapon, the target was first attacked by a powerful lightning bolt, and then by lightning from the sky, and it was considered the most powerful force of nature, so it required exceptional ability from the user. If MC collected the remaining fragments, he could improve the skill. The supervisor heard that no one had tried to take the broken scroll in the past 1,000 years. This scroll was divided into 6 pieces, 3 of which were nearby, but collecting the remaining pieces without a hint was almost impossible. Moreover, the beastmen who tried to master this skill in the past died from the lightning strike, and their bodies exploded, and he guessed that it was because they could not control this power. The protagonist was surprised that they wanted to master it, collecting the remaining pieces for such an end. He asked, "Does this mean that no one has mastered this skill yet?" However, there was one warrior who mastered it, and the head of the academy said that 1,000 years ago, the strongest king of the beastmen, known as the Divine King, was able to master it. He was also able to lift the Sacred King Hammer, leaving behind only this divine skill. The protagonist realized that this skill belonged to the Divine King Hammer and asked what it was doing in such trash. The head of the academy indignantly asked, "Is he kidding?" However, the protagonist reacted indifferently to such a reaction. In the end, the head calmed down with a sigh and said, no matter how strong the skill was, if no one could master it like this, it became useless. Although this skill was left behind by the Divine King, in 1,000 years no one has mastered it, and like the past glory of the Beastmen, this skill will not return. However, MC was sure that it would suit him perfectly, so he raised the scroll with the skill above his head and asked Sakura to go. She happily agreed, and the headmaster was silent for a while, but finally warned them that this was just the beginning. Whether the protagonist would be able to find the remaining fragments and master this skill would depend only on him. But he no longer listened to his words and began to leave. The headmaster suddenly turned to Sakura and asked if it was true that she was a half-beastman who was given a punishment. She stopped and looked at him, and he frowned in irritation and asked how she could do this to her people. He believed that Tsuyoshi did not know who Sakura really was, and he asked if she was really going to sacrifice him. She frowned, looking seriously at the headmaster, and warned that it was none of his business. He only sighed in displeasure, and she turned around and began to leave, and the headmaster decided to see how far she would go. A little later, the protagonist noticed that Sakura's healing potion was very effective, but this one tasted terrible. Thanks to the healing greenery, his health was completely restored, and he stretched his arm, tensing the muscles. When he looked at the empty potion jar, he winced from the unpleasant sensations and asked himself, what was Sakura doing this with? She was sitting a little to the side and did not answer him, and he turned to her and drew her attention to himself, noticing that she was acting strangely. He worriedly asked if something had happened. She awkwardly answered that she was just a little tired, and he looked at her thoughtfully and then suddenly admitted that he was curious about something. He remembered that she was also supposed to be punished and asked if this was because of her past. She froze when she heard those words, and he thoughtfully rested his finger on his chin and remembered how she stood among the other beastmen near the altar. He remembered that she was supposed to be next, but she suddenly smiled and suggested that they not talk about bad things, asking him if he had studied the remaining scrolls. He remembered that the elder beastman told him that it was impossible, but he himself was ready for it. Thunder Chain required a strong body, and this skill was more than suitable for the protagonist. He wanted to quickly find the remaining fragments and see this skill in action, and in the meantime, Sakura stood up and suggested that he go. She thought this day was very beautiful, and she guessed that it was suitable for leveling up. MC admitted that she was right, but warned that he had to do something first. The system notified him that the recovery time of the Infinity Ring had expired, so the Infinite Passage was open. It activated, and the protagonist smiled and thought that once he mastered this skill, he would deal with the 3 people who attacked him, because he promised that he would kill them. He began to move, and at that time his level was 6. The Fox Beastman set was selected as equipment, and the weapon was a black cold light sword. Finally, the moves completed, and he mentally exclaimed that he was back. However, before attacking, he had to knock down his opponents, and he carefully looked at the 3 warriors who were attacking him from different sides. To activate his skill, a weapon was needed, but he was glad that he had the divine inventory of consciousness. He activated it and picked up the item, and the sword appeared in his hand, and he mentally exclaimed that he was counting on his new skill. He armed himself with the black cold light sword, so he had one free slot out of the two available. The mage's eyes widened in surprise, as he did not understand where the protagonist got this sword from. He assumed that he had a dimension ring, and Gaia exclaimed that he was definitely hiding something, because this sword was very valuable. He was going to take it for himself, and sped up, and one of his comrades advised him to kill MC first and then divide the spoils. The protagonist warned that they started this themselves, and frowned decisively, after which he raised his sword up, and from the fact that he activated the energy, the asphalt under his feet cracked from the force of it. The mage asked in amazement, "Is he really a warrior?" He was amazed by his powerful aura, and the protagonist meanwhile thrust his sword forward, and lightning came from the sky, and the three people who attacked Tsuyoshi froze in shock when they noticed this. He used a thunder chain, and the lightning struck his opponents one by one. When MC used a magic weapon, he could use the thunder chain to summon a powerful bolt of lightning from the sky, and after hitting an enemy, the lightning would ricochet to another target, causing a paralysis effect. All three men were paralyzed, and the warrior asked how MC could wield magic. Gaia trembled, trying to do something, but he couldn't move. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked closer to them, looking at them seriously. The mage cursed in his mind, admitting that they underestimated Tsuyoshi. He also noticed that he had changed greatly, and desperately asked himself how this was even possible. He clenched his jaw from the effort and managed to move his hands slightly, knowing that they would have to retreat. The warrior asked MC to wait, and said that they surrendered. However, he ignored this and swung his sword, killing the warrior first. He asked if they really thought he would let them go so easily. He warned them not to make him laugh, and Gaia exclaimed in anger, reminding them that they were crazy wolves from the guild. He asked MC to let them go, but he ordered him to die silently and cut off his head with one blow. The mage noticed that he was very cruel and realized that the protagonist knew that if he let them go, they would kill him later. Meanwhile, he came closer to him and said that he would be next. The mage frowned and asked if he really thought he would let himself be killed. He threw several explosive fruits towards the protagonist, which, despite their small size, stuck to the target and exploded with great force. In order to use this fruit, it was necessary to throw it at the target, and then the fruit would stick to it, and in order to explode it, it was necessary to use magic. The protagonist frowned, holding his sword out in front of you to block the explosive fruits. The mage ordered him to die, clenched his fist and activated the explosion. The fruits exploded, and powerful flames enveloped the protagonist's body. The man smiled, exclaiming that he bought these fruits for an incredible amount of money. Even a level 12 hero would receive huge damage from this, so the protagonist's body would be torn into small pieces by these fruits. He was shaking violently, but he raised himself up, leaning on his staff, and exclaimed that the protagonist was too inexperienced. However, when the fire gradually began to die down and the dust began to dissipate, a soft scream was suddenly heard from it. The mage said in a trembling voice that this could not be. He did not understand where such strength came from in the protagonist, and he admitted that if he were not in the best shape, he would have died immediately. He managed to avoid the damage by activating the dark goblin costume and absolute physical strength. When the dust finally cleared, he looked at his opponent seriously and activated the energy, causing dust and asphalt shards to fly into the air. He pushed off the ground, instantly approaching the mage, and promised himself that he would finish him off. He swung his sword, delivering the finishing blow, and when the mage's bloody body fell to the ground, he asked if his opponents really thought he would let them go so easily. A little while later, he picked up his sword, noticing that all of his opponents were crazy wolves from the guild, and the reason they were fighting was because of his low level. In this world, the weak were eaten alive, and he knew it. Suddenly, he noticed something and was distracted, and then walked closer to one of the bodies and took a small bag that was visible in the torn clothes. He was curious about what it was, and when he opened the bag, he pulled out a dimension ring. The dimension ring was forged from a special material and assigned a storage space to the user. The size of the space depended on the level, and at a low level, this space was small, while at a high level, the space was as big as mountains. The choice of location also depended on the ring's level, material, and rarity, but a low level did not make the ring less valuable. The protagonist was glad that it was indeed a dimension ring, and noted that it was a good catch. In order to use the ring, one had to pour one's mana into it, and if the protagonist wanted to store the item in the storage, he had to use the same method. The right to the ring lasted until the user died or passed on the ring. The protagonist put on the ring, realizing that it was impossible for a simple hero to find a dimension ring. It was almost impossible to get, and besides, the price was too high. When the ring was on his finger, he decided to try it out and poured his mana into it, and suddenly he froze in shock, assuming that this could not be happening. The ring was activated just now, and he was surprised to see that it was completely new. The system notified him that he had activated the dimensional ring, and this ring was synchronized with his mana. The protagonist smiled happily, thanking his dead opponents for such an item. Sometime later, the hero security service was already there, and MC was glad that he had managed to escape. The hero security service was a structure created by heroes and was under the jurisdiction of the Hero Union. Representatives of this service were already inspecting the crime scene, and the protagonist, standing in the crowd of people watching this, thought that he was able to remove traces and take everything valuable, so no one would be able to prove his involvement. He started to walk away from the gathered people and tossed Gaia's phone, which he also took. He noticed that it was quite nice. He linked his information code to it, so the phone was now his. When he tossed the phone again, it suddenly started ringing, so he had a hard time catching it. He asked who would be calling at such an hour. When he accepted the call, his teacher answered, and he wondered if it was his homeroom teacher, Lily. He thought that he should have notified her of his departure, but out loud he wondered if something had happened. She noticed that he still did not go to school, although winter break had ended a week ago. She understood that he stopped going to school for his sister, in order to improve their financial situation, but she still wished that he would not quit. He thanked her for her concern, but warned her that the problem was not only about money. The thing was, he hated school, and he thought Lily knew why. He remembered how the bullies had bullied him, and after a short pause, she said that she understood, but suggested that he could find a way out without dropping out. She promised that she would try to figure out something about paying for school, so she asked him not to worry about it, and told him to come to class tomorrow. She asked if it was true that he couldn't work as a garbage man forever. He wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped talking, because he realized that Lily didn't know that he had become a hero. However, he also noticed that she was the only one who had always worried about him. Lily, with tears in her eyes, added that he was a strong boy, and asked him not to drop out. Odin promised that she would be his support, and suggested that he do it for herself and for Karen. He hung his head, because he thought that he would never return to school again, since he had no pleasant memories associated with it. However, thanks to the words of people, he realized that he was now a hero, and not a weakling who was bullied by everyone. He decided that those bullies would pay for what they did, and so he thanked Lily out loud and promised that he would come to school tomorrow. Soon, the leader of the Crazy Wolves Guild noticed that 3 members of his guild were killed by an unknown hero, who also stole his dimension ring. However, he noticed that the man did not know that the ring had tracking magic cast on it. This magic helped track the approximate location of the ring, and, although it was hidden, a high-level mage was able to notice it and erase all traces. The guild leader noticed that he knew where the thief was and angrily warned him that he would pay for robbing the Crazy Wolves. He slammed his palm on the table, and the force with which he did it cracked the surface of the table. He was a level 21 warrior with a combat strength of 11,200 points. He ordered his guild members to bring him this thief, and they immediately agreed to this order. The next morning, the protagonist walked next to Karina, who was walking on crutches. He worriedly asked her if everything was okay. She said with a smile that she could now walk, albeit slowly, and asked him not to worry. He noticed that she was very stubborn and suggested that he walk more slowly. He remembered that she had persuaded him to take her along so as not to be a burden when she heard that he was going to school. Getting to school in a wheelchair would have been much more difficult, so he was glad that he bought crutches. However, even with them, Karina could barely walk. He remembered how he showed her the crutches, and remarked that although they were expensive, they were still better than a wheelchair. Karina, when she saw the crutches, cried, saying that he was spending too much on her. He had spent the money he had stolen from the 3 men who had attacked him, but the dimension ring could not be sold, because for him, as a hero, it was very valuable. However, now, looking at Karen's happy face, he realized that it was not in vain. When they approached the stairs, he warned her to walk more slowly and advised her not to stay late after school, promising that he would help her down. She agreed, and he promised that he would take care of her. At this time, Mina asked Vivienne who was this girl on strange crutches. She realized that she was talking about Karen, and explained that due to the attack of the darkness, she lost her parents and the ability to walk. Mina smirked and asked if it was really like that. She noticed that Karina was weak and poor and exclaimed that she felt very sorry for her, although she didn't really look like a sorry person. Vivienne narrowed her eyes, remembering that Karina had been on the news and even the teachers knew everything. Mina noted that such beggars were destined to die in the slums and confidently said that the news channels were just wasting her time. She was irritated by Karina pretending to be innocent, and Vivienne guessed that Mina would bully her again. She asked what would happen if the school administration suddenly found out about this. But she said that the last time she bullied Karina, no one dared to even open their mouth, and it will always be like this. She noticed that she had a new toy, but she quickly moved on from that, suggesting that Vivienne go since she had a date with her boyfriend. She agreed and followed her. Soon, in the deputy's office, the man said that Tsuyoshi should thank Lily, since if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have allowed him to come back. He warned him that he should take his studies more seriously and asked if he understood how important studying was. Lily said that she understood the deputy's concerns, but warned that there were reasons for it, and also added that she had already had a talk with the protagonist. Besides, the tuition fees had been paid, and she was going to make sure that MC paid off all the loans for his studies. He awkwardly grabbed his hair and thanked Lily and the deputy for everything. A little while later, as he and Lily began to leave the office, he apologized to her for the inconvenience. And she decided to tell him about the changed schedule. Before she left the room, the deputy looked at her more closely and mentally exclaimed that he didn't care about the protagonist and was only interested in Lily. He was sure that he was perfect for the role of her lover, and he chuckled. When Lily and the protagonist went out into the hallway, she told him that she had paid for Karen's studies, so she asked him not to worry, confident that they could handle it. He apologized to her again for bothering her, and promised that he would definitely pay her back. She interrupted his words, offering to discuss it later, and noted that he had entered the 3rd year, so he had better study for the exams. Suddenly, she noticed that he looked a little more cheerful, and admitted that she was happy for him. He was silent for a while, looking at her, and then asked if this was really true. He said that he had been working hard lately, and promised that he would definitely live up to Lily's expectations. She smiled, and he frowned seriously, and mentally apologized to her for not admitting to her that he had become a hero. The thing was that the problem with the crazy wolves had not yet been solved, so he had to be careful. But now he could show Lily that he had become different. Meanwhile, she advised him to go to the office and told him that they were currently having art. He entered the right office and Rayleigh admitted that he thought that the protagonist had been expelled, but he had returned again. One of his comrades suggested that they extinguish the MC in the toilet after class, and handed Rayleigh a crumpled piece of paper. He agreed to his friend's suggestion, since his wallet had noticeably emptied during the protagonist's absence. He was sure that he should sympathize not with the main character, but with himself, because of the protagonist he was unable to relax in karaoke. His friend confirmed that he was saying everything correctly, and Rayleigh decided to remind the protagonist about himself. He threw a piece of paper at him, but he, without even turning around, managed to catch it, and Rayleigh and his friend froze in amazement, amazed that he did this. He turned, looking at them seriously, and suggested that Rayleigh talk in the toilet after school. He smirked, assuming that he misheard, and asked if Tsuyoshi really called him to talk. He thought he was arrogant, because he had not seen him for a long time, but he promised that he would show him. A little later, when classes were over, the guy standing in front of the toilet did not let the other students in, ordering them to go somewhere else, since Rayleigh was there now. Rayleigh meanwhile noted that he had heard that the protagonist had dropped out of school and gone into garbage collection. He warned that it was time to pay the bills, and one of his friends ordered the MC to give them the money. They wanted to say what would happen otherwise, but he did not wait for them to finish, and asked what would happen. All 3 guys flinched in surprise, and Rayleigh ordered him to stop, promising that he would beat him up. 2 guys stepped forward, warning that they were waiting for a signal, and noticed that the MC would soon become a corpse. But when they tried to hit him, he easily intercepted their hands and himself noticed that he had incredible strength. He was surprised that he had become strong so quickly, and also thought that he was no longer afraid. Before, he did not have the courage to defend himself, but now he was different. He activated his divine eye, looking at his opponent's information, and noticed that they were no threat, as they had no class or combat power, and thus were no danger. The 2 guys whose arms he was still holding down, meanwhile, ordered him to let them go. He swung his arm, hitting them both, and sent them flying far back. Rayleigh flinched as his henchman flew past him and stopped, hitting the wall. He didn't understand what was happening, and remembered all the many times they bullied Tsuyoshi. He didn't understand why this weakling had suddenly become a completely different person. When he looked at MC, he looked back at him seriously. Suddenly, another guy, who was guarding the toilet entrance, warned Rayleigh that the boss had arrived, and said that they needed to run. He frowned, turning around at him, and soon picked up his comrades, starting to leave. Before finally leaving for the restroom, he turned towards the protagonist, glaring at him with an angry expression and clenching his jaw in frustration. He finally left, and Tsuyoshi, noticing the look he gave him, assumed that Rayleigh wasn't enough. However, he was still glad that they retreated, because if he had used his absolute form, he would have simply killed them. At this time, Karina, sitting in her office, said that she was causing Haru a lot of trouble. However, she exclaimed that everything was fine and asked Karen to call her if she needed anything. She also handed her a notebook, but before she could finish, Mina suddenly hit her and ordered her to move away, since she had something to talk to Karen. She dropped the notebook and then began to tremble, putting her hands to her head. However, despite the pain, she tried to stand up for Karen and said that she couldn't walk right now. But before she could finish her statement, Mina warned that she would hit her in the face if she said another word. This time, Haru didn't resist and stood up, and Mina stopped in front of Karen and pointed out that she hadn't been to school for a long time, and because of that, she had one less slave. She asked how she would answer for this. Karina trembled, her face was covered in sweat from excitement, and she said that she didn't have any money. Mina leaned closer to her, surprised that she was talking about money, and asked if those crutches weren't very expensive. Karina tried to convince her that those crutches were very important to her, since her brother had worked so hard to buy them for her. Vivienne and Mina flinched when they heard this, and Mina suddenly smiled and asked if it was true that those crutches were important to Karen. She realized that without them, she wouldn't be able to walk. And Karina confirmed this. Mina suddenly hit her so hard that her head jerked to the side and she started crying. Mina asked, "What's wrong with that?" Everyone in the class saw it, but no one dared to interfere. Suddenly, the teacher entered the room, announced that the lesson had started, and told everyone to take their seats. Mina was angered by the teacher coming, but it was the last period, so she warned Karina not to dare leave after class, since their conversation was not over yet. She hung her head as the teacher started the lesson, and told the children to open their notebooks. Karina's eyes widened in horror, and she realized that she had to run as soon as the lesson was over. She couldn't wait for Tsuyoshi, so she decided that she had to make sure that he didn't meet Mina and the others in the backyard. Sometime later, in Tsuyoshi's classroom, Lily, who was teaching the lesson, announced that that was it. She warned the students to be careful on their way home, and they stood up, thanking her for the lesson. Before she dismissed everyone, Lily asked MC to come to her for a minute. As the students started to leave the classroom, he came closer to her and asked what was wrong. She smiled and asked if he had gotten used to school since he was gone. She asked if there was anything she could do to help him today. However, he replied that he was fine, smiled and thanked her for her concern. She understood that he was fine and admitted that she was glad to hear it. She also said that in order to prevent the situation from happening again, he should make sure to tell her when someone started to bully him. He repeated that he was fine and thanked her again. He looked at her resolutely and she realized that she had bothered him for nothing. She was glad that he had already settled down and repeated that he should make sure to tell her if anything happened. After that, she told him to go home and he waved his hand and said goodbye to her. Even before he managed to leave the office, someone suddenly called out to him. He turned around and noticed one of Rayleigh's henchmen, who said that he wanted to apologize for what happened in the toilet. He suggested that they go somewhere to talk. MC asked where he wanted to go. The guy showed him where they were going and exclaimed that he wanted to apologize somewhere else. He led him further down the hallway and suddenly smirked. And the moment he turned the corner, Rayleigh jumped out from behind him, clutching a club in his hands. He swung his arm to hit the protagonist, and the guy advised him not to overdo it. However, when he turned around, he noticed with horror that the bat Rayleigh hit MC with had cracked into many pieces. This was due to the fact that he concentrated 30% of his absolute physical strength in his hands. Rayleigh clenched his jaw and his eyes widened in amazement. They were sure that this simply couldn't be happening, and the guy asked if the protagonist had stopped this bat. He said that he knew they were up to something, but admitted that he didn't even think they were that slow. He balled his hand into a fist and swung his leg, kicking the guy closest to him. He screamed as he flew away, and another guy tried to attack the protagonist and ordered him to get going, but he easily dodged the attack and then kicked himself. Another of his opponents flew away and shook in pain, and the protagonist noted that they had not learned their lesson and called them losers. Rayleigh picked up another bat and cursed, trying to attack him. And he warned that if they weren't in school, he would have killed them. He looked at Rayleigh seriously, and he suddenly froze, shaking. He clenched his jaw, wondering in surprise, was he really unable to move? He assumed that he was afraid of Tsuyoshi, who in the meantime advised him to go to sleep and hit him, causing him to fly back and fall. MC meanwhile said that it was time for him to go get his sister, and warned that the hero's laws saved Rayleigh. He added seriously that a hero should not kill civilians. Around the same time, in the hallway leading to the backyard, Karina, breathing heavily from the effort, tried to move as quickly as possible. She was shaking with fear, but mentally exclaimed that she needed to escape from Mina through the back gate. She was going to sneak up to the main entrance through the back door. When she approached the stairs, she froze, as she was still afraid to go down the stairs. But she decided that she needed to calm down, and sighed, advising herself to start moving slowly. And suddenly, Mina pushed her hard, causing Karina to fall down the stairs. Her backpack flew off her back, spilling its contents, and Karina dropped her crutches and fell, hitting the floor so hard that she started bleeding. Mina laughed, noticing that she had fallen, and asked if Karina really thought she could escape through the back door. She said that they knew she would do that, and warned her to take off her crutches. Karina asked them to stop, and looked at them desperately, begging them not to take her crutches. Mina asked if she knew she couldn't escape without her crutches. She smirked, and at that moment, the protagonist, standing outside, worriedly asked himself if Karina was not there yet. He remembered that the guys in the office she was in said that she had already left. Suddenly, someone caught his attention and he turned around, noticing Haru coming closer, who asked if it was true that he was Karen's brother. He confirmed that it was indeed the case and asked if she knew where Karen was. He noticed that they had agreed to go home together, and she assumed that Karen had left through the back door, and suggested that the protagonist look for her there. The protagonist returned to the school and began walking down the hallway towards the back door. He was surprised that Karen had gone through the back door, and wondered why she had done that. He assumed that something must have happened, and suddenly he remembered that Haru had been acting strangely, as if she was afraid of something. But he decided that he had to find Karen anyway. When he was almost there, he noticed a staircase that had to be taken in order to get to the backyard. He wondered if Karina would be able to walk up it herself. As he approached the stairs, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he noticed Karina sitting at the bottom of the stairs, badly beaten. He couldn't say anything, and she suddenly raised her head and saw him. She tried to smile and asked what he was doing here. He activated the Divine Eye, targeting Karina, and used it to analyze the damage. There were punch injuries on her forehead, slap injuries on her cheeks, pinching injuries on her arms, and internal bleeding from kicks on her stomach. There were also kick injuries on her torso. Yet despite the amount of damage, she tried to laugh and said that it was her own fault, as she accidentally fell down the stairs. The Divine Eye concluded that there were multiple injuries on the target's body. MC went down to Karina and asked if it was true that she fell. He assumed that she was in a lot of pain and pressed his lips together, imagining someone beating her. She remarked that she was so stupid that she couldn't even walk down the stairs on her own. She also apologized to the protagonist for breaking her crutch. He kept imagining what her bullies had done to her. While Karina admitted that she didn't want to bother him, he picked up her things that had fallen out of her backpack, and Karina added that she wouldn't be able to get up without a crutch. He reminded her that they were a family and asked what trouble she was talking about. He was sure that she was probably in pain, but she exclaimed that she was fine and asked him not to worry. She suddenly called out to him and asked what happened to the crutches. The protagonist, with tears in his eyes, tried to smile and said that everything was fine. Karina admitted that she was glad, and she sighed, and he suggested that she go home. He took her on his back and headed towards the house, and after they had walked for some time in silence, he suddenly asked her if she remembered that he had carried her like that day. She shuddered, and he noticed that she had grown a lot. He remembered what had happened on the day they would have lost their parents, and added that it had been a long time ago, after all. Karina admitted that it was true, but it seemed like it had happened yesterday. From that day on, they were always together, and the protagonist said that she was his only family, so from that day on he decided that he had to become stronger in order to protect her. He was weak back then, but now that he was a hero, he would not let that happen again. Karina did not answer right away, but she eventually said that he had always tried his best, and so she admitted that she did not want to be a burden to him. The fact that she started saying the same thing again made him a little angry, and he reminded her that they were family. In the end, he put her down on a bench and asked her to wait for a while, promising that he would be back soon. She was surprised and asked where he was going. He admitted that he forgot something, and she asked again, but he did not answer that. When he turned his back to her, he frowned seriously and resolutely adjusted his tie. Soon, at school, the girls laughed, noting that everything went well. They remembered that Karina was trying so hard to close the crutches that she was completely exposed to the blows. Mina felt bad that they couldn't get the crutches back because they could have sold them for a higher price. She was sure that they needed to finish what they started, and her boyfriend Billy asked her if she really thought the crutches were worth that much. However, he told her not to worry, promising that he would have them by tomorrow. Vivienne said that Karina's older brother had just returned to school, and she also heard that he dropped out of school to become a garbage man. Mina asked again and realized that Karina and MC were related. She hated going to the same school with them and wanted them to be cleaned up soon. She also remembered that Karina was quite popular before her leg injury, and many guys in her class liked her. Vivienne added that she was smart, cute, and stylish, and Billy asked again, admitting that he wanted to look at her. Mina frowned indignantly and asked what he said. He asked her not to be angry, noting that he was just joking. He came closer to them and leaned over her, and she said that in that case, he should take the crutches from Karen tomorrow and offered to talk after he sold it. He agreed, confident that it would be easy to do something like that with a colleague. The protagonist was standing near the entrance to the office and heard their entire conversation. When Billy finished speaking, he entered inside, and all three guys there flinched, noticing him. Billy indignantly asked who dared to come in here. The protagonist realized that they were the ones who beat up Karen, and noticed that she said that she fell down the stairs herself. Vivienne found out that he was Karen's brother and wanted to ask something. But suddenly, Mina interrupted her words and asked if the protagonist really wanted to take revenge on them. She was sure that he came at the wrong time, and turned to Billy, asking if it was true. He asked if it was true that the person in front of him was the garbage man Tsuyoshi. He flexed his fists, asking if he, being a third year, hadn't heard of the great Billy. He said that Mina had some fun with Karen, and the MC asked if they really decided to push a sick girl down the stairs. Billy asked him if there was a problem with that. He assumed that he wanted to apologize and laughed, and Mina suggested that he explain everything to the protagonist properly. Billy was outraged that some garbage man would steal their time, and suddenly he let out a surprised cry as MC twisted his finger the other way. He screamed in pain and sweated from the strain, asking indignantly, how dare the protagonist do something like that? Vivienne and Mina flinched, and MC closed the door to the office, warning them sternly that he would not let them escape. He used his divine eye to look at his opponent's information. It turned out that one of them had no class, no combat power, and no threat. As he stood there motionless, Mina frowned indignantly and asked what he was doing. He ignored her question, then admitted that he thought Billy was a hero if he was so confident, but it turned out that he was just picking on people for no reason. He put his backpack aside and Billy cried out again, as his fingers still hurt. Mina ran closer to him and worriedly asked if he was okay. He did not answer her, but turned to the protagonist and asked if he knew who his father was. Vivienne stepped forward and tried to remain calm, asking if it was true that the one standing in front of them was Karen's older brother. She praised him for having the courage to come alone, then raised an eyebrow and warned that they might not be heroes, but they were definitely not to be trifled with. However, the protagonist did not listen to her words any further, but only swung his hand and hit her so hard that she flipped in the air and flew back. When she landed on the floor, dust rose into the air, and the protagonist asked if she really thought that he would not dare to hit a girl. Mina turned around, mentally screaming Vivienne's name, and Billy clenched his jaw, noticing that MC was very fast. Even the athletes from school weren't that fast, and he trembled, asking himself, what was going on? Mina meanwhile screamed Vivienne's name out loud, but she didn't answer her, and Billy called out to MC and wanted to repeat what he said earlier, but the protagonist ignored him and instantly approached Mina, warning that he didn't see them as girls. She flinched in fear, and Billy said that he didn't know who his father was. The protagonist hit him in the jaw with such force that he knocked out several of his teeth, and he ordered him to shut up, deciding to deal with him later. Mina started screaming Billy's name, but he didn't answer, while MC grabbed her by the throat, and she screamed in pain. He jerked her to her feet and pulled her towards the far wall, pinning her against it. She wrapped her hands around his arm, trying to do something, but she couldn't. She stammered, asking him to wait, and ordered him to let her go. He put his finger to his lips, indicating that she should be quiet, and said that he heard that she was the one who started all the bullying of Karen. He asked if that was true. He, without waiting for an answer, looked at her seriously and warned her to listen to him carefully. As Karen's brother, he would never forgive them for everything they did, and he, squeezing Mina's neck harder, said that they made him very angry. She sweated from the pain and lack of air, and the protagonist warned them that from now on they should stay away from Karen. He did not wait for them to apologize, but simply ordered them not to come near her. Mina shook, screaming in despair, and he only frowned more and promised that if she didn't, he would twist her head off. He asked if she understood him. He squeezed her neck even harder, and she answered that she understood everything and screamed. Finally, satisfied with her answer, he let go of her, and she fell down, coughing and trying to catch her breath. MC, meanwhile, turned his attention to Billy and asked if it was true that he was Mina's boyfriend. He bent down, picking up a ruler from the floor, and asked if Billy still wanted to bully Karen. He was sure that just one ruler would be enough for him to defeat such a worthless person like Billy. He desperately asked him to wait, and MC admitted that his words made him sick. He swung his sword, warning that if Billy were a hero, he would kill him. He asked again if he knew who he was. He shouted that he was the son of the leader of the Blue Snake Gang and asked if the protagonists knew who they were. He announced that his father was a level 10 hero, and the protagonist's hand trembled slightly, and he asked if Billy was talking about the Blue Snake Gang. He noticed that they were the loan sharks who lent him money for Karen's treatment. He remembered that the three men had said the same thing when they came to the hospital, and he noticed that he had started running into people he hated so often. He activated his power, and small bolts of lightning began to flash near the ruler. He realized that Billy belonged to the Blue Snake, and he increased the effect of the skill, and Billy was shocked that he had a skill. He asked if the protagonist was a hero. He didn't answer him, but swung the ruler, directing the attack at him, and a bolt of lightning pierced Billy's body. Without using a suitable weapon, the damage was reduced by 90%, but even so, Billy curled up on the floor from the lightning. The protagonist threw the ruler aside, which he no longer needed, believing that this pain should be enough for Billy. He took his backpack, warning them to remember that he was giving them one last chance. Before leaving the office, he added that they would have to clean up here. Gradually, the effect of the lightning on Billy's body weakened, but he was still shaking and breathing heavily from the pain. He closed his eyes, trying to cope with the painful sensations, and a little later he asked if MC had left. Mina ran up to him and asked if he was okay. She exclaimed that they needed to go to the hospital, but he said that they did not need to go to the hospital, and he just needed to rest for a while. He admitted that he didn't know Tsuyoshi was a hero, and Mina asked if he was going to take revenge on him. She placed her hand on her neck, pointing to the mark left by the strangulation, and asked Billy to look at that scar. She ordered him to make the protagonist pay for this, and she wanted to add that he should tell his father, but he suddenly interrupted her words and angrily ordered her not to tell him. He promised that MC would pay for this, and resurrected that he would make him pay for it. He was sure that his father would help him, and Mina smirked, asking him to tell his father everything. Billy confirmed that he would tell his father everything, and in that case, he could erase the protagonist and his sister from the face of the earth. Sometime later, Karina, sitting on a bench, looked sadly at the sky and expressed her hope that MC was okay. She lowered her head, noting that if she could take care of herself, she wouldn't have to bother him. She didn't want to make him worry because he had already recently acquired the status of a hero. And suddenly, someone said her name, and she, not expecting it, shuddered in fear. However, it turned out to be the protagonist, and he, crouching in front of her, smiled and apologized to her for making her wait. After that, he offered her to go home, and he was going to carry her on his back, and Karina decided to take their bags in this case. When she climbed on his back, the protagonist headed towards the house, and he realized that the leader of the Blue Snake Gang is a level 10 hero and Billy's father. He was sure that Billy would probably complain to his father and set him on them. He knew that there were too many enemies, and that meant that Karen was in danger. He decided that he had to be extremely careful, and that meant that it was time for him to return to the other world. He promised that he would not let other people harm Karen. Sometime later, he found himself in the other world, and he arrived to the north with Sakura. She decided to tell him all about this place and explained that in the city of MC, he could take part in an official quest. To do this, he needed to join the Adventurers Guild. There was also a tavern, a blacksmith, and a tool shop in this city. He exclaimed that this was just what he needed because he had long wanted to gain experience in combat. It sounded like a fun game to him, So he smiled enthusiastically and suggested that Karen go because he couldn't wait. Together, they headed closer to the Beastman city in the north. When they arrived in the city, the protagonist froze in surprise, and the fact that there were several tribes of beastmen seemed incredible to him. He carefully looked at the city dwellers passing by, and Sakura told him that the rarest species had gathered in this place, each with their own peculiarity. The protagonist looked around in delight, and suddenly he noticed people in one part of the square. He asked if these were adventurers. Sakura asked if these people looked like creatures from his world. She told him that many different tribes lived in the big city, and there was a rule that fighting outside the arena should be avoided. After all, many tribes lived in this city of beastmen, but proud elves and noble beastmen were quite rare here. The protagonist found this very interesting because he saw his comrades here for the first time. He could already feel their connection. So he moved closer to the adventurers, and Sakura flinched when she noticed it. She tried to stop him, as he shouldn't approach strangers so suddenly. But he was already near the people and greeted them. They immediately took out their weapons, looked at him warily, and asked who he was. They warned him not to come closer, and he froze, holding his hair with his hand. He awkwardly asked if there was some rule regarding greetings. Sakura moved closer to him, stepping forward a little, and warned him seriously that there was a misunderstanding. The adventurers flinched, recognizing her, and asked what was going on. They still backed away, not wanting to get into a fight, and when MC and Sakura moved a little away, she warned him that he shouldn't talk to the adventurers in the city. The thing was that most adventurers, especially here, were wary of others. He understood everything, but was surprised that there were so many rules in this world. He suddenly noticed that everyone was whispering about them, and he asked why that was. Sakura lowered her head and after a short silence, apologized to the protagonist, certain that it was because she was half beastman. Beastmen hated hybrids, so she suggested that the protagonist join the Adventurers Guild quickly. He put his hand to his head, wishing that all these creatures around him would leave them alone. However, discrimination was everywhere, so he suggested that Sakura not worry about it. He extended his hand to her, calling her to the guild, and smiled kindly. She took his hand, agreeing, and they walked to the right place. Finally, they reached the building they needed, and the protagonist noticed that there was a signboard, just like in the games or anime. Sakura warned them that they would not be able to complete any quests without registering, and when they entered and approached the reception desk, she said that they had come to join the Adventurers Guild. The Beast Girl looked at them thoughtfully and asked if they were a team of a human and a half-beast. She found this interesting and asked which of them would be registering. The protagonist replied that he would be registering, and he found it strange that this girl treated them differently than the others. She explained that she had seen many adventurers, so it was nothing special to her. She handed the MC a registration form and told him to write his class and name on it. Then his form would be distributed to all the adventurers' guilds, and next time he would be able to complete the quest even if he was in a different branch. He read the document carefully and noticed that they were signing official documents. Sakura put her hand on his shoulder, covered his eyes, and warned him that it was not the document that was important, but the registration, because otherwise he would not be able to get the adventurer's badge. He asked again in surprise, and the girl explained that this badge served as their identification item. The lowest rank was given an iron badge, and the higher the rank, the higher the rewards received. They had to do everything in order to earn more experience. She explained that the badge rank in ascending order starts with iron, then bronze, silver and gold badges. However, among all the guilds there were only a few adventurers with gold badges, and they usually took tasks only from rich people. The protagonist, having received his badge, admitted that the low-ranked badge was not so attractive. However, upon receiving the badge, his level was automatically increased, and the girl explained that this could also be used to hide the level. The protagonist flinched in amazement and exclaimed that it was incredible. He was curious about how it worked, and Sakura explained that it was linked to his badge, so the level could be hidden with full thought power. But he had to keep that in mind. He repeated her words about the power of thought and asked if it was necessary to do it like that. He closed his eyes, concentrating, and hit his level, mentally noting that it was easy to do thanks to the divine selection system. The girl at the front desk flinched in amazement, as it was usually impossible for newbies to do this on their first try, as it was beyond their capabilities. Suddenly, several beastmen entered the guild, and one of them pushed the MC aside, calling him names and ordering him to get out of the way. He and his comrade threw the monster's body on the table in front of the girl, exclaiming that they came to report the completion of the quest. One of the beastmen crossed his arms and asked, "Is there any other quest?" They were willing to accept any terms, and one of them offered the girl a drink somewhere if there were no quests. He promised that he would treat her, but she said that she was busy. Eventually, she took out a scroll with the quest details and said that there was one urgent quest for which the reward was high. However, the quest itself was also difficult, and the customer was looking for adventurers of level 15 and above. She smiled and asked if these men could handle such a quest. They shuddered, becoming noticeably less interested in receiving the quest, and one of them asked if there was anything for level 10. The other beastman still asked, what kind of quest was it? The girl said that the predatory minions of darkness were causing trouble for the farmers, and she also added that a team of 3 seekers had taken on this quest, but they were all seriously injured, and one had gone missing. She also remembered that the levels of those people were even higher than the 2 men, and one of them asked if she was talking about level 10 predatory minions of darkness. He asked if there were really that many of those monsters there. In the end, they decided that they would not take on this quest, since it required at least level 20, and suddenly, the protagonist took the scroll with the quest from the girl and announced that they would take it upon themselves. He ordered the beastman to move out of the way, calling him names just like he had done to him earlier. One of the men asked indignantly, and he wanted to attack the MC, but his comrade stopped him, asking if he knew what an attack inside a guild was. They warned the protagonist not to underestimate them, and advised him not to take on this quest if he valued his life. One of them noticed that he had just registered and asked if that was true. He asked if he wasn't afraid of monsters. He laughed before he could answer, and the protagonist seriously said that they themselves were not up to the task, and so he advised them to remain silent. He activated his absolute physical form, showing off his muscles, and asked if they really wanted to see his abilities inside the arena. He knew that with the divine selection system, he could defeat a level 9 beastman on his own. One of the men ordered him to know his place, since even with iron experience badges, they had more. The protagonist, on the other hand, had received the badge a few minutes ago, so the man advised him to refuse the quest himself before the customer refused him, making him look like a laughingstock. The girl admitted that she admired Tsuyoshi's courage, but she still warned him that there was some truth in what those beastmen said. And at his level, the customer might refuse him. One of the men called him an idiot and asked if he had heard that. He exclaimed that the quest to catch a runaway dog would have suited the MC much better, and laughed. However, Sakura said that they would do it, and everyone in the guild shuddered in amazement. Another beastman noticed that the protagonist's girlfriend was a half-breed, and he asked how they could prove such a loud statement. Sakura took out her gold badge and asked if that would be enough. Both beastmen looked at her in amazement and asked if she really had a gold badge. Even MC was surprised that she had this, and his mouth dropped open in shock as he looked closely at the badge. The girl at the front desk noted that they should have been told about this earlier, and in the end she gave them the task, as she was sure that the customer would be happy too. The protagonist noticed that after her words, both men immediately ran, but Sakura did not pay attention, and said with a smile that this task would help the protagonist level up. He confirmed that this was indeed the case and offered to do it. He grabbed his hair with his hand, and the girl asked herself, was it really possible that a seeker with a gold badge called the protagonist a master? She was curious about who he was, but she did not ask about it, and only thought that they were quite an interesting team. Soon, MC and Sakura were already on their way to complete the task. They were approaching a farm where the predatory minions were operating, and when Sakura looked at the map to confirm their location, Tsuyoshi suddenly said that he didn't even know she had a gold badge. She became embarrassed and told him that she joined the guild when she was young. She did many quests and tasks with other parties, and later, when she realized that she had reached the gold badge level, she exchanged her old badge. She asked if the protagonist thought it was weird. He thought that she had been working in the guild since she was young and assumed that it was very hard for her. In the end, he answered that he didn't think it was weird and praised Sakura for her work. She became even more embarrassed at this, lowered her head, and thanked him for it. As they walked a little further, they noticed that they had arrived at the right place, and also noticed that their opponents were very strong. Several level 10 predatory minions of darkness were wandering around the farm, and before going inside, Sakura and MC stopped to assess their opponents. Sakura was curious about how many people this pack of level 10 predatory minions of darkness had imprisoned in the building located on the farm. The protagonist cried out in disgust, as these monsters seemed very disgusting to him. Sakura looked at him, reminding him that these monsters were servants of darkness. Such monsters dealt with all living beings, driving them crazy and thereby gaining strength. Such monsters could generally deprive low-level creatures of reason, and they were similar to those dark goblins that turn slugs into darkness. The protagonist asked if these monsters were slugs before. Now he understood why they were so vile, and he realized that these predatory minions of darkness were just slugs. Only a thunder skill would work on them, and that was why such monsters were dangerous. The protagonist winced, smiling happily, as this meant that his thunder chain would work perfectly. He motioned for Sakura to go ahead, noting that she could leave it alone as usual. He had a chance to level up his skill, and he concentrated energy near his hands, causing lightning bolts to appear in the air near him. Suddenly, Sakura grabbed his clothes, pulling it slightly towards herself, and looked at him worriedly, warning him that he should not undertake such a task alone. He asked in confusion, "Why was that?" She explained that this fight could cost him his life, and besides, this place was different from the places he had fought in before. In a one-on-one fight, he would be able to win, but against several monsters it was too dangerous to go alone. She asked if he had seen the other team's reaction to the conditions of this task. The thing was, they understood that it was dangerous, and while danger was part of being an adventurer, Sakura did not want Tsuyoshi to risk his life to level up. She asked him if she could help him, and he replied that he understood, and grabbed his hair, and admitted that he had 2 questions for her. The first was about his level, because he wanted to level up in order to be ready for any eventuality in his world. However, he did not say anything out loud, and so Sakura, tilting her head slightly to the side, asked what was the matter. She promised that she would help if she knew the answer, and the protagonist asked himself if she remembered his promise to the Beast King. The thing was, he had a test coming up in a year, and so he lowered his head and admitted that he didn't know how serious the Beast King was. That's why he asked Sakura to tell him how strong he had to become to prove himself to the Beast King. She looked at him with a start and didn't answer right away. But, in the end, she lowered her head and decided that she would be honest with him. He asked again, and she seriously declared that it was impossible. Given the protagonist's current level, it was impossible to pass the test in a year. He asked why that was. She explained that firstly, he would have to try really hard just to survive until next year, and at the very least, he had to try to avoid the Beastman's divine punishment. She asked if he had heard of the rules of the leveling system. He asked her to tell him about it. In fact, he knew that both worlds had the same level system, and his level was the same in both worlds, both as a hero and as an adventurer. But he didn't know anything else, so Sakura told him that the maximum level of an adventurer was level 100. The Beast King's current level was level 92, and he was able to obtain his status due to his high level and abilities. The Beast King, the Human King, and the Elf King were the 3 kings that symbolized the strength of their race. MC remembered the moment when the Beast King stood before him smiling, and he was surprised to admit that he didn't look like the embodiment of the Beastman's powers. Sakura said that he wouldn't be able to pass the Beast King's test, since there was no way to bypass the level limit. No adventurer could exceed it, and the higher the level, the harder it was to advance to the next levels. Sakura herself was an example of this, and after 20 years of working as an adventurer, she only reached level 72. She knew that her level was far from low, and although she had tried to increase it many times, that was her limit, and she noticed that everyone had their own limit. In order to pass the Beast King's trial, the protagonist needed to reach at least level 50, and she felt that he simply could not increase his level that much in just 1 year. She desperately noted that a simple adventurer would give his entire life to reach level 50. The protagonist looked at her seriously, but after a short pause, he smiled and admitted that he understood her worries. She asked if he was okay. She promised that she would accompany him for a year, and wanted to say that she would even if he could not keep his promise to the Beast King. But the protagonist interrupted her words and noted that she knew that he was not a simple adventurer. He reminded her that he had avoided divine punishment and lifted a divine hammer, so he was far from simple. He asked if it was true that he needed to reach level 50 in a year. He thought that it might be impossible for some people, but it was definitely not true for him. He looked straight ahead with determination, his hand clasped around the wrist of his other hand, and although it was strange for him to admit it, he had come to this world thanks to the ring, and he had been freed from the divine punishment, and in return he had received the divine selection system. He smiled with determination, mentally exclaiming that he was the chosen one, so a normal life would not be possible for him. He thought that with the divine selection system, anything was possible, and Sakura looked at him with excitement and caught his attention, exclaiming that he would definitely become a legend. She admitted that she believed in him and wished him luck. He summoned his sword, bidding her to go ahead in that case. But before he entered the battle, he suddenly stopped, remembering about the second question. Sakura also remembered this and admitted that she had talked too much. The protagonist asked how much he could increase his level if he fought a level 10 warrior and dozens of other warriors at the same time. He imagined the opponents he would face in his own world, and Sakura put her finger to her lips, thinking, and although she did not know why he needed this information, she still calculated that given the number of enemies, he should be at least level 12. He asked again and eventually decided that he would reach level 12 in a week. After that, he headed towards the monsters and entered the farm territory, and Sakura, although she screamed in surprise, still agreed with his decision. One of the minions of darkness opened its toothy mouth, preparing to attack MC, but he asked Sakura to rely on him and stood in front of the monster. He was going to take full advantage of the system, and then activated the Divine Eye, looking at his opponent's information. The predatory minion was level 10 and belonged to the slime classification. This minion of darkness was immune to normal attacks, and also healed quickly. Its weakness was lightning, and its combat power was 1,500 points. The predatory minion's main weakness was the heart, and when the body was damaged, the heart began to glow, healing the wounds received, and this glow could help in finding the heart. The protagonist realized that, in addition to being vulnerable to skills using the lightning element, this monster was vulnerable to the heart. Considering its level, he was sure that he could win by directing the thunder chain into the body of this monster. However, first he needed to find the heart, so he jumped, and Sakura warned him that the touch of this minion of darkness could destroy his body. So she asked him to be careful. He didn't answer her, and when the minion of darkness tried to attack him with its tentacle, he put his sword in front of him, mentally exclaiming that he found the right place. He believed that with the absolute form, he would be able to withstand all of this monster's attacks. When he activated the absolute physical force, he managed to cut the monster's body into 2 parts with 1 blow. As soon as he got closer, he was going to attack the heart. But when he noticed the cut parts of the monster, he asked himself in surprise, was this heart not located in the chest? When he landed on the ground, he noticed that his opponent had already managed to recover. He said that the monster's regeneration was terribly fast, but he was not going to give up. Thanks to his attack, the predatory minion of darkness received damage, but it still retained most of its strength and prepared to absorb the foreign organism, directing its fang-filled mouth towards MC. Very soon, the minion of darkness lowered its mouth to the ground, and the protagonist disappeared from sight. However, very soon he raised the monster's mouth as he managed to defend himself with his sword in time. He asked if this minion of darkness really wanted to eat him. He laughed, warning that the monster had attacked the wrong person. He activated his absolute physical form, increasing the strength of his arms, and smiled, exclaiming that this monster was like a moth blindly flying to a flame. Although his hands were shaking slightly, he continued to hold the monster's body, and in the end, he asked that it allow him to tear apart its mouth. He put his sword aside, tearing the monster in 2, and Sakura's mouth even fell open in shock. She mentally exclaimed that the protagonist's strength was enormous. She supposed that he could really be right, because he was able to make the impossible possible. At this time, the monster, whose body was almost completely torn into 2 parts, gradually began to recover, screaming. Its heart began to shine, and the protagonist, raising his sword, exclaimed that he finally found this heart, and he realized that it was under the tongue of the minion of darkness. He advised the monster to taste thunder, concentrated lightning near the blade of the sword, and jumped, aiming at the heart of the minion of darkness. When he stabbed the sword into it, he used a thunder chain so that the monster's health points sharply decreased, and the heart of this one dissolved. When the protagonist landed on the ground, he sighed, and she eventually noticed that this task was quite simple. Thanks to the battle with this monster, his experience reached 300 points out of 15,000 points. 30 minutes later, when the protagonist broke another heart of the minion of darkness, he noticed that almost all of the predatory minions of darkness had already been destroyed. His experience points were already 3,600 points out of 15,000 points, and he noted with disappointment that Sakura was right. The higher his level, the more experience points he needed to earn. So, all the points he got from defeating weak enemies became less significant. In addition, the reward he received was noticeably lower than the reward he got from normal monsters. He felt like he wouldn't be able to level up just with this quest. So he decided to find another way to level up. Although he could do it faster here than in his world, he was still far from reaching his goal. He decided that he should reach level 12 in less than a week, and level 20 in less than a year. He clenched his hand into a fist, mentally exclaiming that he would have to give it his all for this. After thinking about it, he returned to Sakura and smiled, asking if she had any ointment for burns. She took out the thunder oil, which was made by mixing the oil of the tree and the thunder flower, and it could be used to give weapons the properties of thunder. In addition, it was a magical item used by mages and shamans. Sakura exclaimed that the protagonist had done a great job, but she warned that she only had 4 potions left. She handed him a rag to wipe off the excess sweat and told him that she had bought this potion for both of them, so he could use it as much as he wanted. He wiped his hair with a towel and cried out in surprise, asking if she had bought the thunder oil in advance. He asked if it was expensive. He suggested that they stock up on oils next time, since he liked the last oil. Sakura suddenly hesitated, asking if it was true that he had no money at all. She closed her eyes, asking for his permission to clarify their financial situation. The thing was that such an item was expensive, so she spent all the money on it, and she apologized to the protagonist, but he told her that she didn't have to do that. He asked her how much each bottle of oil cost. He also asked how much the reward for completing the quest was. He promised that he would think of something, and asked Sakura to explain it to him in simple terms, because he hadn't even thought about their finances. He was surprised to notice that he was fixated on leveling up and completely forgot that money also played a role in this world. But he was sure that even if he spent all of Sakura's savings, she probably wouldn't tell him anything. She eventually cleared her throat and began her story. The thing was that the price depended on the item. And since thunder oil was quite rare, it cost around 30 silver coins. As for the low-level quest, the reward also depended on the value of the item or thing the party was looking for. Based on her experience, Sakura could tell that the reward for completing a low-level quest was less than 1 gold coin, which is why people usually call adventurers personally if they lost something valuable. She also told him that 1 gold coin was equal to 100 silver coins, which in turn was equal to 10,000 bronze coins. The protagonist, remembering the information, exclaimed in shock that she knew a lot. Meanwhile, she explained that low-level monsters could be given between 50 silver coins and 3 gold coins, depending on the difficulty. Since their quest was related to predatory minions, she thought they would get around 3 gold coins, but again, it all depended on the customer. Overall, they were broke right now, but once they finished this quest, the Adventurers Guild would give them a reward. She began to calculate what would happen next, considering the 3 gold coins, their expenses, and the purchase of oil. The protagonist had already stopped listening to her and touchedly remarked that Sakura looked like a reliable wife. In the end, he exclaimed that he understood everything and asked if it was true that the boss should be inside the house. Only this monster remained, so he suggested finishing it quickly, and Sakura raised her hand, wishing him luck. But suddenly, someone indignantly asked who dared to enter his farm without permission. Sakura and MC turned around in surprise, and the owner of the farm exclaimed that he was the owner of this place. He asked if they were adventurers. He didn't realize that a human and a half-beast were forgotten on his property, and one of the team members who came with the owner of the farm noticed that he felt thunder magic and asked if they had really destroyed the predatory minions of darkness. The shooter of the team exclaimed that it was impossible, since the human and half-beast were too weak. It was very difficult to deal with the predatory minions even with one team, and he assumed that they could also be looking for what they themselves came for. One of the team members called out to the protagonist and Sakura and asked if they were also looking for the Cardiolus. He exclaimed that they had already taken on this task, so the item would belong to them. Another team member noticed that the rumors about the Cardiolus spread quickly, and the MC asked confusedly, "What is this?" He realized that the owner in front of them was the customer, and noticed that there was some kind of misunderstanding. He said that they took this quest from the guild. And suddenly, Sakura asked everyone to wait and asked if the Cardiolus dropped from defeating the boss. The protagonist still didn't understand what they were talking about, and the owner of the farm confirmed it and said that he sent a request to the guild, but didn't even think that they would arrive so quickly. He asked, "Does this mean that they haven't heard of the Cardiolus?" He put his hand on his head, and one of the team members asked them to leave it to them if they haven't heard of the Cardiolus, because they weren't going to let them take it. MC took out his sword, although he still didn't understand anything, and asked Sakura, "What kind of Cardiolus is this?" She also prepared to take out her weapon and exclaimed decisively that they must complete this task, because this item was very valuable. Cardiolus was a rare item that dropped from defeating a boss, and after processing, it could be used to communicate with the dark zones. The drop rate and leveling up in the dark zones was 10 times greater than in the side zones, and an adventurer who wanted to level up would never miss such a chance. An unprocessed Cardiolus would cost 100 gold coins at the auction, and after processing, it would cost at least 150 coins. The protagonist frowned in surprise and asked, "Is it really that expensive?" He decided that they must get it at any cost because he had to achieve his goal. He imbued the blade of his sword with energy, and the archer pulled the bowstring of his weapon, aiming at him, but the farm owner ordered them to stop and not fight. He asked them to calm down so they could resolve the misunderstanding. One team came from the guild, and another team came from him, so he asked them to show their abilities. Only the boss was left, so he decided that whoever defeated it would get the reward. Sakura asked him to let them go first, and frowned decisively, because she decided that she had to get this item at any cost for the sake of the protagonist. The warrior of the other team asked why they should go first. He warned that each team only had one chance, and decided that they would go first because they came here at the request of the customer himself. He placed his hand on the farmer's shoulder, and he admitted that he was right, because he himself called them here. That is why he allowed them to go first, and they decided to show their power to the protagonist and Sakura. They were all level 12, and the archer laughed, noting that although the boss was strong, the reward was great, and since they had one chance, they needed to give it their all. Sakura said that their team was well chosen, since they had a mage, a marksman, a warrior, and a tank. They would definitely defeat the boss if they worked together, and she suggested that they were playing around. MC understood everything, and eventually he asked everyone to wait and exclaimed that he had a proposal. He asked that they let him enter first, and he announced that he was a level 6 adventurer, and if he lost, their team would not interfere with the opponents. However, if he won, the reward would be theirs, and he asked if they agreed. The fact that he was a level 6 made the other team freeze in shock. In the end, they laughed and the warrior advised him not to get cocky, as he needed to be at least level 18 to defeat the boss. They assumed that some item had clouded his mind, as he was going to face the boss alone on level 6. In the end, they exclaimed that they had no objections, and MC then decided to head forward. He smiled resolutely, and suddenly, Sakura stopped him and asked him excitedly if he was sure. She said that this boss was level 12, who, moreover, was possessed by darkness. Even with Thunder Oil, it would be difficult to defeat it, and she asked MC to let her help him. But he winked at her and asked her to trust him. She calmed down and smiled, saying that she believed in him. The archer exclaimed that she could believe in anyone, and hurried the protagonist to go. His comrade admitted that he couldn't wait for Tsuyoshi to die mercilessly at the hands of the boss, and laughed. He, holding his hair, smiled good-naturedly and asked if they were talking about a merciless death. He chuckled, agreeing with this outcome, and suddenly frowned decisively, offering to look at who would mercilessly kill whom. He hit his level, heading towards the house where the boss was hiding. The team's mage froze in amazement, stopped laughing, and asked if he imagined it, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. When MC went inside, he asked if this was really the strong enemy Sakura was talking about. He was only interested in the item called Cardiolus, and before attacking, he looked at the boss of the predatory minion of darkness, level 14, who was standing in front of him. The members of the other team, who looked into the building, froze in shock since the boss was even level 14. They assumed that this was too much, and since this monster was storing a Cardiolus, and judging by this one's appearance, MC would need to be at least level 23 to win. Sakura froze in excitement, and the archer advised her to prepare to carry out the protagonist's corpse, since he was sure that he would not last even a second. He noted with displeasure that MC had completely lost his mind because of the Cardiolus, but Sakura looked at them seriously and ordered them to shut up. They flinched but obeyed, and the protagonist, meanwhile, noted that this boss should have the same weakness as simple minions of darkness. However, he knew that this monster was several times stronger than those monsters, so this method would not work. The minion of darkness turned its attention to him and opened its toothy mouth, and the protagonist admitted that he would not like to take advantage of this, if possible. He put away the black sword of cold light, noticing that the longer the fight lasted, the more advantageous it was for the monster. Now he understood what those beastmen meant, and exclaimed that 1 second would be enough for him to kill the boss. He took out the Divine King Hammer from the Divine Inventory of Consciousness, and lightning began to shine next to his palm, gradually forming into the shape of a hammer. Due to the low level, the potential of the Divine King Hammer could not be fully revealed, and forcibly using it would result in the consumption of a huge amount of energy, so the available duration of use was only 1 second. The protagonist noticed that the predatory minions of darkness were weak against lightning, but he first decided to increase the strength of his arms with the absolute physical form. In addition, he was going to strengthen the effect of the Thunder Chain and Sky Shaker skills by activating it at the last moment. This way, he would be able to win, and he knew that if he could not win in one hit, he would be in danger because after using this, he would become very weak. However, he was confident that he would do it and obtain the item no matter what. When the hammer was finally formed in his hand, he forcefully kicked off the ground, flying high into the air, and strained the muscles of his arms, swinging the hammer. As he prepared to strike, he activated the Thunder Chain, and more lightning bolts concentrated near the hammer. The monster opened its mouth, preparing to attack him in return, and the protagonist, descending closer to it, struck the monster with the hammer, and from the concentration of energy, lightning bolts burst out even beyond the building. The team against Tsuyoshi did not understand what was happening, and the next moment, suddenly, there was so much lightning that the building where the boss was located exploded. Sakura flinched and asked herself, did MC use that power again? However, she knew that after this, he would be too weak, so she called out to him. As the energy gradually dissipated and all the fragments fell down, Sakura ran to the rubble to find MC. The members of the other team did not understand what was happening and assumed that it was a bomb. The owner of the farm, shocked, asked what he should do with his farm now. Sakura, running to the rubble, began to call out to the protagonist and asked where he was. Because the explosion was powerful, she asked if it was true that the boss had definitely been defeated. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hand, showing himself from under the rubble, and called out to Sakura. He showed her the stone he was holding in his palm and tiredly asked if it was true that she was talking about this Cardiolus. Thanks to the fact that he destroyed the boss, his experience points increased to 6,000 points, and in addition, he still received the raw Cardiolus. Sometime later, when they returned to the Adventurers Guild, the girl was amazed that they had completed the quest so quickly. She admitted that it was impressive, and gave them their reward. Since Sakura was the one who came to receive the reward, she thought that she had done most of the work and exclaimed that it was expected of a gold badge. She also heard that the team that the client had called had failed. Sakura thanked the girl for such words, but noted that it was not she who had defeated the monsters, but the protagonist. She herself was sure that she would never have defeated the final boss, but the girl warned her to stop joking like that, because she believed that there was no way the protagonist could have defeated such a monster. This boss, as far as she knew, was a 14th level giant predatory minion of darkness, and there was no way a beginner at level 6 could have handled it. Besides that, she noticed that the MC looked very exhausted. He was sitting a little to the side, greatly weakened from using the divine hammer. Sakura repeated that the protagonist did it alone, but explained that he had used up all his mental and physical strength, and that was what had caused his stats to be depleted. The girl at the front desk still thought that it couldn't be, because she was sure that it was impossible. At this point, the protagonist's period of weakness was over, and he stood up abruptly from where he had been sitting before, frowning decisively. He hadn't even thought that he would have to recover for so long after using the divine hammer for a second, and he admitted that it was quite dangerous without Sakura. He came closer to her and asked her if she had found out anything about the Cardiolus. The girl shuddered in amazement and asked if they had really found the Cardiolus. She noticed that if they put it up for auction, they could make a lot of money, so she thought they were lucky, and she told them that if they wanted to sell the Cardiolus, they could do so at the square in the center of town. However, Sakura announced that they were not going to sell it, and asked if the guild shaman was in town right now. The thing was that she wanted to ask him for processing. The girl asked if they really wanted to keep it for personal use. She understood that she would have to ask the shaman for this, because in order to start using the Cardiolus, it definitely needed to be processed with magic by a shaman. The shaman guild was in the southern part, and she promised that she would send their request, but warned that the shaman exam was in a few days, so they might be rejected. However, she was also going to give them a letter of recommendation, and she asked them to just wait a little. She stepped aside a little to write this letter, and Sakura thanked her for it. The protagonist was startled and asked if they were talking about the shaman exam. He was surprised that even shamans were divided into ranks, and Sakura explained that the title of shaman was respected, just like the title of healers and awakened elves. The title, divided into 6 ranks, was awarded based on the results of the exam, and shamans were divided into white, blue, red, black, silver, and gold ranks. Like awakened, shamans could make certain medicines and items, and such medicines and items made by a high-ranking shaman were more effective and, of course, more expensive. MC realized that shamans were different from simple adventurers. Sakura confirmed this, explaining that shamans, healers, and awakened usually did not participate in battles. The thing was that they were considered noble representatives of adventurers, and they could make useful medicines, and even affect the level of an adventurer. The protagonist asked in shock, and Sakura told him that there was a saying that one high-level shaman should be feared more than 10 high-level adventurers. The thing was that the medicines and items made by a skilled shaman could even affect the course of battles. Some high-quality medicines could help with leveling up, so all adventurers sought out shamans. Healers and awakened ones were also in high demand, and there was even a legend about how a level 80 warrior angered a silver-rank shaman, and he summoned 10 adventurers above level 80 who chased after him, and naturally it ended in a war. But since then, the world has realized how influential shamans are. The protagonist put his hand on his chin, cried out in surprise, and admitted that it was interesting. Finally, the girl returned, handing them a letter of recommendation, with which they would be able to enter the Shaman Guild and process the Cardiolus. The protagonist and Sakura thanked her for this and took the letter. Soon they arrived at the Shaman Guild, next to which there was a large number of people wishing to take the exam. The protagonist was surprised that so many shamans had gathered for the exam, and Sakura told him that on the day of the exam, representatives of prestigious families, schools, and organizations gather there. She had heard that it was difficult to get into their ranks, but she took the protagonist by the hand and walked with him past the shamans lined up, offering him to go, since with the guild's letter of recommendation they would be able to enter inside. She approached one of the beastmen and apologized to him, drawing his attention to herself, then asked if he could tell her where they could process the Cardiolus. The white shaman, a member of the Shaman Guild, asked in surprise, was there really a human and a half-beast standing in front of him? He warned that nothing would work today, since only shamans could enter the building on the day of the exam. Sakura explained that they had a letter of recommendation from the Seeker Guild, and the shaman called her names, reminding her that he said that there was an exam today, so they would not be able to enter. He slapped her hand, not wanting to look at the letter, and warned that the exam was more important than some letter, ordering them to go. The protagonist stood in front of Sakura, frowning seriously, and said that they would not leave, since they had a letter of recommendation, so the shamans should let them in. The beastman laughed, not understanding where he got his courage from. He asked them to let him clarify something, then announced that the Shaman Guild held power, so no matter how many days passed, they would not be able to enter until the exams were over. The protagonist visibly tensed up and was about to step forward to continue arguing with the shaman, but Sakura tried to stop him and warned him that it would be better if he did not anger the shaman. Suddenly, the doors to the guild opened, and out came Dong, the president of the Northern Shaman Association, who belonged to the blue shaman class. The white shaman apologized to him for disturbing him, but then told him that those rude people, whom he called MC and Sakura, showed up on the day of the exam in order to process the Cardiolus. He noted that they had already tried to drive them away 1,000 times, and promised that he would deal with them. The protagonist turned to Dong and asked if he was really the boss here. He explained that he had a letter of recommendation and asked why they couldn't let him in. The shaman indignantly asked how dare he address the president like that. However, Dong warned him that the shamans shouldn't make such a fuss and said that he was ready to help MC with the processing, but not today. He asked him to come later. But he understood that he didn't have much time, since leveling up was the most important thing right now. He tried to smile and explained that he was in a hurry, asking if there was another way out. Dong was surprised when he realized that he was suggesting finding some other way out, and suggested that he take part in the shaman exam and get the maximum score. And in that case, he, as the president of the Northern Shaman Association, promised to arrange everything as a bonus. However, he understood that the protagonist, being a warrior, would a priori not be able to meet the requirements for passing the exam. He awkwardly grabbed his hair and asked what requirements he needed to pass the exam. Everyone who was standing nearby and heard this shuddered in amazement, and then one of the candidates for the exam laughed and asked if he didn't even know this. Some thought it was shameful, but Dong calmly explained that in order to become a shaman, he must at least have the ability of a mage, because a mage is the true essence of shamans. B. The test involved creating a potion and an item, and after passing it, the protagonist could become a white shaman. Dong asked him if he understood this. He asked if it was true that he would be suitable for the exam if he was a mage. He extended his palm and asked if he could borrow Dong's staff. He shuddered in amazement and opened his eyes wider, and the white shaman called the main character stupid and asked how he dared to so unceremoniously ask the president for his staff. He shouted that, even if he took it, he would not be able to become a mage, and warned that at this rate he would have to call the guards. However, MC was serious, and he asked Dong to lend him the staff, and in that case he promised to prove that he met all the requirements. Dong thought about it, but in the end he admitted that it was interesting, and since he wanted to see how the warrior would prove himself, he handed his staff to the protagonist, allowing him to take it, and told him that there were no restrictions. When the protagonist took the staff, Sakura approached him and asked what he was going to do. He asked her to trust him and smiled, and after a short pause, she agreed to it. She knew that when he asked to trust him, he always achieved his goal. The white shaman ordered MC to prove his abilities, since Dong lent him his own staff. The protagonist frowned in concentration and waved his hand, and shaman shuddered in confusion, looking at him, and he waved his hand and touched his chest. He understood that if his guess was correct, then he would be able to use the magic and weapons of the mages if he copied the skill of the mage. After he thought about it, the system notified him that the skill Absolute Copy was activated. His choice was indeed not limited by class, and in theory he could choose any class, and although at that time it was based on personal preference, now he had to act differently. He could choose and copy any skill of the enemy, and his current copied skill was Sky Shaker. He looked through the skills available to him, and in the end he decided to choose the skill Radiance, which spent 30 points of mana. It was a support magic that created a strong stream of light and blinded enemies for 3 seconds. Not only did it cast a blinding effect that deprived the user of their sight, but it also weakened the opponent's intelligence. The range of the light depended on the user's magical energy. The amount of magical power in the adventurer's body and his energy reserves were magical energy. Generally, mages had more magical energy compared to other classes, and they could increase their magical energy through meditation, study, and other practices. And magical energy was an important indicator of a mage's strength. It wasn't long before the light skill had already been copied, and at that time, the embarrassed white shaman asked the protagonist what he was doing. He called him a pervert, and in the meantime, he held out his staff, noticing that the mage could use magic with a staff. He frowned seriously, asking if that meant that he was qualified to take the shaman exam if he could use magic. Magic waves were spreading from him, which were created when a talented mage used magic, when the energy was strengthened. When Dong noticed this, he was surprised and asked himself, does this mean that MC is not a warrior after all? Tsuyoshi meanwhile advised Sakura to close her eyes, and she immediately obeyed and covered her eyes with her hands. He raised his staff, strengthening the light, and Dong formed a magic shield in front of him, which was a support magic that could be used without items. This created an imaginary shield that was able to protect against normal physical attacks, skills, and magic with a relatively weak effect. Basic magic glow for a simple adventurer was quite a good skill, but Dong knew that his magic shield could not be destroyed by magic of this level. Suddenly, a notification showed the protagonist that magic use was detected. The system suggested that he strengthen his magical energy using the absolute physical form, and he asked himself, is this possible? Although he was not sure, he still decided that it was worth trying, so he agreed and strengthened his magical energy with the absolute physical form. The strength of the radiance was increased, and his current magical energy increased from 150 points to 3,500 points. Dong was surprised that the intensity of the radiance suddenly increased, and his magic shield could not withstand such an intense light, so he had to cover his face with his hands to avoid being affected by the radiance. The radiance spread over quite a large area, and in the end, when MC finished this, he turned to Dong and seriously asked what he would say now. He wondered if he could participate in the exam. His current class changed from warrior to mage, and his weapon became a magic staff without restrictions. Dong sighed in surprise, but he allowed him to participate in the exam and announced that he recognized him. Very soon, MC and Sakura were already in the exam, and the other candidates for the exam began to talk among themselves. Someone asked in surprise if humans could also take the shaman exam. Some thought it was a joke, since a person could take the healer exam, but not the shaman exam. This was the first time something like this had happened, and the protagonist awkwardly grabbed his hair, noticing that everyone was looking at him like he was an enemy. Sakura said that he was the first human to take the shaman exam, and that was why the others were sure that he was up to something. He asked in surprise if he really was the first. She confirmed this, saying that humans were a class of healers, similar to the shaman class of beastmen and the awakened elves. Human participation was not prohibited, but the tradition had been observed all this time. Each of their classes had their own factions, and an attempt to join another faction would of course be regarded as a provocation. The protagonist quietly said that this simply could not be, and admitted that he wanted to treat the Cardiolus and not provoke the others. Sakura understood this, but she pointed out that there was no prohibition on participating, and the MC could do as he pleased. At this time, Eel's pig, who was standing next to Dong, admitted that he did not mind his decision, but still asked hesitantly, wouldn't such a precedent reflect on the honor of the Beastman Shaman faction? He was the vice president of the Northern Shaman Association and belonged to the rank of Blue Shaman. He doubted that Tsuyoshi would be able to make a potion, since he did not even have the basic attributes. However, Dong asked if it was true that he lent him the staff. He believed that today's test would show whether the protagonist could do something or not. He carefully looked at the MC, who was standing a little to the side, next to whom Sakura smiled happily, because she remembered how there were magical waves near him, and, although she believed that no one else noticed it, she herself felt the magical waves coming from the protagonist for a moment. Dong said that he only saw such potential in the genius shaman Kevin, and Eels laughed, thinking that he was joking, since he was sure that the protagonist would never be able to compare to Kevin. He believed that he would not even be fit to be a servant who would wear the sandals of the new disciple Kevin. Dong sighed and asked if the disciple Kevin was also here today. Eels confirmed this, saying that she was going to take first place, and he thought that it must be so. The thing was that Kevin himself claimed that she was more brilliant than he was when he was young. Fuling, who belonged to the Night Cat race and also belonged to the magician class, was standing in anticipation of the shaman exam, reading a book intently. The other participants in the exam also paid attention to her. They were surprised that the new disciple Kevin was so young, but they believed that she was also a genius like him. One of them remembered that she knew how to make potions on her own a year ago, but due to her age and lack of experience, she could not pass the test. He was sure that she would definitely take first place, and one of the other students said that she was incredibly smart, so for them to pass the test would be an incredible success. Fuling heard all of this talk and sighed in displeasure, noticing that these losers were very noisy. She closed her book, and at that time, Eels warned everyone that the shaman exam was about to begin, and asked the visitors to leave the site. He ordered everyone else to take positions based on the numbers that were assigned to them earlier. MC told Sakura that it was time for him to go, and said that his number was 15. She wished him luck, promising that she would wait for him outside. As she left, the protagonist noticed that the numbers were written on the floor, and he found his number, standing next to it. It turned out that his place was next to Fuling, and she was surprised when she realized that he was a human. He said his name and smiled, mentally noting that she was very cute. And he also noticed that she was the complete opposite of Sakura. Fuling asked if a human had decided to participate in the shaman exam. She assumed that someone was trying to attract attention, and MC frowned in displeasure, noting that a sharp tongue was Fuling's weakness. A while later, Dong asked if everyone had taken their positions. He explained that the shaman exam would test their basic skills, and explained that they would have to make a potion themselves. He was sure that each of the participants had been prepared for this when they chose this path. Suddenly, tables began to appear from the ground in front of the participants, and the protagonist flinched in surprise and asked what was that. Fuling asked if he hadn't even heard of the shaman's setup. She suggested that he should go home, and he looked at her with annoyance and mentally asked her to leave him alone. After he calmed down, he looked at the shaman's setup and realized that in this world, potions were made the old-fashioned way. He had seen something similar in his world, or more accurately, he had seen a video where the process was more automated. Dong, meanwhile, warned that Eels would explain the test in more detail, and he slammed his staff on the ground, causing magic circles to spread out. All the participants in the exam shuddered in surprise, and the MC noticed the changed writing on the paper where the number was previously written. He realized that the test was to make 3 basic energy potions in an hour. He decided to look at what the other participants were doing, and at this time Dong said that before starting, it was necessary to select the ingredients, most of which were located on the shaman's installation. In this matter, the level of knowledge was important, since most amateurs did not even know about the existence of 9 types of ingredients for making energy products. If you make a mistake with even one ingredient, the potion will not work, and for this, the participant will be expelled. Many began to get nervous when they heard this, and MC, seeing their panic, asked if so many participants did not know what to choose. Suddenly, he heard someone start talking to the side of him. It was Fuling, who said that usually to make a potion, the mage collects all the ingredients in advance. She was sure that it was a shame not to remember the basic ingredients for such a simple potion, and by this point, she had already finished collecting the ingredients. The protagonist admired her for doing it so quickly, as it seemed incredible to him. She picked up her staff, remembering that Kevin had ordered her to take first place, and she was going to do so. Eels exclaimed that it was expected of Kevin's apprentice, as she had already started cooking. Dong said that her accuracy and speed were impeccable, and he realized that this test was easy for her. She began to grind the ingredients, and they began to split into pieces, mixing together. The protagonist froze, mentally noting that Fuling was incredible despite her sharp tongue. He decided that he needed to imitate her, and activated his divine eye, which began to analyze the target's actions. Dong noticed that Kevin was not mistaken, as Fuling used magic wisely. Eels agreed that this was indeed the case and said that Fuling would definitely become a great mage in the future. She gradually began pouring the resulting potion into bottles, and Dong noted that the next step was the most important, and Fuling frowned in concentration as she began processing. Processing was the most important step in creating a potion, as mixing the ingredients with magic reflected the student's magical ability. However, he was confident that Fuling would not have any trouble doing this, and he knew that at this rate, she would take first place. He suddenly flinched, noticing that MC was simply standing there and had not yet begun processing. He did not understand what he was waiting for, while Fuling used fusion and finally finished the test. She thought it was easy and called herself the best. Dong said that this was good and asked her to wait until the end of the test so that they could check her work. She was unhappy that she had to wait for the others, and suddenly she noticed that the protagonist was looking at her. She called him a pervert and asked why he was looking. At this point, the analysis was complete, and the divine eye analyzed the target's actions. MC replied that he was not looking at anything, and thanked Fuling, starting to make the potion. She asked him not to waste time, although she knew that he would not have enough time anyway. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and Eels and Dong were equally surprised. The system notification asked the protagonist if he wanted to apply the analyzed actions. He agreed to apply it without hesitation, and the system automatically selected the necessary ingredients and automatically ground it. The potion was also already being processed, and Fuling wondered if he was selecting the ingredients and mixing it at the same time. She suddenly realized that he was also processing it, and admitted that she didn't even know he had such power. Eels realized that Tsuyoshi had been hiding his potential all this time, as he was simultaneously selecting, mixing, and processing the ingredients. This was the method of cooking that Kevin demonstrated in his younger years, and he called it a simplification of the process, but without outstanding strength, it was impossible to do something like this. He asked if the protagonist could really compare to Kevin's genius. At this time, Sakura, who was standing near the entrance to the Shaman Association, excitedly put her hands to her chest and wondered with interest how the protagonist was doing. Although she trusted him, she was still worried, so she lowered her head, sighing. She wondered if there were any flaws in his potion. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued making the potion, and the notification showed him that all the stages of preparation had been completed, namely, selecting 9 ingredients, selecting the best quality ingredients, grinding all the ingredients into powder, and processing and merging. He grinned in delight because it looked like he had done this many times. He mentally exclaimed that this was great, because now he knew that there was more to making a potion than just processing. He found the shaman class very interesting, and the system showed him information about processing, which was the last and most important stage of making potions. By mixing a potion with magic, the shaman would increase the potency of this potion by infusing the potion with his power, and the quality of the potion was directly dependent on the shaman's magical power and attributes. The protagonist only had the processing stage left, and he seriously thought that he should turn this into a potion with magic. He looked at the 3 flasks in front of him with determination, and Fuling, who was standing next to him, shuddered and opened her mouth in astonishment, mentally exclaiming that this couldn't be. She asked herself, was he faster than her? She wasn't going to let some insignificant person defeat her, and she guessed that MC had used Kevin's technique that he had impressed everyone with during the shaman exam, namely simplifying the process. She imagined Kevin using this technique, and Dong said that Kevin had brewed a C-rank potion with his technique back then, and it was similar to a white shaman's potion. Back then, he was the examiner, although he himself would have had difficulty brewing a C-rank potion. Potions were ranked from D to S, and the rank of the potion depended on the shaman's skill, which also affected its value. Brewing a B-rank potion or higher was said to cause supernatural phenomena, Brewing a C-rank potion was a feat for a commoner, and Eels was certain that the protagonist was able to do it because he meticulously processed the ingredients. However, even if he focused all his efforts on processing the ingredients, the final product would be judged. He felt that this was all ridiculous, since he could brew a C-rank potion himself, provided that no one distracted him. There were few talents like Kevin in the area, and he himself would be happy if he could brew high-rank potions. A C-rank potion could only be brewed by a blue shaman, which made it very popular in the market, but 80% of the total sales were D-rank potions. Dong, who knew all this, began to watch MC even more closely, who meanwhile widened his eyes, noticing the notification in front of him. The evaluation of his potion was completed, and the system explained to him that the rank of the processed potion ranged from D to S depending on the skill of the creator. He was surprised that there were ranks for potions, and noticed that it was completely different from the same type of capsules in his world. In the end, the system showed that the rank of his basic energy potion was D rank. He was a little dissatisfied with how low the rank was, and although he thought that it would be enough for the exam, he still decided that he had to defeat Fuling, because if she made a C-rank potion, he would lose first place. He thought so, even though he had no idea what a C-rank potion meant, and yet he decided that to be on the safe side, he needed to make at least a C-rank potion. He didn't understand how he should do that, and remembered that during processing, the rank of the potion was determined based on the power and attributes of the mage. If he could change the power of his magic and attributes, the rank of the potion would also change, and he first decided to increase the power by using the absolute physical form skill. This would increase his magical energy, but he did not know how to change the attributes. His current magical energy was 150 points, and he closed his eyes, trying to find a way to improve his potion. Dong asked in confusion, why did he not refine the potion? He guessed that MC was trying to conserve his magic, and warned that this was not good, since the shaman's confidence directly affected the result, and without stable magic, he would not be able to complete the refinement. Eels laughed, reminding Dong that he had already told Dong that there were only so many geniuses. He guessed that the protagonist spent all his energy on selecting ingredients, and at this time, Fuling also asked herself, what was wrong? She noticed that if the protagonist had finished processing, he could begin fusion, and she asked what he was waiting for. Many people also noticed his behavior and became worried about it, and one of the beastmen called out to the protagonist, asking if he hadn't processed the potion yet. He wanted to warn him what might happen to his magic if he continued like this, and reached out his hand to touch MC. But Fuling suddenly came closer and threw his hand aside, seriously warning him not to touch the protagonist. She shouted that they were distracting him, and indignantly noted that this beastman didn't even know the basic rules of shamans. MC meanwhile frowned, noticing that he only had magic. He didn't know how he could obtain the attribute. And suddenly he suggested that the divine hammer of the king might be suitable, and if he borrowed the power from it, he could change the magic attribute. He knew that there was no other way, so he decided to give it a try. Dong was surprised to see that his magic waves were unstable and knew that he wouldn't last long. He sighed, and Eels said that he could feel the fluctuations in the magic waves, and if MC didn't hold the magic, the processing would fail. He even felt sorry for it to be like this, and the protagonist meanwhile activated the Divine King's hammer and asked for it to grant him its power. Lightning swirled in the air around him. He tensed his muscles, and everyone froze in shock and widened their eyes when they noticed it. Fuling felt that his magic power had suddenly increased, and the protagonist mentally shouted that he had succeeded and decided that a second would be enough. He improved the magic energy through the absolute form, raising the number of points of magic energy to 3,500 points. His radiance was improved, and lightning appeared among the magic attributes, the use duration of which was 6 seconds. The protagonist raised his hand, starting the processing, and then began the final fusion. Finally, his basic energy potion was ready. He sweated from fatigue, sighed, and admitted that he never thought that the attribute and use of magic would be so exhausting. He wondered if he was able to surpass Fuling. Eels, meanwhile, exclaimed in amazement that Tsuyoshi, despite the instability of magic, was able to process the potion. Dong found this strange and asked how he was able to do this. He also sensed the presence of another element, and he asked what MC did. The protagonist himself looked around in confusion, not understanding why everyone around him was reacting like that. After a while, Eels and Dong ordered the examinees to stop working, warning them that whoever continued would be disqualified. Dong noted that he and Eels would now evaluate their potions, and Eels decided which table he would start from. Dong walked over to another table, opened the potion, sniffed it, and admitted that the smell was weak. quickly evaporated, and quite simple. The potion barely qualified for rank D, but he still congratulated the one who created it on passing. The beastman bowed, for it was an honor for him, and he thanked Dong for his words. Eels, meanwhile, was checking the potion of another examinee, and he winced in displeasure, since these potions were smoking and smelled of burning. He realized that this shaman had overdone the processing, and warned him that the test was failed. He fell to his knees, screaming desperately, and Eels added that consuming such a potion would weaken all characteristics, and advised this beastman to prepare better. In this way, they also checked the other candidates, and those who passed the exam rejoiced, and those who failed it cried or screamed in despair. Finally, it was Fuling's turn, and she smiled faintly, and Eels, who came up to her, asked how Kevin was doing. She thanked him for his concern, and told him that Kevin was doing well. Eels smiled as he was happy to hear this. When he opened the potion, he smelled the enticing aroma of it, and remarked that the potion looked promising. Fuling nodded, smiling contentedly, and Eels appreciated that it was an expensive and long-lasting aroma, realizing that it was the result of the purest processing. It was a basic C-rank energy potion, and when Fuling heard this, she exclaimed in her mind that she did not let Kevin down and did well. The other examinees were amazed that it was a C-rank potion, just like the genius Kevin. They noticed that Fuling was very talented, and in fact, they expected this from a Kevin disciple, because her talents and skills were unmatched. They were confident that she would definitely take first place, and she thought that thanks to her hard training, she had become faster at processing potions, so the other competitors were no match for her. The protagonist put his finger to his chin and said that a C-rank potion was impressive. But he was distracted from Fuling's results because he heard that it was his turn. He turned to look at Dong, who asked him what he thought his result was. He replied that he did his best, and Eels was surprised that he was so unsure of himself. He thought that at best he had produced a D-rank potion, but Dong still praised the protagonist for doing his best. He offered to check the rank, and when he opened the potion flasks, energy burst out, turning into a thunderstorm, which caused a lightning strike. The protagonist found this interesting, and Dong shuddered and asked in shock, "Is this a supernatural phenomenon?" Eels also froze in amazement, since the potion that caused the supernatural phenomenon was at least B-rank. Fuling's eyes widened, mentally noting that this was unbelievable. Only someone whose strength was comparable to Kevin's could make a B-rank potion. The other students were even more amazed, and they even trembled from realizing how strong the protagonist was. Dong sniffed, noticing that this potion had a rich aroma, pure processing, and a supernatural phenomenon. He attracted Eel's attention and guessed that they were wrong. He said that MC might be even scarier than Kevin himself, but the protagonist did not pay much attention to their words and sighed since processing the potion was exhausting. He actually made a basic B-rank energy potion, and Dong and Eels exclaimed that he was definitely ranked first in the shaman exam. At this time, Sakura near the entrance of the Shaman Association sighed restlessly, kneeling down. She was very worried, and finally she noticed that other shamans were gradually leaving the guild. She began to look around and asked if Tsuyoshi hadn't come out yet. But he finally called out to her, waving his hand to get her attention. She ran closer to him, congratulating him on his return, and asked if everything was okay. She admitted that she was very worried since he had been gone for ages, and he awkwardly grabbed his hair, apologizing to her for bothering her. He said that the exam was over, and she sighed and asked how it went. He said that he did it and returned to her with first place, and she asked him again in confusion, after which she exclaimed that it was incredible and praised him for his excellent work. He agreed that it was good. Sometime later, Dong, taking the raw cardiolus, asked if the protagonist, who had such great power, really wanted to refine the cardiolus. Since this item helped to contact the dark zones, where the experience points received were increased by 10 times, the protagonist said that he needed it to level up. Dong thought about it, but since Tsuyoshi took first place, he promised that he would fulfill his wish. Eels awkwardly asked the protagonist, who taught him how to make potions. He would not believe it if he said that he did not have a teacher, but he said that no one taught him, and he did it all on his own. Eels and Dong sighed in amazement and asked if he really learned all this on his own. They felt pathetic, but in the end, Dong led the protagonist and Sakura further into the guild, adding that after processing the cardiolus, he would give MC the shaman's robe. Fuling, who they passed by, leaned her hands on the table and trembled, turning to Kevin and apologizing to him for losing to a pathetic person. Sakura turned around abruptly when she heard about Kevin and frowned, realizing that Fuling was Kevin's apprentice. The protagonist, who noticed her behavior, called out to her and asked what was wrong. She smiled and exclaimed that nothing happened and that she was just thinking. He hurried her, since they had another target after processing. She agreed, and Fu Ling pressed her lips tighter, ignoring them. Soon, in the ritual room, Dong drew a magic circle on the ground, laid out the necessary ingredients next to it, and placed an unprocessed cardiolus in the center. He began to chant, addressing the Mother of the Earth, the Father of Fire, the Spirit of Water, the Breath of the Wind, and the Guardian of the Four Great Elements. He begged them to hear his call and to process the cardiolus again with the words and name of the shaman. While he asked the spirits to dissolve the cardiolus into fog by shining a bright light on the stone, Eels told them that the cardiolus was filled with the power of darkness, so they would need a special ritual. He noted that the protagonist was lucky, and Dong would process it personally. He opened his mouth, fascinated by Dong's actions, and asked if this was really a spell used by shamans. Dong asked the spirits to strengthen the form of the power of the earth, and also to cleanse the heart with tongues of flame. And Sakura at this time confirmed that this was indeed a shaman spell, and said that shamans are also some kind of magicians, and the stronger the spell, the longer it takes to pronounce. She assumed that this ritual refers to some specific type of magic. Dong at this time asked for the softness of the water to cleanse the spirit of the stone, for the wind to disperse the forces of darkness, and for the stone to be filled with flawless light. Finally, he struck the ground with his staff to cleanse the stone, and in the name of the shaman, he commanded that new life be granted to the stone. Streams of magical energy enveloped the cardiolus, and finally Dong transferred it to the protagonist's palms, explaining that only he would be able to use it now. He cried out in amazement and thanked him, admitting that this ritual was impressive. Dong explained that cardiolus come in low, medium, and high grades. Seekers often died in the dark zones using low-grade cardiolus, because after all, it is part of the darkness. This cardiolus was a medium grade, and MC decided that he was lucky, since now the experience points in the dark zones will be higher. Dong confirmed this, noting that the higher the difficulty, the higher the rewards. However, he also warned that the protagonist should not confuse the dark zones with normal zones. From his experience, he could tell that their team would need at least 1 tank, 2 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 healer. He wondered how many there were, and who would go with them, and the protagonist asked in surprise if he was talking about a team. He said that it was just him and Sakura, but she waved her hand and said that she did not count, since her participation would split the MC's experience points in half. Dong and Eels shuddered, asking if he was really going to go into the dark zone alone. In the end, with the help of the cardiolus, they opened the entrance to the dark zone, which he could enter now and twice after that. Each time, new dark monsters would appear in the zone, and in total, the protagonist could enter 3 times. Upon returning, the cardiolus would turn to ashes and disappear, and once inside, the protagonist would not be able to leave, and would have to either defeat all the monsters or wait for the time to end. When Dong told him this, Eels added that his body would be thrown out if he died, and this was another way to get out. Tsuyoshi laughed, believing that they were definitely joking, since he was sure that this would definitely not happen. Sakura frowned in displeasure, noting that the protagonist was right and everything would be fine. She handed him a potion, telling him that she had replenished her supply with the coins she earned on their last mission. She figured he would need it, so she asked him to take it. He smiled and noted that she was as thoughtful as always, and asked her to wait for him. He announced that he was going, and suddenly Dong asked him to wait, since he remembered that MC had returned his staff to him. He asked how he would use magic then. He could give him a staff if he wanted, and Tsuyoshi thanked him, but warned him that he would not need the staff since he was a warrior. He summoned his sword, throwing it over his shoulder, and after that he entered the portal, and before he was completely lost in it, Sakura asked him to be careful. Eels shuddered, asking MC to wait, and asked if he was a warrior. Dong said that he was a warrior with a very great talent for magic, and he was curious about what he could achieve. He promised that he would look forward to it. At this time, the protagonist found himself in a dark zone, a dark forest. He had 12 hours left, and if he left the zone on his own, it would take 12 hours to reopen the entrance. He realized that when he left the zone, he would have to wait 12 hours for it to open, and he decided that he needed to defeat the monsters as soon as possible, since he didn't have time to wait. He walked a little further into the forest and came across a pack of level 10 dark wolves. They were forest wolves that attacked with sharp claws, and these monsters most often attacked with articles, and this one's weakness was fire. The protagonist hid behind the bushes, sizing up the opponents, and he realized that he couldn't let the pack of dark wolves surround him. In addition, he knew that he shouldn't underestimate the speed of their attacks. However, he had to finish as soon as possible, So he jumped out from hiding, concentrating energy around himself, and the dark wolves raised their heads, noticing him. He decided to increase the power of the attacks with the absolute physical form, and when he activated it, he increased the strength of his arms, seriously saying that the wolves don't need to click their teeth. After that, he used a thunder chain, paralyzing his opponents, and when he landed on the ground, he felt that he had received 500 experience points. In his own world, he received the same amount for defeating a normal monster, and he admitted that it was impressive. In this world, the experience points were much higher, and he had already earned 6,500 experience points. He was happy because he knew that he would soon be able to return after raising his level. At this point, the paralysis effect had expired, because the duration of this depended on the combat strength of the enemy and this one's level. The wolves prepared to attack him, and he held his sword in front of him, asking himself, did the paralysis effect end so quickly? He admitted that the darkness was incredibly strong and noted that these monsters were stronger and more resilient than normal monsters. When a dark wolf tried to attack him, he blocked its jaw with his sword, exclaiming that it was simply incredible speed. If he had been slower, the monster would have torn his throat out, but suddenly the protagonist was distracted and flinched, as he noticed another wolf that was already preparing to attack. The fact that this monster blocked his comrade's view with his body seemed like a pretty smart move to him, but in this case, he knew what he had to do. He activated his absolute physical form, concentrating 60% of his power in his hands. His strength and speed were increased, and holding the weapon with both hands, he released his maximum power. He cut through two opponents at once with one blow, realizing that at this rate, he would quickly level up and be able to reach level 7 on his first try. For killing these monsters, he raised his experience points to 7,000 points. At this time, Dong, who was standing next to Sakura near the portal, asked if it was true that she was worried. It was the first time he saw someone enter the dark zone alone, and he asked if it was true that it was impossible to do so unless the person had exceptional strength. However, Sakura firmly said that she trusted the protagonist. Eels turned around and started to leave, saying that he had seen many talented guys who died because of their overconfidence. However, this was the first time he had met someone who went to fight the boss in the dark zone alone. He decided to leave and expressed his hope the protagonist would come to his senses. Sakura looked after him with displeasure. Sometime later, the protagonist, already breathing heavily from fatigue, froze for a moment, noticing that he had been struggling non-stop. His stamina and willpower were running low, and it was reduced to 50% as the sheer physical strength was wearing down his body. However, Sakura's products came in handy, and he drank a basic stamina potion and a basic energy potion, although he almost spat it out, as he had forgotten how terrible it tasted. However, thanks to these potions, his stamina and willpower were restored, so he decided to continue in the same spirit. Sakura and Dong continued to stand near the portal, and Sakura asked him if he was really going to wait. He admitted that he was worried and asked if MC would return safely. He remembered how he told him that he was a warrior, and said that he was a warrior who had passed the shaman exam in order to process the cardiolus, and had prepared a top-quality potion. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts as he heard some sounds, and he shuddered in amazement, asking what it was. She said that these were the sounds of the protagonist's skill, and she remembered how he used it before. She added that as long as they heard these sounds, they could be sure that the protagonist was alive. In the dark zone, MC repeatedly summoned lightning, attacking his enemies, and with almost one blow, he could already destroy the dark wolves. He raised the number of experience points to 12,400 points, and when he defeated another enemy, he was glad, since he only had the boss left. He was a little tired, but finally got to the most difficult part, namely the final boss. He was delighted to realize that he would be able to reach the 7th level, and he approached the gate, deciding that he needed to rest a bit before the fight. He sat down on the ground, drinking several potions at once in order to increase his stamina and willpower. He breathed heavily, as the taste of this was disgusting, and he would never get used to it. The capsules from his world tasted good, but the potions in this world were much more effective. Finally, when his strength was fully restored, he stood up and took the sword, happy that he had fully recovered. That is why he decided to continue, and under the supervision of the eye on the gate, he entered the boss room. He walked deeper, noticing an opponent emerging from the shadows, who narrowed his eyes, watching him. This monster and the boss of the minion of darkness that he recently defeated were equal in level, and the protagonist assumed that this was the boss of the dark zone. He smiled and frowned in concentration, activating the absolute physical strength. He increased the strength of his arms, and when attacking with both hands, the strength increased by 60%. His opponent was a level 14 Dark Zone boss wandering in the dark forest, and before the protagonist ran to attack, the monster suddenly disappeared from where it was standing, and MC's eyes widened, and he only managed to put his sword in front of him at the last moment to block the boss's attack. He was amazed at how quickly this attack happened, and was also shocked by the incredible strength of the monster. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, he frowned, and meanwhile the boss used his skill, causing waves of energy to be sent towards the protagonist. He was surprised when he felt his body begin to shake. He assumed that this was the effect of the boss's skill, and saw the information of the skill's slowing tremor. It was a powerful effect for those with exceptional power, and it was hard to avoid. The spirit of the wielder frightened the opponent and slowed their movements, and as Tsuyoshi was slowed, the boss swung to strike him. But he desperately clenched his jaws, begging his own body to move. Suddenly his ring began to glow, and the moment the monster lowered his sword, the protagonist managed to hold his weapon out in front of him, as the effect of the slowing tremor wore off. He shouted that he would not give up so easily, and his frown only deepened as he felt a stream of pure energy erupt from the infinity ring. He wondered if that was why the effect did not last long. He supposed that he could be wrong, and the boss meanwhile flinched in amazement, while the protagonist promised that he would not die so easily. The boss jumped back, acknowledging that his opponent was strong and not as simple as he seemed. He was able to destroy the boss's slowing tremor, so it was surprised. The protagonist froze in shock and asked if it could talk. He thought of the darkness as a bunch of beasts that couldn't talk. And after he said that, the boss replied that the darkness was a supreme being. It jumped again, and the protagonist guessed the technique. If he had the Dark Goblin set, he would be able to use roaring tentacles to attack the monster's weak point. But he left that set in his world, and now he had the Fox Beastman set. The boss used a blood attack, and when MC defended with his sword, its durability was reduced by 30%. He screamed in shock when he noticed this, and realized that his enemy was too strong. Each weapon and item had a durability stat, and the lower it was, the less dangerous and effective the weapon or item was. The blacksmith could restore the durability of weapons and items, but, in addition to the protagonist losing some of his weapon's durability, he noticed that this attack had a debuff that impairs his vision. This boss was too fast, and he realized that he couldn't block the blow when the boss started attacking him again. He tried to dodge at the last moment, but the monster's sword still caught him on the neck. He rolled to the side and tried to get up, but due to the bleeding effect, his life points were gradually decreasing. He noticed that his opponent had only hit him once, but he was already bleeding. He didn't have a potion to stop the bleeding, so he realized that he could die. Bleeding was an effect that some weapons had, and if the victim was attacked by such a weapon, it would cause a bleeding wound that would gradually reduce health points, and the effect would last until the wound healed or the victim died. And the only way to get rid of this effect was with a special skill, potion, or magic. Without the potion, the protagonist would die from bleeding, and he decided that he had to defeat the boss before the bleeding got worse. He thought that he should give up on his last attempts and leave the darkness zone. He cursed, not knowing what to choose. He knew that if he stayed here, he would not be able to stop the bleeding and would die. But in any case, he was not going to give up, and so he tightened his grip on his weapon, promising that he would kill the boss. He used a thunder chain, offering the monster a taste of his attack, and it looked at him in confusion. When the protagonist struck, a large number of lightning bolts spread out in different directions, and when he jumped to the side, he wondered if he had succeeded. He wondered why the boss had not reflected the attack, and suddenly he noticed a monster appear with a flash of light, but it had not received any damage because the lightning bolt was stuck in the ground and could not deal damage. The boss found it hilarious, and MC's eyes widened, and he wondered if the skill had not worked. He knew that it was bad, and the boss had promised that he would crush him, and he would not even need a sacrifice to do so. The protagonist was surprised when he heard about the sacrifice, and he wondered what this monster was talking about. It then jumped up, preparing to use a powerful attack, and brought the sword down with force, causing a large amount of dust and earth fragments to rise into the air. The monster was sure that it only needed a level. Although the protagonist managed to dodge, he still received quite a lot of damage, and the boss warned that he had lost his weapon, so now everything is useless. It promised that next time it would kill MC, and turned its back to him to leave. But suddenly the boss stopped and turned around, not understanding what it had just sensed. It asked the protagonist who he was. It asked who had the victim now. It chuckled, and streams of dark energy appeared next to it, and the boss asked why it had a rare darkness skill. It did not understand who MC was, and it said that by approaching it was able to attack and copied the victim's skill that the boss mentioned with its own skill. It was a reckless move for the sake of achieving new power. But thanks to this, its body was modified, and it gained a new skill. By sacrificing half of its blood, the owner removed all debuffs and gained enormous power, and also improved the strongest skill. The duration of this skill was 60 seconds, and now the protagonist would be able to tear the flesh of this monster into pieces with his bare hands. He activated absolute physical strength and obtained the power of the sacrifice skill. Thanks to this, his physical fitness improved 3 times, but it also put a huge strain on his body. The boss shockingly asked the protagonist why he could use skills. He replied that it was easy for him and got into a fighting stance. The thing is that he had a special attribute of the Chosen One, and it was the ability to copy and use any skill regardless of race and level, and the power of the copied skill depended on the combat power of the owner. He pushed off the ground with force, starting to attack, and the monster shuddered, amazed at his speed. MC instantly appeared next to him and struck, but did not stop at just that and attacked several more times. He gradually pushed the boss back, and it was amazed at how strong he was. The weapon of this was damaged, but the boss warned that even if he copied the skill, the protagonist would not be able to use it with brute force. The protagonist said that in the remaining time, he was ready to kill his opponent in any way. When someone used the sacrifice, health was not restored, and therefore he only had one attempt. During the use of the sacrifice skill, the amount of blood lost could not be replenished, because the great power of evil forced them to make sacrifices and face dangers. The boss threw aside the weapon that was no longer needed, since it was damaged, and asked if Tsuyoshi really wanted to defeat this. The monster laughed and asked if he had forgotten something. The thing was that the boss could also use the sacrifice, so it used the skill, and this one's body was modified, and the boss called the protagonist stupid because his sacrifice was just a copy. The monster was about to take a fighting stance to attack, but suddenly it shuddered in surprise and widened its eyes as the protagonist declared that he had not forgotten about it at all. He raised his hand and lightning appeared in the air next to it, and he added that he remembered that this monster could block his attacks with his own weapon. The boss assumed that he had forced him to drop his weapon on purpose and wondered if his attack could have been intentional. The MC said that he wanted the boss to sacrifice half of his blood, and when he said this, he prepared to attack, and the monster froze in horror, not understanding how this happened. It thought that the protagonist had simply copied the skill, and also noticed that there was only a human in front of it. That was why the monster did not understand why the protagonist's power was so overwhelming. Meanwhile, he shouted that his opponent was now unarmed, and he offered to see if the boss could survive the thunder chain. He asked it to give half of its own blood and taste its absolute power. Immediately after that, it attacked, running up close to the boss, and the number of its life points dropped sharply. The boss did not understand why a person would do something like that, but even before it finished its question, the protagonist tore the monster's body into 2 parts and offered it to see its own stupidity. He defeated the boss of the Dark Zone wandering in the Dark Forest, and the system notified him that he had successfully passed the Dark Zone. He had 2 attempts left, and at that moment, the effect of the sacrifice ended, and the protagonist returned to his normal physical form. However, this took a lot of strength from him, and now he was shaking violently. His entire body ached, as if all of his internal organs were torn apart, and he admitted that sacrifice was a strong skill. But he noticed that it was putting a strain on his body when combined with the absolute form. However, his efforts were not in vain, as he received the Dark Forest boss's weapon for defeating the boss. He cried out in amazement and asked, "Did he really get this?" He smiled happily, as he had just lost his weapon, but now he had received the Blood Mist Saw. It was the Dark Forest boss's weapon with a saw blade, and any wounds inflicted by this weapon would not heal. This weapon had a passive bleeding effect, as well as a secondary skill, Blood Attack. When the sword formed in the protagonist's hand, he cried out happily, as he understood that if he pumped up Blood Attack, it would be useful. But he was distracted from thinking about the weapon, as several system windows appeared in front of him, and he focused on it. Restarting the trial, would spend 1 attempt, and he could return or continue to explore the Dark Zone. If he continued the trial, he would receive 50% bonus experience points, and he wondered if that would really be the case. He sat down about restarting the level, and his level had risen to level 7. In addition, the number of experience points required to advance to the next level was already 3,400 points out of 18,000 points. However, the protagonist did not rejoice for long at the increase in level, and frowned in concentration, noticing that, due to the sacrifice now, the damage received could not be healed. He thought that his physical strength would improve, but it was a lot of trouble. The pain subsided when he leveled up. One damage from absolute physical strength still remained. He noticed that it was a rare dark skill, but he also thought that the price for it was quite high. He supposed that he should go out and rest for a while, since if he were to go for a second round, he would definitely have to use a sacrifice. He didn't know if his body could handle it, and he also remembered that Sakura had said that it was dangerous to stay in the dark zone without replenishing his supplies. However, he had to level up 6 times in a week to reach level 12, so he couldn't pass up the bonus points that would help him feel more confident in his own world. That was the price of strength, and in the end, he decided that there was no room for doubt. He asked if he could continue the test without determination. He knew that he would only lose that way, and since he had chosen to stay in the test, he had to enter the space and return to the entrance. A portal appeared in front of him, and before he entered, he apologized to Sakura for making her wait. At that time, she worriedly noted in her mind that he should have returned by now. Dong, who was paying attention to her condition, advised her not to worry, assuming that MC probably decided to continue the trial since it would help him earn bonus experience points. However, he himself was doubtful and asked himself if MC had really lost. However, he noticed that the body was not thrown away, so he asked if the protagonist really decided to continue the trial. He knew that it was almost impossible to pass it without supplies, and for an adventurer in the dark zone, it could mean death. Sakura said disappointedly that the protagonist promised to come out after the first round, but she still reassured herself that she could still hear the rumble of thunder. At this time, Eels returned, saying that he had already managed to sleep, and asked if the protagonist had not finished yet. He was surprised that the first round was over and there was no body, and he assumed that MC was hiding somewhere and was sitting there, trembling in fear. Dong warned him to watch his language, and Eels said that was nonsense, and asked if Dong really thought that the protagonist could overcome the darkness zone on his own. He warned that they should have given him false hope. He was sure that the protagonist was lying, because he had seen many such people. And if he had won, he would have returned a long time ago. If he did not appear after the first stage, it meant that he had failed it and decided to start over, but unfortunately, this could cost him his life, since he simply would not have enough healing potions. Sakura asked him to refrain from such talk, because she was sure that Tsuyoshi would definitely return. The thunderclaps proved that he was alive, and Dong, looking at her, thought that she was a strong girl. Eels laughed, thinking that they were joking, and asked what thunder they were talking about. He warned that MC's death would be their fault, since they had strengthened his confidence. Suddenly, Sakura glared at him menacingly, slightly drawing her dagger from its sheath, and warned that if he said that again, it would be very bad. Eels and Dong both flinched and asked themselves if this was bloodlust. Finally, Dong, hitting the ground with his staff, ordered them to be quiet and not to start a fight, but to wait for MC to return silently. He allowed Eels to go, and he turned around, but finally said that he was just telling the truth. He suggested that they look at their faces when they saw MC's exhausted body. Dong repeated his order for him to leave and asked himself how it was possible to not notice the bloodlust. In his mind, he exclaimed that Sakura's abilities were limitless, and suddenly, she flinched. And Dong asked what was going on? Sakura said desperately that the MC's thunder had died down, and Eels offered them to look at it and asked if they had anything to say. He exclaimed that it was stupid for a mere person to enter the darkness zone alone, but suddenly, all 3 of them shuddered as they heard a terrifying sound. Dong didn't understand what it was, and suddenly energy began to break through the portal. And Dong asked what kind of feeling of déjà vu was this. He assumed that the darkness had broken the seal, and exclaimed that it couldn't be. He took a fighting stance, looking at the dark silhouette visible in the portal, and ordered everyone to get ready as the darkness was breaking through. Eels also took a fighting stance, exclaiming that it couldn't be as the darkness wouldn't be able to break the seal of the darkness zone. And suddenly, Sakura asked them to wait as the protagonist, whose body was gradually returning to its normal state after the sacrifice skill, came out of the portal almost completely and apologized to Sakura for the wait. He explained that he had passed 3 rounds, and in each of them he had received bonus experience points and had leveled up several times, so that he was now level 9. He began to fall, and she ran to catch him, calling out to him excitedly. Eels and Dong flinched, amazed that he had passed 3 stages in one go. They wondered how much power he had hidden within himself, but Dong quickly turned his attention away from that, suggesting that Sakura help the protagonist quickly. He had indeed risen to level 9, and thanks to that his combat power had also increased to 14,500 points. It wasn't long before Sakura, Eels, and Dong began healing the protagonist. Sakura sat next to him, supporting him, and the shamans used reflection to cast a healing spell on him. Finally, when they finished, Dong warned that his muscles and nerves were seriously damaged. Eels added that it was a miracle that he survived, but the protagonist smiled and stretched, declaring that he felt much better thanks to the treatment. Sakura looked away in displeasure, exclaiming that he was in his usual repertoire, since he acted recklessly and did not keep his promise. He apologized to her, promising that he would be more careful in the future, and he admitted that he simply could not refuse the bonus experience points. He, having reached level 9, received an excellent reward, and he asked if it was true that she understood how much he needed the experience points. She exclaimed in an offended manner that his safety was more important to her, and she asked him to promise that he would keep his promises. But before he could answer her, Dong attracted his attention and asked if it was true what he said, that he passed the test 3 times. He confirmed that it was indeed so, and Eels and Dong exchanged glances, and Dong finally admitted that he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He didn't understand how it was possible to fight the darkness alone 3 times, and he remembered when the protagonist came out of the zone. The power of evil bypassed the power of darkness, and so he thought that the darkness itself had broken the barrier. The protagonist's abilities were excellent not only in magic, but also in combat, and he mentally noted that if Kevin was a genius, then MC had surpassed the genius himself. Eels suddenly awkwardly attracted the attention of the others and put his hand on his chest, bowing his head. He wanted to apologize for his words, and apologize to the protagonist for underestimating his strength. However, he asked him not to worry, because he helped him with the treatment. However, Sakura was still dissatisfied with what Eels said earlier, so she noticed that he finally got it. Eels said that the reflection effect they used was a mid-level healing skill, and they had healed almost all of the wounds except for the deep ones, but the protagonist's body was still in critical condition. Reflection was a mid-level healing skill that was popular among adventurers. It was able to heal almost all types of physical damage, but MC came out of the darkness zone with serious wounds all over his body, bleeding, and nerve damage, and if they didn't treat him right away, he might have died. Dong assumed that he had used some kind of secret magic or skill, and he advised him not to use it again, since the danger of it might hinder him from leveling up in the future. The protagonist asked in shock and said that he just wanted to level up. The victim still haunted him, and he realized that he had only thought about killing and had lost his mind. It was a huge risk, and he did not know what to do. In his imagination, 2 eyes that he had seen earlier on the gate to the boss's room suddenly appeared, and he wondered if that was an eye. He began to breathe heavily in fear, and Sakura asked in surprise, "What was wrong?" He put his hand to his forehead, answering that he was just tired, but he thought about the victim, the darkness, and the special skill. It damaged not only his body but also his mind, so he decided that he did not need to use it anymore. Dong finally decided to give him a potion and advised him to take it once a day and meditate in order to speed up the absorption of it. Eels flinched, asking him if he was sure about this potion. The protagonist thanked Dong for this and smiled, and Sakura froze in shock as she recognized this potion. Dong explained that this was Kevin's favorite potion, which would help the protagonist recover. He also advised him to meet Kevin in person, because if he saw talent in him, he would take him as his student and pass on to him even more amazing knowledge in the field of magic. He was one of the few inhabitants of this land who possessed the legendary Law of Destruction. Sakura asked if Kevin had found the legendary Law of Destruction. She wondered what law it was in number, and MC asked them to wait and asked what the legendary Law of Destruction was. Eels asked if the Seekers should not know about it. The thing is that in this world, there were laws governing the magic of heaven and earth. The magic used in accordance with these laws had incredible power and was called the Forbidden Spell of Destruction. Shamans sought to improve the efficiency and quality of their potions, but the laws of heaven and earth were incredibly cruel, and some of them had a will of their own. There were 12 laws, each of which was in unexplored areas, and in order to master it, it was necessary to have outstanding skills and abilities. The stone monument of the laws of destruction was erected in honor of the 12 laws that were passed on to them by great magicians from all over the world, and each of the laws had the power to destroy the entire world, and the first law was written in ancient times. Kevin was called a genius because 10 years ago he mastered the 12th law of the great winds. He was able to improve his magical abilities, and this helped him in processing potions. He increased not only the efficiency and quality of this, but also united it with the power of law. Eels was sure that Kevin would be able to heal the protagonist's deep wounds, and he asked if this was true. Sakura also asked in surprise, is it possible for MC's body to be healed? However, now was not the best time to meet, and Dong knew it. He remembered that he used to be Kevin's mentor, so he believed that if they gave him a letter of introduction, he would meet them. He handed the letter to them, and Tsuyoshi thanked him for it. Dong also advised them to bring some rare potions and valuable ingredients to meet with Kevin, so that they could trade with him later. Sometime later, Sakura and Tsuyoshi said goodbye to Eels and Dong, and Eels asked if the protagonist had really caught Dong's attention that much. This question was related to the fact that he gave him a B-rank forbidden blood potion for nothing, even though they had traded it with Kevin, offering him many valuable potions and ingredients. Dong laughed, admitting that he wondered how high this man would climb. By lending him a helping hand now, he was making an investment in the future, but Eels believed that it was a risky investment, since few geniuses could reach the Dark Zone alone, and even fewer of those geniuses were human. Dong had never heard of people going to the Dark Zone alone, but he knew that this was far from the first time in history. Eels asked if there were other daredevils. Dong said that 1,000 years ago, a great being gave rise to their clan of beastmen, and it was the ancient god King Garces. Sometime later, the protagonist, walking through the forest, asked Sakura if she knew where to find Kevin. She confirmed this, remembering that Dong said that they had a long way to go, but along the way they could level up. Of course, they could reach their goal, but she wanted to clarify something, and MC guessed that there was a catch. He asked what it was. Sakura warned that a team was needed to enter this dungeon. They finally emerged from the forest and noticed a large number of people here, and were surprised by this. Sakura explained that this was a so-called checkpoint, and most adventurers gathered here, and after a while they dispersed to different areas. This place was on their way, so she brought the protagonist here. In this place, dungeons were randomly opened, for the completion of which you could get special bonuses, and usually these dungeons were intended for a certain number of participants. The protagonist was surprised that such a place existed here, and he noticed that it looked like a shop, and decided to try it. In this world, the choice of dungeon was much more diverse, and he assumed that he should try out his skills here. He told Sakura that he was going, and she warned him to be careful, deciding that she would be watching him. At this time, Victor shouted that they were looking for a warrior or tank of level 15 with a combat power of more than 6,000 points. He promised that they would generously reward the candidate with bonuses, and warned that they would leave once they had the required number of participants. He was a level 15 elemental mage with a combat power of 6,300 points. His team also included a wind archer with a combat power of 6,230 points, a thief with a combat power of 6,210 points, and a priest of light with a combat power of 6,000 points. They were all level 15, and one of the adventurers noticed that this team had been here for 2 days already. The bonuses were good, but the quest was also dangerous, so no one was in a hurry to join this team, and so he thought that they would go home empty-handed today. His comrade noticed that there was no one present with a combat power equal to 6,000 points at level 15, and besides, the captain was stubborn. In the end, one of the team members, Victor, suggested that he choose another dungeon. After all, they had already spent 2 days on this one. He was sure that if someone wanted to join, they would have already done so, so there was no need to lose more points. However, Victor displeasedly called him an idiot and asked if he had forgotten how much the information about this dungeon cost them. He exclaimed that it was the 12th floor, and added that only in this place could you get a blood rose, and one such rose cost 500 silver coins. There was no way he would take on a low-level dungeon. Blood rose was a rare potion ingredient that greatly increased the healing effect, and due to its popularity among shamans and mages, it was sold at a high price. The thief suggested that someone could volunteer another time, since without the required number of participants, they would not be able to enter anyway. However, MC approached them and asked if he could join them. He said that he was a warrior, and his level was slightly below the required level, but he was confident in himself. All the participants looked at him with delight, and Victor exclaimed that he was their savior. He assumed that he was level 14, but noted that even level 13 would do. He wanted to say that they could provide him with it if he was level 12, but the protagonist interrupted his words and said that he was level 9, but exclaimed that they could leave him the vanguard. Victor got angry and asked what he could do at level 9. He was outraged that he said this so easily, and assumed that he was mocking him. He wanted to run towards the MC, but his comrades stopped him, and the protagonist admitted that he was not joking. Meanwhile, there were 10 minutes left before the passage closed, and Victor and his teammates shuddered. The thief warned him that if they missed this chance, they would lose another day, so he asked him to decide. The girl from their team suggested that they take a level 9 warrior, as she was sure that they could handle it on their own. The archer agreed, saying that otherwise they would not be able to recoup the cost of the information they had received. Victor cursed, but admitted that there was no other choice, and he warned the protagonist that he would give him a chance, and told him not to dare to act willfully during the playthrough. The protagonist had to listen to his orders, as their 4 were already strong and they only took him for the number. He asked if this suited him. He agreed and exclaimed that he would be glad to join the team for the first time. Victor replied that it was nice to meet him, and the protagonist suggested that they go ahead, and Victor asked if this was really his first time joining the team. Finally, they passed through the portal and entered the level 16 dungeon, immediately meeting a level 16 forest rhinoceros, which had a huge body that was immune to physical attacks. This monster's weakness was lightning, and its combat power was 7,600 points. Victor was amazed to see that this was a level 16 dungeon and began to curse at the informant, promising that he would kill him if he got out of here. The thief was not sure that at such levels they would be able to get out of here alive, and he was even scared to imagine the boss in the dungeon if the first opponent was a forest rhino. However, Victor was sure that everything was fine, because they were on the 15th level and had gone through many difficult dungeons together. He suggested that his comrades do everything as usual, exclaiming that they would definitely defeat this monster. He was not sure that this would work, but he suggested that if necessary, they use the Horn of Return, which was an incredibly expensive item, by blowing into which one could leave the dungeon. The use of this could be limited in special dungeons, and due to its rarity, the horn could only be purchased at auctions. Suddenly, Victor asked his companions to wait and asked where Tsuyoshi had gone. The archer noticed that he was there when they entered, and he wanted to guess what had happened to the MC. But a bolt of lightning from the protagonist, using the thunder chain, interrupted his words. All the adventurers froze in shock, looking out from their hiding places, and noticed that the protagonist had killed the forest rhinoceros, exclaiming that compared to those monsters from the darkness zone, it was a piece of cake. They exclaimed that he had defeated that monster on his own, and he suggested that they follow him since he was used to doing things quickly. He added that he was looking forward to the bonuses, gave them a thumbs up, and smiled. In the dungeon of the 16th level, there was an active battle, and Victor, clutching a staff in his hands, surrounding himself with magical energy, looked at the monster rapidly approaching him, and then shouted that there was another one here. Then he turned his attention to the fact that there were also enemies behind the tree, and ordered his soldiers to deal with it. The wind archer stared intently ahead, pulling the bowstring, aiming, saying that this 9th level warrior was incredibly strong. The wind archer himself was level 15, and his combat power was equal to 6230. After that, the wind archer asked if he really cleared this dungeon alone. Then he said that he burst in here and easily defeated all the small monsters. The voice watching the battle asked in surprise how he knew the weak points of the monsters, and now he can hardly believe that he is level 9. The priest of light of level 15 with a combat power equal to 6100 shouted that he does not even need any potions. The thief jumped and addressed Victor as if he were a captain and asked him if she already had a connection. Then the thief began to ask Victor who this guy was, since he should be famous with such skills. The thief was level 15, his combat power was 6120. Victor, level 15, with a combat power of 6300 points, answered the thief that he knew many, but did not remember everyone. After that, he said that he knew those who gave them information about this dungeon, after which he assumed that this warrior was in an elite guild and he had seen him somewhere, but he simply forgot about it. At this time, Tsuyoshi confidently looked ahead with a tense body and continued to fight. He thought that such a dungeon seemed simple compared to the dark zones, and for this they give more experience points than in his world. He thought about the fact that in this dungeon, the level 16 monster is much weaker than the level 11 monsters of the dark zones, and these are not even half as strong as their relatives from that world. Soon after, a huge level 16 wood monster appeared in front of him, the characteristics of which were that it uses a vine with poisonous thorns to attack, and the weakness of this monster was fire. Having studied this information, Tsuyoshi thought that now the poisonous thorns do not pose a threat to him, because the divine eye allows him to see the weaknesses of all opponents, and for clearing this dungeon, you can get a bloody rose that he can sell to Kevin. Thinking about the bloody rose, Tsuyoshi made a powerful blow to the massive tree, causing wooden chips to fly in different directions. Turning behind himself, Tsuyoshi shouted that the fight with the boss will begin soon. Then he noticed that the small monsters were becoming more and more numerous and that they were afraid of fire, turning to his new allies. The protagonist asked if their mage would be able to attack the monsters. Victor, raising his staff high above his head, confirmed this. At this time, he was thinking that now was the time for him to show himself. Tsuyoshi, looking ahead tensely, asked them to beware of the vines because their thorns were poisonous. After this warning, the group of adventurers began to look at the vines with a worried look. Victor asked himself how he knew so much about these monsters. He realized that at the 9th level, he could not have so much experience and was probably hiding his true abilities. The next moment, raising his staff above his head, he used fire magic called Blazing Whirlpool. The space around the adventurers burst into bright flames that surrounded them from all sides. Soon after, only smoldering stumps remained on the battlefield. Sitting near the fire, the Wind Archer said that this warrior was incredibly strong, and they would definitely clear this dungeon without any problems. The thief asked the archer if he had really started calling him Lord. With an embarrassed smile on her face, the girl Priest of Light noticed that he was not like the seekers of this world and that he was special. At this time, not far from the guys, Victor introduced himself to Tsuyoshi, and they shook hands. Victor said that he did not expect to meet such a skilled warrior, after which he asked who he was. With a confused expression on his face, putting his hand on the back of his head, Tsuyoshi replied that he was just a novice seeker. With a sly grin on his face, Victor asked him again, after which he offered to talk about it later, but the protagonist was still trying to prove that he was telling the truth. Taking out a bag of drink, Victor asked Tsuyoshi if he knew about the dungeon ratings of each region. The protagonist asked him again, after which he said that he did not know this, and asked Victor why he was asking him about this. Victor asked him again in surprise, after which he assumed that he was lying to him. Then, crossing his arms over his chest, Victor began to talk about the fact that the points for completing this dungeon are different from those that disappear over time, and each region has fixed points, and the number of these varies, but all data on the clearing and participants is recorded in the dungeon rating. And the first passage and the best results for each dungeon are also recorded in this. Then he explained to him that, in other words, for clearing these, you can get not only bonuses but also glory, and the ratings are sent to all seeker guilds and everyone can look at them. Then Victor noted that he can bring great popularity to both his guild and the team. After listening to this, the protagonist said that he understood him, and then asked why he was telling him this. He thought that in his world there was a similar system, which means that this is here too. With a smile on his face, Victor began to tell that this team was assembled by chance, and in fact he is a member of a guild called Q, that is, an elite group of 15 seekers, which is better known as the Big Goat Team. Victor proudly said that their captain is one of the founders of the guild, that is, the shield warrior Big Goat Harvey. MC, skeptically listening to him, asked again why he was telling him about this. Hesitantly clearing his throat, Victor said that a new dungeon of the 18th level had recently opened, and inside this dungeon, small monsters of the Dark Zone were hiding in the swamp. Frowning, Victor suggested that these monsters were quite difficult to defeat due to the lack of information about the weaknesses of these monsters. But he thought that he knew quite a lot about them and could be useful in the cleanup. MC began to glow, and demonstrating his muscles, shouted that this meant that this was a dungeon with monsters of the Dark Zone, and suggested that the reward should be worthy. Victor, looking at him with a surprised expression, confirmed this by telling him that if this dungeon is cleared, the result of the first passage will be added to the rating, which will open additional bonuses, so competing teams are fighting to clear it first. With his mouth wide open, clenched fists in front of him from impatience, Victor said that if he is interested in this, he can arrange a meeting with their captain. MC thought that this could be a good alternative for obtaining the attributes needed to level up. After that, he said that even though he is a level 9th warrior, he wants him to participate in clearing a level 18 dungeon. In response to this, Victor tried to convince him by telling him that there are many different dungeons that require different abilities, so they need seekers up to level 18, so there is no problem with this. MC told him that he is glad to hear this and he is ready for this offer, but with 2 conditions. Victor asked him again in surprise, conditions? Then Victor noted that if these conditions are acceptable, he will think about an additional reward. Looking closely at his interlocutor with a slight smile on his face, Victor thought that it seemed to him that he trusted him if he agreed to join them and tell them about the weaknesses of the monsters of the Dark Zone, then they would have an advantage, and this fact would definitely be counted to him. thanks to which he would be able to increase his status in the guild. Raising his hand up, Tsuyoshi said that the first condition is that they will give him all the experience points for clearing, and secondly, he will take the reward for completing it, and everything else will go to them. Then the protagonist asked him what he would say to this. In confusion and shock, looking at Tsuyoshi, Victor said that even if he agreed to these conditions, the captain and the others would hardly approve of this, and he should consult with them. Looking at this, the protagonist suggested returning to the conversation when they leave the dungeon, soon after which they headed forward. When they came out of the magic space, the Wind Archer started laughing loudly, happy that they had cleared it. The thief shouted that the captain's final blow with fire magic that hit the boss's weak point was incredible. The Priestess of Light, who was walking behind, also shouted that the boss was powerless against fire magic, and therefore everything went smoothly. Remembering the event of the past battle, the Priestess of Light said that without Tsuyoshi, she would not have been able to correctly calculate the time for the attack, because it would have taken her more than 10 seconds to aim. With a grin on his face, a somewhat confused Victor noticed that the protagonist told them about the weaknesses of the boss, that is, how to overcome it and even what to be wary of, after which he turned to Tsuyoshi, telling him that he was incredible. Putting an open palm in front of him with a rose levitating above him, Tsuyoshi said that he received his share and they could divide the rest among themselves. Victor agreed with this, after which he ordered his group to disperse and said that he would divide the bonus rewards later. Each member of his group thanked him for this, shortly after which Victor approached Tsuyoshi and asked if he had time. Victor then told him that he wanted to introduce him to the captain, but the protagonist asked him to wait, explaining that he had to warn someone. Soon after, Sakura, pressing a bandage to Tsuyoshi's temple, remarked that it was incredible that he had already been invited to the team, and that she had to reach level 30 to even get an invitation. Sakura then asked him to be careful, and that this was a very valuable experience for him. Stopping wiping his face, Sakura said that she would get information from the nearest city and report to him as soon as she returned. With a smile on his face, Tsuyoshi remarked that it would be nice, after which he asked her that if she could not find him, they would meet at the Seekers Guild. Sakura handed him a small bag and explained that it contained several potions and some money, which would be enough for about 3 days. Taking the bag with him, Tsuyoshi thanked her and walked away. With a wide smile on her face, Sakura wished him luck and waved her hand. As soon as he stepped back, she thought with a serious expression that now she had time to get information about Kevin. Because if he really mastered the law of the great winds, then her plan to kill him would have to be corrected. Coldly looking ahead, she walked in the opposite direction, thinking about it. In another place, a stern voice asked again. The 9th level warrior made 2 conditions? Then the owner of this voice, with his massive hand, putting the glass on the table, turned to Victor, asking him if he was serious now. The owner of this voice was Captain Harvey, a big goat whose class was a great shield warrior and his combat power was 7600. Sternly looking ahead, Harvey asked, the 9th level warrior was going to lead his elite team whose average level is 16? He asked Victor not to make him laugh, but the confused Victor shouted that he really was incredible and thanks to him they easily got the bloody rose. The vice captain of the 17th level named Luke, holding a filled glass in his hands, laughed saying that a warrior of the 9th level is not worthy of even wearing their shoes, after which he turned to Victor, suggesting that communication with this fool must have clouded his mind. Luke's class was a warrior with 2 flaming blades, and his combat power was equal to 6,930. Then Luke laughed again, suggesting that it now seems to him that he will not be able to participate in the cleansing in the future, and asked Victor not to waste their time. Under the general laughter of adventurers, an upset Victor tried to convey to the others that this is true, and if they do not believe, then they can meet him in person. Harvey asked if he was here. Victor confirmed this, saying that he brought him, and he is waiting at the entrance. Luke angrily noted that he brought someone here, that is, he has completely lost his fear. An angry Victor ordered him to stop. He thought that Luke was constantly mocking him, and it was time for him to show who was right. Harvey agreed with him, saying that he would meet him, and Victor thanked him for this soon after, which he led Tsuyoshi inside. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, Tsuyoshi introduced himself saying that he was a 9th level warrior, and it was nice to meet him. Silence reigned in the guild for a while, after which Luke began to laugh furiously, suggesting everyone to look at Tsuyoshi who was so weak. Showing a finger pointing down, Luke began to mock Tsuyoshi, but Victor asked not to pay attention to it. Harvey, raising a glass to his mouth, said that Victor told him that he would be able to clear the new dungeon, after which Harvey asked Tsuyoshi if he was so confident in himself. The protagonist replied that he was absolutely confident in himself, but he had one more condition. Harvey grinned and asked him again, "Are you absolutely sure of yourself?" Then he asked Tsuyoshi, "What is his condition?" Staring intently ahead with a confident expression on his face, Tsuyoshi asked permission to be their captain. A moth flying over the table got caught in the flame of the candles and burned to ashes. At this time, Harvey, looking at Tsuyoshi with a surprised expression on his face, asked him again if he wanted to be the captain of their elite team. Irritated, Luke assumed that he had gone crazy, after which Luke shouted that in front of him stood the big goat. Captain Harvey himself and their team consists of famous seekers, and there is no need to make them laugh with your statements. Confused and frightened, Victor, with beads of sweat flowing down his face, turned to Tsuyoshi and began to ask him, "What kind of captain is this? It's absurd." The protagonist whispered that it was necessary to clear the dungeon and then asked him not to worry. Turning away from Tsuyoshi, Harvey said that this time other teams would enter the dungeon and they, like their guild, had lost many times in the same place, and each attempt cost potions and items. That is, the more people participate, the higher the price, and they had already spent 2 gold. MC confidently replied that we were talking about a lot of money, and if they let him become a captain, he promised that they would clear this dungeon. Luke was indignant, asking how dare he say such a thing. Another adventurer suggested that Harvey simply kick him out, but Harvey, with an imperturbable expression, agreed with Tsuyoshi, stating that he accepted his conditions, but if his words did not match his actions, then he should not expect mercy. Luke, confused, turned to Harvey, asking him if he was joking. In response, the protagonist noted that everything was fine and they could easily clear this dungeon if they worked as a team. Luke turned to the captain again and asked him if he really trusted this guy and what a level 9 weakling was capable of anyway. Harvey answered his question with a question asking if they had any other options. Harvey then explained that without him, they would just waste another attempt. Continuing to shout discontentedly, Luke noted that making him captain was too much because he was level 9 and this was an obvious deception. He continued to yell about how the big bastards had been having a lot of bad luck lately, and Victor had succumbed to the influence of this weakling, but he was good enough for me too, and they should kick him out right now. Harvey looked at Luke coldly and asked him if he knew how much they had been ridiculed by other guilds. Harvey explained to him that they could not achieve anything and suffered disdain from them, and if they cleared this dungeon first, then their reputation would be restored, and now they have no other choice, and they need to take advantage of this opportunity. Then Harvey said that even if it was a deception, then he would make this guy answer for his deception. After these words, he looked at the nervous Victor and confident Tsuyoshi. Before entering the dungeon, one of the adventurers looking at the people approaching asked if they were not big goats, and were they really going to enter the dungeon again? Another adventurer assumed that they would probably use the Horn of Return, then asked to wait, and was surprised to notice that Harvey was not leading the team today. Looking at Tsuyoshi, who found him ahead, the adventurer asked, "Who was this?" And then he noticed that this person had a strange appearance. The adventurer, laughing loudly, crossed his arms over his chest and asked if they were not big goats. Then he assumed that they had changed their leader and noticed that they were acting arrogantly, being weaklings, and that they would not be able to feed themselves at this rate, so he suggested that they spend their money wisely. At that moment, Victor whispered to Tsuyoshi and explained that the captain of that team had always bullied them, but to be honest, there was some truth in his words, since countless losses had led them to nothing. He continued to explain that for this reason, the captain and the rest of the team were under a lot of pressure, and lately, the situation had become even worse. Staring ahead with a confident expression, Tsuyoshi accepted this information, and then passing by the adventurer who was bullying his team, he pushed him, apologizing for getting in his way. The confused adventurer turned to Harvey and shouted that their new leader was an upstart, after which he, with a wide smile on his face, suggested that they watch how he would act the next time they returned with the help of the horn. While the system window notified the protagonist that the team had registered in the dungeon and asked them to wait, Tsuyoshi sternly looked at the adventurer and noted that they would still see this. Tsuyoshi headed into the magical energy rapidly spreading in front of them and ordered to begin. Confidently looking ahead, he thought about what Victor said, that unexplored monsters of the dark zone live in the swamp of this dungeon. But with the divine eye, there should be no problems, and he will show the team an example of professional cleaning. The system window greeted the swamp shadows who entered the dungeon. Soon after, which information appeared that this location is level 18, and the entry conditions are from 12 to 17 team members, whose levels should not exceed 18. Harvey asked Tsuyoshi what they will do. The protagonist answered him that he has a plan, after which he assumed that he will take all the experience points for himself. Then the protagonist asked again if this was true. Harvey confirmed this, noting that for them the honor of the team is more important, and it is important for them to clear the dungeon first. So he asked not to disappoint them. Then Harvey said that he himself was convinced of their plight, and he took on a great responsibility by appointing him as the leader. So if they fail, then he must prepare for the consequences. Looking at the system window, which reported that all the experience points received for clearing this dungeon will go to him, Tsuyoshi said that he understood him. Then Harvey, turning to his subordinates, ordered to get ready and listen to Tsuyoshi's instructions. Luke, with an irritated expression on his face, looking at Tsuyoshi, thought that he could not believe that they would give all the experience points to this guy, after which he decided that they would still wait and see the outcome of this event. MC, holding the sword in his hand and pointing his finger at the system window, thought that they would deal with the monsters that Victor was talking about, after which he noticed that the difficulty level was high. The system window said that due to the high difficulty level, each dungeon is divided into easy and hard, and on the high level, all rewards are tripled, including experience points. Reading this information, Tsuyoshi was happy that the rewards are tripled, including experience points, and with the tripled points of all party members, he can go up 2 or even 3 levels. A smile appeared on his face, and soon after, he found a notification that a high difficulty level was selected, and the strength of all monsters and the attributes of these tripled. The party members looked at this notification with surprised expressions, and Harvey asked in shock, "High difficulty level?" The frightened adventurers assumed that this was some kind of mistake, and something was wrong here, because this was suicide. Victor, trembling with fear, turned to Tsuyoshi and asked him what he was doing. Victor then began to explain to him that the high difficulty level cannot be activated unless he has fully explored the dungeon, after which Victor assumed that he was mistaken. Luke, standing among the guys with his arms wide open, loudly called Tsuyoshi, shouting that no one could clear even the easy level, and the high one was several times more difficult, after which Luke assumed that the protagonist wanted to kill them all. Then Luke began to shout that he had warned them, and that they would waste their time, and that they would be ridiculed again upon their return. With a sly smile on his face, Luke thought that he was a fool, and that he had been waiting for the right moment, but he himself had made a mistake. The other adventurers were also indignant, and Luke was glad about this, realizing that this fool had chosen a high difficulty level. Then Luke, clutching a massive horn in his hands, noticed that it was good that he had taken the horn of return with him, because of this fool they would have to use the ladder to get out of here. He suggested acting faster because this guy had deceived them all. But the protagonist, moving forward rapidly, said that if he had brought them here, it meant that he had a plan, after which he ordered them to follow him. Moving forward at great speed, Tsuyoshi understood that the difficulty level was not important, because with the divine eye and so many people, they could clear this dungeon without difficulty. Enraged Luke began to ask him if he really thought they could handle it after failing the easy level earlier. Luke ordered him not to talk nonsense because he himself dragged them here, after which he asked him if he understood that this was a threat to life, because this was not a game. Luke hysterically screamed that if he wanted to die, he had to go alone. MC did not listen to him, and quickly moved forward at the same time activating the divine eye. He thought that everything was going according to plan, and in the swampy area, weak monsters were afraid of lightning. At great speed, Tsuyoshi approached many toothy crocodiles of the 18th level, whose classification was a water crocodile, and in the characteristics of these monsters, it was said that these have thick skin and simple attacks are ineffective, and these monsters attack in a group using fangs. Thanks to the divine eye, Tsuyoshi was able to identify the weakness of these monsters, that is, lightning and fire, and thanks to the analysis of the weakness, he saw a recommendation that it is necessary to use fire and the electrical conductivity of water, and lightning attacks can lead to unexpected results. Having studied this information, Tsuyoshi thought that if he concentrates, he can improve the divine eye. Pointing a finger at Tsuyoshi, Luke hysterically screamed that this fool is going forward, and there are toothy crocodiles, and there are many of them, so they are all finished. Harvey, putting a massive shield in front of him, moved forward asking if he really deceived them. The protagonist ordered with a calm expression on his face to follow him, after which he declared that he would see them to the end. Raising his sword high above his head, he ordered the soldiers not to just stand there, after which, Turning to the fire mages, he ordered them to get ready. With a tense expression on his face, squeezing the staff in his hands, Victor loudly cursed, after which he said that he was advancing and believed him. Victor turned to the other fire mages and ordered them to run after him, after which he noted that if they simply ran away, they would be ridiculed. The adventurers cursed loudly and ran forward shouting that they could not stand the ridicule any longer. At this time, huge crocodiles rushed towards Tsuyoshi, using a group attack with their fangs. Harvey, looking at Tsuyoshi in surprise, asked him to leave because 6 toothy crocodiles had grouped together to attack with their fangs, and they would tear him into small pieces. However, the protagonist waited for the moment when the monsters would approach him, used a thunder chain, then turned to the fire mages and ordered them to concentrate all their power a meter away from him. The fire mages obeyed this command, then sent a powerful stream of fire towards him. A fiery explosion occurred right in front of Tsuyoshi, and the system window reported that the attack was interrupted. With loud, painful sounds, the toothy crocodiles began to burn alive. Victor, bewildered, looking ahead, asked, how could he defeat 6 enemies at once? With a confident expression, Tsuyoshi said that his thunder chain skill paralyzed enemies, and in this state, monsters could not use skills, and any attacks against monsters deal double damage. He then explained that concentrating the firepower in one point multiplied the power of the attributes, making their job easier. He himself understood that it was all thanks to the Divine District, and the system window reported that the analysis of the Divine Eye was complete. The surprised, and at the same time joyful, adventurers began to ask him how he was able to come up with a strategy so quickly. Another adventurer shouted out that they could really clear this dungeon, after which another guy shouted out that by taking advantage of the monster's weakness, he interrupted the offensive and dealt with these with a massive fire attack. And this is amazing. Joyful Victor shouted that he did it again, and he did it like in the last dungeon. After which he noted that he knew he could do it. Harvey looked at Tsuyoshi in surprise and asked himself if he was really level 9 with such skills, and who the hell was he? Luke was hysterical, sitting on the ground and shaking, shouting that he was just lucky and that no one would have been able to analyze the situation so accurately in such conditions. One of the adventurers turned to the vice captain and shouted that this was the reason he was incredible, because everyone had seen it with their own eyes, after which he asked him why he was being stubborn in that case. Crossing his arms over his chest, Victor asked why he didn't just shut up because he was only embarrassing them. Luke asked him again in a rage, but the protagonist ordered him to end it because they didn't have time to argue with someone like him. Turning to the adventurers, Tsuyoshi ordered them to follow him because they would pass a high level of difficulty. Harvey was the first to run after him, asking his soldiers if they heard that. All adventurers confidently ran forward, and only Luke, who remained sitting on the ground, asked them to wait. Harvey, standing next to Tsuyoshi, ordered them to follow him, then shouted that they were passing a high level. 30 minutes later, in the dungeon of Swamp Shadows, where the liquid glowed bright green, Victor, with a worried expression on his face, suggested that it seemed to him that all the previous teams lost in this place. MC activated the Divine Eye and looked carefully in front of him, while Victor asked him what they should do now. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, Luke said that the monsters here are high-level monsters of the Dark Zone, and they have never encountered such things. He complained that he did not know where he got all this information from, but they almost lost because of him, and the Big Goats team will not let it go so easily. Irritated, Victor turned to him and began to say that thanks to his resources and analysis, they received practically no damage, and before this was simply impossible. Then Victor started asking him if he didn't understand that this was unbelievable, and how could he even say such a thing. An angry Luke ordered Victor not to forget himself, because he was actually the vice captain, and he was only temporarily in charge, and he was taking care of their team as the vice captain. Harvey abruptly ordered them to shut up, saying that they were distracting Captain Tsuyoshi, after which an irritated Victor and Luke fell silent. A notification appeared on the system window that the analysis of the Divine Eye was complete, and as a result, the system window informed the protagonist that it was impossible to bypass the swamp, and that he was recommended to assign one team member to distract the monsters while the others moved forward. With a smile on his face, studying this information, Tsuyoshi thought that in this case it would be even easier than he thought. In the detailed results, the system window reported that the area of the swamp was about 300 square meters, and the depth of the shallowest point was 24 centimeters, while the deepest was 126 centimeters. The average depth was 84 centimeters, and the optimal route was drawn up. The next message from the system window reported that the depth of the swamp along the route does not exceed 40 centimeters, and this is the fastest and safest way. Taking a branch in his hand, Tsuyoshi began to draw on the ground, thinking that this is an incredibly accurate analysis, and how it seems to him that the capabilities of the divine eye depend on his combat power, and he remembered the results, so it's time for him to make a plan. Soon after, a warning appeared on the system window that 15 monsters of the Dark Zone are hiding along the route, and it is necessary to neutralize them for the safety of the road. The system window also notified the protagonist that movement through the swamp will slow down, but thanks to the absolute physical form and strength of his legs, he will be able to move at a normal pace. Imagining future events, Tsuyoshi also studied the information on measures of influence, where the system window reported that the high electrical conductivity of the swamp increases the effectiveness of the thunder chain, and it is necessary to concentrate strength in the legs to attract monsters and lure them into the combat zone, and during the battle, it is necessary to follow the analysis and aim at the weak points of the monsters. Also, the system window stated that the plan will be adjusted depending on the situation. Looking carefully ahead, Tsuyoshi said that as Vice President Luke said, their joint work is aimed at mutual benefit, and he is their temporary leader. So if they are not satisfied with something, then they can go and he will not stop them. Luke looked at his back with displeasure. After which, Tsuyoshi turned around and noted that since now we are the captain and leader here, then they need to follow his instructions. Luke, pointing his finger at him, shouted that he is a guy who just knows a little about monsters. However, Harvey abruptly interrupted him, noting that he will be able to speak out when they leave the dungeon, and now everyone wants to get through this as soon as possible. With a displeased expression on his face, Luke cursing the 9th level newbie. Calmly looking ahead, Tsuyoshi thought that in the past his spirit could have been broken by someone like him, because in the world there will always be people who oppress the weak, and those who pose a threat, and such innate malice cannot be avoided or explained. Remembering the events from his past, protagonist thought that before he was a victim, like Karina and many others, and the only way out of this situation is to become stronger. MC understood that he is no longer the same as before, after which he stood up and said to stop empty chatter, after which he explained that in order to get to the next point, they will have to cross the swampy area. Harvey confirmed this by telling that one day he went halfway and saw a path that leads to the entrance to the next point, and in order to get there, they must beware of the umbrella of darkness monsters that always attack unexpectedly. After that, Harvey, remembering the events from the past, noted that if something goes wrong, then they will have to use the Horn of Return, and in the worst case, they can all die. With a straight face, Tsuyoshi explained that this environment was unfamiliar to them and was definitely dangerous, but there was nothing to worry about. With a surprised expression, Harvey asked him if he had a plan. With a smirk on his face, Tsuyoshi said that he was going to hide from the wedge monsters while they led the others ahead, and then he would catch up with them later. Victor asked him in confusion, was he going to distract all the monsters by himself? He shouted out in fear that it was dangerous, and Harvey said that he respected his strength. But they didn't even know how many monsters there were, and he couldn't agree to such a reckless plan. Luke fell to the ground, laughing uncontrollably, and started screaming that he thought he had another great plan. But it turned out that this plan was just pathetic. Luke then shouted that anyone could have come up with this plan, and he should go ahead, but not think that they would go save him in case of danger. Ignoring this sound interference, Tsuyoshi turned to Victor, telling him that there was one safe path, and he needed to remember it and lead the others. Victor began to ask him in bewilderment, how did he even know about this? Heading forward and clutching a sword in his hand, Tsuyoshi said that distracting the monsters was only the first part of the plan, and he himself would defeat these monsters, and they needed to go forward, after which he would catch up with them. With a cold expression on his face, Tsuyoshi said that he did not want to waste time, after which he asked if he had ever done anything thoughtlessly. Luke was confusedly silent, after which the protagonist confidently walked forward and waved his hand and ordered them to wait for his signal. When he stepped into the swampy liquid, he thought with a smile on his face that everything was worse than he expected. But this type of terrain was ideal for thunder attacks. His eyes glowed with bright magical energy, and he headed forward. Luke, looking at the back of the departing Tsuyoshi, turned to Harvey and asked him if he really trusted him, and how could a level 9 beginner win against a whole horde of Dark Zone monsters. With a confused expression, Harvey replied that he did not know and could not fully trust him, but his mood. Victor confidently shouted that he believed him and his level was not important here. so you just need to follow his plan because he gave them the exact route. The protagonist stood in the swamp and looked in front of him carefully, saying that there were 15 monsters. And anyone who was surrounded by a swarm of dark monsters in the swamp would freeze in fear. Suddenly, a huge monster with a terrifying sound appeared from the water. It was a level 18 Dark Soul Eater. From the Divine Eye, information appeared that the classification of this is a monster that is mired in a swamp. And the characteristics are that it is an agile dark creature that is born in swamps and it ambushes passing prey. So do not underestimate these because of their low health. Because this monster's bite is deadly and its weakness is lightning and piercing damage. The ugly monster rushed to attack Tsuyoshi. The system window showed information from the Divine Eye that the weakness of these is that the monster's bodies are saturated with water, which makes them virtually invulnerable to fire attacks. But the monster's bodies are vulnerable to piercing attacks and lightning. Preparing to attack with his sword, the protagonist apologized for the wait, then invited the monsters to battle and dealt a powerful sweeping blow to the Soul Eater, tearing the flesh into many small pieces. With a smile on his face and a tense body, the protagonist said that now he understood why nothing was known about these monsters, because these black ones are like resin and hide in the swamp after each attack. Striking a thunder chain at the water, Tsuyoshi shouted that they would not be able to find out the weak points of these monsters. Because of the electricity that began to spread through the water, many Soul Eaters were forced to jump out of the water with a painful cry, after which these monsters, opening their mouths wide, headed after Tsuyoshi, and the system window informed him that he had successfully distracted the monsters. With a concentrated expression on his face, looking ahead, Tsuyoshi shouted out that now all of these have gathered, after which, straining his body, he thought that for ordinary adventurers, such a situation is fatal. But with absolute physical strength, it will not be difficult. While Tsuyoshi firmly stood on the ground, the system window informed him that absolute physical strength was concentrated in his legs, and now he can easily pass the swamp. Swiftly moving towards Tsuyoshi, he lured the monsters behind him, after which he loudly addressed Harvey and ordered him to lead the rest along the road he showed. The adventurers, with their mouths wide open in surprise, asked if he really was able to distract all the monsters of the dark zone. Another adventurer shouted out in surprise that he had incredible agility, after which he asked why he ran so fast without getting stuck in the swamp. An adventurer noticed that Tsuyoshi was the captain, and the team could clear any dungeon, after which he asked if he was really their temporary leader. With a satisfied smile on his face, Victor reminded them that he had told them about this, after which he asked, "Do they see everything for themselves now?" With a confused expression on his face, Luke said that he had really underestimated him, but Harvey, leading the squad, ordered them not to stand still but to follow the path while Captain Tsuyoshi distracted the monsters. Harvey ordered them to follow him, after which, turning to Victor, he asked to lead them along that path. The adventurers began to run forward. At this time Tsuyoshi, who was rapidly moving through the swamps, saw a message that he had successfully distracted all the monsters and brought them to the combat zone. The next moment, Tsuyoshi turned around sharply, saying that this was the combat zone and that he would now deal with the monsters here. Having taken a combat stance, Tsuyoshi assumed that only piercing attacks worked on the monsters, after which he decided to combine piercing attacks with thunder, thereby leaving the monsters no chance. He began to inflict powerful piercing, and at the same time electric attacks piercing the bodies of the monsters. Looking at the approaching new enemies, Tsuyoshi, clutching a sword in his hands, said that he had already bought time so he had nowhere to rush. Soon after these events, the squad of adventurers reached the shore, and one of the guys happily shouted that they did it, and they got out of the swamp. The squad rejoiced, shouting that they had never gone so far, and the other teams too, all thanks to Captain Tsuyoshi. With a smile on his face, Harvey said that they really managed to get through. Victor, pointing his finger in the opposite direction with a wide smile on his face, shouted that the boss was right in front of them in that direction, after which he shouted again. They reached the boss. Harvey asked him again in bewilderment, and Luke shouted that it was incredible. Victor confirmed this, saying that this boss did not seem too difficult, after which he assumed that the swamp was the most difficult point of this dungeon. One of the adventurers assumed that everyone was eager to get there, but another guy asked, didn't Captain Tsuyoshi ask them to wait because victory was right in front of them? The next adventurer stated that they would not lose in any case, and he offered to show the captain what they were capable of. Harvey confirmed this, noting that however this was a high level of difficulty, but Luke interrupted everyone and demonstratively pressing his hand to his chest, asked them to calm down, after which he stated that they should wait for Captain Tsuyoshi. The adventurers looked at him in surprise and then asked what was wrong with him. Luke, at the peak of his acting skills, began to say that they had only come so far thanks to him and his strength was undeniably impressive. After that, he began to say that since they had reached the boss area, they should wait for Captain Tsuyoshi and go there together. For a while, silence reigned among the adventurers, after which, Harvey with a wide smile on his face began to ask Luke, even he finally trusted him? Then Harvey agreed with this, noting that it was better to be careful than to regret later, and ordered to wait for Captain Tsuyoshi. When he shouted about this, he laughingly patted the shoulder of the disproportionately small Luke. Victor noticed that this was the right decision, and it would be safer. Soon after, a voice addressed the adventurers and asked if they had been waiting for him. The voice said that he had already dealt with all the monsters in the area. Tsuyoshi, who had approached the adventurers, assumed that the boss was very close, after which he noted that they could split up here. With his clothes tattered and torn, as well as many bruises, Tsuyoshi, clutching his sword, looked intently ahead, offering to finish off this high-difficulty dungeon. The system window for the characteristics stated that the protagonist was level 9 and a warrior class, and his weapon was a bloody fog saw, and his equipment was a fox beastman set. The protagonist's skill was a thunder chain, and his copied skill was sacrifice, while his combat power was 4,500. Every single adventurer looked at Tsuyoshi in shock, after which one of them asked if he had really defeated the monsters alone and noted that he was incredibly strong. Luke, with his mouth wide open in surprise, asked who he was. Then he said that he had even forgotten that he was only level 9. Victor, also looking at Tsuyoshi in surprise, admitted that he didn't know anything about him either. Harvey looked at him with admiration and offered to recommend him to the guildmaster when they passed this dungeon. In the dungeon of swamp shadows under the wings of a flying bird, there appeared a huge, ugly boss, consisting of naked flesh, being the guardian of the swamp. On the system window, the characteristics of this boss were visible. The boss level was equal to 18. In the characteristic, it was said that this boss has a high health indicator, which doubles at a difficult level, and also the boss has the skill Swamp Haze, thanks to which it can create small swamps for a short time, which hinder the movement of enemies. The weakness of the boss was already fire, lightning, and magic damage. Thanks to the analysis of weakness, Tsuyoshi learned that it takes time to activate the skill Swamp Haze. Therefore, it can be interrupted with the help of high-level magic and careful preparation, and the use of items causing bleeding or poisoning can greatly facilitate the task. Studying all this, the protagonist asked if there were any gates that lead to the boss. Then he wondered if this could be at a high level of difficulty. Luke answered him that a high level does not guarantee the presence of these gates. Then he started talking about how the presence of a passage to the boss does not depend on the difficulty level, but on the strength of the boss. So there can be a passage even in a medium-level dungeon. Having accepted this information, Tsuyoshi stared ahead and thought that this meant that only the strength of the boss was important. He began to reason that the huge gates he saw in the dark zone when he received the Cardiolus were probably rare, and that for some reason, did not cause him an overwhelming feeling of fear. With a confident grin on his face, Luke took out his sword and suggested going to the boss, after which he shouted that victory was right in front of them. Raise his hand up, Tsuyoshi ordered to wait, and Luke instantly obeyed this command. MC turned to Harvey and ordered to call the magicians and agile team members. Harvey obeyed this command shortly after, which he sent a squad towards Tsuyoshi. Victor, with a smile on his face, asked Tsuyoshi, "Does he have a plan?" Then Victor shouted that he was very excited, and Tsuyoshi began to explain before ordering everyone to listen carefully. Then, he said that Harvey and Luke would lead the warriors, and as usual, fight the monsters, and the mages would pair up and, at his signal, use their strongest magic. Tsuyoshi also ordered the soldiers who were listening attentively to him to distribute the items that inflict bleeding and poisoning debuffs among the agile fighters. Victor and Luke asked him again in surprise, "Debuffs?" With an unperturbed expression, Tsuyoshi confirmed this, explaining that the boss's already high health had doubled due to the increased difficulty level, and using debuffs would make the fight much easier, and let these soldiers surround the boss and use these items, which in turn would distract the boss's attention and he would quickly deal with it. Then the protagonist, looking intently at the soldiers, turned to the mages and ordered them to follow him and get ready to interrupt the attacks of this monster, and also asked them to distribute themselves into teams, calculating the recovery time, and stand in a checkerboard pattern. Harvey, looking at him in surprise, asked how he knew this, and then Harvey admitted that it scared him, but Luke, with a smile on his face, reminded that he said that Captain Tsuyoshi would easily clear the dungeon and they could rely on him. The protagonist noted that this was great, after which he suggested defeating the boss as soon as possible, and the team moved forward. Outside the dungeon, looking at the red magic portal, one adventurer asked, "Did the big goat enter the dungeon with a young warrior?" Another adventurer shouted that, besides, they did it on a high difficulty level. They knew about the high difficulty level because at a high level, the entrance to the dungeon lights up red, which makes it more noticeable and shows off the team's skills. So thoughtlessly activating a high difficulty level can cost not only lives, but also reputation. The adventurer humiliating Harvey's guild laughed, noticing that this time they were led by a human warrior, and apparently it was he who activated the high difficulty level. After that, the adventurer assumed that this person had deceived them, because they couldn't clear this dungeon even at the average level. And now they had entered a difficult one? The adventurer shouted that they were fools and that they would definitely use the Horn of Return soon. With a sly grin on his face, he thought that the big goats were a strange team that consisted of people and beastmen, and now they were also led by a man. He thought that a human team on their territory was absurd and they had long lost their honor, but now when they returned, he would be able to ridicule them in front of everyone. At this time, a fierce battle was taking place inside the dungeon between the big goats and the actively bleeding boss. Victor turned to Tsuyoshi, asking him if they shouldn't support them with magic. The protagonist answered him negatively, explaining that he knew the attacks of this monster and they just needed to wait for instructions. Soon the body of the boss began to swell and grow in size, which is why the melee soldiers were forced to retreat. The monster, swollen like a bubble, provoked a reaction from Tsuyoshi, who, turning to the second group of magicians, ordered an attack. The magicians immediately used the spell of Wind Invasion and Strong Wave, directing it at the monster, which is why the skill that the monster wanted to use was interrupted. With a surprised expression on his face, clutching swords in his hands, Luke asked, "Did Captain Tsuyoshi really foresee this again?" The joyful warriors rushed to the attack again, putting melee weapons in front of them. Tsuyoshi, surrounded by dark magical energy, said, "High difficulty level." 15 minutes after these events, the Guardian of the Swamps was defeated and lifelessly fell to the ground. The members of the Big Goat Guild began to enthusiastically rejoice that they won, and it's incredible because they finally cleared this dungeon. One of the guys raised his weapon up and shouted that this is the first clearing, and they cleared it first. Harvey, with wide-open eyes in surprise, noticed that they cleared the dungeon on the first try, after which he asked who this Tsuyoshi is. Harvey noted that he should introduce him to the head of their guild, and if he officially joins them, then their achievements will skyrocket. Luke echoed him, shouting that they should recommend him to the leader because he is incredibly strong and somehow able to predict the behavior of monsters, and with him, they can clear anything. At this time, Tsuyoshi stood next to the evaporating corpse of the boss, glowing brightly. At that moment, the system window informed him that there was a level increase and his current level is 10. And his current combat power increased from 14,500 to 15,000 Fitzmarried. With a satisfied smile on his face, Tsuyoshi said that he received all the experience points from defeating the boss and finally reached level 10. He knew that there were only 2 steps left to achieve his goal, and he thought he could do it. When he looked up, he saw a message that the owner of the Infinity Ring had reached level 10, and as a reward for this, he was given a set of black armor for camouflage. With a joyful smile on his face, Tsuyoshi asked, "When a certain level is reached, a reward is given?" He decided to see what it was, and wished to equip the suit. Soon after, which he was completely dressed in pretentious black equipment. On the system window, it was written that this was a set of black armor for camouflage. This is a practical set that can only be worn by owners of the Infinity Ring, and it cannot be sold or exchanged. Also in the information about the effect of the set, it was written that it can be transformed depending on the wishes of the owner, and the cape can be used with other sets, appearing instead of hidden ones. On the system window of the characteristics, it was written that his level is 10, and the weapon is a blood mist saw. His equipment is a set of black armor for camouflage, and the hidden one is a fox beastman set, and the protagonist's skill is a thunder chain, and his copied skill is a sacrifice. And the combat power is 50,000. Looking at his palms standing in the new armor, Tsuyoshi thought that when the fox beastman set is hidden, this set appears instead, and it seems to him that his body has also changed. MC assumed that it adapts to his needs soon after, which he decided to test it next time. Victor looked at Tsuyoshi with admiration and asked him, "Who is this handsome guy?" With a satisfied smile on his face, Tsuyoshi explained that he simply changed the equipment, and the surprised Luke shouted that if he had shown up in this equipment from the very beginning, he would not have called him a weakling. With a serious expression, Harvey turned to Tsuyoshi and told him that he wanted to ask him for a favor. MC asked what favor he wanted to ask him about. Soon after which the adventurer, who had been mocking the guild, looking at the red portal, noticed that they were leaving, and invited everyone else to watch these determined fighting goats. At that moment, many notifications began to appear on the system windows that the Big Goats team had cleared the Swamp Shadow dungeon at a high difficulty level on the first try, and the Big Goats team had broken the record by completing the dungeon at a high difficulty level in 150 minutes and 36 seconds. On the next system window, which was available to every adventurer, it was said that the Swamp Shadow dungeon of a high difficulty level had been completed and the first team was the Big Goat in record time. In genuine bewilderment, with eyes and mouth wide open, the adventurer mocking this guild asked how this could be and did they really clear a high level. A moment later, a gloomy Tsuyoshi came out of the magic portal with his new team. The adventurers began to assume that it was the warrior man in dark armor who did it, and another adventurer confirmed this by shouting that the Big Goat appointed him as the leader, and they quickly cleared the dungeon. The adventurers began to zealously ask who he was and what guild he was from. Another guy said that this was unbelievable, and it put them in a bad light. Harvey and Luke, enjoying this kind of attention, listened attentively to this, after which Harvey shouted out that they had not been surrounded by such attention for a long time, and it was all thanks to Tsuyoshi, and he promises to introduce him to their guild and recommend him to the leader. With a smile on his face, Victor ran up to Tsuyoshi and said that everyone was talking about him now, smiling. Tsuyoshi replied that since he came to this world, this was the second time, and it was even a little strange. The most surprised face was the published adventurer, and Victor approached him and asked, "Is he really still here?" Then he apologized to him for the fact that the Big Goats just became the first to pass this dungeon and set a record. The Beastman began to shout that this is all because they accepted a strong man. MC, looking at him intently, asked again, "A strong man?" But then he asked him, "What did he say about him earlier?" With a frightened expression on his face, he began to apologize to him, saying that he was wrong, after which he again begged and in a trembling voice asked him if he would like to join their guild. He offered to work together and said that they would accept any of his conditions, after which he asked how to address him. Zaverliud understood that this guy was not simple, and when the guild needed to clear a high-level dungeon, they would really need his enormous strength. Many adventurers eagerly ran to Tsuyoshi, asking him to share his contacts and stated that their guilds wanted to talk to him. They asked if he wanted to join them and promised him generous rewards. Another guy offered him to join the Bainham Guild, but Zaverliud furiously addressed them and ordered them to step aside and shouted that he was the first to ask him, so they should get in line. Melancholically watching what was happening, the protagonist thought that talented people were always in great demand, and even in his world, guilds fought for the strongest heroes. So if he was strong, then all roads were open to him, wherever he went. Harvey shouted menacingly to the others that he would join the Q Guild. After which, he ordered everyone to make way, and Tsuyoshi, looking gloomily ahead from under his brows, continued on his way forward. In the city of the Beastmen in the north, many surprised representatives of the race with confused expressions on their faces looked ahead. The reason for their surprise was Tsuyoshi, who was walking in the company of Luke and Harvey. One of the Beastmen asked, "Isn't that the Big Goat from the Q Guild?" Then he asked, "When did Harvey manage to become a human?" The locals were talking among themselves in surprise, saying that they had never seen this man. One of the Beastmen said that he had never seen him either, but he was probably strong, and although his level was unknown, he was probably 19. The Beastman standing in front asked in surprise, "Was he joking?" Then he shouted that Harvey himself was level 18 and he should be at least 20. The 10th level protagonist addressed the group and asked everyone to wait. He remembered Sakura and thought about how he promised her that they would meet at the Adventurers Guild, but he didn't know where she was. But after the meeting, he would go to the Q Guild. He knew that it would be nice to go there together because he wanted to see her. At that time, inside the guild, an employee who worked there said that she was on a diet and therefore refused to eat. The orc standing near her asked, "Then what about a drink?" The orc asked to at least drink with them, and his comrade confirmed this by saying that they had invited her so many times and she always refused. Suddenly, they were both pushed apart by Tsuyoshi, who was walking in the middle, who demanded that they let him pass. One of the enraged orcs shouted that they were talking, after which he asked if he should be punished. Another orc assumed that he didn't know the local rules, but he soon stopped, thinking that he seemed to have seen him somewhere. The guild employee shouted that it was that guy and he had changed a lot. One of the orcs asked in surprise, was it he who had taken their quest? Then he asked Tsuyoshi who he had stolen that cape from. The second orc laughed, assuming that he had spent all his money on it, completely ignoring the comments of his ill-wishers. Tsuyoshi asked the employee if Sakura had come. Then he said that they were supposed to meet here. The employee answered him that she had not seen her today and that no one had come except those annoying guys. The orc smugly asked if he had heard that no one had come except those annoying guys. The other orc confirmed this, after which they both turned to the employee in confusion, asking her if she had really meant them by annoying guys. With a tired expression on her face, the employee was glad that they had finally gotten it. The orc rushed at her in rage and asked through insults how she dared to ridicule them. The protagonist menacingly asked the orc, grabbing his wrist with absolute force, "Can't they see that she is uncomfortable with them?" The orc painfully grabbed his wrist, thinking that this is incredible strength, after which he asked himself, "Who is this guy?" In fact, the orc cursed calling Tsuyoshi a reckless fool, after which another orc suggested going outside because there are guards inside. The second orc began to provoke him, stating that it was time for them to fight, soon after which they warned him not to think that he can brag just because he put on a cape and they will knock him out with one blow. Phlegmatically treating what was happening, Tsuyoshi assumed that Sakura had not arrived yet, after which he apologized to the employee for disturbing her. The beastman who worked in this establishment stopped Tsuyoshi with concern, explaining to him that if he went out, they would beat him up, after which she asked him to stay inside and the guards would protect him. With a smirk on his face, Tsuyoshi turned around and said that everything was fine. One of the orcs walking in front of Tsuyoshi told him that if he did not want them to knock him out, he needed to go out right now. Another orc asked how a person dared to establish his own rules in the land of beastmen. When they left the room, the group led by Harvey asked Tsuyoshi, calling him captain, what was going on. The confused orcs who were demonstrating their power asked in horror, "Captain?" The employee of the establishment with an interested expression on her face, watching what was happening through the doorway, asked herself, "Who is he?" Staring intently in front of him with a stern look, the protagonist replied that nothing had happened and these guys had just started a fight. The angry and menacing members of Tsuyoshi's team began to ask what they said and whether they were the ones who started the fight with their captain. The orcs quickly turned in the opposite direction, explaining the situation by saying that there was a misunderstanding. Victor asked Tsuyoshi what happened. The protagonist answered him that it did not matter, after which he explained that his companion was not here and they needed to go to the guild. The protagonist then noted that they were no longer in a dungeon and they should not call him captain, but Harvey laughed and explained that nothing had changed. Soon after these events, in the Q Guild meeting room, a man at the head of the table named Q's congratulated him on clearing the dungeon for the first time and setting a record. Then Q's, who was a level 24 guildmaster and also a mage, asked again if he wanted to tell this human warrior to join in clearing other dungeons. With a wide smile on his face, Harvey said that Tsuyoshi had exceptional talent, and thanks to him, they were able to cope with what no one had been able to do for a long time. Then Harvey began to say that this is why they decided to invite him to their guild, so that he could help them clear dungeons of more difficult levels. Then Harvey asked Q's to believe him, because it was worth it. Sitting at the table with his head down, Red, who was one of the founders of the level 23 guild and a swordsman, kneading his knuckles, asked if they were joking and wanted a human to lead the team of beastmen. Then he asked again, a guild of beastmen led by a human? He explained that this was absurd and noted that they themselves did not know it. Then he began to ask, what if he was a spy from another guild? The protagonist asked Red again, a spy from another guild? Luke shrugged his shoulders and said that Red was right and turned to Captain Harvey and explained that they founded their guild together with the guildmaster, so their opinion carried a lot of weight. Victor, with an irritated expression on his face, began to say that he always considered them insignificant just because the guildmaster belonged to the beast race and their Captain Harvey was a human. Then Victor, flushed with anger, suggested that perhaps the guildmaster had been completely blinded by Red. He tried to say that if Captain Harvey had not been so kind to them, they would have left long ago, but Luke abruptly covered his face with his hand and suggested that he change the subject. MC continued to stare coldly ahead. The voice said that other teams were hunting for high-level dungeons and rewards, and with Tsuyoshi's help, they would have an advantage. Harvey then said that they could vouch for him because his observation and analytical skills were impressive. In response to this, Red suggested that they needed another leader, but they didn't need one, after which he asked if they weren't the ones who brought their guild down to the bottom. With a bored expression on his face, looking ahead, Red said that he understood why they trusted him, because people understood each other well. But then he asked what the point of this conversation was, because only people can understand each other. After this, Red turned to Harvey for confirmation. But Harvey, in a rage, rose from his chair, slammed his palm on the table and asked him what he was saying. Harvey menacingly asked Red if he was questioning his loyalty to the guild and the team. Then Harvey, looking at Red from under his brows, began to shout that their team had worked hard for the good of the guild, and their abilities may not be as high as theirs, but they had fought for the guild for a long time. In response, Red, holding his huge sword, said that their Beastmen guild had become the subject of controversy due to Harvey's mixed team, and if other guilds found out that they had chosen a human as their leader, they would be ridiculed, and the guild's reputation would collapse. Red then turned to the guild master and asked him, "Does he understand this?" Red advised him to think about the future of the guild. Soon after, Harvey also turned to the guild master and asked him what he thought about this. The guildmaster suggested that they should listen to Red's suggestion, after which he said that they respected Harvey's opinion, but they should solve this problem themselves, and they would hospitably see him off. Harvey looked ahead in gloomy confusion and then accepted his answer. After that, Tsuyoshi began to speak and said that he only came here for Captain Harvey, and it was time for him to go. Approaching Harvey, Tsuyoshi patted him on the shoulder and asked him not to worry, then said that he had a reliable team. All members of his team, with stern expressions on their faces, stared ahead. Harvey was confused. MC waved his hand at his former ally and said that he was leaving and it was fun fighting side by side with them. Luke tried to appeal to Tsuyoshi, but he suggested that perhaps fate would bring them together again, while he continued to increase his level. Red advised Tsuyoshi to take care of himself, after which Luke and Harvey looked at him angrily, and Harvey asked, "Does he really not understand that he is capable of changing the future of the guild?" Harvey said that with his help, they would have become much stronger, but they missed this opportunity. Leaning back in his chair, Red grinned and asked, "What is this human warrior capable of?" And then Red said that they were just lucky to clear that dungeon. Harvey's group decided to leave at this point, after which Harvey wished them not to regret it later. Leaving the guild building, Tsuyoshi began to think about where he could level up, after which he suggested that he should first send Sakura to look for him. He thought that he should apologize to her for tearing the shirt she had worked so hard on. Suddenly, a beastman appeared in front of Tsuyoshi, who had been mocking Harvey's group, and shouted that he had finally found him. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and said that he had been chasing him all this time, after which the protagonist asked why he had done that. The beastman began to loudly ask him for help, after which he said that their guild had received a difficult task, and the president had ordered him to find a strong seeker, and that he was perfect for the role. With a wide smile on his face, the beastman began to talk about how their guild would welcome him with great enthusiasm, and he couldn't forget him after seeing his strength, after which he said that he could set the rewards and conditions himself. After that, he asked him again, stating that they were counting on him very much. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Tsuyoshi looked at him and asked again, "Reward and conditions?" And then he asked, "What kind of task?" The protagonist understood that he wouldn't mind the opportunity to earn more money. The beastman told him that this matter was urgent and the task was to save the kidnapped daughter of a rich merchant, after which he called Tsuyoshi to follow him, because the guild leader was waiting for them. Sometime after these events, many beastmen with surprised expressions looked at Tsuyoshi, who continued to ask, "Save the kidnapped person?" Then he wondered if the guild really takes such tasks. The beastman explained to him that income is very important for any guild, and such tasks are just that, because adventurer guilds fight with them for high-paying work, and in the city, their guild called Rhythm is quite famous, but even for this order, they had to fight. MC thoughtfully said, "Fight for the order." After that, he assumed that for completing this he would pay about 5 gold coins. He thought about the fact that the task that they had previously taken together with Sakura brought them 3 gold coins, and this was quite good. The beastman shouted that everything was not so simple, and they kidnapped the daughter of one very rich and famous family throughout the city. And because of the urgency, the reward was increased by 100 times, that is, as much as 500 gold coins. That is, with such an amount they will be able to cover all the expenses of their guild for a year, and if he helps, they will give him half. With a surprised expression on his face, Tsuyoshi, sincerely perplexed, asked again, 500 gold coins? Then he again asked, they will give him half? The protagonist immediately thought that it was 250 gold coins, and Sakura would be incredibly happy with this news. Soon after these events, in the Rhythm Guild, a beastman shouted that they had to go quickly, because their guild master was waiting. A nearby beastman asked if the captain was talking about him. A rich merchant from the northern district named Vanton looked menacingly in front of him, slammed his fist on the table, and shouted that 3 days had already passed and the deadline for completing the order would expire tomorrow, after which he furiously asked what they were even doing. After that, Vanton said that if they failed this task, he would make them pay him compensation 10 times the reward. Otherwise, the passage to the northern district would be closed to them. After that, he sternly ordered them not to underestimate him. A beastman named Pace said with a sad expression on his face that this was outrageous and that they were just working on a plan of war. So tomorrow they would save his daughter. Pace was the Rhythm Guild Master, level 28, and a warrior. Next to him stood a short vice master of the Rhythm Guild named Hugh, level 26, and a marksman. Hugh asked with a trembling voice, 10 times the reward. Then he noted that it was 5,000 coins and they would not be able to pay him that much. Vanton, his face red with rage, asked again, "Are they still developing a plan?" Then he shouted that they had been telling him this since day one and he had heard of their failures, after which he furiously asked, "Do they really think he is a fool?" When the beastman and Tsuyoshi appeared in the doorway, he asked with his mouth wide open in surprise, "Has the client arrived already?" The protagonist wondered if this muscular guy was a client. Then the protagonist noticed that it was immediately obvious that he was a rich man, after which he asked, "Have they already sent a rescue team?" The beastman answered affirmatively, explaining that they did so immediately after accepting the order, but it was difficult to move unnoticed in the mountains, and they sent 15 people with levels no less than 20. And the vice master of the guild joined them, because they were confident that they could handle it. After that, he told about the fact that, however, they could not even reach the enemy's lair because they encountered a huge number of traps in an unfamiliar territory and a group of intruders that consists of about 2 people of level 19 and their leader, that is, a berserker of level 25. The beastman explained to Tsuyoshi that they could have won if they had come face to face, but in the end they were defeated, and after that they sent 3 more rescue teams. But each of them failed. Tsuyoshi lowered his head and said that it was hard to reach their lair with more than 10 team members. They became a noticeable prey, and after the first failure, the enemy probably believed in themselves and prepared for their arrival. Tsuyoshi said all these words to the confused beastmen, who told him that after that they realized that they should take the enemy not by force but by their minds. But after so many losses, time was lost, so the guildmaster urgently called him. The beastman grabbed Tsuyoshi by the hand and with tears in his eyes pitifully began to scream that they only had one chance, and if they failed this task, then she could die, and then the reputation of their guild would be completely destroyed and they would be mired in debt. The beastman whined, begging Tsuyoshi for help, but he only asked him to calm down. Tsuyoshi knew that the victim was in the mountains surrounded by many traps, guarded by level 19 warriors and their leader, but with his divine eye and the copied skill, everything should work out. By this time, Tsuyoshi was a level 10 warrior with a weapon called the Blood Mist Saw, and he was equipped with a set of black camouflage armor, and his hidden equipment was the Fox Beastman set. His skill was the Thunder Chain copied skill of the victim, while his combat power was 15,000. MC thought that the skill of the victim consumed too much energy and he needed to change it. Vanton, furious, turned to the guild members and repeated that if he failed, they would have to pay him 10 times the reward as compensation and disband the guild. Then he repeated that they would owe him 10 times that amount, or 5,000 gold. Staring at him, the protagonist thought that he was fixated on money and did not say a word about his daughter. Then Vanton explained that they would have to answer. If they could not, then they would have to prepare 5,000 gold. But Pace, with a confused expression, said that he could not find 5,000 gold so quickly. Hugh tried to calm Vanton down, saying that they would prepare a plan and would definitely save his daughter. A sudden confident voice said that they could save her and she would be saved. It was Tsuyoshi who, approaching Vanton, said that they would return her to him tomorrow. Vanton, pointing to Tsuyoshi, asked Pace, "Who is this?" Then he suggested that they listen to what words this man was throwing around. Pace, with a confused expression, looked at Tsuyoshi, but suddenly the beastman who brought Tsuyoshi ran up to him and began to tell him what he told about him, and he agreed to help them. After he confirmed this, Vanton asked if there was a human in the Beastman Guild. Vanton then, with a displeased expression, suggested that they look at what they would say tomorrow and ordered them not to forget that failure would cost them 5,000 gold. MC, addressing Vanton as he left him, suggested making a bet, after which he said that if he could save his daughter, he would increase the reward to 1,000 coins. Vanton turned around and suggested that he had gone crazy, after which he asked if he really thought he could deceive him. The protagonist asked him to wait and explained that if he lost, he would pay him 50,000 gold coins, which was 10 times more than he was asking for. The protagonist then asked him if he agreed with this. At the moment 50,000 gold coins were mentioned, Pace and Hugh experienced a painful state of shock. Vanton asked him again in bewilderment. 50,000? Then he noticed that he himself suggested it, and he agreed with this statement, saying that if he can save her, then the reward will be doubled, and if he fails, then he will owe him 50,000 gold. Thus the contract was changed, and Vanton, handing the document to Pace, shaking with fear, ordered to immediately sign here. Pace, signing the document with a pen, quietly said that they still have no choice whether it is 5,000 gold coins or 50,000. Then Vanton with his guards walked away, saying that they will find out the result tomorrow. Hugh, in an extremely worried state, ran up to Pace and asked him why he signed this. Pace could not answer him, and the enraged Hugh turned to Tsuyoshi, shouting that he put their guild in a hopeless situation, and this order is really not simple, after which he asked him where so much confidence comes from. The protagonist, spreading his hands in different directions, said that he does not know this and perhaps he has a chance. Hugh asked him again in confusion, after which he began to shout that 50,000 gold coins were at stake. Suddenly, a beast man appeared in the room, who shouted that the president of the Shaman Association had arrived. Pace ordered that he be let in immediately, after which the protagonist asked again, the president of the Shaman Association? He said that if he was not mistaken. While Hugh looked ahead in confusion, Tsuyoshi shouted that he had finally arrived. Dong appeared in the room, who turned to Pace and Hugh, asking them how they were doing. Dong was the president of the Northern Shaman Association of the Blue Rank. With a smile on his face, Pace greeted Dong and said that they had problems, after which he invited him to sit down. Hugh, turning to Dong, said that he invited him to help heal his wound, since their guild's healer could no longer cope. Dong chuckled thoughtfully and said that he understood and hoped that everything would be fine with him. After which Dong said that he heard that he led the team on his own, which is why he received this wound. Hugh, showing his wounded hand, said that it was nonsense. Dong asked if it was because of Vanton's order. Then he assumed that his daughter was kidnapped and asked if this was true. At that moment, Dong, raising his staff over Hugh's body, used it to turn off, shortly after which the bandages themselves began to fall off his hand. Hugh confirmed his assumption, saying that the order was difficult, and at this rate, the guild could suffer. Then Hugh noticed that the wounds were healing, and this was exactly what was expected from Dong. At that moment, Tsuyoshi began to speak, who said that the situation was difficult, but he was confident that they would cope, after which the protagonist turned to Dong, noticing that they had met again. With his eyes wide open in surprise, Dong addressed Tsuyoshi by name, asking him what he was doing here. Hugh asked in genuine confusion, did they know each other? Shortly after these events, while sitting near cups of hot drinks, Dong said that it was clear to him and that this meant that he was asked to help with a heavy order. Dong then suggested that he could handle it, and Tsuyoshi thanked him for this suggestion, saying that he would do his best. Pace whispered to the beastmen who had brought Tsuyoshi and noted that it seemed to him that they were close, and Dong did not get close to just anyone, after which he said that he used many connections to simply invite him here. Pace then asked who this Tsuyoshi was. The beastman, with a confused expression, said that he did not know, but it seemed to him that he was much stronger than they thought. Hugh turned to Tsuyoshi and offered to do this together, since his experience could be useful, and as the vice master of the guild, he should keep an eye on him. Tsuyoshi confidently put the cup on the table, saying that he did not mind. Then the protagonist got up from the table, saying that most of his wounds should have healed by now, and offered him to go. Hugh looked at the leaving protagonist in confusion, and Dong wished them to be careful. Hugh asked Tsuyoshi in bewilderment, where was he rushing to? At that moment, Pace approached Dong and asked, did he know Tsuyoshi? And then Pace said that they heard that he was strong and therefore called him for help, but they doubted his abilities. Looking after the leaving Tsuyoshi, Dong said that he knew him and that he had recently passed the exam for a white shaman, and that he was the youngest white shaman in the northern district, and the most talented of all those he had seen, and he was also an incredibly strong warrior, and the only one in his memory who managed to get a cardiolus. In a state of shock, Pace asked him again, is he a white shaman? The beastman, also in a state of shock, asked again, was he able to get the cardiolus on his own? Dong thoughtfully scratched his beard and assumed that he was much stronger than they thought. At this time, Hugh, walking next to Tsuyoshi, asked him what his plan was, since the sun would soon set. Hugh asked Tsuyoshi not to disappoint him, since they had put everything on the line, and he himself decided to raise the bet to 50,000 gold without even consulting him. And this was starting to get on his nerves. Then Hugh asked how he could be so self-confident. With a calm expression on his face, Tsuyoshi said that he understood his worries and that preparation was really important, since he knew this place well. So the protagonist asked to lead him. Hugh asked where he wanted to go. Did he want to replenish his supplies? Holding a large suitcase in his hands, Hugh said that they had 2 potions and healing and 2 regular items, so there was no need to buy anything and the guild would not reimburse their expenses. Confidently looking ahead with a smile on his face, Tsuyoshi asked to take him to the arena. In a state of shock, Hugh asked him again, "To the arena?" Then he assumed that he was joking, saying that he wanted to watch a fight. The protagonist did not answer him, and Hugh, with an annoyed expression, came to the conclusion that the warrior was not suitable for this order. However, he had no other choice, and soon Hugh announced that they had arrived at the place. Hugh also asked permission to remind him that they had little time left, and if they failed, there would be no turning back. When Hugh approached the arena employee, he asked what fights were taking place today. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi said that he did not come here as a spectator, but he wanted to take part, so he asked Hugh to register him. Hugh, again in a state of shock, asked him again, asking, "Does he want to take part?" Hugh thought that he was talking nonsense, because this was stupid, but the arena employee, pointing to the arena, said that if his intentions were serious, he invited them to go inside and fill out a form and pay an entrance fee. Heading into the arena, Tsuyoshi thought that he wanted to use the divine selection system to obtain an assassin skill, and for this task, he needed someone who could break through and defeat enemies without attracting too much attention. With a concentrated gaze, Tsuyoshi looked ahead and decided to choose the most suitable assassin skill and copy it. Inside the arena, where there were many admiring spectators, in the center stood a one-armed Naruto, a level 21 cat tribe, whose class was a shadow assassin with a dagger extended forward. A huge ogre standing in front of him with a painful expression cursed furiously, asking Naruto not to keep him waiting. At that moment, he thought that he only had one arm, but he was incredibly fast and he was not an easy opponent. This ogre was a level 21 beastman tribe, whose class was a roaring warrior. With an unperturbed expression on his face, Naruto urged the enemy to attack, and the next moment, with a sharp jerking movement, using a heroic roar, the ogre with a huge melee weapon rushed to attack, shouting that the warrior has no time for complex strategies. The system window showed information that the heroic roar is a mighty roar that raises the spirit and fighting strength of their and his allies, and attacks that are filled with furious willpower frighten enemies. With a concentrated look, Naruto looked at the enemy from under his brows and the next moment made several instant movements. With a tense expression on his face, trying to strike, the ogre complained that he could not hit him. Immediately after that, Naruto used a surprise attack and, finding himself behind the ogre, struck. The system window showed a description of the surprise attack skill, that is, that this is a unique skill of the Assassins Guild that was left by the legendary assassin named Nightingale. Also on the system window, it was written that the owner of this skill turns into a shadow and sneaks up on the enemy from behind, delivering a fatal blow. And the effectiveness of this skill depends on the type of weapon, but the preferred use is daggers. Naruto looked at the defeated enemy, taking out a dagger stained with blood, grinned, saying that shadows cannot attack. The arena announcer shouted that this was the end, and Naruto won again, after which the announcer, turning to the healer, ordered him to help the defeated performer. Fireworks began to explode high above the arena as a sign of congratulations. The beastman on the stands, with an admiring expression on his face, shouted that this was a surprise attack by Naruto. Another beastman with a confused expression on his face said that he heard that he was from the east, and the next spectator noted that it was no wonder that he was so strong. The protagonist also carefully watched what was happening, thinking that this was an incredibly interesting skill. With a serious expression, Hugh said that he had no chance against this assassin, and that Naruto had come from the east and had recently become especially famous. After that, Hugh said that his record in the arena was 21 wins and 6 losses, and that he had been in first place in the light class arena for 3 months, and that most guilds dreamed of hiring him. The protagonist asked if the assassin from the east was really that strong. Putting his hand in front of him, Hugh answered him with a question asking if he hadn't heard of the Eastern Assassins. After that, he said that there were many secret guilds on this continent, and the Eastern Assassin Guild was just one of them, and that Naruto had come from there. After that, Hugh told that they said that he had lost his hand, because of which he was kicked out of the guild, and that he didn't know the details, but that he shouldn't expect mercy from him. With a thoughtful expression, looking ahead, Tsuyoshi said, "Assassin's Guild." He then remarked that it sounded mysterious, and Hugh confirmed it, saying that the details about it can only be found out by becoming a member of it. Soon after, the announcer announced that the next speaker was a newbie, and this was his first fight in the arena, and his name was Tsuyoshi. The announcer then said that Tsuyoshi asked to spar with an assassin, and unfortunately, he would have to fight Naruto, after which the announcer declared that this fight would be exciting. The laughing beastman asked, "No experience?" He then laughed and advised Tsuyoshi to go home and train. The next irritated beastman shouted that this man was a clown, and even their beastman warriors couldn't win against Naruto. Another surprised spectator remarked that money paved the way for even such a weakling. However, the next spectator remarked that it was already starting, and he couldn't wait to see it. With a bored expression on his face, Naruto looked at his opponent and asked him if he was crazy since he had no experience. With a confident smile on his face, Tsuyoshi walked forward, saying that it was time for him to go, looking after him. Hugh said that he could not believe that he would fight Naruto since he would never defeat him. Then, a confused Hugh began to ask him, "Did he see the last fight?" Hugh explained that the arena healer would not let him die, but he would definitely be in pain. Leaving for the arena, Tsuyoshi explained that experience was not important, and the outcome in any case could not be predicted. With a puzzled expression on his face, Hugh looked after him and asked him to stop pretending that he was cool, after which Hugh asked where he got so much confidence from. When Tsuyoshi approached Naruto, he asked him if he had zero experience. Then Naruto, with a displeased expression showing his long sharp claws, advised him to give up, but noted that, if he really wanted to fight, he would not interfere with him. Confidently looking ahead, Tsuyoshi confirmed his decision and suggested starting soon after, which the announcer shouted that the newbie would fight against the one-armed Naruto. When they stood opposite each other at a distance of several meters, the announcer ordered to start, and Naruto, holding a dagger in front of him, looked intently at Tsuyoshi, saying that he did not like to mock newbies, so he suggested finishing quickly. The spectator stands shouted, calling on Naruto to show the newbie a real fight and kill him in a second, because the audience wants to see Naruto's next fight. While the spectators called on Naruto to quickly finish off this newbie, Naruto began to move rapidly in space. The protagonist continued to calmly look ahead, and realizing that he had incredible speed, after which he decided to act as usual. On the system window, he saw several messages that the absolute physical strength was activated and the defense of the whole body increased, and the divine eye was activated and the enemy was being analyzed. With a tense expression on his face, Naruto tried to strike. He was approaching at great speeds, moving forward, but suddenly stopped. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "What's the matter?" The audience also began to wonder, asking, "What's going on, and why did he stop?" Another spectator assumed that he was mocking the newbie. But at that moment, Naruto looked tensely at Tsuyoshi and asked himself, "Who is he?" Naruto understood that a second ago he seemed weak to him, but for one moment a powerful aura began to emanate from him and his gaze became frightening. With a smirk on his face, Tsuyoshi looked at Naruto and asked him what happened, and was he already giving up? Then the protagonist, kneading his shoulder, suggested to go first, and Naruto, straightening up, began to think that he could not calculate his next move, and this newbie was not at all as simple as he thought. Tsuyoshi stared intently into his enemy's eyes, while the system window notified him that a skill called absolute copying had improved, and now he could copy the enemy's skill during battle. The protagonist mentally rejoiced at this, thinking that his absolute copying skill had improved, and now he could copy skills in battle. Remembering the events of his past, he realized that before this he had to touch the enemy's heart, so it was a little difficult. But now he decided to try and show what he was capable of. He rushed to attack Naruto with great speed, moving forward. Naruto, in complete confusion, looking at the enemy rapidly approaching him, began to ask himself, why was he so inspired? Naruto understood that he needed to be careful soon after, which Tsuyoshi used the Z step, which was a skill of thieves and assassins, due to which agility is temporarily increased. In addition, this skill allows the owner to reflect attacks with quick steps. Using this skill, Tsuyoshi thought that this was just great soon after, which he again quickly moved forward using a surprise attack. Naruto approached him from behind, almost reached his neck with his dagger, at the same time, thinking that he was bluffing, and now it's all over. But suddenly, for Naruto, Tsuyoshi, with a confident smile on his face, turned back without looking, his opponent in the eyes, shouted, "Just like that." Naruto looked at him in bewilderment soon after, which a protective barrier appeared on Tsuyoshi's neck, which did not allow Naruto's dagger to penetrate his flesh. While Naruto looked in horror at the unharmed Tsuyoshi, the protagonist himself shook his neck, while on the system window, it was written that due to the skill of absolute power, the defense and power were concentrated in the neck. In bewilderment, Naruto began to ask him why he was not injured, and this could not be. All the spectators watched what was happening in sincere bewilderment. Naruto, with beads of sweat flowing down his face, continued to ask what was this, and was he really the strongest here? Tsuyoshi, choosing between many different skills, shouted that these skills are excellent, however, he will choose. Immediately after that, a notification appeared on the system window that absolute copying was activated, and he needed to select a skill to copy. Then the system window reported that he copied a skill called Sudden Attack, which can be upgraded to Thunderous Sudden Attack depending on the weapon and attributes. Naruto, confused, pointing a dagger at him, asked what he did and why his dagger did not leave a single scratch on him. Taking out a sword from the magical space with a wide smile on his face, Tsuyoshi answered that it was a long story. After which he explained that now it was his turn, and he warned Naruto about his attack immediately, after which he rushed into battle. Naruto, shocked, looking ahead in bewilderment, asked him again, noticing that it was his. But he did not have time to finish because Tsuyoshi, using a thunderous surprise attack, tore Naruto to pieces and literally a few seconds later, with a victorious smile on his face, walked away from the defeated enemy. Saying that it was not bad and with this skill, he would be able to save the merchant's daughter. The confused announcer shouted that Tsuyoshi was the winner. After that, fireworks began to explode in honor of Tsuyoshi's victory. And after a while, outside the arena, Hugh, who met Tsuyoshi with an admiring look, said that it was incredible, after which Hugh assumed that he had the best equipment. Tsuyoshi, touching his clothes, thought that thanks to this, his body became more agile and fast like an assassin. At that moment, the system window notified him that he had acquired the characteristics of an assassin. Hugh told Tsuyoshi that it was already getting dark, after which he asked him if he was sure that they would cope with the order at night, because it was difficult to see anything in the dark. With a confident expression, showing his forearm, Tsuyoshi replied that he would be able to see everything well, after which he ordered to lead him. At that moment, Tsuyoshi was level 10 and his class was Assassin. His weapon was a bloody fog saw, and he was equipped with a set of black camouflage armor. The hidden equipment was a Fox Beastman set. He also had the Thunder Chain skill, and the copied skill was Thunder Surprise Attack. The combat power at that moment was equal to 15,000. Sometime after these events, under the bright and full moon, Tsuyoshi and Hugh walked through the forest. Hugh said that the fortress to which Vanton's daughter was taken was further away. Soon after these events, Hugh carefully peeked out from behind a tree and said that several days had passed since the kidnapping, and he was wondering what happened to Vanton's daughter. At that moment, Hugh was a level 26 shooter, and also the vice master of the Rhythm Guild. With a straight face, Tsuyoshi replied that judging by the location of this fortress, the previous failures did not surprise him. At this time, Hugh looked at the structure of the fortress, and told MC that no matter how many times they tried to save it, they always failed. And the terrain and traps set by the enemy make this fortress protected and difficult to storm, and the road to the entrance is comparable to a nightmare. And then he said that none of the local guilds have a chance. After which Hugh, with a worried expression, said that he saw his skills, but even with these skills, this request will not be easy to fulfill. Hugh turned towards Tsuyoshi and asked him how he plans to attack them if there are only 2 of them. When Hugh turned towards Tsuyoshi to ask him about this, he did not find him behind him and, bewildered, looking at the emptiness, asked where he went. At that moment, several beastmen who were in the fortress were talking to each other. One of them, who was a level 21 warrior guard, said that the Rhythm Guild was still trying to save her and their life did not teach them anything, since they would probably come tomorrow, after which he laughed. In response to this, another level 21 guard said that even they sometimes had difficulty noticing traps, and for outsiders, it was mortally dangerous. A level 22 healer priest named Kobolo, who was among the guards, shouted that intruders would not just pass here and no one would be able to bypass the trap set. At that time, Tsuyoshi, like a gloomy silhouette, stood on a tree branch, activating the Divine Eye. Thanks to the Divine Eye, he analyzed the space in front of him, after which, a notification appeared on the system window, stating that there were 9 trigger traps and 6 automatic traps on the way to the entrance, and the trigger traps were highlighted for him. Studying all this information, Tsuyoshi assumed that the Divine Eye had also improved and now he could see all the traps. Soon after, the system window notified him that the switches for the automatic traps that were guarded by the guards were inside, and the system window suggested the best course of action after the encounter. Jumping off the tree branch, Tsuyoshi decided to start. At that moment, he was equipped with a set of black camouflage armor, the property of which was that when he sneaked, the cape turned into a mask that could be turned off if necessary. Finding himself on the ground, Tsuyoshi shouted that this was impressive, and the divine selection system was incredibly convenient. And then he jumped over the trees and began to approach the castle and deftly maneuvered between the traps and moved forward. The system window notified him that he had successfully passed the trigger trap called a falling log. When Tsuyoshi overcame this obstacle, he hid behind a tree near the opponents, thinking that now he would deal with them one by one. He put his hand to his mouth and made a sound, after which the confused guard asked what the sound was. Kobolo sharply ordered to check, after which he asked if it was really an intruder. Kobolo then suggested that it was some kind of animal, and if it turned off the trap, he ordered to kill it. The guard quickly jumped down, saying that he would go check. His partner asked him not to panic and called him a newbie, after which he said that at such an hour, no one would dare to attack their fortress. Kobolo confirmed this assumption shortly after which the new guard who went to check, looking around, assumed that this was another deer. With a displeased expression on his face, he said that last time these had ruined 3 of their traps, and he would not leave it like that. The protagonist was on a tree branch, right next to this guard. He was thinking that from such a distance, he could use the kunai that Hugh had given him. A notification appeared on the system window that he had 29 kunai left in his divine inventory of consciousness, and Tsuyoshi had 1 more in his palm. Using the copied skill, Tsuyoshi stood up on the opposite side of the tree trunk from the guard, then with a sharp jerking movement, grabbed the guard by the head and pulled him back. He squeezed the guard's neck with his forearm. Then with a hissing command to be silent, thrust the kunai into the center of the opponent's chest. The system window notified Tsuyoshi that the absolute physical form was activated, due to which his arm strength increased by 120%, and there was also an increase in damage, the property of which was that while he was sneaking, damage was increased by 30%, and he can also inflict a critical blow, which will be fatal if it happens in the heart area. Having dealt with the first enemy, the protagonist went forward, intending to kill the next one. A few moments after that, Tsuyoshi continued to overcome difficult routes. The system window notified him that he passed a trap called Falling Rocks. Landing on the ground, he found himself a few meters from Kobolo and the guard. Kobolo, looking in the direction where the guard went, noticed that he had not returned yet, after which the worried partner of the deceased guard asked if he was really resting somewhere again. The guard called him lazy and said that he would now bring him back. Heavily exhaling air from his lungs, Kobolo said that the boss would be angry if he found out about this. Closing his eyes, he began to think about how he dreams of someone on quiet nights. Suddenly, he heard a sound and looked tensely to the side, and not finding a guard, shouted that there was no one here. At that moment, Tsuyoshi, being near the dead guard, realized that he was alone. Frightened, Kobolo, raising his staff high above his head and spreading light around himself, addressed the unknown person and ordered him to come out. After which he asked if they were really trying to scare him. Tense, Kobolo approached the levers and ordered them to answer, after which he said that otherwise he would use traps. Not hearing anything in response, Kobolo began to think about how he felt bad, after which he asked himself if an intruder had sneaked into them. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi's shadow appeared near him and said that he would not allow him to activate the traps. Kobolo screamed in fear, and the next moment, Tsuyoshi used a thunderous surprise attack against Kobolo. He pressed him to the ground and began to strike. At this time, the system window notified that the absolute physical form was activated, due to which 130% of the force was concentrated in his right hand, and there was also an increase in damage, due to which the damage of a surprise attack increased by 30%. In addition, there was an attack on a weak point, the property of which was a surprise attack that killed the enemy with 1 blow. Having crushed Kobolo, Tsuyoshi, stretching his forearm, noticed that the path was now clear, after which he asked if there really were so many traps here. He looked at the levers near which the dead Kobolo lay, and the system window reported that there were 6 traps on the way to the entrance. Hugh, who had been watching what was happening all this time, was perplexed and said that Tsuyoshi was incredibly strong. The protagonist answered him that he would now go after him, after which he ordered him to wait and beware of the remaining traps on the way. Raising the barbed wire up, Tsuyoshi ordered not to step on the specified place and to crawl under the line. Hugh began to ask him in surprise how he knew the location of the traps and whether he had already defeated all the guards. At that moment, a message was displayed on the system window that the Divine Eye was activated, and this would highlight the trigger traps. Hugh, with his eyes wide open, looked at the levers and offered to destroy the other traps since they were here. But Tsuyoshi abruptly interrupted his desire by grabbing his hand and explaining that they would need these later. With a painful expression on his face, Hugh agreed with him, and then noted that he really was incredibly strong. The protagonist emotionlessly turned in the opposite direction and ordered them to follow him because they needed to find the boss. Stroking his bruised hand, Hugh obeyed this command, shortly after which they were already overcoming various traps together and attacking the opponents they encountered. At one point, Hugh almost lost his head because of another trap, but Tsuyoshi managed to save him by pulling him back. After some time, Hugh, looking at the fortress, noticed that this was the farthest fortress, and Vanton's daughter should be inside. Not far from this fortress, there were several powerful warriors of beastmen in heavy armor. Looking at them, Hugh assumed that they were strong, and if they surrounded them, it would be bad. Then Hugh began to plead and say that without him, he would have died long ago, and he trusted Tsuyoshi with his life. The protagonist said that he could not do otherwise, after which he ordered to distract the enemies. Hugh looked at him with confusion, then bowed and assumed that now their paths diverged. Hugh turned and went in the opposite direction, but Tsuyoshi looked after him and explained that he was not a pawn for him, after which Tsuyoshi asked him if he remembered the traps that they left untouched. With wide open eyes in surprise, Hugh assumed that he decided to leave these for him because he noticed them. Tsuyoshi confirmed this, saying that fortresses like this always have strong defenses, and they would not set up a base here. At this time, he saw a message from the system window where it was written that 24 enemies were detected, including 4 archers, 5 mages, 8 warriors, 6 warriors in heavy armor, and 1 leader. Studying this information, Tsuyoshi thought that this was excellent, and the Divine Eye reported the situation to him. After studying all this information, Tsuyoshi explained to Hugh that these traps would work perfectly on them and would cause them serious damage, and asked Tsuyoshi to leave the boss to him. Then, the protagonist noticed that dawn was coming soon and they had little time left. Hugh quickly shouted out that he understood him, then thanked him for caring about the well-being of their guild, and said that as the vice-master of the guild, he was very grateful to him. Soon after these events, one of the warriors in heavy armor said that tonight was unusually quiet, and the next moment 3 arrows pierced his back at once. Hugh, who was aiming another arrow at him, turned to him, and provoking the warriors in heavy armor, he shouted that today he would destroy their fortress. Hugh continued to provoke them by calling them all sorts of names. With a calm expression on his face, the furious warrior in heavy armor said that it was that archer again. The enraged warriors in heavy armor rushed towards him, asking how he dared to talk to them like that. After which, one of them used a battle cry. Another warrior used a war roar and promised Hugh that he would kill him with his own hands. The warriors who were rapidly approaching Hugh shouted that they would tear him to pieces, and one of them used the skill of frantic damage, and the other one used bloodthirsty rage, promising to eat him. With a confused and frightened expression on his face, Hugh looked at them, then began to run in the opposite direction, calling on them to attack, then noted that they would never be able to catch him. Tsuyoshi watched what was happening with an unperturbed expression on his face and said that if they caught him, he would definitely not survive. Soon after, Tsuyoshi approached the tent and looking inside decided that first he should make sure that the girl was inside. When he opened the tent, he saw that a girl was sitting inside who was asking, "Did the princess really eat the bad apple from the evil witch?" Next to her, with a book in his hands, sat a fierce leopard named Ida, who was the boss of level 25 and also a berserker. Then Ida asked, would she eat an apple from a stranger? Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in surprise. The girl screamed that she would never do this because she could feel bad because of it. Suddenly, the fierce leopard Ida turned towards Tsuyoshi and covering the girl, he addressed her in a friendly manner, asking her not to look there. The girl did not understand his actions and assumed that he wanted to play, after which she said that she did not mind. At that moment, Ida rushed to attack Tsuyoshi, delivering a powerful blow to his torso, knocking him back. Tsuyoshi, who was knocked back by the blow, knew that this was exactly what was expected from the leopard beastman. Ida dug his foot into the ground and activated the skill of a crushing stinging attack, after which he delivered a sharp blow with his foot, throwing Tsuyoshi many meters away. Looking at the retreating Tsuyoshi, Ida assumed that he was not from the Rhythm Guild, after which he asked who he was. Ida the Terrible explained to him that he had to answer or else he would die. In bewilderment, Tsuyoshi looked at him and asked, was he telling her fairy tales? Then the protagonist shouted that he thought they had kidnapped her, after which he asked, was that really not the case? Ida didn't answer him, and MC looked at him carefully, frowning in concentration. For a person who kidnapped a child, this behavior was strange, and so he asked himself, what was going on here? Ida meanwhile asked, was he an assassin? He noticed that he had silently passed all the traps and neutralized the guards. This impressed even him, although he had the Berserker class and was level 25, being the boss of this place. MC said that he came on behalf of the Rhythm Guild in order to save the kidnapped daughter of Vanton. He ordered Ida to hand her over, warning that he was just carrying out an order, and so he offered to resolve everything peacefully. However, Ida refused this offer and jumped up to strike, and yet the protagonist managed to dodge it. He mentally noted that this was to be expected from a berserker, as members of that class did not tolerate idle chatter. This class fought fiercely and recklessly, and he knew that he could not waste time, since if Ida's allies returned, they would be in trouble. Ida, meanwhile, used a knockdown blow, and the protagonist paused for a moment, using his divine eye to analyze his opponent's movement. At the moment when he slammed his leg down with such force that the ground cracked, Tsuyoshi managed to run to the side without receiving any damage. He instantly appeared behind Ida, and he, feeling his movement, shuddered in amazement and mentally exclaimed that this was incredible speed. MC, meanwhile, used a thunderous surprise attack, but despite the fact that he acted quickly, Ida still managed to react and stopped his sword with his hand. The force of the blow still sent him flying a little to the side, but he did not receive much damage. The protagonist thought for a while, because even with the perfect analysis of the divine eye that he had, Ida could respond to his attacks. In addition, the accuracy of his movements was like a leopard. Ida himself, meanwhile, tried to get up and noticed that the protagonist's sword almost cut his hand. Blood was flowing from the wound, but he tried not to pay attention to it, mentally noting that this man-assassin had remarkable speed, strength, and strategy. He understood that the MC level was definitely not lower than his level, because he was a fairly experienced assassin. However, in this case, he did not understand why he used a simple sword out of all the weapons. And suddenly he saw the real level of the protagonist and asked himself, was he really only at level 10? He believed that this could not be, and the protagonist meanwhile suggested that he finish quickly. He activated absolute physical strength, increasing the strength of his arms, and Ida suddenly stood up, inviting him to attack. He tensed all his muscles, also preparing for battle, but suddenly a girl came out of the tent, calling out to him and asking what he was doing. She looked at him in fear, and he froze, after which he suddenly straightened up, hiding his hands behind his back, and reminded her that he told her not to come out. Then he asked her to return to the room, and the protagonist, noticing his behavior, shuddered, mentally noting that this happened again. He asked himself, didn't Ida kidnap this girl? He did not understand why in that case he was so affectionate with her, and why he acted as if she was very dear to him. Meanwhile, she came closer to him, worriedly looking at his palms, and asked if he was hurt. He replied that it was nothing, explaining that he just accidentally cut himself with the sword. The girl burst into tears, but frowned seriously and looked at the protagonist, asking him not to hurt Ida, since he was good. He tried to calm her down, explaining that everything was not that simple, and at that time, the protagonist entered the conversation, raising his palms and explaining that he came to save the girl. He noticed that he was not bad, and suddenly closed his eyes, and in his thoughts, next to the image of this girl, the image of Karen appeared. He remembered that she looked at him the same way when she was angry. Meanwhile, the girl clenched her palms into fists and shouted that she did not want to be saved. She felt good being near Ida, since she considered him kind. She did not want to go back. And Ida put his palm on her head, begging her to calm down, and promised that he would not give her up. The protagonist froze in bewilderment, and after a short pause, he asked if Ida would finally explain to him what was going on here. He noticed that they could continue fighting or talk, and he thought about it for a while without answering. Eventually, he picked up the girl and suggested that they all talk inside, since he was going to put the girl to bed first. The thing was that she was scared if he didn't read her a bedtime story. Sometime later, when she finally fell asleep, he announced this to the protagonist, and he noticed that she was very attached to him. He asked if it was true that this was not a simple kidnapping. Ida covered the girl with a blanket and did not answer right away, but eventually revealed that he worked for Vanton in his secret gang. The protagonist shuddered, his eyes widening, and asked if he really worked for Vanton. He did not understand why he kidnapped his daughter in that case, and Ida answered that it was for money. He clarified that it was in order to shake out a huge compensation from the other guilds. MC repeated his words, but finally understood everything and frowned seriously, imagining Vanton. Now he realized why he found it all strange, since in fact it was all a setup. Ida said that Vanton hired them as kidnappers and came up with this scheme to make money. They kidnapped a child, and Vanton created a quest to rescue her with a high reward, and no adventurer would take on a quest that involved a gang like them, since the local guilds simply did not have enough strength to even enter this fortress. The traps and mechanisms in this were personally installed by Vanton, and the protagonist realized that he strengthened the defenses so that they alone, the local guild, would not be able to complete the order within the set time frame. This seemed interesting to him, and he suddenly asked if it was true that after the payment, everyone would be able to see how the child returned home safely to her parents. He knew that if anyone found out that the child was safe, it would be bad. But suddenly, he froze, without even finishing his sentence, and asked if it was really as he thought. Ida did not answer right away, but still admitted that Vanton stole the newborn child and raised her as his own child for this plan. For him, a used child no longer had value, so he saw no reason to leave such a child alive. The protagonist asked in horror, did he really mean to say that Vanton planned to kill this girl? He did not wait for an answer to this question and asked why the girl was so attached to Ida. He answered that it was because he was the one who kidnapped her and secretly took care of her. As she grew up, a sense of guilt grew in him, which is why he began to do this. MC seriously asked what fate awaited this girl if Vanton achieved his goal. He noticed that Ida could have just run away with her and asked if that was not the case. He said that before meeting Vanton, he was starving and homeless, and Vanton gave him food, clothes, and the opportunity to train. He could not betray the man who turned him into a true warrior, and he said this, lowering his head and remembering how Vanton sheltered him. The protagonist asked if he really thought that there was no freedom in this world. He added that everyone lives for one purpose or another, and reminded that Vanton, the so-called father of the girl, was completely indifferent to her, while Ida had become a real parent to her. He was sure that he needed to cut off all ties with Vanton and run away, because it would be better for both of them. Ida said that if Vanton had not saved him, he would have been dead long ago, but still, this girl meant a lot to him. The protagonist headed for the exit of the room and asked if it was true that Ida had been paying Vanton this debt for several years. He ordered him to take the girl and run away to give a new life, not only to her, but to himself as well. Ida frowned indignantly and asked what he understood. He believed that Vanton would never forgive him and would hire assassins to catch them. He asked if the protagonist really thought that they could start a new life so easily. However, he asked him not to worry because he understood him perfectly well, since he knew that caring for someone was hard. And yet, he was sure that he needed to continue to believe in the best and not lose hope. He remembered how he himself, still working as a garbage man, came to Karen in the hospital. After a short pause, Ida almost agreed, but wanted to say something about what Vanton might do in such a case. But MC broke through his doubts, promising that he would help him if he could not cope on his own. He was not going to let a bad person like Vanton harm Ida or the girl. When he walked a little further from the tent, Hugh ran up to him, who smiled happily and noticed that the protagonist was here. He shouted that he had been distracting those people all this time, and explained how, as he had told MC, they had failed to bypass their own traps, and he had been able to do so thanks to the protagonist's marks. He thought that he would have liked it if he had seen their stupid faces, and remembered how the fortress guards had fallen into the traps. The protagonist admitted that he was glad to hear this, and Hugh suddenly froze in horror, his eyes widening, and asked him to wait. He asked why he was alone. He assumed that the protagonist had failed to save Vanton's daughter, and asked if they had really failed. He assumed that this was the end, but the protagonist leaned closer to him and placed his hand on his shoulder, interrupting his excitement, and explained that everything had worked out and the girl was safe. He suggested that he report this to the guildmaster, and that he himself would return after he received his reward from Vanton. Hugh was surprised that everything had already been settled, and exclaimed that it was incredible. He was sure that the guildmaster would be overjoyed, and decided that he needed to tell him everything as soon as possible. He smiled enthusiastically, starting to run away in order to return to the guild. He added that he would wait for the MC there, and before disappearing, he praised him for everything he had done. The protagonist waited until he had run far enough, and then became more serious and said that this was great, deciding that it was time for him to talk to Vanton. Sometime later, in a richly decorated room, Vanton sat looking at a pile of gold coins in front of him. His income had noticeably decreased lately, and he supposed that he needed to improve his kidnapping scheme. However, someone suddenly said that he no longer needed it, and he shuddered in fear and asked who was there. The protagonist, who sat down on one of the chairs in the room, seriously warned that he had come to take Vanton's life. He jumped up from his seat and started begging for someone to help him, but the protagonist, also standing up, warned him that calling for help was useless. He came closer to him, activating his skill, causing lightning bolts to sparkle next to his sword. Vanton fell to the floor in fear, stretching his hand out in front of him in order to somehow protect himself, and the protagonist said, while Vanton was busy counting money, he himself had already taken care of all his subordinates. All the guards that were in Vanton's house were killed, and meanwhile he asked in a trembling voice, was the protagonist from the Rhythm Guild? He did not understand what all this meant, and was horrified that MC killed all the guards. He was shaking and sweating from fear, remembering that these guards were the best level 15 warriors, but the protagonist was able to go with everyone alone, which only made him more terrified. But the protagonist noticed that this mansion had not been attacked for so long that the guards had let their guard down. He snuck in and slit their throats before they could react. And he closed his eyes and remembered this situation. Vanton called these guards useless idiots because he fed them and paid them every day, but they repaid him with something like this. He warned that if the protagonist wanted money, he should just name the price. He promised that this would not happen again, and the protagonist came closer to him and squatted down next to him, ordering him to first give him the 5,000 gold coins that he owed to the Rhythm Guild. He also asked if he remembered their bet. In fact, the order was completed, and Vanton's so-called daughter was now safe. He also added seriously that he had heard that Vanton had raised many children. He flinched, and the protagonist brought a knife blade to his throat. He asked if Vanton really made money with these children. He admitted that he was just curious, and he asked if that was really the case. He confirmed that he made money with the children, exclaiming that a fortune could be made with the scheme he had come up with. He added that if the protagonist helped him, they could make even more. He said that he could stage another kidnapping or sell the children's organs on the black market. He offered to split the profits equally, and promised that he would give MC half of his fortune if he spared him. He asked if it was true that he wanted to make money. The protagonist indignantly asked, did he really plan to sell the children for organs? Vanton confirmed this, explaining that it was faster than kidnapping. In addition, it was a safer method. The protagonist understood and frowned seriously, and Vanton asked if this was enough. He exclaimed that the protagonist would live without wanting for anything for the rest of his life, and he desperately asked if this was true. However, the protagonist closed his eyes, explaining that this would not be enough. He wanted to get something else, and Vanton ordered him to say this, promising that he would give it to him if he could do it. He was curious about what Tsuyoshi wanted, and he declared that he wanted his life. At the same time as he said this, he used a thunderous surprise attack, killing him. The next morning, the beastmen gathered near Vanton's house began to discuss the situation. They noticed that there was no sign of a struggle, since the attack was sudden. The throats of everyone inside were slit, and everyone was killed in just one night. Wanton was also found in a terrible state in the bedroom, and no one understood who could have done such a thing. Wanton's body was found with only one fatal wound to the heart, which was inflicted from behind. A wound to the heart, as far as the residents understood, was not the best way to die, and they assumed that the killer was angry. Also next to Wanton's body was found a suicide note describing all the crimes he had committed, which is why his death did not surprise anyone. Whoever made Wanton write this note, that person exposed all of his crimes, including the kidnapping of children and other illegal activities. Narado, who was standing in the crowd of onlookers, looked at one of the dead guards who was being carried out of the house. He mused that Wanton died from a blow to the heart from behind, and noted that there was no mistake since he would recognize this blow out of 1,000. All the injuries, especially Vanton's, reflected the nature of this attack, and he imagined the action scheme of this surprise attack. It was a unique skill that assassins possess, but according to the investigation, Vanton was not threatened by any guild. He did not understand who did this, but he was very curious. He assumed that it could have been Tsuyoshi because he clearly remembered his final blow in the arena. It was similar to his surprise attack. However, the protagonist was not in the Assassin's Guild and was a warrior. Narado did not understand how this was possible and asked himself who was the protagonist. He created his image in his mind and suddenly assumed that Tsuyoshi could have stolen this skill. He thought that if he reported this to the Assassin's Guild master, he might be accepted back. The Assassin's Guild never forgave traitors, much less those who stole their skills. He was confident that he would be able to return to the guild this way, and mentally exclaimed that he needed to report this to the guild master immediately. Immediately after, he turned around and started to leave. At this time, in the Rhythm Guild's meeting room, Pace asked in shock if the protagonist really returned the 5,000 gold coins. He showed him, Hugh and some other guild members a chest filled with gold coins. One of the guild members looked at the protagonist with delight, exclaiming that he knew it. He added that he immediately knew that MC would succeed. Pace excitedly noted that he heard that Vanton died right after the protagonist left. If he had not taken the gold coins, they would have gone unrewarded, and this worried him a little. Hugh crossed his arms, noting that after Vanton's death, all of his crimes came to light, and he was sure that just dying would not be enough for such a person. The protagonist said that the order was completed, and he was even able to level up. He added in his mind that after the massacre of Vanton and his subordinates, the system gave him a reward. Killing enemies brought him more experience, and this brought him closer to leveling up. So now he was at level 11, and his combat power increased to 15,500 points. Pace smiled and asked if he really leveled up. He congratulated him on this and said that he not only defended the honor of their guild, but also brought them a fortune. He offered to split these 5,000 gold coins in half, but the protagonist smiled and said that he did not need 2,500 gold coins. Initially, he was supposed to receive only 250 coins, so he was going to donate the remaining amount to homeless children and poor families. Pace, Hugh, and the guild members stood there, their mouths hanging open in shock, and asked if he would really donate the money. He confirmed this, confidently noting that there were others who would need the money more. He took a small bag filled with money and warned them that he would take 250 coins as they had agreed. After that, he headed towards the exit and waved his hand, bidding them farewell. Hugh admitted that the protagonist was impressive, as he was not only skilled but also generous. His comrade agreed with this, as Tsuyoshi had no doubt given such a large amount. Pace eventually suggested that they give the money to those in need, as the protagonist had wished, and his subordinates immediately agreed. Soon, the protagonist walked out into the city streets, seriously thinking about the fact that he had reached level 11. There was only one step left to his goal, and he thought that Sakura should have arrived by now. He thought that she would probably be surprised to see him, as he looked completely different thanks to the set of black camouflage armor. He assumed that he should wait for her at the Adventurers Guild. But when he got closer, he noticed that there were a lot of people standing near the guild, loudly talking to each other. He was surprised that there were so many people here, and asked himself what was going on. It turned out that all these people were surrounding a woman and a child, standing in front of Sakura. The woman indignantly asked, did she really not know who she was? She explained that she was the wife of the president of the Northern Beastman City Trading Company, and shouted in annoyance that this half-breed dared to push her child. She ordered Sakura to apologize, but she desperately said that she had already explained that the woman's son had bumped into her himself, although she herself was simply standing there. The woman became even more angry and asked how she dared to accuse her of lying. She asked, why would they lie? She shouted that they would not stoop to Sakura's level, and added that half-breed beasts were truly disgusting. Her son agreed, exclaiming that he would never touch someone like Sakura. He called her a liar, and the city guard, turning to Sakura, advised her to simply apologize, since she accidentally pushed the boy. He warned her that it was for her own good, but she stubbornly frowned and refused, since she was not going to tolerate insults directed at her, even if they doubted her. She was sure that among the passers-by there must be at least one witness who saw how it really happened. However, everyone suddenly began to pretend that they were not watching them at all, and some even turned their backs on Sakura. She lowered her head and grinned resignedly, asking if no one would stand up for her. The woman called her names, telling her to apologize already, otherwise she would be arrested. She hit Sakura hard, and the force of the blow caused her to lose her balance and fall. The guard found this very confusing and called Sakura an idiot, telling her not to be stubborn and to know her place. She frowned in annoyance and shouted that she would never apologize. The woman smirked and asked if she really refused to apologize. She added that she could make it so that Sakura wouldn't even live until tomorrow, and called her names again. Her son confirmed this, reminding her that his father was the president of the trading company in this city. The guard advised Sakura to drop her weapon, because even if she was a high-level adventurer, the rules still applied. She stubbornly kept her hand on the hilt of her dagger, but in her mind, she was telling herself to be patient, because she couldn't ruin the protagonist's plans. Her hand trembled, but she begged herself to be patient, as she always did. She was sure that she couldn't let this ruin everything, and suddenly the protagonist jumped closer and swung, kicking the woman in the face. Her son sweated in horror and called out to her, stretching his arms out to the sides. MC came closer to him, looking at him sternly, and he flinched, only becoming more terrified. The protagonist didn't hesitate and hit him, causing him to spin in the air and fly to the side. The guard and the other observers flinched in amazement, and even Sakura was surprised by what happened. Tsuyoshi realized that these people insulted Sakura and dared to raise a hand to her. He said seriously, no matter who they were, they would have to face the consequences, and looked at them furiously, while Sakura's mouth dropped open in shock and she looked at him in confusion. Sometime later, Naruto was already walking down a dark corridor, and he thought that even in the daytime, this place was cold and dark. Suddenly, someone held a dagger in front of him, warning him that if he took another step, he would be dead. The person asked what he wanted. Naruto trembled, raising his hand, and said that it was him. He reminded them that he was once a member of the Assassin's Guild, and explained that he came to pass on information. The leader of the Northern Assassin's Guild, level 30, looked at him seriously and warned him that he was no longer with them, so he was not allowed to be here. He finally removed the dagger from Naruto's throat, and at that moment, another level 27 leader dropped from the ceiling, realizing that it was Naruto. The guild had caught him stealing money, cut off his arm, and banished him, and if he came to ask for his return, they were forced to refuse him. Naruto was sweating from excitement, but explained that it was not that. He said that he saw a man in the city who stole the assassin skill, and he thought they would be interested. One of the men crossed his arms and asked again. He knew that such a thing could not be ignored, and asked Naruto if he was sure. He ordered him to explain it in detail, and his comrade jumped down and asked how someone like that could be in the northern city without their knowledge. Naruto asked them to believe it, and explained that he used a sneak attack. After all, he had personally fought the man, and he wanted to share the information, promising that he would help them catch the thief, but in exchange, he wanted a chance to return to the guild. The man frowned and asked if he was making conditions. However, he knew that it made sense, and if the information was true, he would talk to the management about it. He ordered that after that, Naruto should tell everything he knew. At this time, Sakura, with her eyes widened, awkwardly attracted the protagonist's attention. He did not answer her, and the guard meanwhile trembled in horror and asked if he had gone crazy. He wondered if the protagonist even knew who these people were. He exclaimed that he had just hit the wife and child of the president of a trading company, and he was sure that he would not let it go so easily. The woman, clutching her crying son, promised that she would finish off both Tsuyoshi and Sakura, as this was the first time anyone had ever laid a hand on them. She warned them to get ready, and her son cried out, noting that he was in pain. The woman called the guards over, ordering them to arrest the protagonist and his assistant immediately. Otherwise, her husband would have to cut off funding for this city. The guard agreed, ordering the others to arrest the protagonist and Sakura. He warned them to remain still, promising that if they did, they would not harm them. The protagonist ignored him and leaned towards Sakura, asking if it was true that they started it first. He supposed that it counted as self-defense, and the guard hesitated, and the woman asked if he was saying that she started it when she hit Sakura, who she considered a vile half-breed. She stated that no one would confirm it anyway, and added that she wouldn't dirty her hands with such a creature. MC looked at her seriously, warning that if she said another word, he would knock her teeth out. There were many witnesses here, but Sakura noticed that no one would stand up for her. She apologized to him for the trouble, but he suggested that she not give up. She lowered her head, remembering how everyone turned away from her, and admitted that at first she also thought that they would protect her, but she was a half-beastman, and the woman who attacked her was the wife of the president of a trading company. No one would risk themselves for some half-breed, and the woman confirmed this, asking who would protect a human and an obnoxious half-breed. She smirked in displeasure, calling them stupid, but at that time Harvey and the rest of his team came closer. When they noticed MC, they smiled happily and asked if it was really him. They were immediately curious about what was going on, and one of them remarked that he had heard that the protagonist had recently completed a large order for the Rhythm Guild, and he was sure that this was to be expected from him. The protagonist was also happy when he saw them, and he awkwardly said that he had simply done the best he could. The woman froze in shock and asked what that meant. At that moment, Hugh and his guild members came closer, and he smiled enthusiastically and asked if the protagonist was still in the northern city. He said that he had just recently donated all the money as he had asked. He explained that he was about to leave, but accidentally got into trouble, and Sakura next to him asked in surprise, did he really know these people? She noticed that they were quite respectable, and Harvey meanwhile asked, was there really some kind of problem here? Hugh worriedly asked, who was causing a commotion here? He warned that starting a fight with MC is the same as starting a fight with the Rhythm Guild. The boy excitedly pressed himself against the woman, calling out to her, and she asked in confusion, who was this person? The guard explained that the protagonist and his companion had a conflict with the wife of the president of the trading company, so they needed someone to stand up for them. If no one could prove that the president's wife struck first, then according to the law, they would have to put Sakura and Tsuyoshi in custody. They were outraged that they were going to arrest the protagonist, and began to ask if they even knew how much money he had donated to the poor people. They were sure that the MC deserved a reward, not an arrest, and one by one the guild members began to say that they would stand up for him. Many protested against his arrest, and Luke asked if that was not enough. He exclaimed that the entire guild could stand up if necessary. A girl from the Adventurers Guild suddenly came out of the crowd and confirmed that she would also stand up. She saw the president's wife hit first, and since Sakura was an adventurer with a gold badge, she could confirm her innocence. The woman called them fools, reminding them that she was the wife of the president of a trading company. She wanted to say something else, but at that time, one of the ordinary spectators awkwardly raised his hand and said that he also saw the president's wife hit Sakura. Following him, the other villagers began to agree, deciding to stand up for Sakura if the majority stood up for him. The guard laughed happily, noting that this was enough, and then asked the woman to come with him. The protagonist suggested that she apologize to his companion first, since otherwise he was not going to let them leave. All the guild members began ordering her to apologize, asking if she could hear it. They warned that the guild would not back down even if she was the president's wife, and if the protagonist wanted an apology, then she should give it to him. In the end, she and her son bowed to Sakura, also admitting that they were wrong. They apologized to her, and she smiled, and after they finished apologizing, the guard attracted the woman's attention and led her out of the square. The protagonist thanked his comrades for their help, but Luke exclaimed that it was nothing, since the MC's problems were their problems. He added that if he had any problems in the city, he could just say that he was from the Rhythm Guild. MC agreed, and then offered Sakura to go, and she agreed and came closer to him. Before leaving, she bowed once again to everyone who stood up for her and thanked them for it. Soon, when they left the city, Sakura noticed that the protagonist had changed a lot. She honestly admitted that at first she did not even recognize him. He chuckled and asked if that was really true. He told her that he received special equipment that changed his appearance, and suddenly he apologized to her, since the t-shirt she made for him was torn during the dungeon clearing. But she suggested that he not worry. She returned to the previous topic of their conversation and said that not only his appearance had changed, but he himself seemed to have matured. She also noticed his aura and asked if he had leveled up. He confirmed that he had and explained that he had helped the guild resolve a conflict, and that was how he had met those guys. He had been able to level up and earn some money, and after he explained this, he showed her a bag filled with coins and explained that there were 250 gold coins in it. He asked Sakura if she could put it aside. She opened the bag, looking at the money, and opened her mouth, noting that 250 gold coins was simply unbelievable. She knew that the protagonist would be able to buy some great armor at the auction that way. In fact, he was planning on buying her some new equipment, and he asked if she was talking about the auction. He found it quite interesting, so he suggested that Sakura go to the auction in the next town. She smiled sheepishly, noting that he didn't need to spend money on her. However, if he was interested in auctions, she suggested that he definitely visit this one. She knew that there was an auction house in the next town, and that was where the genius shaman Kevin lived. The protagonist sighed, because he completely forgot that he was supposed to meet Kevin. He mentally noted that after the recent battle, the stagnant blood was weighing down on him like a stone. He believed that this was a side effect of the sacrifice skill, and realized that in order to heal, he needed Kevin. He and Sakura continued on their way, and he smiled while talking to her, but suddenly he froze, suddenly becoming serious, and shuddered, paying attention to the leaves that suddenly began to fall down. Sakura took out her dagger, swinging it a few times, and she seriously warned the protagonist to be more careful. The man who attacked them realized that MC was not alone, and Sakura frowned in confusion, looking at the two leaders of the Northern Assassin Guild. One of them guessed that the person in front of him was Tsuyoshi and warned that skill thieves deserve to die. His comrade explained that they came from the Assassin's Guild to get the protagonist's head. The birds, alarmed by the appearance of the assassins, took to the air, and one of the men said that the protagonist did not look like a member of the Assassin's Guild. One of them noted that if Naruto had not deceived them, then he had stolen the protagonist's surprise attack technique. He looked at him seriously, and his comrade chuckled, saying that Sakura was quite a pretty girl. She noted that they were hiding their levels, and guessed that judging by Naruto's story, MC's level should not be too high. Sakura seemed stronger to him, and he guessed that she was around level 20. However, he believed that it did not matter anyway, because his level was higher anyway, equal to level 27. Sakura frowned and took out her weapon, and he asked if she was half beastman. He liked that. The protagonist suddenly froze, turning his attention to Sakura, and for the first time, he felt such a strong killing intent from her. She asked him to be careful, as these assassins were stronger than any opponents they had faced before. She could feel their strong killing intent, and it could only come from people who had killed a lot. She knew that if they really were their assassin's guild, they would have a hard time. This guild was a feared secret guild that originated in the East. It consisted of only strong assassins who were known for taking heads or other body parts from their opponents as a reward. Even the major guilds tried not to anger the Assassin's Guild, and if they turned their attention to a human, then nothing good could happen. The protagonist thoughtfully said the name of the Assassin's Guild and said that he had met a beastman who had been kicked out of it. However, he had no connection to the guild and had never seen these people. But suddenly his eyes widened, telling himself to wait, and remembered what they had said about him, that he was a skill thief. Now he realized that the surprise attack skill he had copied was a unique skill of the Assassin's Guild. He realized that this was why they were targeting him, and Sakura looked at him in confusion, and one of the men said that he knew his comrade's tastes. He allowed him to take the beast girl on himself, but warned him to be careful, as she was quite skilled. He himself was going to deal with the protagonist, whom he called a thief. He knew that the guild would have no questions if he brought his head in hands. His comrade smirked, admitting that he liked those with character. No matter how strong Sakura was, he was sure that she was no match for him, and he finally noticed that it was decided. The two of them activated the Absolute Darkness combo skill, offering MC a taste of the power of their unique Assassin's Guild combo skill. A dark aura appeared in the air next to them. They used the Assassin's Guild's unique skill, which plunged the target into darkness, depriving them of their sight, making it easier to capture the target. Sakura warned that this was a unique skill of the Assassin's Guild, and asked the protagonist to stay close so that they would not be separated. He asked in confusion, but in the end decided that it was better this way, because fighting each of the assassins alone would be more effective. He wanted to see how strong they really were. At this time, the darkness gradually approached them, and two assassins ran to attack, instantly approaching them. They were surprised that they weren't even trying to run or hide, and just as a large amount of energy was concentrated near MC and Sakura, she warned him to be careful. Assassin ran up to him, thoughtfully noting that this was very bold. He asked if they really thought that they could just steal their skill and run away. He remembered Naruto saying that MC had copied the sneak attack skill. He was going to show him what a real attack looked like, and used a sneak attack, attacking Tsuyoshi from behind. However, when he was about to bring his weapon close to MC's body, he suddenly turned around, blocking the attack with the blade of his sword. He asked if he was really fighting a level 30 assassin. He warned him seriously that he would have to level up in order to defeat him. The man clenched his jaw in amazement and wondered if the protagonist had blocked his attack. The protagonist swung his sword, knocking away the assassin's hand, and he asked how he had done that. He also didn't understand how he knew his level and jumped to the side, then asked what level the protagonist was. He answered honestly that he was level 11, and the assassin found this unbelievable. He assumed that the protagonist was making fun of him, because he was sure that he couldn't be level 11 unless he was a genius. He shrugged, declaring that whether he believed him or not was up to this assassin. He thoughtfully called him a stubborn fool and suggested that they see if he could handle his new skill. He used a snake walk, which was a skill that confused the enemy. This activated the slithering snake gate, allowing him to get close and attack the enemy at a sharp angle, and while using the skill, the speed increased by 30%. MC shuddered in amazement, admitting that this was an impressive skill. He realized that he couldn't do it without the divine eye, so he used it. An assassin used the skill Killer Clone and asked what the protagonist would say about it. Even the party members couldn't handle this skill, because it was a unique skill of the Assassin Guild, which summoned several clones from the darkness, which surrounded the enemy and attacked at the same time. After the attack, the clones disappeared. However, Tsuyoshi was not afraid of such an attack, and instead activated absolute physical strength, concentrating all his strength in the upper part of his body. Thanks to this, his defense increased, and at the moment when all the copies struck, it did not cause any damage to him. Assassin admired his powerful defense and asked if it was because of his equipment. He was curious about his level and asked him who he was. MC displayed his level, reminding him that he had already said that his level was level 11. He then swung his sword, attacking on his own, and the assassin managed to dodge at the last moment. The blade almost grazed his skin, causing his eyes to widen. He asked himself in horror, was the protagonist really level 11? He was forced to jump back and ask the protagonist to wait. He put his hand on his chest, calling him strange, and he said that if he really was level 11, then every guild would want to hire him by now. He was the leader of the Northern Assassins Guild, and asked the protagonist for permission to recommend him. He asked if he wanted to join their guild. He was sure that with his recommendation, the management would accept him and teach him everything, and with such talent, he would be in great demand. He also warned that the opportunity to join the Assassins Guild was not available to everyone. However, Tsuyoshi said that it was not suitable for him. He asked why he should even trust a man who first wanted to kill him and now was trying to persuade him to join his guild. The man understood everything, after which he concentrated an aura near himself, promising that he would not give up. He held a dagger in front of the dog, preparing to attack, and advised MC to be grateful that he did not use this technique earlier. The weapon changed in his hands. Streams of energy began to flow towards it, and the protagonist realized that his rival turned his desire to kill into a weapon. He was amazed at its incredible power, and the assassin meanwhile used a crystal of killing intent and jumped up, offering the protagonist to receive. This was a high-level skill of the Assassin's Guild, which turned the intent to kill into a sharp weapon. This was a powerful attack that could not be blocked or deflected. MC concentrated his aura near his sword, activated his physical strength, and prepared himself. However, despite doing all of this, the skill still pierced his shoulder, and he clenched his jaw in pain. His right arm was severely damaged, and he mentally exclaimed that he could not withstand this attack even with absolute physical strength. He was amazed at such incredible power and realized that if this strike had landed on his heart, he would have died. The man warned him that he should not underestimate him and noted that this was his decisive blow. He was at level 30, so no matter how talented the protagonist was, at level 11, his skills could not compare to this assassin's skills. Against this technique, anyone below level 30 was no match for him, and he ordered him to die if he did not want to join the Assassin's Guild. He raised his arm to attack and warned that the protagonist would not escape this time. He was going to kill him and return the skill, and the protagonist used another weapon, deciding to try this if normal weapons and absolute physical strength did not work. A large amount of energy appeared next to his hand, and the man shuddered in confusion, not understanding what was happening to the protagonist's aura. The number of lightning around him increased, and the system warned him that he took out the divine hammer of the king from the divine inventory of consciousness. The duration was 1 second, but MC suggested to see if Assassin could block this attack. The hammer formed in his hand, and he looked at his opponent with determination. From how powerful the energy concentrated near him was, a powerful lightning formed in the air, and the protagonist rose into the air. In order to defeat such an opponent, he had to deliver a decisive blow, and he noted that the main thing was to do everything quickly. The hammer could only be used for 1 second, but he was sure that would be enough. The man was amazed at this technique, not knowing what kind of weapon could contain such incredible power. The protagonist raised his hand holding the hammer, and he asked if this assassin really wanted his head. He offered to see if he could deflect it, and the man laughed, surprised that a mere 11th level warrior wanted to test his strength. He asked Tsuyoshi not to make fun of him, as he would not be fooled by such a bluff. He planted his feet firmly on the ground to maintain his balance and told the protagonist to prepare himself. He used the evil crystal spirit of killing intent, which was a strong skill of the Assassin Guild. It was a more powerful version of the crystal of killing intent, and it combined the weapon and the assassin's body with his killing intent, delivering a fatal attack. The protagonist realized that this was the moment and mentally exclaimed that he only needed 1 second. Meanwhile, in another part of the darkness, Sakura froze and smiled, asking if the protagonist had used that power again. She felt that the outcome of the battle was already decided in that case, and she realized that she had nothing to worry about. Her opponent was sitting with his head down, and he was badly injured. At this time, the protagonist and assassin collided in the air, and from the collision of their attacks, a powerful shockwave was created, flying in different directions. The protagonist activated the Divine King's hammer when he struck, and from the force of this attack, Assassin flew down, hitting the ground with great force. Debris and a huge amount of dust rose into the air, and the man cried out in pain, not understanding what kind of incredible power this was. He noticed that the protagonist could not be on the 11th level. He cursed, because he realized that at this rate, he could lose. He summoned the darkness with his last strength, and he warned that if MC killed him, he would become the target of the Assassin Guild. At this point, the time to use the divine hammer of the king had expired, as the hammer could not release its full power. The protagonist fell to the ground, breathing heavily from fatigue. Now the hammer's energy seemed more powerful to him, and he wondered if this energy had increased along with his strength. The system warned him that his body was very tired, so he should immediately heal. He knew that it was time to use a healing potion. He began to fall from fatigue, but Sakura ran closer to him in time and caught him. She asked if he was okay. She, without waiting for an answer, asked him to leave it with her. Soon, she went to a tree to lean on, and she, still supporting the protagonist, noted that defeating this one-eyed assassin would take a heavy toll on his body. She handed him the potion, and he, drinking it, noted that it tasted terrible as always. Sakura laughed, explaining that this is why she does not drink it. She helped the protagonist lie down, pointing out that his attack was incredibly powerful. However, she also asked that he not use it often, as he might end up in such a state when she was not around. He admitted that she was right, but warned that such an opponent could not be defeated without giving 100%. She agreed, as this man was a high-ranking member of the Assassin Guild. She thought it was a wise decision to end the fight quickly, and suddenly asked if the protagonist remembered that he told her a story about a level 10 warrior who fought dozens of enemies alone. She exclaimed that with MC's current strength, he had nothing to fear, and he shuddered in amazement and asked if she really remembered a story he told her so long ago. He noticed that she had an amazing memory, and she confirmed it. He thought about it, mentally noting that it had been a long time since he left this world. He had almost reached level 12, and he felt like it was time for him to return to the world, and he was going to settle things for Karen. Last time, he encountered Mina's company, dealing with Karen's bullies, and her boyfriend Billy's father turned out to be the deputy boss of the Blue Snake gang. He frowned in concentration as he recalled what had happened back then, and he realized that he would have to make his own move when he returned. Suddenly, Sakura cried out as she remembered something, and said that those assassins had high-ranking potions. She was sure that it would definitely be useful to them, and showed him some experience boosters. It was an A-rank potion that increased experience points by 45%, and they were rare and coveted items that were hard to find in the market. Tsuyoshi exclaimed that these were experience boosters, and exclaimed that this was great. He believed that he would be able to reach level 12 before they reached Kevin, and he decided that he would return to his world when he reached level 12. He already wanted to see Karina, so he stood up and suggested that Sakura continue on their way, since he had fully recovered. She happily agreed and they set off, encountering a horde of lower monsters along the way. They also encountered countless bosses, which the protagonist defeated time and time again, while Sakura supported him from the side. They also encountered a team that was unable to clear the dungeon, and Tsuyoshi joined these people and defeated all the monsters almost single-handedly, which made the members of this team very surprised. Finally, thanks to all this, he was able to level up to level 12, so his combat power increased to 16,000 points. Sometime later, they were almost at the city where Kevin lived, and when they entered the streets of this city, Sakura suggested that MC spend the night there. The owner of the inn they came to asked if it was true that they were looking for a room. He exclaimed that they had one premium room available, and Sakura awkwardly asked if there were two available. MC added that they didn't necessarily need premium rooms, and any rooms would do. However, the innkeeper said with regret that there was only one room left. He asked if they were adventurers. He assumed that they had come to Carnio for the potion tournament that Kevin was hosting. Currently, most of the guests were adventurers, so even one spare room was incredibly lucky. He smiled as he explained all this, and the protagonist asked what the potion tournament was. Hosted by Kevin? The innkeeper raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked if they were adventurers. He was surprised that they hadn't heard of the Kevin tournament, since it had been held many times before. Sakura finally said with a smile that it was a large-scale alchemical science event hosted by a famous shaman. During it, competitions and exhibitions were held there, and high-quality products were made, so it was a very popular event among adventurers. She didn't even notice that they arrived on the first day of the tournament, and she suggested that the protagonist explore the area or buy the necessary potions. He found it interesting and decided to check it out once they got settled. The innkeeper asked if they would like to take a room. MC said that he would agree to it if Sakura didn't mind. She also agreed if he didn't mind, and in the end, they decided to take the room. As soon as they said this, Vincent, a level 15 blue shaman, entered the inn, asking for a premium room. The innkeeper smiled delightedly, greeting him, and he motioned for him to pass, promising that they would prepare the best room for him. Vincent ordered her to lead him to the right place, and the protagonist froze and frowned in displeasure. He put his hand on Vincent's shoulder, warning that there was actually a line. He asked again, puzzled, but assumed that he simply did not know who he was. He suggested that he not make him laugh, exclaiming that this last best room would belong to him. He turned to the owner and asked if it was true that it would be like this. He confirmed it, and Sakura reminded them that they came here first and asked if that was fair. The owner of the inn asked if they really did not know Vincent. He said that Vincent was one of the students of the genius Kevin, and he was a blue shaman, so he was a very influential figure in this district. He was a talented student of the red shaman Kevin, and even level 30 adventurers respected him, so he advised not to mess with him. The girl who came with Vincent indignantly asked if they really did not know him. She wondered where they came from, but he told her to ignore them, confident that they would understand everything after hearing his master's name. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked if Vincent was one of Kevin's disciples. However, this did not seem like something he could use as an argument, and he noted that the room belonged to them, asking the innkeeper to lead them. Both the innkeeper and Vincent flinched in surprise, and the innkeeper even opened his mouth in shock, while Vincent suddenly laughed as he found this interesting. He asked the MC if he knew who he was. He exclaimed that he was a blue shaman and a disciple of the genius Kevin himself, and asked if he was seriously trying to take his room. He warned that after this, the passage to Carnio will be closed to them, but the protagonist, squeezing the hand that he still held on his shoulder, reminded that he already said that he does not care. He threw Vincent on the floor, and he cried out in pain and surprise, and the girl flinched in surprise and looked at him in fear. She sank to the ground next to him, screaming his name, and the owner of the inn in shock asked what was happening. Vincent warned that the protagonist will regret this, and he noted that they will never be allowed into Carnio. However, MC ignored him and turned to the owner, asking him to show them a room. But he agreed, showing where they need to go, and Vincent was outraged by such disrespect. He repeated that the protagonist will pay for this, and Sakura asked if MC is sure. She reminded him that this was Kevin's student, but he answered seriously that he treated people the way they treated him. He saw no reason to respect someone who did not respect him, and it did not matter to him whether Vincent was Kevin's student or not. He was no longer going to grovel before anyone as he had before, and Sakura was surprised that he was saying something about what happened before. She looked at him in bewilderment, but did not ask anything. When night fell, they had already settled in the room, and when Sakura fell asleep, MC activated the infinity ring, promising Karina that he would return soon, and as soon as he said this, the endless passage was opened. After moving, Tsuyoshi looked around and said that he was home, looking at his sleeping sister. Tsuyoshi suggested that it seemed to him that he did not wake her. After which he covered his sister with a blanket. In his mind there were memories of his sister saying that she couldn't feel her legs and asking him if she would be able to walk anymore. Then she told him not to be sad, because even if she did, she wouldn't give up because of this, and didn't want to be a burden to him. After remembering these events, Tsuyoshi noticed the crutch standing next to the bed, and thought that it was broken. After which the protagonist assumed that Karina fixed it herself. He thought about how she desperately tried to protect these, after which he exhaled heavily from his lungs and with a smile adjusting the blanket on his sister's back, told her that she was very strong, and that she had a hard time because of him. But now he had become stronger and would not let anyone hurt her, and her life would no longer be miserable. Stroking Karen on the head, he promised her that he would definitely heal her legs and return a happy smile to her face. Soon after, the protagonist opened a system window where there was a notification that a set of black camouflage armor had been placed in the divine inventory of consciousness. Looking at the system window while lying in bed, Tsuyoshi noticed that it was good that all these things took up only one slot, and without armor, he now even felt unusual. Looking at the system window, he said that his equipment from this world remained untouched and he needed to somehow improve it. But he understood that first, he needed to figure out everything in this world. Sometime after these events, Karina noticed that something was wrong. She walked uncertainly down the street, leaning on crutches, and turning to her brother, asked what was wrong with him. She shouted in surprise that in just one night he had become a different person. Tsuyoshi explained to her that this was not so, and he just cut his hair and started training. At this point, Tsuyoshi was level 12, his class was a warrior, and his weapon was a bloody mist saw. His equipment was a set of black camouflage armor, and his hidden equipment was a set of a fox beastman. As a skill, he had a thunder chain, and the copied skill was a thunderous surprise attack, while his combat power was 16,000. Looking at her brother, Karina shouted in admiration that the hairstyle had changed his appearance very much, and it was as if he had grown and really become taller. With a smile on his face, Tsuyoshi replied that it was not so. After which he asked not to worry about him and to take better care of themselves, and also not to go alone and wait for him in the office after classes. With a sad expression on her face after some silence, Karina agreed with him and remembering the bullying that day said and wanted to tell what happened that day. Suddenly, at that moment, she met her offenders on the street. They looked at each other in surprise. Tsuyoshi had an extremely stern expression on his face. Vivian looked at Tsuyoshi in shock and asked, "Isn't this Karen's brother?" Then she said with her mouth wide open that now he looks incredibly cool. But annoyed Mina called her stupid and ordered her to shut up. Tsuyoshi calmly turned to Karen and said that now everything is fine and now no one will dare to bully her. With a confused expression on her face, Karina agreed with him, after which she suggested that it was because he became a hero and he had changed a lot. They calmly passed by the offenders, and Karina looked back in surprise and asked herself, what was wrong with them? At that moment, the enraged Mina angrily looked at the back of the leaving Tsuyoshi and Karina asked herself, how dare they treat them like that? Because she would use Rayleigh's connections and make them kneel. At that time, inside the school classroom, two bullies were standing near Rayleigh. One of them said that they were told that it would be better not to mess with Tsuyoshi in the future. The other guy confirmed this by noticing that last time he almost killed him, and the guy standing near Rayleigh asked him if he left him alone. The enraged Rayleigh, with an irritated expression on his face, ordered them to shut up and then insulted his minions, declaring that they overestimated him and he was not afraid of such a worthless person who until recently was their servant. Remembering the beating from Tsuyoshi, Rayleigh thought that he was careless then, but next time he will definitely make him regret it. The guy asked Rayleigh, didn't their ambush fail because they were waiting for him then? Rayleigh interrupted him angrily, shouting that he had said before that all this happened because of their carelessness. Suddenly, a large guy pointing his finger to the side, with a surprised expression on his face, turned to Rayleigh and shouted that it was Tsuyoshi. At that moment, Tsuyoshi was talking to his smiling sister near the classroom. One of the bullies, with a confused expression on his face, noticed that he had changed even more, after which he asked what was going on. Rayleigh also looked at the changed Tsuyoshi in surprise. Soon after these events, the teacher, writing on the blackboard, told the students that soon there would be a competition for the future sister, after which she asked who wanted to participate. Teacher Lily said that this time several schools in the area will participate in the event, and the school management encourages everyone to participate, so this is their moment of glory together. With a bored and uninterested expression on his face, Rayleigh asked her if she was kidding right now. Rayleigh then said that this event is held for heroes and it is useless for ordinary students to participate. He continued to say that they try every year but no one has ever won, and all the high places are taken by heroes. So it is a waste of time, and besides, it is easy to embarrass yourself. Comrade Rayleigh confirmed this by saying that students from other schools will not leave them a chance. And last year he and Roma participated in the marathon, and the hero students ran to the start before they were halfway through. The other students began to ask if they should participate. Someone's voice said that he did not want to go for the sake of losing, and a male student said that they should let the heroes represent their school. Another shy guy confirmed this, saying that they would only embarrass themselves at this event. With a worried smile on her face, Lily said that this year the prizes would be simply wonderful, and even the teachers expressed a desire to participate. Then, she began to talk about how the event would be held by the Hero School Association. So famous guild heads and association leaders would come to this event, and the winner would receive 10 million yen. The students asked her in bewilderment, 10 million yen, and association leaders? Admiring voices shouted that this was incredible, and the Hero School Association is part of the Hero Union, and they are presenting an internship for young heroes. So if you can prove yourself, they can even invite you to the union. With an interested expression, looking ahead, the protagonist thought about this money, realizing that he borrowed 600,000 at a high interest rate from the Blue Snake Gang. And if he wins this prize, he will be able to pay off the debt and move with Karen to an apartment with an elevator. Then he thought about the Hero School Association, realizing that he knows almost nothing about it, but he understood that if they notice him, he will be able to get a scholarship. With a confident expression, Tsuyoshi looked ahead, realizing that money in this world plays a more important role than coins in another, and he and Karen need it for a better life. So he will win 10 million yen and attract the attention of the Hero Association. Rayleigh asked the speaker to stop and explained that they are too early to rejoice. because this wonderful prize will still be taken by heroes. His comrade, with a displeased expression, confirmed this by shouting that ordinary students will not get anything. The students asked the teacher not to give them hope because they had no chance, but Lily continued to say that the main thing was participation. But another student explained that they were not equal to the hero students from other schools. A sudden voice interrupted this argument. Tsuyoshi, raising his hand up, said that in that case, he would participate right away. After which Rayleigh laughed furiously, shouting that he should not think so highly of himself because he defeated them, because he was talking nonsense. Rayleigh then asked Tsuyoshi if he really thought he could compete with the hero students. The whole class began to laugh at him, saying that not to mention the hero students, students from other schools would participate in the competition, after which his classmates assumed that he was joking or that he had gone crazy. The teacher, with a surprised expression on her face, opening her eyes and mouth wide, asked Tsuyoshi if he really wanted to participate. With a confident expression, Tsuyoshi confirmed this, after which a jubilant Rayleigh asked him not to cry later because of this. The MC looked menacingly at Rayleigh, who was sitting behind him, and asked him if he wanted to make a bet. The protagonist then said that if he lost, he could do whatever he wanted, but if he won, he would stop pretending to be someone cool. Rayleigh and all of his comrades were taken aback by this unexpected proposal, after which Rayleigh angrily shouted out that he agreed with this, and all of his classmates were witnesses to this bet, so he shouted out that they would happily watch his disgrace. Tsuyoshi agreed to this, after which Lily ordered everyone to be quiet and announced that she would give Tsuyoshi a form to fill out and that tonight there would be a selection test for all of the participants. The MC asked her again, "A selection test?" Then he agreed to it. And after some time near Karina's class, he met his sister. Karina, with a smile on her face, wished her brother good luck on the test. Tsuyoshi thanked her and said that he would come for her late, so she should wait in the class. While Tsuyoshi was talking to his sister, several interested schoolgirls were discussing him. One asked if this was Karina's brother. Then she told her friend that she had not seen him so close, and he was incredibly handsome. Another girl said that before he looked weak and frail, but now he had become very cool. The first schoolgirl suggested her friend to ask Karina about him, after which she laughingly assumed that he was single. When Tsuyoshi said goodbye to his sister a few moments later, a confused Karina was surrounded by many interested girls. Vivienne, with an irritated expression on her face looking at this gathering, noticed that they had surrounded her again. Mina, looking at her phone, said that she heard that her brother would be taking part in the qualifying round of the competition, after which she ironically noted that he was incredibly brave and she had already told Billy about it. In the chat with Billy, he answered her and that his father knew several heroes from other schools and they would teach him a lesson. With a sly expression on her face, Mina said that this was great and she was looking forward to this day. Looking at the crowd of girls around Karina, Mina explained that she was waiting for the time when they could deal with her brother and intensify the bullying of her, so let her enjoy the attention while she could. At this time, in the director's office, a man standing by the window said that the future star was very important to them, and officially it was created to strengthen the ties between schools. But in fact, this is an assessment of the strength of the alliance of heroes and guilds. After that, the director explained that, to put it simply, their students reflect the strength of the school, and their support depends on it. He turned to his deputy. The director said that at least one of their students needs to take at least 5th place, and this will guarantee them sponsorship. The man the director was talking to was his deputy, and he replied that all hero classes will participate, and ordinary students will be able to participate if they wish. After that, a confused man with beads of sweat running down his face confirmed that all this is true and almost none of the ordinary students signed up for the competition. The director confirmed this, noting that they are not stupid and clearly see the difference in strength, and this is good. Then the director suggested that only students from the hero class will participate, and the heroes from the association will also take part in today's selection, so they have no right to make a mistake. The frightened man noticed that everything is almost ready, but regarding the students, one from the ordinary class named Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro will participate. The director, genuinely perplexed, asked him again, "From the ordinary class?" In preparation for the selection round, the young guys were gathered in one room. One of the guys said that he heard that this time a student from a regular class would participate. The girl asked him if he really thought he could compete with them, and then she suggested that he wanted to disgrace the school, and the guy answered her that he had no chance of passing the selection round anyway because this test was arranged for half-heroes, that is for them. Half-heroes were people with innate talents. As a rule, Half-heroes get into the hero class in high school and receives privileges competing for the honor of the school. Looking in front of him, the guy assumed that it seemed to be him, after which the girl with a smile on her face noticed that he was cute. Looking at the confident protagonist who was warming up, the guy with a confused expression asked, "Seriously?" Then he noticed that in comparison with the hero class, there was nothing special about him. The teacher who was responsible for preparing for the test, looking at the tablet, asked why students from the regular class should take this test at all, because it was a waste of time? The half-hero guy noticed with a smile on his face that the teacher said the same thing, and that the students from the regular class were superfluous here. At this time, on the second floor in the viewing room, a man thanked the interlocutor for visiting their school. The director, with a nervous smile on his face, addressed the man as the chairman Suzuki and informed him that there were students from the hero class of their school, and the test would start soon, so he wanted to ask him. Suzuki did not let him finish speaking and, looking intently ahead, said that the association hoped that their class would show a high level because today he represented their interests. Suzuki was the chairman of the Association of Hero Schools. The director continued to say that it was an honor for them and they would try to live up to his expectations, after which he said that the results would be reflected here and wished Suzuki a pleasant viewing. Then the director turned to the man and ordered that the competition begin quickly. The man obeyed this command by pressing the screen of his phone. At this time, the teacher who was in the room with the half-heroes, looking at the phone screen, thought that the vice principal had contacted him, after which he raised his hand up and loudly shouted that they were starting the test, and the rules remained unchanged, after which he asked to unite in teams and enter the simulation. The teacher approached the screen and, pressing it with her finger, explained that these are basic-level simulation machines, and these are used for D, E, and F class exams. And if we consider their abilities together, then most likely the simulation will be F class. So the teacher asked not to worry and to unite in teams in the order in which they were recorded, after which he said that in order to pass they need to score 60 points or more. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi raised his hand up and said that he did not know that they would have to split into teams. With a puzzled expression on his face, looking at Tsuyoshi, the teacher thought that he did not expect to see a student from a regular class here, but he understood that he would not pass anyway and advised him to go through the selection alone. MC thought about the fact that he had already passed the tests alone in another world and agreed with the teacher. The half-hero guy, smilingly looking at Tsuyoshi, explained to him that the trial exam will not harm anyone. However, the forces of darkness and the difficulty level are too high. The girl added that even teams of half-heroes will have a hard time, and an ordinary student alone, she interrupted and explained that she did not even know how long he would last. Soon after, the guys began to enter the simulation. Suzuki, who was watching them, thought that with the help of this competition, they should identify exceptional half-heroes, because the Association of Hero Schools exists, so that the Union of Heroes has a chance to recruit geniuses before others. Crossing his arms over his chest, he understood that now even powerful guilds are competing for promising guys, and if they do not work hard, others will take their place. When the participants entered the simulation, the guy, looking ahead in surprise, said that he did not think that the simulation would be so realistic. The system window said that the difficulty level of this test corresponded to the level of the F-class dungeon, and the system window asked to choose your class and equipment. The guy looking at this asked, "Can they even simulate basic equipment?" The guy, who instantly changed into combat attire, confidently suggested going forward, but another voice said that in order to pass this test they need to earn at least 60 points. Sometime after these events, when the students began to exit the simulation, a message appeared on the system window above the head of the half-hero guy and girl that their team size was 5, the exam level was F, and the completion time was 24 minutes. It was also indicated that the number of points earned was 72, and 5 participants passed. Exhaling heavily, the guy noticed that it was difficult. With a tense expression on his face, Suzuki, looking at what was happening, thought that most of the results showed a level below F class, and the students mostly scored from 70 to 80 points, and no one scored above 90. With a stern expression on his face, he thought about how there were no outstanding guys in the hero class of this school, and they were still young. And in recent years, the highest score was 93 in the E-class pair competition, and those participants became heroes. However, Suzuki understood that despite the difference of one level between classes E and F, there was a big gap in strength, and by passing the E-class, you can get into any hero school. And if you take a higher place, then the participant can be noticed by famous guilds. But such geniuses are very rare, after which Suzuki asked himself if he could find at least one here. With a smile on his face, pointing his finger in front of him, Suzuki said that this is great, and if they train more, they can achieve success. Then Suzuki asked if the test is over. With a confused smile on his face, the vice principal said that the last student from the regular class was preparing. The principal demonstratively cleared his throat, after which Suzuki asked again, "A student from the regular class?" He noted that this guy was incredibly brave, and since he was the last one, he decided that it would be okay to watch, and that it would not be a big deal if he failed the test, since this was expected from a regular student. At this time, the teacher who was standing near the gate to the simulation congratulated the students on the fact that they had passed, and now he said that they would be studying with a student from the regular class. Turning to Tsuyoshi, the teacher asked him to decide quickly, since if he was scared, he could refuse to participate, but the protagonist, with an unperturbed expression, said that he was ready. The half-hero guys began to ridicule him, shouting that he would be incredibly scared when he saw the simulated forces of darkness. Another guy asked how long they thought it would take him to crawl back here in tears. Ignoring them, Tsuyoshi entered the simulation, and the system window reported that the difficulty level of this test corresponded to the level of the F-class dungeon, after which, the system button asked him to select his class equipment. Looking at the system window, the protagonist asked class and equipment. He noticed that he already had it, and began to take out items while the system window of characteristics showed his previous features. Suddenly, a dark rabbit of the first level jumped near him at great speed. Looking at this enemy, Tsuyoshi noticed that it was only the first level, and now it was clear to him why the half-hero exam was so easy. With an unperturbed expression on his face, he tormented his opponents in parallel with this, saying that Karina was waiting for him, and he needed to finish as soon as possible. Being in the simulation, he effortlessly dealt with the enemies that quickly surrounded him, soon after which a defeated dark rabbit boss of enormous size was already lying in front of him. Looking at the defeated boss, Tsuyoshi said that it was easy, and he got to the boss in just 6 minutes, after which a message appeared on the system window that the dungeon was cleared. Then a message appeared on the system window that a system error had occurred, and his abilities exceeded the difficulty level of this exam. With a surprised expression on his face, looking at the system window, the protagonist asked, "Is there a D-class test in this cave?" Then he said that he thought that it would be enough to pass the F-class test. Soon after, a notification appeared on the system window that a D-class dungeon was now available to him, and he was asked to prepare for the exam. In front of him was a bright red gate going inside. MC said that at his current level, the difference between D and F is not great. At this time, outside the simulation, the students laughed, asking, "Has he not come out yet, and did he really die there from fear?" The female student turned to the teacher and asked him to try to turn off the machine, because most likely he is ashamed to go outside. With a worried expression on his face, the teacher realized that 12 minutes had already passed, which was a long time for a normal student, after which he decided that perhaps something had really happened inside, and he noted how troublesome this guy was. Suzuki, who was watching the events, said that his endurance was impressive, and when he came out, he remarked that the principal should at least reward him for his courage. The principal immediately agreed, shouting that they had not recorded his results, but they would definitely reward him. Suddenly, a loud hum came from one of the simulation machines, shortly after which a mechanical voice said that the test was over, and thick steam began pouring out of the machine. With an unperturbed expression on his face, Tsuyoshi walked outside, while the system window congratulated him on passing with a perfect score. Also on the system window, there was a message that the size of his team was 1, and the exam level was F and D. The time to complete it was 12 minutes, and the points scored were 100. All the half-heroes looked at him in sincere bewilderment, after which the protagonist asked if he had passed. Suzuki, as well as the director and his deputy, looked at what was happening in bewilderment, after which Suzuki asked, "Is this guy definitely not from the hero class?" The teacher, confused, looking at the machine, asked again, 100 points? Then he asked, "And he passed the D-class exam?" The teacher, perplexed, asked how this was possible and suggested that this was some kind of mistake. The irritated half-hero guy shouted that this was definitely a mistake, because not a single ordinary student had ever passed 2 exams in 12 minutes, and he had passed the D-class dungeon alone, and this was impossible. An emotionless Tsuyoshi replied that he had passed the test and that he didn't care about the scores, after which he said that he had to go get his sister, and the teacher confusedly agreed with this. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi was approached from the side and asked to wait. Suzuki asked him with a smile on his face, did he just pass the D and F class tests? Tsuyoshi confirmed this, after which the vice principal asked how this was possible. He then began to talk about how the dungeon was set to a test of a level lower, and the D-class test simply could not appear, and he could pass both levels in 12 minutes while being an ordinary student. With a worried expression on his face, Suzuki interrupted him, and turning to Tsuyoshi, he guessed that his name was Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. He then asked him if he could tell him what the D-class boss was like. With a calm expression on his face, Tsuyoshi replied that it was a level 6 dark wolf, and that this opponent was weak, so he died from just a few blows. Then the protagonist turned around and apologized, explaining that he was rushing to his sister. Suzuki's face darkened, and his director asked Tsuyoshi if he was sure he wasn't lying. Suzuki abruptly interrupted the director, and turning to Tsuyoshi told him to go get his sister. Tsuyoshi thanked him, after which the director turned to Suzuki and asked if there was something wrong with his results. With a smile on his face, Suzuki asked the director to let him participate in the competition and keep his results a secret. The director confusedly agreed with this. However, Suzuki at that moment realized that there could be no mistake, and the final boss of the D-class test was indeed a level 6 dark wolf. And as Tsuyoshi said, this boss is fast but weak, and if he hadn't personally fought this monster, he wouldn't have believed his results. However, now Suzuki understood that he had found a hidden genius, but then he interrupted himself, realizing that he had found a monster, and an ordinary student had passed the D and F class tests in 12 minutes for the maximum score. That is, he had broken the record, and he should keep an eye on him, because if he was right, then he needed to hire this genius into the Hero Association. At this time, Tsuyoshi was walking down the hallway to his sister with a slight smile on his face. All of his characteristics remained the same at the moment. Sometime after these events, on the day of the future star competition, many schoolchildren headed to the gathering place. Several schoolchildren, looking at the shining young guys, said that these were students from the Kuros and Sawahir schools with the best academic performance. After that, the girls said that she had heard that there were already many capable and promising guys in their hero classes, so they didn't even have a chance, and that students from these schools would probably be in the top 5, and their school would not get there at all. Through the loudspeaker, the announcer addressed the participants and asked them to make sure that all the participants in their school had registered. At the registration of the participants, a man approached Tsuyoshi, assuming that he was from the hero class, after which he asked him what his name was. Tsuyoshi gave his name and said that he was from a regular high school class. The man repeated with a smile on his face that he was from a regular class, after which he noted that his courage was worthy of praise, but warned him not to overdo it, since the students from the hero class were quite formidable opponents. At this time, there was a preliminary celebration on the large stage. The vice principal approached the principal and announced that Chairman Suzuki had arrived. Soon after, the principal turned to Suzuki with a smile on his face and apologized to him, explaining that they were unable to meet him. With a smile on his face, Suzuki said that it was not worth it, after which he asked, "Have all the students from the regular classes already registered?" The vice principal answered affirmatively, assuming that they were already in the arena now, and Suzuki accepted this information. Looking at the guys actively warming up, he thought that the protagonist was serious if he had already registered, and if his strength was that great, he could become a genius. Suzuki also thought that if large guilds or factions noticed him, they would immediately try to take him for themselves, but he would not allow this to happen. The vice principal whispered to the principal and told him that the guild and faction representatives had already arrived, after which he suggested that they begin the opening ceremony, and the principal, with a tired expression on his face, crossed his arms over his chest and agreed, asking his vice principal to make sure that everyone was ready to begin, since everything should go smoothly. The vice principal assumed that Chairman Suzuki knew that this year, Sawahir and Kuro's schools had sent their best students. The principal, with a surprised expression on his face, asked him again, asking if they had sent their best. With a worried expression on his face, the vice principal said that he thought that this year, both schools were determined to get good results, and meanwhile, their students continued to lose year after year. And apparently, this year would be no different. With a sad expression on his face, the principal exhaled heavily from his lungs, saying that he knew this and everything was as usual, but they were trying their best. Soon after, the announcer's voice said that the ability testing would begin soon and asked everyone to come to the arena. At this time, many participants were standing in front of the screens. MC looked ahead from behind another participant and asked himself again, ability testing? Then he guessed that the competition would not start now. On the system window, the test rules were written, which said that they must show maximum strength using a minimum of movements. And the body and strength points would be displayed on the screen. Then it was indicated that the maximum number of points in each category is 100. Studying this information, Tsuyoshi guessed that the competition would start now, and small movements demonstrate great potential strength. Tsuyoshi also thought that the indicators displayed on the screen would show the true abilities of each student, and since they would be evaluated by machines, no one would be able to deceive them. When the high school participant Sawahira approached the screen with a confident expression, many interested guys looked at him and began to ask, "I wonder how many points he will get." With a confident expression on his face, looking ahead, a high school student with a sharp movement of his hands struck a blow, after which information appeared on the system window that his body points were 72 points. 74. With a smile on his face, the guys shouted that it was not bad, the other guys shouted that it was excellent, and both categories were above 70 points. And although this is an average result, however, earning more than 80 can get into the top 3. Then another guy asked how much he scored last time. One of the students said that he scored 76 body points and 66 strength points. And when he limits his movement, his strength does not work well. Another participant told him that he should work on controlling his strength. Tsuyoshi, who was an eyewitness to these dialogues, thought that this meant that scoring 70 points in both categories was not bad, and he was interested in how many points he could score. Participants of the Seishin and Sawahira schools took turns striking. Their scores mainly varied between 60 and 80. However, another participant scored 56 body points and 62 strength points. This was a participant from the Seishin school. After this failure, the other guys started to make fun of him, asking if this is really the result of Seishin High School. Then the guys noticed that they were extremely ordinary and laughed. The laughing guy said that he heard that some guy from a regular class was participating from this school and he would be interested to see his score. Then he began to pity them through laughter, asking if they had to fill the list with ordinary participants. At this time, several unperturbed men who were representatives of guilds and factions were watching what was happening. They thought that it seemed to them that the Kurosa school was pulling ahead, and if they trained harder, they could become great heroes, so it was worth adding them to the candidates for the internship. While the students of the Sawahira school were also impressive, but the Seishin school had no chance, and they definitely would not win. With a painful and embarrassed expression, the principal said how pathetic the scores were. The vice principal also had a worried expression, while Suzuki, who was standing next to them, was thinking that compared to other schools, they were significantly behind, and he expected too much from Tsuyoshi. At this time, Tsuyoshi's class was sitting in the stands and Comrade Rayleigh was asking, "Do other schools know already?" With a painful expression, he was talking about how embarrassing it was. However, Rayleigh was laughing uncontrollably, asking where Tsuyoshi was, and was he really not going to participate? Karina was also in the stands and with a worried expression, looking ahead of her, looking for her brother. Mina and Vivienne were laughing. Mina turned to Karina and told her that her brother was going to embarrass them in front of everyone at school. After that, Vivienne said that if he really was that strong, he would be able to compete with the students from other schools, after which she assumed that he somehow beat them that day. Karina confidently shouted that she believed in her brother. With an angry expression on her face, Mina shouted that they were just fools, and she would happily watch her brother lose. At this time, near the arena, Suzuki frowned and thought about the fact that no one scored above 80 in 2 categories, but he realized that as a rule, the truly strong participants come out at the end. With a tense expression on his face, Suzuki wondered when it would be Tsuyoshi's turn, and whether he would be able to stand up to the best students of Kurosa and Sawahira. Suddenly, a large guy began to push the other participants, and one of the offended ones menacingly addressed him, advising him to watch where he was going. This huge guy was a student of the hero class of Sawahira High School named Vince, who was a D-rank hero of the 4th level, and whose combat power was 580. The guy, turning to his comrade, shouted that this was Vince, that is, the best student of Sawahira, who had already passed the hero exam, and now he intends to take part in the championship, and he is an unconditional contender for victory. The confused and saddened guy began to say that if he knew that he would also participate, he would not even try. At this time, Vince approached the test, raising his huge palm and stretching his hand out in front of him with an incredibly tense expression on his face, putting the energy of his entire body into a punch, shortly after which information appeared on the system window that his body points were 86 and his strength points were 90. Witnesses to this test began to shout that this was incredible, and that he had a very light movement combined with destructive power. With a tense expression on his face, looking at what was happening, Suzuki thought that the strongest were studying in Sawahira. It seemed to him that this year he would become the most capable student, so he would have to talk to him after the test. Soon after, one of the guys shouted that Kurozu was coming next. Everyone turned to the side, and the guy who was a student of the hero class of Kurozu High School, he had already passed the hero test, and turning to those around him, he grinned and said that if they could not score 80 points, then they should remain silent on the sidelines, because now he would show them what the best student of Kurozu High School is capable of. His name was Boniface, and he was a D-rank level 4 hero whose combat power was 620. With a smile on his face, he approached the test and then gave a sharp blow with his palm to the ball, and the system window reported that his body points were 89 and his strength points were 92. In a state of shock, the other participants began to shout that if he had just a little more, he would have scored 90 points in both categories with minimal effort, and the best student of Kurozu was on a completely different level, and it seemed to them that this year's champion had already been determined. Suzuki, who was watching what was happening, thought that his potential was incredible, and this was exactly what was expected from the best student of the Kurozu school, so he needed to definitely talk to him after the competition. The best students of the two schools began to exchange glances at each other, after which Boniface, demonstrating a threatening gesture with his hand, explained to Vince that he was his only rival, but he would win this competition. Suddenly someone turned to him and apologized, noticing that it was his turn. It was Tsuyoshi. The participants began to ask, "Is this Tsuyoshi from a regular class at Seishin School?" The guys shouted that they did not believe that he really came and said that the main thing is not to disgrace them at school. After which another guy asked how he dared to talk to Boniface. Tsuyoshi approached the test ball and suggested that he just needed to minimize movement and show maximum strength. The guys ridiculed him, offering to start. With a sly smile on her face, Mina said that here he is, and it is a pity that he will only disgrace himself, and the main thing is that he does not change his mind at the last moment. Karina, pressing her hand to her chest, turned to her brother and shouted that he will succeed. Suzuki also watched what was happening and thought that she needed to see if he could handle it, because if he scored 70 to 80 points, he would already be impressed. At that moment, the director, tensely squeezing his face, said that this guy was finished. MC stood next to the ball and, breathing in the air into his lungs, thought that in that case he would use absolute power and the divine selection system, after which he activated absolute physical power, due to which the defense and strength of the index finger were increased for a short period. He brought his index finger to the ball and struck with just one finger, during which the system window notified him that the divine selection system was activated, and 60% of the power was concentrated on the tip of the index finger, and the strength of other parts of the body was significantly reduced. From this blow, an incredibly bright blinding flash occurred, and the ball pierced the mechanical apparatus. All the witnesses of what was happening were in a state of shock, with their eyes and mouths wide open, and a message appeared on the system window that his body and strength points were equal to hundreds of points. Soon after which the machine broke down and no longer showed this data. MC stood among the smoke and dust and looked ahead, thinking that it seemed to him that he had gone too far. At that moment, the ball flew up an incredible distance beyond the arena. At the same time, the protagonist understood that things were bad, and he would now have to pay for the damage caused. The ball that Tsuyoshi threw was not only dented, but also lying quite a distance away from where he threw it. The crowd that saw what happened immediately became alarmed, wondering, "What does this mean?" Some of them said that the ball flew away, wondering, "Does Tsuyoshi really have such power?" Someone said that this can't be, and it must be a mistake. Maybe Tsuyoshi cheated? One of those sitting there suggested. One of the judges who saw this asked, "Who is he? And what will happen to the points now?" If this was not a malfunction, it means that Tsuyoshi was stronger than any student present. However, the judges almost unanimously decided that Tsuyoshi clearly cheated. There is no way a mere high school student can have such power. The same rushed to the machine that destroyed Tsuyoshi. One of the men asked to be allowed to clarify, to wait just a moment for the one who spoke to him on the phone. Tsuyoshi stood calmly. "They say that he is satisfied with the results." Boniface said that it was impossible, suggesting that there was some kind of malfunction, or Tsuyoshi just cheated. Vince, folding his arms on his chest, said that he did not know for sure, so they should just see what the school says. The principal excitedly asked the students crowded there to let him pass, because they needed to inspect the machines. Several technicians were already working to understand what had happened. Suzuki was also among those who came closer. He asked Tsuyoshi to show his hands. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and then held out his palms, and Suzuki looked at it and thought that, at first he thought that Tsuyoshi had used some kind of trick, but there were no signs of cheating on his hands, and he was also surprised that such a young boy had surprisingly calloused hands. Suzuki asked Tsuyoshi how he got so many calluses and scars. The protagonist answered that he worked for 10 years to support himself. Suzuki looked at him in surprise, but before he could ask the next question, one of the technicians told the principal that there was nothing wrong with the device. He said that they restored the results, and Tsuyoshi scored 100 points in each category. The principal asked in surprise, "Is that really so? And was Tsuyoshi from Seishin High School really the one who did this?" The students were alarmed, wondering, did the protagonist's power really break the machine? It was an obvious cheat to them. Some people said that it couldn't be possible, and they also suspected that the car belonged to the protagonist's school, so they thought that they had done something to it. Suzuki asked the principal, "Was there a problem?" The principal awkwardly replied that he couldn't change Tsuyoshi's results. Suzuki then said that on behalf of the Hero School Association, he was approving Tsuyoshi's results, and he personally admitted that there was no trace of cheating. He said that Tsuyoshi from Seishin High School scored 100 points in each category. Tsuyoshi glanced at the system window that appeared next to him, and upon hearing Suzuki's words, the students behind him became alarmed, asking in surprise, did he really score 100 points in both categories? Boniface and Vince were extremely puzzled by this information. Boniface remembered that he hadn't paid attention to Tsuyoshi, and that Billy had definitely asked him to deal with that guy. He thought that there must have been some kind of mistake. Boniface knew that Billy's father was the leader of the Blue Snake Gang and a business partner of their family, so he had to carry out Billy's request no matter what, and he decided that he had to deal with Tsuyoshi in the next round. The students started talking. That they couldn't believe that Chairman Suzuki of the Hero Association of these schools said that. However, they immediately resigned themselves, because if the chairman said that, then it was definitely true. One of the students said, "What does this mean that an ordinary student, Tsuyoshi from an ordinary high school, ranked first in strength, scoring 100 points in 2 categories? Isn't that right?" The host then announced that Tsuyoshi from Seishin High School ranked first, scoring 100 points in each category. The main character's face appeared on the board at the top, as well as his strength and body stats. Everyone in the stands now saw it too, and Rayleigh and his friend immediately asked in shock if it was really true that he had 100 points in 2 categories. They couldn't believe it was true. One of them said that it was a record, so everyone started wondering who Tsuyoshi was anyway. Karina, on the other hand, stood up from her seat, excitedly saying that her brother was simply incredible. Her friend tried to calm her down, but everyone's admiration and misunderstanding was beyond that. Even Vivian, who was sitting next to Mina, was surprised that Tsuyoshi had gotten so many points. Karina turned around, sticking out her tongue, and said that now they saw that her brother was the best. Mina gritted her teeth and lowered her head down in irritation, wondering how they let him win. What were they even doing? Mina angrily texted Billy, asking him what was going on. She told them to get revenge on Tsuyoshi. After sending a few angry emoticons, she received a reply that Billy himself didn't understand anything. He said that his friend was the best student of Kurozu, and he would definitely take care of Tsuyoshi. Suzuki, watching this, said that Tsuyoshi was the only student from Seishin High School who made it into the top 10. He said that the top 3 would get 10, 5, and 3 points respectively, and the rest would get 1 each. He knew that if Seishin High School hoped that Tsuyoshi would make it into the top 3, then the next would not be easy for him. Kurozu High School and Sawahira High School, they can't win that easily. The host announced that for the next round they had to team up. The second round was a team battle. The host explained that the second round was called the Destruction Race. All teams would enter a dungeon simulation. The team that defeats the most darkness monsters in 10 minutes would be the winner. It was a low-ranking dungeon, so the participants had nothing to worry about. Discussions immediately began. The participants said that they had a chance in the team battle, and they would do everything to ensure that as many of their teams as possible took high places. One of the organizers approached Tsuyoshi and told him that he had to, according to the rules, be in a team of 3, so he would have to skip this test. The protagonist agreed, understanding everything. He looked at the scoreboard, where the scores of the other schools had already begun to appear. Boniface thought that he couldn't do anything in the second round. However, he understood that he had to put Tsuyoshi in his place, but they would still have a chance. They had to focus on winning the second round. Boniface began to massage his shoulders, saying that they had already done this many times at school. He shouted to the other guys that they were the strongest team in their school, and they had trained for a long time for this moment, so they must definitely take first place. The members of his team immediately agreed with him, as if accepting his order. Valia said that the Kurozu and Sawahira high schools united into the strongest teams to take first place, so they were far from weaker than the other schools. Each of them could win. The members of his team shouted that they would definitely try to do it. The Seishin school didn't have such confidence. The guys there stood on the sidelines awkwardly, saying that their opponents would probably take first and second place. Another guy said that they would try to earn as many points as possible to at least enter the top 10. One of them said with a grin, asking, Is this really how the difference in strength looks like? They themselves realized that their team was significantly weaker than the other teams. And the host announced that the round was starting, asking the teams to enter the simulation one by one. Rayleigh, looking at what was happening, said with a laugh that Tsuyoshi was left out. His friend laughed and added that it seemed like no one wanted to team up with him. Everyone immediately started chatting about who would even believe that an ordinary student could honestly earn so many points. Tsuyoshi stood by the wall, waiting for the next rounds, not really paying attention to what was happening around him. Lily, looking at this, Karina also said laughing that no one believes in her brother, and this is a great shame. Vivian agreed with her, saying ironically that Tsuyoshi is poor. Karina inflated her score, shouting that everyone simply underestimates her brother. Tsuyoshi knew that the best student would be declared the one who gets the most points. The participant who showed the best results in the match would be awarded the title of the most valuable player. He had to hurry. He had to get this title. If he proved himself in battle alone, he would get 1,000,001. All the schools were giving it their all. They fought the monsters using the basic equipment they had received. Although with effort, they cleared the dungeon. The number of defeated dark monsters for some schools reached 18. While Sawahira High School, the command, had already defeated 48 dark monsters. The Fasa team, meanwhile, had already defeated 62 dark monsters. The stands were buzzing. Some were saying that they were already halfway to victory. Kurozu High School was in the lead by a wide margin. Everyone noticed that both promising schools were working incredibly well coordinated and fast. While watching the battles, Suzuki thought that he had hoped that Tsuyoshi would prove himself in this round, but he wouldn't be able to participate in the team battles. Normal students were often rejected by the hero class students. This was the reality. The Seishin High School team exited the simulation. They had been there for a total of 6 minutes and 39 seconds, and the number of darkness monsters defeated was 33. One of them cursed, asking, "Why were everyone except him and the vice captain, you guys out of the game?" He said, "At this rate, they won't even be able to get into the top 10. The guy who was clearly exhausted told him, even though it was just a simulation, they still took damage, and they couldn't continue. The guy who was the team captain cursed, saying that the strongest Kurozu team had already defeated 86 enemies, and then asked, how many more could they defeat in 10 minutes? Looking up at the screen, the second guy said that the Sawahira school had 63 monsters, and the difference between them and 10th place was only 8 monsters. Approaching the organizers, the two guys asked if they could continue. He said that he and the vice captain still had the strength to do so. However, the organizers replied that there should be 3 people on the team. The rest were too tired. Even if someone joined them, there would not be enough time to complete the tasks. Looking around, the captain called the rest of the team worthless fools, said that they needed at least one person. At that moment, the guy next to him looked around, saw something, and said that he knew who they needed. After that, he pointed his finger at the protagonist who was standing to the side. They approached him, asking him to participate with them, and said that they needed 3 people so that their results would not be cancelled. The protagonist said that he didn't mind participating, and then the 3 of them entered the dungeon again. The organizer said that they had recruited 3 people earlier so they could continue, but he didn't think it would help them, since there were only 3 minutes left to complete the task. When they entered, the guys were in armor again, and one of them said that they had 3 precious minutes, so they shouldn't waste time. The second one said that they had already defeated 33 enemies, and if they defeated 10 more, they could get into the top 10. One of them turned to Tsuyoshi, telling him that he didn't know his abilities, but if he could help them with something, he begged him to do it. MC looked around, noticing the advancing enemies, and then, assessing the situation, told his teammates to close their eyes. The guys looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Well, then Tsuyoshi told them that it was better this way, and asked them to close their eyes again. A dark aura began to appear around him, as well as his suit. He summoned a black sword of cold light. Its stats remained the same, meaning that he would easily deal with these monsters. His team members obediently closed their eyes, still at a loss as to what was going on, but one of them said that they were running out of time, and they needed to defeat at least 10 to get into the top 10. Tsuyoshi told them to leave it to him, and was already preparing for battle, shrouded in flashes of lightning. Bracing his feet on the ground, he suddenly jumped up, heading towards the enemies, thinking that he should just break through them. He activated the absolute physical force, and his strength was greatly increased. Swinging his arm, he began his attack using the skill Thunder Chain. Immediately, as soon as he used it, the number of enemies affected increased to 43, then to 53, then to 73, and so on until 330. As soon as he finished, he sank to the ground, breathing heavily, and then threw the sword over his shoulder, saying that this should be enough. His teammates immediately stared at him in horror and confusion, removing their hands from their faces, and one of them frantically spoke, asking, "Did Tsuyoshi do all this with one blow? Did he really defeat 300 enemies?" However, the fact that there were no more monsters in that place spoke for itself. Tsuyoshi was standing in the middle of a rather large crater that was formed by his blow. The host announced that time was up. Seishin High School took first place, taking away 330 monsters in life. Shouts of surprise began to be heard everywhere. Did Seishin High School really win? The protagonist confidently walked out of the portal, followed by several other members of his impromptu group, who were shaking in fear and not understanding what had happened at all. Suzuki, who was standing behind Tsuyoshi, saw this and ran closer, shouting that this couldn't be. He asked, did he really defeat 300 monsters in the last seconds? The members of the protagonist's team were still shaking in fear, hesitantly saying that they themselves didn't understand how it happened. Tsuyoshi simply told them to close their eyes. They said with fear in their voice that they only saw bright flashes out of the corner of their eyes, heard thunder and felt vibrations, and then Tsuyoshi defeated all the monsters with one blow. The second member of the team said that they did nothing wrong and could swear to it. Hearing this, Suzuki looked at the protagonist with confusion, then thought that it meant that Tsuyoshi really was hiding some kind of hidden superpower. He understood that Tsuyoshi was a genius who would shake up the entire hero community. So Suzuki decided that he needed to talk to him after the match. He couldn't let others poach him. The people sitting in the stands were also shocked by what was happening. One of the spectators asked in surprise, did a team of 3 really do all this? There was no way such a question could be. He didn't understand. How many times stronger was this team than the Kurozu team in that case? Someone said with displeasure that I was Tsuyoshi again in the spotlight. The buzz did not subside. Questions rained down everywhere. Could all Shin High School fake the results? To avoid shame? Using such a dirty method was even more shameful, so everyone shouted that the brazen falsification of data would definitely not go unnoticed. One of the tournament organizers approached the principal with whom Tsuyoshi arrived, saying that they came from the school judges union. He said that the results of the competition aroused their suspicions, so they came to check the information. The principal sheepishly put his hand on the back of his head, saying that they themselves were confused, and of course allowed them to check everything, because they had nothing to hide. Rayleigh, sitting in the stands, folded his arms over his chest, saying with a chuckle that the school judges union would now check the results. He said that things were getting more and more interesting. His friend, sitting next to him, shouted that Tsuyoshi definitely cheated, because he can't have such power. Cover your face. The other said that if he really cheated, then there will be a big scandal. Mina, grinning, shouted at Karina that her brother cheated. She folded her arms across her chest, saying this, to which Karina, looking back at her, said offendedly that her brother would never do such a thing. Suzuki hurried to the other organizers, asking one guy named Yukata what did the results show. The man, like everyone else present, was perplexed, so he replied that at the end of the round, the indicator really did suddenly increase. It was hard to believe, but they did not find any traces of manual twisting. Everything was clean. However, they could not fully verify what was happening. The director, happy about this, said, "What does this mean that Tsuyoshi is innocent?" He said that the Seishin school always plays fairly. However, no one had ever heard of a team of 3 people scoring such points. Zeich still walked forward, moving closer to the organizers together with the guys who were with him then. Coming closer, he said that they should agree. If they did not win first place in any of the next rounds, then everyone could assume that he cheated. And if they won first place everywhere, they would stop asking questions. The director awkwardly told him to calm down. Everyone understood that winning first place in every round was too difficult. However, Tsuyoshi interrupted the director, telling him not to worry. At this moment, Boniface, who was standing nearby, chuckled, saying that Tsuyoshi was acting tough. There were only single battles left, so he chuckled and said that they would see if the protagonist could prove his words. Vince, who was standing next to him, flexed his fists, saying that he thought that only the two of them would fight for first place, but because of Tsuyoshi, they were overshadowed, so he even enjoyed fighting someone so self-confident. Ukata told Tsuyoshi that they would do as he said. In any case, they did not force him to do anything. He said that if Tsuyoshi did not get first place in at least one challenge, they would annul his results. The protagonist showed a sign that he agreed, saying that in that case, they had an agreement. The competition continued on a tense note. The next round was the long jump. Boniface without much difficulty performed this exercise, thinking that it was completely easy for him. However, MC, using the skill Absolute Physical Strength, increased the strength of both legs by significant amounts. After that, pushing off, he flew over the distance that Boniface had jumped just recently. How he took first place in the long jump test. Why did the sprinting begin? Without much effort ran the fastest, taking first place again. This test was followed by discus throwing. Taking a metal structure in his hands, Tsuyoshi activated Absolute Physical Strength, using it on his hands. Gripping the steel disc tightly, he released it forward, throwing it forward, as a result of which the disc flew so far that no one could measure the exact distance of its landing. Only a flash sparkled in the air, causing the judges to be confused. Someone even shouted that it was a record. Watching what was happening, the stands still did not calm down, and Mina asked in surprise, "Was Karen's brother really that strong?" Karina at this time encouraged her brother, throwing her hands in the air, smiling happily. And Mina's friend Vivienne only said in bewilderment that at this rate, Tsuyoshi would take first place in all the tests and break all the records. Friend Rayleigh said in horror that there was something wrong with Tsuyoshi. Rayleigh also did not understand what was happening. He cursed out loud, looking at what was happening. Meanwhile in the corridor, at the entrance to the arena stood Billy, who was indignant in his thoughts. What was going on? He did not care whether Tsuyoshi was cheating or not. In any case, what was happening should not have been allowed to him. Get away with it. He did not understand. What was the Boniface doing? His face was extremely irritated. He was so angry that the veins were showing on his skin. Annoyed, he wrote to Boniface on his phone, asking what was going on. He wanted Boniface to move. After all, they can't let Tsuyoshi take first place, and the next test was the last one. Boniface cursed, breathing heavily, not understanding when did all Shin High School manage to raise this monster. Vince was also exhausted. This guy was really hard to beat. After that, Boniface took out his phone. Looking at the screen, he wrote that he understood everything and wanted to intervene, but he couldn't do it yet. Vince turned to Boniface, telling him that the next test was the last one. They needed to do something. After all, they trained for this moment, so he was going to eventually defeat Tsuyoshi. Boniface remembered that Billy's father gave him an advantage, the mental interference plate. This item was expensive and in demand on the black market, so Boniface wanted to keep it for emergencies. But if he didn't use it now, they wouldn't have another chance to defeat Tsuyoshi. The power of this plate was only adjusted to 10%, so everything should be fine. The mental interference plate was a valuable item that affected the opponent's physical condition, causing severe headaches. This item was quite dangerous, so it was banned. The host shouted that the next and final test would be tug of war. This test was very popular with the audience. Tug of war looked like this. The participants use ropes and pure strength to lift a platform with a girl, a participant from the same school as the participant in advance. And when the bell at the top rings, the platform becomes, and the student will open the school poster. At the same time, the participant also has an assistant, who should ensure safety if anything. The host announced that 3 people from each school would participate and said that they should start already. One of the teachers approached the protagonist, telling him that the principal wanted him to participate, so he asked him to try to get first place. Tsuyoshi replied that they still hadn't chosen a student. He passed that his sister had bad legs, so he couldn't even invite her. Then the man replied that he would find someone now, so Tsuyoshi shouldn't worry. After that, the host announced that Seishin High School student Tsuyoshi would participate in the tug of war, but he didn't have a partner. He asked for volunteers to come to the arena. The girls sitting in the stands immediately became excited, saying that they would like to help, but they are not sure that Tsuyoshi got all the first places honestly. One of the students said that Tsuyoshi stands out even among the hero students. She could also help, but she felt somehow ashamed. The total number of girls decided that it was better not to bother the main character. Then Karina loudly shouted that she would help. But her friend took Karina by the hand, telling her that her legs hurt. Vivienne, licking a lollipop as usual, said that it seemed that no one was going to go, so the school would choose a participant itself. Then Mina, grinning, said that she had an idea, and her face darkened with deceit. Mina said that she would go. She herself was going to ruin Tsuyoshi's plans. Mina said that if they did not take first place, then he would be to blame. Vivian asked in confusion, "Is she really going to do everything herself?" Mina stood up from her seat, saying that she could no longer rely on Billy. Only with concern told her friend to be careful. After that, the organizer approached the main character, that there were still volunteers, and then asked him to introduce himself to this girl. The protagonist was warming up his arms at the time, then turned around and said with a smile that his name was Tsuyoshi and that he was glad to meet you. However, when he noticed the one standing behind him, his eyes widened in surprise. Mina, with her arms folded across her chest, with a smile and where that face was, told Tsuyoshi to call her to help him. The protagonist tensed up, silence reigned, and the organizer, the teacher who brought Mina, turned around and started to leave, asking these yours to discuss everything while he went to see the inspectors before the test began. The protagonist accepted the instructions, and then turned his gaze to Mina, and was silent for a few seconds, then spoke, asking her what was she doing there. He said that she must be up to something again. Mina adjusted her hair and completely unperturbedly replied that she came there, or only because no one else agreed, so he should watch his language. MC didn't answer her, and soon the host called all the participants to get ready, because the final test was about to begin. All the participants arrived at the place where their ropes were already prepared, getting ready to start pulling it with all their might. The structure resembled a funnel with itself, consisting of suspended platforms and many ropes. Mutually on the platform, Mina asked, "Is this really an elevator?" She said that she had seen it many times, but this was the first time she participated in something like this. Putting her hands on the railing, she looked at the main character, asking him to help them take first place. At this time, MC leaned over and took the rope in his hands, also preparing for the test, completely ignoring the girl who stood in front of him. Mina offendedly pouted her lips, irritatedly bringing her eyebrows together to be transferred. She put her hands on her belt, wondering in her thoughts, are they really ignoring her? However, she understood that this was quite his style. Vince, clenching his fist, shouted that they just had to do it. He told the poor girl, who was several times smaller than him, that when he pulled her up, she had to ring the bell and open the poster. The girl chosen as his partner excitedly said that she trusted him. Meanwhile, the girl who was trusted by Boniface also said that she would do everything in her power. However, Boniface, with a gloomy expression on his face, did not look in her direction, but, in the direction of the protagonist, did not answer the girl. He mentally told Tsuyoshi to look at him, because he would not let him win. At this moment, the host announced that all the players should take their places, and asked the assistants to check the ropes. The assistants, who were also standing among the participants, took the instructions, preparing for the test. The assistants were the participants who checked the ropes before the test began, and also ensured the participants in case someone ran out of strength and the platform began to fall. After that, the host announced a second's readiness, and everyone squeezed the ropes in their hands. There was concentration on everyone's faces, and when the host shouted the command for everyone to start, the participants began to lift the platforms as quickly and diligently as possible, pulling the ropes. Tsuyoshi, doing the same, thought that it was quite easy for him. His absolute physical strength in his legs was helping him well now, but if he pulled too fast, everyone might become suspicious. So he was going to little by little increase the speed to take first place. The stands exploded with delight. Everyone began to shout, supporting the players. Everyone was rooting for their school. Someone for Kurozu, someone for Sawahira. Boniface, grinning, thought that he was no longer interested in first place at all. He was only interested in his own, and his only goal now, to prevent Tsuyoshi from taking that first place. His eyes were red with hatred. He thought that now he should start. Even the strongest fighter would not be able to resist a sudden headache. After that, he let go of the rope with one hand, reaching it towards his pocket, still smiling with deceit, thinking about how he would enjoy watching Tsuyoshi take the last place. In his pocket lay that very mental interference plate, waiting for its time. The stands did not calm down, and the birds that flew above the arena were extremely confused about what was happening there. Supportive words were said here and there. Everyone was on edge, unable to contain their emotions. The test continued. All the players gradually became exhausted. Their bodies trembled. Someone shouted that it was getting harder, and someone gave up, unable to resist it. The platform was quite heavy, so all the participants could be understood. Vince, whose body was quite voluminous, just like Tsuyoshi, coped with this task without much effort, laughing at the other participants, calling them weaklings. He urged them to look at him, because he, unlike the others, was coping with the task perfectly. Mina, who was standing on his platform, shouted with delight that they were almost in first place and wished him good luck. The protagonist, meanwhile, gradually began to apply more force, squeezing the rope tighter, moving further and further. He applied absolute physical force, again increasing the strength of his arms. The rope began to go faster, or easier, and his face remained curbable, as if he was not lifting the girl to a great height now, but simply twisting the rope. Tsuyoshi thought that he would hoard, little by little speed up, to reach first place in just one jerk in the end. Mina, standing on his platform, looked down with displeasure. Looking at the protagonist, she then thought that he was acting tough. She cursed in her mind, knowing full well that she couldn't back down now. After that, she suddenly started jumping up and down quickly and sharply and landing on the platform, thereby causing shaking. She shouted at Tsuyoshi to continue lifting her. Thus, Mina decided to add a little pressure to make things more difficult for the protagonist, continuing to shout at him to pull with all his might. The rope began to shake, just like the platform, and this shaking went into the muscles, which MC immediately noticed. He thought about what all this meant, that he had already been right when he thought that Mina was going to do something. The assistant who was belaying Mina shouted at her that she shouldn't jump because it was dangerous. His rope was also shaking, which created a rather dangerous situation for all of them. Billy, who had already returned to the stands by that time, smiled with all his anger, thinking that this was his girl. He thought that it was a good job, asking himself, did she really volunteer for this? He wanted her to continue to achieve her best, no matter how dangerous it was. She shouldn't let him win. Continuing to jump, Mina looked down at the platform with a smile on her face, wanting to check how he was doing. However, when she looked down, she couldn't help but shudder, noticing the expression on the protagonist's face. It sent shivers down her spine. The protagonist looked at her with coldness in his eyes, as if she was empty space, anger seeping right through those pupils. A murderous aura formed around him, and he asked her in a whisper so that Mina could understand. Was she done with this? Mina recoiled from the edge of the platform, thinking later that it was a very scary look, knowing full well that after what he had done, he must want to kill her. The host announced that there was very little time left until the end of the test, and called on the participants to try a little more. He shouted for them to all show what they are capable of for themselves and honor them in school. Boniface, meanwhile, continued to put in effort, pulling his girl up on the platform. He grinned, realizing that the end was coming soon. So the time had come. Boniface again remembered the words of the protagonist, that if he could not take first place, then everyone should admit that he was dishonest. Boniface thought that Tsuyoshi was quite arrogant, watching how he continued to pull his channel. Before the test began, Boniface set Tsuyoshi as the target of his plate, so as soon as he pressed the button, the inevitable would happen. He couldn't wait to see Tsuyoshi suffer, saying to himself that there was no way he would take first place. After that, he squeezed the plate in his fingers and activated it. The valuable item started working, but something immediately went wrong. A huge wave of power emanating from this small plate spread across the arena, touching every participant who was there. Everyone immediately started grabbing their heads, and most of those who took part in the test dropped their ropes, which caused the girls who were on the platforms to be in danger. Boniface gritted his teeth. His own weapon affected him too, and he screamed in horror, "Is this really affecting everyone?" And his head began to split. The pain was terrible. He didn't understand what was wrong. The item that Billy's father gave him was acting strange. He looked around and wondered what was happening to the other participants. However, right at that moment, a wave of headache reached him, touching his head. Tsuyoshi let go of the rope with one hand, bringing his hand closer to his head. His system indicated that a shockwave had been detected. However, the mental state defense was immediately activated. Unlike him, the other participants did not have one, so most of them were already lying on the ground, unable to withstand the terrible power of the plate. The platforms collapsed downwards, starting to fall rapidly. The girls, who no one could help, screamed loudly, covering their faces in fear. The people sitting in the stands did not understand, wondering what was happening. Why did everyone fall? Even the assistants were now inoperative, so the girls were in danger. If they fell from such a height, they would definitely not survive. The crowd was alarmed, begging for someone to help them. The director, who saw the situation, immediately commanded the other teachers that they had to go. They had to save at least one person. However, common sense told them that they were too far away, so they would not have time to run in any case. Mina, who had been jumping very actively until now, finally realized that she was not in the safest place in the world, so she fell on the platform, loudly begging for someone to help her. But her partner was the most capable of them all. which saved her for the most part. The protagonist quickly grabbed the rope, stopping her with a shadow, and the platform suddenly hung in the air above the ground, while the scared girl inside was shaking in fear and horror. Feeling that she had stopped falling, Mina opened her eyes slightly, looking at what was happening, not understanding. Why did the platform stop? She walked closer to the edge of the railing, looking down, wondering who did this. There she noticed Tsuyoshi, who was confidently holding the rope, not going to let her fall. His thoughts began to rush. He realized that this should not have happened, and he would not be able to save the other girls. But he had no intention of giving up, so he activated the absolute physical strength on both legs using maximum strength. He pushed off the ground he was standing on with an explosive wave, starting to move quickly across the field where the poor girls were now. He, like a superhero, ran at high speed across the field, collecting the ropes that were attached to the platforms of the other girls. The protagonist was going to grab all the ropes at once. No one should die. One of the students in the stands stared in surprise, pointed his finger at what was happening, shouting that Tsuyoshi single-handedly stopped all the platforms from falling. Right at that moment, something impossible was happening. In the arena, Tsuyoshi was standing in the middle of the playing field where the final tests were taking place, holding all the ropes attached to the platforms in his hands. Tsuyoshi had no intention of not letting anyone die today. However, what he was doing now was really hard. Reproduction sign. The combined weight of all these platforms was too much for his body, so he ordered the system to concentrate all his physical strength in his hands. The system announced that everything was done. However, now a huge pressure was on his legs. The girls standing on the platforms begged him not to give up, supporting the protagonist with all their might. However, the body was not eternal. His clothes gradually began to crack on his arms and legs, while he, through sweat and pain, continued to hold the platforms. Mina, who was watching what was happening, washed the name of the protagonist, saying that he alone was holding everyone. The students shouted that each platform weighed about 50 kilograms, and there were more than 10 of them in total, plus the weight of the girls themselves who were on the platforms. The girl in the stands shouted that this was crazy power, also starting to support the protagonist so that he could hold out as long as possible. The protagonist was at his limit. It was all too heavy. His clothes were cracking. Everything he was wearing was covered in large holes, and the veins on his face and other parts of his body were bulging from the strain. He was sorry to be on the safe side. His gloves also couldn't withstand the friction, bursting on his hands. Suzuki, who was standing nearby, loudly called Tsuyoshi by name, thinking in his mind that the protagonist was definitely on the path to becoming a legendary hero. And he had to take him into the elite team of heroes, no matter what. At that moment, the director and other assistants, as well as the organizers, had already arrived closer, shouting that they had to help him quickly. And they arrived just in time, because if they hadn't waited a little longer, Tsuyoshi would have been completely torn in half. They began to take the ropes from him, continuing to praise Tsuyoshi, who stood with his head down. The director commanded that everyone take one panty, and this had to be done as quickly as possible. After a few moments, the large weight that ended up on the protagonist's shoulders was gradually distributed among the assistants who had arrived. However, when another assistant came closer to him, Tsuyoshi replied that he would support this rope himself. Despite his appearance and what he had just been through, he was going to finish what he had started. The assistant asked in surprise, "Was Tsuyoshi sure about that?" He reminded him that he needed a rest. However, the protagonist, taking hold of the rope with both hands, said that the round was not over yet. He said that he was going to take first place here too. Mina, looking down in surprise from the platform, wondered out loud, is he really still going on? Although the protagonist was very tired, he still walked forward, which could not help but amaze her. She thought it was incredible, and her cheeks turned red from embarrassment. However, the protagonist could no longer feel his arms. He thought that he would soon fall down without strength, but he had to hold on because he had to take this first place. The system notified him that the muscle overload had reached the limit, but he did not give up. Although his body was covered in yeast, he went on, continuing to pull the rope. The stands froze in horror. Someone said that this guy was still holding on. Now everyone supported the protagonist. No one doubted his strength, and Karina, who was watching this with bated breath, could also only support her brother. After what everyone managed to see, no one could remain indifferent. Everyone shouted and hooted, wanting to support Tsuyoshi as best as possible, shouting at him that he would definitely be able to take first place. And hearing all these shouts, the protagonist walked on. He was breathing heavily. His whole body was drenched in sweat. But he pulled and pulled the platform up, no matter what. And as soon as the platform reached the top, the bell rang. notifying that Tsuyoshi had succeeded. One of the students in the stands shouted that now the girls only had to unfold the poster. Billy, who was watching what was happening with the stands, immediately roared with anger, shouting at Mina that she dared not touch it. He shouted that if she did so, then they would lose first place, so she must not move. Mina looked down from the platform again, not knowing what to do now, after everything that had happened. Tsuyoshi was standing below, and she froze in her determination. Looking at him, she saw how his body was shaking, that he, in a few more seconds, would not be able to stand at all, and this zeal responded in her soul. Mina pursed her lips, and then reached for the string that led to the poster and pulled it. Billy immediately roared in anger, crushing his phone in his hands literally into many pieces. He called out Mina's name, and this did not bode well for anything. Tsuyoshi smiled, looking at the girl unfolding the poster, which said that all Shin High School won this competition. The announcer, who was finally able to come to his senses, exclaimed loudly, and then shouted that Seishin High School won, and the grand winner was Tsuyoshi. The students in the stands howled in joy, continuing to celebrate what just happened. Rayleigh, who could not believe what just happened, as well as many others, stood up from his seat, wondering, did Tsuyoshi really win first place? Vivienne even released the lollipop from her mouth, saying that it was incredible. Karina smiled happily, her eyes filled with tears, and she exclaimed that her brother was finally able to do it. The observers from the guilds and factions were in disarray. They immediately began calling their superiors, telling them that they had not seen such a genius for a long time. They had to intercept him before the rest. Everyone was talking about how they had to get all the information on Tsuyoshi. Everyone thought that they had to hire him and the guild at any cost. Meanwhile, in the Blue Snake gang, one of Billy's father's subordinates came to him, saying that Tsuyoshi was bothering their young master. The man said that the commotion was caused by an item he gave to one of the members. The man put his hand to his head in disappointment, wondering, could this fool have made such a genius his enemy? Billy was the son of the boss of the Blue Snake gang. The man stood up from his seat, throwing his cape over his shoulders, and then told the others that they should go home, because Tsuyoshi was not their opponent. He had to talk to their young master. Meanwhile, at the competition, friendly handshakes and congratulations continued. One of them shook the hand of a school principal, saying that his school had won. He said that they had managed to train such an exceptional hero, and that was worth a lot. The principal sheepishly thanked him for the congratulations, saying that first place in the Future Star Championship was a historic achievement for their school. Meanwhile, one of the staff members who organized the tournament approached them, telling those present that he had news. The principal turned around in surprise at the man, asking, was something wrong? Suzuki, who had been congratulating the principal, also turned around. The staff member explained that they had found a mental interference plate on one of the participants. He said that it seemed that this incident had happened because of this, and during the investigation they found out that this item was very dangerous. He asked what he should do with it. The package that the employee was holding did indeed contain parts of this complex mechanism, and Suzuki, taking it in his hands, exclaimed in surprise, saying that it was forbidden. The director asked in horror, didn't this belong to their student too? He wondered, whose was it? The employee said that they found it on Boniface from Kurozu High School. He said that at first they thought they had made a mistake, however, then they detained him. The employee asked Chairman Suzuki if they would continue the investigation themselves. Boniface, meanwhile, stood behind, surrounded by other employees. Suzuki asked in surprise, why would this school do this? He asked the employees to continue the investigation themselves, and then said that he himself would contact the school management later. Meanwhile, the protagonist's school principal sighed with relief, saying that he was very glad that it was not their student, because he was already afraid that their results could be annulled. Meanwhile, the protagonist whose tests were over was drinking an energy drink, stretching his muscles after a hard workout. The principal came up to him, and the protagonist asked if he needed anything. The principal shook the protagonist's hand. Meanwhile, Suzuki, standing next to him, said that Tsuyoshi came just in time. The principal admiringly said that Tsuyoshi was now the star of the school. He said that MC did an incredible job. The principal said that from now on, the school will fully support him, and if he needed anything, he just had to let him know about it. The principal said that they would even give him a scholarship and were ready to cover all his expenses. This also applied to his sister. However, Tsuyoshi thanked the man and said that he did not need that or any other special treatment. He removed his hand, letting the principal hold him, while Suzuki addressed the protagonist formally, telling him that on behalf of the Hero Association of these schools, he formally invited him to join their elite hero team. Suzuki explained that they had never had a high school student with such strength join their team, so he begged Tsuyoshi to think about his offer. He extended his hand forward, saying that in addition, as the champion of the future star, Tsuyoshi would receive a cash prize and an apartment in the #1 Hero Mansion, and it was located in a prime area. The MC asked in surprise, could it be that he would receive an apartment in the mansion? The school principal also froze in surprise, not expecting the chairman to suggest something like that. He thought that Suzuki was perceptive. Recruiting such a hero was difficult, so it was understandable why he was doing everything he could to achieve it. Meanwhile, Mina, with mixed feelings, was slowly returning to the stands, thoughtfully looking at her feet. At that moment, someone grabbed her by the shirt and shouted at her to come to him. Poor Mina, scared, did not even have time to exclaim, and when she was taken outside the stands, she noticed who it was. It was Billy, her boyfriend, and she shouted at him to stop leading her like that, because it hurt her. However, Billy did not stop. He walked faster and faster forward, and, turning around at the girl, shouting at her, asking her why she opened the poster. He asked how she could let him win too? Having pressed her against the wall, he did not stop, continuing to shout, asking her, has she already forgotten how he beat them? He reminded her that she promised to help him. Continuing to shout at her, he said that not fasts were absolutely useless. Mina, raising her eyes to him, said that Tsuyoshi saved her life, as well as the other girls in the competition. She said that if it weren't for him, she would have been in the hospital by now. However, judging by the broken wall right behind her, Billy didn't care at all, which was immediately confirmed by his words. Billy shouted that none of this mattered to him, because Tsuyoshi stole all the attention. He shouted that Mina was a useless cow. Mina looked at him silently, not knowing what to say. For a second there was silence between them, and then she, pushing Billy away from her, shouted that they were breaking up, and he should not talk to her anymore. But Billy was on edge, so much so that now he did not even hesitate to swear loudly, and gritting his teeth and raising his hand, swing at her. Mina staggered back, preparing to take that blow. Whatever it was, she screamed at Billy to hit her already, because if he did that, he would never be able to come near her again. However, despite her willingness to receive it, the hand he had prepared for that blow was caught by someone stronger. It was the protagonist, who, squeezing the guy's hand, spoke with anger that he now realized that it was him. Seeing the protagonist to get away from him, he asked what he was doing here. Mina, widening her eyes, also noticed the protagonist, and her cheeks turned red from surprise and embarrassment. He did not want to interfere with this, but after learning what was behind it, he could not simply do otherwise. After that, Tsuyoshi with one sharp movement of his hand made Billy fall to his knees. Billy exclaimed loudly in pain, and Tsuyoshi leaned over him while he was lying on the ground, asking him if he realized how many people could have suffered if he had not intervened. The protagonist said that it was not even about winning. It was all a matter of life and death. He pinned Billy to the ground with his foot, and he began to frantically talk about how he was the son of the leaders of the Blue Snake Gang, and if he did not let him go, he would regret it. Now his face did not have as much confidence as a few moments ago. He was scared. Tsuyoshi said that it seems that stupidity has no cure, right? He struck the opponent's face with one movement, causing him to fly several meters to the side, as if trying to return sanity to this stupid guy. Mina exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Billy continued to scream that MC knocked out his tooth, and although he was already lying on the ground beaten, but it seems that he still had plenty of impudence. After that, he got up from the floor as soon as he could, screaming and then that the protagonist will regret this. He said that he will make him pay double for this. After that, he disappeared through the next turn, and Tsuyoshi said that he will look forward to it. At that moment, Vivienne came to them, asking and Mina if she was okay. She said that Billy was furious and was looking for her. However, then she noticed Tsuyoshi, asking in surprise what he was doing there. The protagonist turned his cold gaze to Mina, not paying any attention to Vivienne, and then told her not to think that he would suddenly start thanking her, because he still hasn't forgiven her for what she did to his sister. Then the protagonist turned around and headed back, and Vivienne walked up to her friend, hugging her and asking if she was okay. At that moment, Mina suddenly called out to the MC who was leaving. He turned around, asking what else she wanted. Suddenly, Mina knelt down on her, causing Vivienne to do the same, causing Vivienne to look at her friend with confusion and bewilderment, asking what was wrong with her. Mina suddenly bowed her head and began to loudly apologize to Tsuyoshi Zato, but how she treated his sister, screaming that she was truly sorry for it. She begged him to forgive her. Still kneeling, her face truly showing remorse, the girl was ashamed of her actions. However, Vivienne asked with confusion, why was she suddenly doing this? The protagonists returned and silently looked at the girl, not knowing what to say to this. Meanwhile, Mina continued to scream and swear that she would never bully Karina again, and that she would never hurt anyone again. She screamed that she was so sorry and asked for her forgiveness, and then told her friend Vivienne to apologize too. And Vivienne also bowed her head, apologizing to the protagonist as well. However, Tsuyoshi turned away from her, continuing to walk away. He said that even if she apologized, the fact that they bullied and harmed his sister would not change. He said that simply apologizing does not obligate him and Karina to forgive them. Turning back, MC spoke, asking if he hurt them. Would apologizing help heal the wounds? The girls fell silent. They did not know what to answer them. However, the protagonist said, stopping, that he heard their apologies, so they can get up. After that, he went into the locker room, taking off the uniform provided by the organizers, which they withstood his fights and tests. Tsuyoshi said that he needed to change clothes and go for his sister. His strong, sculpted body finally freed from uncomfortable clothes. He said that tomorrow he would already receive a cash prize and his apartment in the mansion, and then thought, wondering if there was an elevator? He thought that Karina should like it, the delivery that he was going to wear. He was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by a loud knock on the door. At that moment, Rayleigh's allies entered the locker room, as did he, walking deeper into the locker room, gradually approaching the protagonist. Tsuyoshi continued to calmly dress, not quite sure how to react, and then asked, "What's the matter? Did they come to fight?" His face immediately darkened, as if he expected something like this. However, at that moment, all the boys who entered inside knelt down, starting to beg for forgiveness, for how they treated him before. They bowed their heads as if he was their leader, and the protagonist sighed heavily, thinking later that it seemed like everyone had decided to apologize to him today. At the school gates the next day, a whole crowd of students gathered, led by the protagonist and his new peculiar friend, Rayleigh. He said that Tsuyoshi was incredible, and that he respected him a lot. Another boy walking behind shouted that Tsuyoshi was especially good in the final competition, and that he almost fell in love with him when he passed it. Another guy, also beaming with happiness, shouted that his long jump was insane. Even Boniface turned pale when he did it. Karina, who was walking a little ahead of her brother, said that he was very popular, as was her friend. She was delighted. At that moment, the idyll was suddenly destroyed by Mina, who ran as fast as she could towards the protagonist, shouting at him that Billy was coming there with his gang. Right behind her, Vivienne was running, wanting to warn the protagonist and his guys. At that moment, a strong hand grabbed Mina by the collar, and someone, cursing loudly, shouted at her to get out of the way. Vivienne turned around, that her friend was grabbed. They were not going to leave there without her. Billy, whose face was full of rage, shouted at Tsuyoshi not to underestimate him. He shouted that even without his father, he had plenty of allies, so he wanted the MC to fight him. He continued to hold his girlfriend by her hand and hair, while Vivienne looked at this in horror. Behind him were many guys whose bodies were quite strong, even at first glance. They were already preparing to fight, while Billy was still shouting that Tsuyoshi should stop acting tough. Calling him a poor guy, he pumped up to finish him off. Rayleigh, seeing their new opponents, said that Billy was there. He asked, "Wasn't that guy the son of the underboss of the Blue Snake Gang?" He shook while saying this, continuing to shout, asking Tsuyoshi, "Did he really decide to feud with someone like him?" The guy shouted that Billy was on a completely different level. At this point, Tsuyoshi clutched the strap of his backpack in his hands, thinking about what was happening. Rayleigh continued to scream, as did his guys, trembling all over their bodies, that although all this was true, but he respected Tsuyoshi, so he was going to cover for him. He then commanded his guys to start acting. However, the protagonist chuckled and removed the backpack from his shoulder. He said that everything was fine, and then told these guys not to interfere, but just to look after him and his sister. He began to massage his neck, saying that after this competition there was no point in hiding anymore. He said that now it was obvious that he was a hero. So now he was going to show them how much match they were on different levels. His eyes began to glow with something purple, filling with power. His entire body was now covered by his usual armor from another world, and Tsuyoshi seemed to be surrounded by a murderous aura while he was talking about this. He was still at level 12, used this warrior's feast, which was called a set. He also had a black armor camouflage, a dark goblin set, and his weapon was a black blade of cold light. In addition, the skills were Thunder Chain, and the copied skill Lightning Ambush Combat Technique, rating 16,000. Seeing the transformation of the protagonist, all those who were on Billy's side suddenly realized how much trouble they were in now. The realization came to them quite late, so Billy, shaking in horror like them, shouted at them not to panic. He was going to double the payment. After all, they had a numerical advantage. However, It was no secret to anyone that their opponent was the hero. And this completely changed the essence of the body for an ordinary bantha from the streets. At that moment, a pillar of energy suddenly appeared in the place where the main character stood, and Billy shouted that he had arrived, so they should begin. But it seemed that the outcome of this battle was already predetermined in advance. Tsuyoshi, having broken out of this pillar of energy, began to strike his opponents with his fists with quick movements, and sometimes using his legs, making quick movements, he easily dealt with all the opponents. Billy, turning back, looked at his subordinates, asking why they stopped. He ordered them to attack, all together. However, the men understood that all this was in vain, so they did not move from their place. But Billy's speech still had an effect on them, and one of these guys, loudly shouting that Tsuyoshi should not underestimate them, cursed at him, throwing back the metal reinforcement for a blow. The protagonist at that moment turned around, using the skill completely body, after which, the man with the mohawk on his head brought the reinforcement down right on Tsuyoshi, shouting that he finally succeeded. But then he noticed that there was something wrong with his weapon. The stick created from metal was completely bent, and he, looking at this, asked what happened. It was an iron pond. At that moment, the protagonist quickly approached the enemy, saying that someone wasted it. He swung, and the next second struck this guy, shouting that it serves him right. The man flew back a few meters, breaking the asphalt in several places, and hit right where Mina and Vivienne were standing. Tsuyoshi did not stop there, continuing to literally exterminate the opponents who came his way. Fists worked here and there, a glorious hurricane, and nothing could stop him, neither weapons nor the persistence of the enemy. Rayleigh, watching this, said that it was amazing, and then said in surprise that Tsuyoshi really was their boss. His friend next to him said that at this rate, Tsuyoshi would be able to take over all the school cliques. Karina thought that her brother seemed to have become a completely different person, and her friend, looking at the protagonist with love, shouted that Karen's brother was very cool. She asked, "What kind of girls does he like?" Well, Karina did not have time to answer this, because the battle was much more exciting. Part of the enemy forces, everyone Billy brought, were already lying on the ground. Most of them could not even move. Catching one of the iron bars that they brought, the protagonist turned back, looking at those who had not yet entered the battle, asking, "There were even more of them, right?" The man who looked at him realized that it seemed like they were finished. At that moment, the protagonist raised his iron saber in the air, saying that he would now end this once and for all. Lightning peals began to form around him, and electricity conditionally became noticeable in the air. Everyone looked in horror at how the energy spread around, not understanding what to do. At that moment, those who were watching the battle from above froze with interest in anticipation of what would happen next. The man whose face was covered by a mask said, folding his arms across his chest, that this was the power that Tsuyoshi demonstrated, his accuracy and strength. All these skills were on another level. The man with a cane in his hands and a mysterious smile said that this was impressive. It was possible that this was the most talented rank D heroes of Manhwa they had seen before. The man said that they must recruit him into our guild, the Final Glory. It was a smiling old man, Dane, an S-rank hero. He was the master of the Final Glory Guild, one of the 3 major guilds. His comrade standing next to him said that Danes should not even hope for this, because their faction, the Wrathful Dragon, had not fought for talents for a long time. But this time, they were not going to give in. It was the guardian of the dragons, Sandor. He was as high a rank as Dane and was the president of the Wrathful Dragon, one of the 5 largest factions. Sandor said that during the awakening test, Tsuyoshi had a data failure. The entire area was left without electricity. He said that he suspected that all this was because of him, and then said that it was an incredible talent. Dane thoughtfully put his finger to his chin, said that this year the main character had already made a splash, winning the Future Star competition and preventing a major accident. Not everyone could do this, and he understood it. With the Supernova tournament approaching, he knew that Tsuyoshi was the talent that everyone was looking for. Sandor replied that this year's Supernova tournament would be hotter than ever, as the rankings would directly affect the distribution of resources this year. Dane said that even if the Hero Alliance sent their strongest rookies, they were still very greedy for the organization. He said that, in other words, every faction and guild that was allowed to participate was trying their best to find promising rookies. He laughed, saying that now that Tsuyoshi's ability was clear, they had achieved their goal. He slammed his staff on the ground, and then disappeared as if he was never on this roof, and Sandor chuckled, calling him a cunning old man. He said that he would personally meet Tsuyoshi. Blood-red wings began to appear from his back, like blood, and he, sharply pushing off from the roof, soared into the air, also dissolving there. In this chapter, the tension in the air created by electricity reached its limit. Everything around was so charged with it that it seemed it was about to explode. Skill Thunder Chain, and then shouted to everyone, so that everyone fell to the ground. He hit the ground with it, with a sharp movement of his hand, and all the opponents who were there suddenly began to tremble and shake, not understanding what was happening. Electricity passed through their body, and they, like a jellyfish stung, could no longer resist it. Billy fell to the ground, starting to crawl away from his paralyzed comrades, asking, was this really the difference between an ordinary person and a hero? Tsuyoshi meanwhile slowly but surely approached him, coming closer and closer, as if wanting to prolong the pleasure and torture for his opponent. As soon as he got as close as possible, he threw the iron in his hands down, and it missed his head, just a few centimeters, hitting the ground next to him. Billy screamed loudly, looking at this metal, and the protagonist, looking at him, told him to get out of there and never show up there again. He finally understood what they were telling him, and, agreeing with Tsuyoshi, immediately jumped up from his place, starting to run away. Mina, who was standing next to him, asked Tsuyoshi if he was okay. His suit gradually began to disappear, returning to the appearance of his usual school uniform, and he answered Mina that he was fine, thanking her for warning him. Mina blushed, saying that it was nothing. Meanwhile, the same guys who were now chasing the protagonist happily came to him, offering to create a group. They said that then they would be invincible, and Rayleigh asked to be appointed as an officer. Everyone heard about how amazing Tsuyoshi was. However, despite the fact that all the general excitement gave strength, the protagonist ironically said something unintelligible, and then told everyone to go home. Gradually the sun sank beyond the horizon, and Tsuyoshi and his sister returned home. Karina, looking at her brother, said that he had become very strong, saying that even the classmates were jealous of her and him. The protagonist, holding her back, replied that it was both good and bad, because strength attracts attention, and it was not always pleasant. He then turned to his sister, saying that they had won, which meant that the president of the School Hero Association was giving them a bonus of 10 million yen and an apartment. Karina immediately widened her eyes in surprise, asking, "Is that really true?" She could not believe that they would also be given an apartment, so she asked if he was really serious. Tsuyoshi replied that he really was not joking, saying that it was the president of the School Hero Association, and if that building also had an elevator, then she would no longer have to climb the stairs every day. He looked happy, and his sister also adopted this feeling and smiled. She said that Tsuyoshi was always on their minds, thanking him for that. The protagonist smiled and then flicked her on the nose, saying that she was his sister, and it was his responsibility to take care of her, so she had nothing to thank him for. Karina flinched back slightly, feeling the flick, and then suddenly someone spoke to them, calling Tsuyoshi's name, catching both of their attention. It was Suzuki, who asked the protagonist with a smile if he could spare him a minute. He said that he wanted to meet him earlier and discuss the upcoming tournament, which was called Supernova. After a while, they arrived at Tsuyoshi's house, and the protagonist served a glass of drink to their guest, saying that it was his tea. Suzuki thanked Tsuyoshi for his hospitality and began to drink it. Sitting on the couch in their apartment, he asked the protagonist, had they really lived with their sister in this room all this time? The protagonist explained that it was so. Since their parents died, he lived with his younger sister, Karina. She had bad legs, so it was hard for her to climb the stairs. Tsuyoshi wondered, will there be an elevator in the house that Suzuki mentioned earlier? The room was indeed quite small. The one where they lived all this time was a bedroom, a kitchen, and a living room all in one place. 2 beds, a sofa, a small table, a desk for writing things, and a closet. That's all they had. After taking a closer look at it, Suzuki leaned over, putting the glass on the table, and told Tsuyoshi that of course there was an elevator. He said that he just came to ask when they could move in, but since that was the case, he suggested that they move to the Yasukuni district tomorrow. The man said that it was a fully equipped apartment, so they don't have to worry. The MC replied that he thanked him for his concern, saying that it would be more convenient for them to move in a little later, when they were let down. Then, Suzuki decided to ask about something else. He pointed at Karina, who was sitting at the desk and doing her homework, asking what happened to her legs. Tsuyoshi answered that they were once attacked by the Darkmen, then their parents died. He explained that one of her legs was pinned and 80% of the nerve cells died. According to the diagnosis, the chances of walking again were almost zero. But Karina did not give up at all. She tried her best and lived a full life. Suzuki unfortunately said, apologizing for the question, that because of the Darkmen, many families really died and suffered. However, he heard that the next auction will put up the highest elixir of golden resurrection. If you get it, Then perhaps, but the wild Reno will really be able to walk. Tsuyoshi immediately became inspired and quickly jumped up from his seat asking, "Is there really an elixir of golden resurrection? Is this really true?" Suzuki replied that he had heard of it, but to enter there, 2 conditions had to be met. The golden resurrection elixir was a golden-colored liquid. It could restore the lost functions of body parts. The elixir was dropped at an extremely low chance when a high-level hero defeated a special darkling in a rank A or higher dungeon, an extremely rare and valuable artifact. Suzuki said that the first thing needed to participate in it was to be a hero of rank C or higher, and then one more thing. Tsuyoshi clenched his fists impatiently, shouting for Suzuki to say it as soon as possible. However, Suzuki, frowning his brows, said the disappointing news out loud. The minimum starting capital had to be 1 billion yen. The protagonist fell silent, in shock. He repeated the number out loud, not knowing what to do. Then Suzuki replied that it was true. To participate in any auction you needed status and strength. The status of a C-rank hero could be obtained by placing in the top 3 in the Supernova tournament, and if Tsuyoshi placed in the top 3, he could apply for a rank increase. He then took out his briefcase, saying that as for the money, even he, the president of the School Hero Association, could not give him such an amount. He apologized, saying that it was a completely different level compared to the 10 million bonus. In his bag were several bundles of money that the hero was supposed to receive after the last competition. The protagonist thought that money was not omnipotent, but in his situation, he could not do without it. He did not understand. How was he now supposed to collect 1 billion yen in just 1 month? The money I brought Suzuki was placed on the table in front of them, and he was thoughtfully examining it. However, then he remembered what happened to him just recently in another world, about the nasty medicine and that it would be possible to pour it into a capsule. His eyes widened in surprise at the thought. He thought that there were convenient capsules in this world, but the effect of the nasty medicine from another world was much stronger. And if he could make medicine from another world there, then maybe he could earn 10 billion yen in just a month. Because the protagonist suddenly started smiling, Suzuki worriedly asked him if he was okay. Tsuyoshi immediately smiled awkwardly and then thoughtfully looked at the money, saying that everything was really fine, and then said, repeating Suzuki's words, that if you take one of the first places in the Supernova tournament, you can apply for promotion to the desired rank. Isn't that right? Suzuki replied that it was indeed so. The Supernova tournament was made for newcomers. Heroes of rank C and D, the whole country was watching them. The guilds and factions that had the right to participate, even their hero alliance, would send their most promising newcomers there, and if they performed well, it would give them more say in the distribution of resources in the dungeons. He said that Tsuyoshi must have known that resources were the most important thing. Then the protagonist extended his hand forward, touching Suzuki's shoulder, and confidently said that he understood everything, and then asked to be allowed to participate, saying that he would go right away. Suzuki looked at the protagonist in surprise, saying that he agreed somehow quickly, and then asked if he was sure about this. He reminded him that this was not the same as the school competition, it was much more dangerous. Then Tsuyoshi said that no matter how dangerous it would not stop him, and then asked where the registration was. In just the blink of an eye, Tsuyoshi, holding Suzuki's hand, flew out of the house, running through the entire entrance as if it were a training field, and Suzuki, who had no choice, ran just as fast, although it would be better to say that he was flying. He, barely pronouncing the letters, answered that the registration was taking place at the supreme headquarters of the Hero Alliance, and he would give them a car, so there was no need to rush. Karina turned around, noticing that Tsuyoshi and their guest had suddenly disappeared, and she silently stared at the empty space for a few seconds, and then wondered what had happened. A few moments later, they were already inside the supreme headquarters of the Hero Alliance. Heroes dressed in different armors were walking around everywhere, and Suzuki was leading Tsuyoshi through these corridors. The protagonist said in surprise that this building looked interesting, and then asked why Chairman Suzuki decided to help him. Suzuki replied that it was all for mutual benefit because even the chairman of the School Hero Association has pressure about the results. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, continuing to say that for a year now he could not find a single worthy candidate, and outside the factions and guilds are not only actively poaching young talent, but also many young heroes do not want to get involved with an organization like the association because of the pile of rules and choose free guilds or factions. Tsuyoshi responded with understanding. He can understand him now. He said that he will try his best not to disappoint them. They entered the elevator, and the doors closed behind them, directing them to the desired floor. And so they found themselves in front of the receptionist. It It was a woman with glasses who, turning to Tsuyoshi, said that he did not meet the requirements, therefore he cannot participate in the Supernova tournament. Suzuki asked her in surprise. Why is that? He said that at least one of the 3 spots should have been free. So what is he missing? The receptionist replied that there was indeed 1 spot for a reserve player, but Tsuyoshi did not meet the requirements since there was no record of his achievements. She said this sternly, not intending to just throw away valuable spots. She said that in order to participate in the Supernova tournament, one had to get into the top 3 in at least 2 open trials, and she had just checked, except for the one time when Tsuyoshi got into the top 10 in the trial. He had no other achievements, so he did not meet the conditions. Suzuki shouted that this was a big failure. After all, there was only a week left until the tournament, and the competition in the open trials was just insane. He said that getting into the top 3 in 2 places in just a few days was impossible. However, the protagonists calmed the chairman down, asking, "What are you even talking about when they talk about the top 3 and open dungeons?" Suzuki apologized to him, saying that it was his mistake, and it looks like Tsuyoshi will not be able to participate. He explained that there were 6 open dungeons, 3C, 2D, and one of the highest level, B class, to qualify for participation. You had to be in the top 3 in any 2 of these dungeons as part of your team. He explained that there were many people who wanted to participate, so there was very tough competition in all 6 locations, and they only had a week even to assemble a strong team. It also took time. However, the protagonist said that everything would be fine before the tournament began. He was going to have time to take a place in the top 3 in at least 2 dungeons. Suzuki asked in surprise, "Is he serious?" The receptionist averted her gaze, saying that these were 2 big words, but it was impossible, calling the protagonist a stupid boy. After that, Tsuyoshi turned around, heading for the exit, and said that he was leaving today, but asked the receptionist to leave the last place for him. He said that they would see if he was stupid or not in time. The interworld portal was activated, and Tsuyoshi, grinning, thought that this was great because it was time to go to another world. It was necessary to get a recipe for a medicine from another world and rise to level 15 before returning. So Tsuyoshi went back to another world. He found himself where he was before, in the city of Karnyo, where the famous genius Kevin lives. The protagonist thought that level 15 should already be waiting for him. He was going to go through all 6 dungeons himself. Suddenly, the system in front of him sent him a message that due to the instability of the system, it was impossible to stay in the other world for more than 3 days. If he did not return before the end of the term, returning to his home world would be impossible. The protagonist cursed, saying that this was very bad timing. He realized that he could not be there longer than 72 hours. Leveling up from level 12 to level 15 in 3 days was difficult, but impossible. He looked out the window, looking at the night landscape, and said that he would not see an easy life now. The next day, he got up quite early, and his friend Sakura woke up with him. She stretched, greeting Tsuyoshi, and he greeted her back, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sakura looked at him in surprise, asking, "What is he talking about?" But Tsuyoshi answered her, or that they would soon be very busy. Sakura happily raised her hand up, that she would immediately begin preparing to go out. After some time, they found themselves outside. The city was indeed beautiful. Everything around him expressed that life was boiling inside. Tsuyoshi said that this city was quite lively, as if reminding himself that this is exactly the place where Kevin lives. Sakura replied that it was indeed, looking around with a smile. Besides, Kevin recently organized a big potion-making competition, so young shamans and adventurers came here, looking for a cure. There were indeed many humans and beastmen. The protagonist looked at Sakura, saying that it seemed that adventurers were also looking for good potions, and then asked her, what was the prize? Sakura replied that she had checked before, and since this was a tournament organized by the genius Kevin, the prizes were certainly luxurious. She said that for 3rd place, a recipe for a basic medicine was given. For 2nd place, the opportunity to become a disciple and receive a recipe for a regular medicine, plus a formula for a level-up potion. And for 1st place, the title of Kevin's personal disciple was given, 1 recipe for a basic medicine and 2 formulas for a level-up potion. She said that even just the recipe was already very valuable for shamans. It was a treasure. She said that they said that 1 assistant recipe could bring in a lot of gold coins. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, asking, but was the recipe really the prize? He understood that he just needed the recipes, and if he collected a lot of them, he would be able to earn 10 billion yen in his home world. Sakura continued to speak, looking at Tsuyoshi, that the 1st place gives 1 recipe for a basic medicine and 2 recipes for a level-up potion, clarifying, is he really interested in this? Jana replied that this is indeed the case. He is participating in the alchemy tournament and will take first place. Sakura looked at him in surprise, asking how about his meeting with Kevin. The protagonist walked confidently forward, taking her hand, and said that even if they met, he could not brazenly demand the recipe from him. For shamans it was a treasure. As she said earlier, so he was going to get it honestly by applying for the tournament. Sakura thoughtfully looked at MC, then thinking that this means that he decided to participate in the tournament, which means that the plan is postponed for now. A few minutes later, they had to wait around the city and arrived at the place where the registration point for the tournament was located. There they were met by Fulin, who shouted with displeasure when she saw the protagonist, that this was that same insignificant person. She asked him what he was doing there. It was that same girl, a night cat, with the status of a white shaman, a magician. She looked at the protagonist with incomprehension, asking him, is he really going to participate in the tournament organized by her teacher? Tsuyoshi asked her with incomprehension, who is she? Sakura laughed behind his back, perfectly understanding what kind of girl she was. Then Fulin began to shout, waving her arms, that she sat next to him at the Tokyo Shaman Academy, and she missed out on first place for him. And Tsuyoshi put his hands forward, saying that he was just joking. In fact, he remembered her, and replied that he wanted to participate in the tournament, asking her how he should apply. Fulin turned away, chuckling and said that he did not know his place. She explained that the alchemist tournament was an unusual selection, and even senior shamans participated. She said that her mentor was a very talented shaman, he would also participate, and if Tsuyoshi did not want to play shamefully, then let him refuse immediately. But the protagonist simply walked on, causing Fulin to shout again so that he did not ignore her. She said that she would show him where to go. Tsuyoshi turned to Sakura, asking if there was a registration, after which they began to move towards it. Fulin went after them, continued to be able, and someone shouted at her to stop shouting. However, at the moment when the protagonist was happily chatting with Sakura and Fulin, Vincent appeared, who, having exclaimed, angrily asked, did Tsuyoshi really come there? Vincent was a level 15 blue shaman. He came close to the protagonist, starting to yell at him. Fulin hid behind the protagonist, asking him, is he really acquainted with her senior? She said that this guy was her teacher's right hand, so he got arrogant. Looking at Vincent, Tsuyoshi said that they really knew each other, and then asked, is Fulin his student? Vincent, meanwhile, began to yell angrily, saying that he already said that he would squeeze everything out of Tsuyoshi, and then throw him out of the city, but in the end he came to him himself. At this moment, Vincent shouted loudly, ordering his subordinates to attack Tsuyoshi. Immediately ogres appeared behind him, asking if the elder called them. Fulin lowered her ears and trembling, asked Vincent to stop. She said that Tsuyoshi was certainly a weakling, but not a villain, and he just wanted to participate in the tournament. However, Vincent, opening his mouth wide, shouted at her to shut up. He shouted that not only did she fail to live up to the teacher's expectations at the selection, but she also sided with this guy. So now he will teach them both a lesson. The protagonist chuckled, saying that in this case they will consider it self-defense. The opponents rushed straight at him, and he blocked the girls to join the battle. At the registration point for the tournament, a skirmish occurred. Tsuyoshi told Sakura not to interfere in it, although she had already prepared her weapon. He told her that her hands should not be dirty with it. Fulin asked in surprise, is he really going to fight them all by himself? The protagonist meanwhile began to create a weapon in his hand again, as if nothing had happened. With his current level, he expected to defeat the enemies. The goblin in front of him asked with a grin, is he really underestimating them? He told him that Tsuyoshi is not that strong, just trying to show off in front of the girl. At that moment, the second beastman next to him told him to step back, holding a rather large weapon in his hands. He said that the enemy Vincent was the enemy of Gillette. That was the name of this guy, so now he was going to show the enemy everything that he should have understood. The goblins began to ask in surprise, is Gillette really going to do this himself? Gillette was from the Boar tribe, his level was 18, he was a berserker. Vincent turned to Gillette, pointing his finger at the protagonist, and said that they were giving this self-confident fool to him. Vincent said that the man had put it in the alchemist tournament. It was funny to tears. Then he pointed to the half-beast girl, Sakura, that if she wanted it too, Gillette could do whatever he wanted with her. Sakura looked at the opponents with hostility, but said nothing. Then Gillette, preparing for the battle, said that the half-beast girl would be too low grade. He didn't even have the desire to interact with her. However, this little fooling looked interesting to him. He said that he could have fun with her, and then laughed. Fooling looked out from behind the main character, calling this guy disgusting. She said that she would tell everything to teacher Kevin. Vincent told Gillette not to worry because he would deal with the teacher himself. Fuling, frightened and annoyed at the same time, called Vint, clenching her fist. He always tormented her only because he was the teacher's favorite. Then Gillette picked him up, laughing loudly, saying that in that case, the girls, when they deal with this trash, will not have time to get bored tonight. He quickly headed towards MC, intending to attack, but Tsuyoshi remained calm. He told Fuling that everything will be fine, not losing confidence in himself. He said that this boar and his elder were worse than a beast. His eyes flashed with rage, and he took off, heading straight for the thick of things, telling the enemy that none of them will escape from him. The force of this push was so great that the girls standing behind the protagonist were forced to close their eyes. Gillette looked at the approaching enemy in surprise, wondering, did he really go for them himself? The protagonist quickly covered the distance between them and brought his sword down right on Gillette's mace, making him think that the enemy is really strong. The protagonist said that he was going to finish off this beast. After that, without slowing down, he used the skill of the whole body, strengthening his arms. Thanks to this, the impudent pig paid for his words, receiving a good blow from the mace. The goblins, watching this, wondered with confusion what was going on. Fuling, observing the battle, said that Tsuyoshi was too strong. Sakura said that the main character's strength was simply limitless. Vincent shuddered, thinking that if even Gillette, who has both a higher level and strength, cannot do anything against this man, then who is he? Gillette understood that this cannot continue, because if he does not pull himself together and give everything for the sake of victory, he will simply disgrace himself. His eyes flashed with rage, and he shouted loudly, offering efforts to deliver a counterattack. He used the skill boldly forward. The blazing fighting spirit shakes the surroundings, and he furiously rushes into a counterattack. Vincent shouted that it was good, supporting Gillette. He shouted at him to finally kill the enemy, saying that he was responsible for his safety, so he should not be afraid. Gillette shouted that if Vincent said so, then he would do it without problems. The boar rushed towards the protagonist, gaining momentum with each step more and more. However, Tsuyoshi, in a fighting stance, rose to his feet, and then used one of his skills, filling the space around. Seeing what was happening, Gillette asked in horror, is this really an independent space that can only be created with a high-level skill well? Just a few moments and Gillette found himself locked inside a huge dome of space, which, being dark, began to glow from the discharges of electricity, filling the air around him more and more. Gillette, seeing this, thought that everything was lost. He would not be able to defend himself, nor would he have time to counterattack. He already felt the enemy's sword blade right behind him, and thought that he would really be killed today. However, at that moment, blue flames burst straight through space, forcing the protagonist to dodge the unexpected attack that broke through the protective field. He looked in surprise at what was happening outside the dark dome, noticing that the earth below them was now burning with blue fire. After examining this, the protagonist was surprised to think that the flames had destroyed his technique. It was quite a terrifying energy. Suddenly, a commanding voice said that the tournament was starting, so they could not make noise. This voice suddenly called Vincent and Fuling, telling them not to make a scene at the entrance. They turned around, tensed up. In the place where that very voice came from was Kevin, the same legendary shaman. He said that both Vincent and Fuling were a disgrace to all shamans. Kevin was a genius shaman, the owner of the Earth and Wind Spirit set. He was at the 36th level of the Red Shaman. Vincent immediately trembled, bowing before the teacher, asking, did he really come in person? Kevin asked him why they were there instead of preparing for the tournament. Fuling immediately burst into tears, shouting at Kevin that Vincent was bullying her. She rushed to him as if he were her father, frowning her brows. Then that Kevin had finally appeared. Tsuyoshi, watching the great shaman, wondered in his mind, why did he use the blue flame? Vincent, meanwhile, continued to tremble, saying, and then that he wanted to replace Kevin to teach a lesson to this rude monkey and Fuling. However, these words did not please Kevin at all. He immediately said that it was stupid to replace him in such a situation, and tried to educate others. He said that Vincent seemed to have completely imagined himself. He bowed his head even lower, saying that he had no such right at all, begging the teacher to forgive him. Kevin then turned to the goblins who were standing in front of him, telling them to get out of there immediately, after which the goblins really began to leave as quickly as possible. Gillette apologized to Kevin for the noise, and he and the goblins disappeared from sight. Then Kevin turned his attention to Fuling, asking her what she was doing again after failing to win the selection. Fuling looked at him guiltily, and then bowed her head and said that she did nothing wrong. She just wanted to show the way to the human shaman who defeated her in the selection and was going to participate in the tournament. Kevin then turned his gaze to the protagonist, asking, Does this person really want to participate in this tournament? Tsuyoshi handed him a letter, saying that he was glad to meet him, and that he did not expect to see him there. He smiled, continuing to say that he came on the recommendation of Chairman Dong, and this was his letter of recommendation. Tsuyoshi said that he heard that an alchemy tournament was being held right now, and he wanted to participate in it. Kevin, hearing his words, immediately asked with interest, "Is this really so?" He took the letter, and unfolding it, read the contents, saying that it meant that Tsuyoshi's body still had dangers left. He said that, since he was recommended by the chairman he respected, he could not treat him carelessly, so he told him to follow him. Then he commanded Vincent to go and prepare the materials that would be needed for the tournament, and also told him that he, as his best disciple, should not disgrace him. Vincent said with a tremor that he would definitely take this to heart. After that, Kevin went inside a building nearby, and Tsuyoshi followed him, but turned around wondering, where was Sakura? His thoughts were interrupted by Kevin, who said that the letter from Chairman Dong said that Tsuyoshi had been in contact with the Darkman and was taking medication to suppress the symptoms. Right? Kevin said that it was amazing that Tsuyoshi had retained his mind and physical form despite being influenced by the monsters. He asked, what kind of situation did Tsuyoshi find himself in? Was he brewing some kind of special medicine? The protagonist introduced himself, and then said that he had a strong body and somehow miraculously avoided being completely corrupted. He said that he went into the dark zone alone, and he knew that this act was completely reckless. Kevin froze in place and then turned around and asked, did he really go into the dark zone alone? Tsuyoshi, confused, replied that it was true. He said that he was actually a warrior, but then he needed to convey something to the chairman, and the selection for the shamans was just then. That's when he decided to give it a try. Kevin asked again, confused, does that mean he just tried it, and he beat Fuling, won the tournament? Kevin asked him, how well did he study alchemy? Who was his mentor? Tsuyoshi awkwardly replied that he had never really studied it. He didn't have a mentor either. So he did everything based on intuition. Kevin clenched his jaw, thinking that this person might be a genius who surpassed even him. However, he then smiled relaxedly, deciding not to show it, and then said that it was really impressive, and asked him to follow him. Kevin thought that he had to see it with his own eyes. He would not forgive or admit that someone could be more brilliant than him. They walked down a dark corridor, approaching Kevin's main office. There were various drawings on the walls, and Tsuyoshi looked at them, while Demon said that the chairman must have directed him to him because he owned the law of the earth and wind. Kevin said that the medicine he was creating contained the power of law, and perhaps they could banish the danger from Tsuyoshi's body. The protagonist awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking Kevin to help him, and they found themselves at a mysterious door that was surrounded by magic. Kevin pushed the door inward, revealing that his alchemy lab was inside. Inside were many books, an endless number of ingredients and cabinets. Kevin said that he enjoyed collecting ingredients, but he loved studying them even more, believing that he knew more about medicinal materials than anyone else. He walked over to the table where one of the books was open. The protagonist excitedly said that this alchemy table was simply amazing. He asked, does it increase the effectiveness of potion brewing? Kevin closed his eyes, saying that perhaps it did, but only a little. He then chuckled to himself, wondering, was he worried for nothing? Kevin thought about how Tsuyoshi couldn't tell the difference between rare ingredients, didn't understand the value of advanced alchemy equipment. If he only had that kind of ability, then there was nothing special about him. He then turned to the protagonist, taking one of the bowls, saying that, when it came to fine alchemy, he never thought anyone could be better than him, especially since he had mastered the law of earth and wind. Kevin asked Tsuyoshi to drop some of his blood into the bowl so they could see what was inside. The protagonist agreed, then slightly cut his palm, heating his blood onto the bowl. Using his staff, Kevin began to examine the sample. And Tsuyoshi, watching it, saw blue wind, thinking about how the flames were blue before, concluding that it must have all been because of the law of earth and wind. The magic circle that formed behind Kevin's back began to gradually raise drops of blood into the air. Right from the bowls, suddenly the blood turned black, and Kevin was surprised to think that there really were traces of the penetration of dark monsters. Despite the fact that the darkness penetrated deep into the body, Tsuyoshi looks calm. And if there were traces of this inside an ordinary adventurer, Kevin knew that he had long since lost his mind. Noticing Kevin's gaze, Tsuyoshi asked, was the condition really bad? Kevin replied that the state of the damage was bad. Now it is clear, he said that it may not have been cured by medicine. It was necessary to use the power of law to expel the darkness from his body. He asked the protagonist to turn his back to him. Tsuyoshi smiled awkwardly, apologizing for disturbing him, and turned around as Kevin said. Then Kevin began to accumulate energy in his hand, and then put it forward, using the magic circle. The magic from this circle began to flow into Tsuyoshi's body. The protagonist immediately felt as if it was burning inside him. It began to hurt him a little. Noticing something strange, Kevin thought that the darkness trace was much more persistent than he expected, so he would have to put in more power, otherwise he would not be able to completely remove the darkness. Kevin told Tsuyoshi that the internal animation was clinging stubbornly, so he was increasing the impact. He said that it would really hurt, but asked him to be patient. Tsuyoshi said that he understood and was ready for it. Then Kevin increased the flow of his energy, directing it through his hand into the protagonist's body. What began to come out of the protagonist's body, and he, holding back the urge to hurt, thought that this could not even be compared to what it was before. The veins on his body bulged and his entire skin was covered in sweat. He had to grit his teeth to hold back a scream. Kevin, looking at his reaction, thought that even he takes a special potion before doing this, otherwise he won't be able to bear such pain. He thought with a grin that this guy should just endure it, let him consider it part of the training. He said that if he can't endure it anymore, he should just say so. However, the protagonist thought that it shouldn't be like this, so he used the skill Perfect Body. Immediately, the muscles in his department tensed up, and he began to exude a blue aura. The skill was activated, the insides were protected. Tsuyoshi thought that he finally felt better. Kevin opened his mouth wide in surprise, wondering in his mind what was that? An internal strange power is blocking the penetration of his law? He thought that it was impossible. He thought that this person might be much more troublesome than he thought, so he needed to be on guard. He left a mark on the protagonist's body. It was a secret technique, one of the elite methods that reduces a man's magical power and implants a hostile mark into his body. If activated in the future, the effect of this skill can accumulate and lead to death. At the same time, the purification was also completed. The mark disappeared. There's food in the protagonist's body, and Kevin, having carried out this procedure, said that everything is ready, and also that all traces of darkness were removed. He asked how he was feeling. Tsuyoshi examined his body. With a smile, he thought that it was not for nothing that Kevin was called a genius shaman, because he easily dealt with this stubborn infection. After all, the power of the law of earth and wind was amazing. Kevin had the legendary 12th law of destruction. Tsuyoshi involuntarily wondered, what is number 1 then? He was curious. What is the power of this? He stretched his muscles, saying that he definitely felt better, and he thankful. He thanked Kevin. He asked if Kevin would allow it, to pay for it, since he had gold coins. He smiled and said that there was no need. Since the chairman had recommended him, it was a given. He said that he had heard from Fuling that Tsuyoshi wanted to participate in the alchemy tournament, and asked if he was still determined to do so. Tsuyoshi smiled and replied that, of course he did, asking if he could do it right away. Kevin said that since he had won first place in the shaman selection, then of course he had the right to participate. He said that the tournament was about to start, and if he didn't need much preparation, then he could start right away, but Kevin warned that even though he had the chairman's recommendation, there would be no concessions for him. After all, even his student, the blue shaman Vincent, he would not make an exception. Tsuyoshi said that the fact that Kevin allowed him to participate was more than enough, because he did not expect any favors. Terminus put his hand forward. Something like a robe appeared in his hand, and he said that coming to his tournament without preparation was worthy of the one who defeated Fuling. It was indeed a beautiful robe, and Kevin put it on, heading for the exit, telling Tsuyoshi to show himself this time too, and prove his talent. He said that they should go, because the tournament was starting, and the protagonist followed him. A few minutes later, they were already in the main arena of the tournament. The best shamans had gathered here, who were already standing at the alchemy tables. Fuling, folding her arms across her chest, said that the teacher entrusted her to look after Tsuyoshi, so he should listen to her. The protagonist followed her as Fuling explained that she had already completed all the paperwork, so he was now officially registered for the tournament. She then asked where the girl who was with him had gone. Had she abandoned him? Tsuyoshi thanked Fuling, saying that if she was talking about Sakura, she must have had her own business, since she would not have abandoned him. Fuling immediately screeched that he did not dare call her name so easily, since the only one who could call her by name was the teacher. She called him insignificant again. The protagonist smiled and called her by name again, as if he had not understood the message that the girl had told him at all. Fuling continued walking, telling him that only confident young talents were participating in this tournament. She said that this was not some basic selection like last time. Among the blue shamans, including her senior, there were even more talented ones. He would not be able to defeat them at all, but he would be able to gain good experience. Tsuyoshi asked her, is it really true that she herself won't participate? After all, she is also Kevin's disciple, and a white shaman at that. Fu Ling sadly said that the teacher told her that if she doesn't take first place in the selection, she will lose the right to participate in the tournament. And besides, her senior is already participating, and if all the prize places are taken by Kevin's disciples, people from the outside might think badly, but she understood that she will still have a chance to prove herself. Tsuyoshi awkwardly scratched the back of his head and apologized, saying that he didn't mean to offend her at all, and Fu Ling said, don't pay attention to it at all, that there is no need to apologize, because a loss is a loss, and Tsuyoshi was really extraordinary. MC smiled, their conversation was interrupted. The stands froze in anticipation. Many people came to watch this tournament. As they got closer to the alchemy table, Fu Ling spoke again, saying that this was the table she had prepared for him, but it was from her lab, so he had to handle it carefully. She said that it was a shame to give it to him, so she told him to make sure to clean it up after the tournament. Tsuyoshi replied that he would be careful, agreeing with her. Then Fu Ling continued to say that this tournament was an elimination tournament. Half of the participants would be eliminated in the first round. She said that Tsuyoshi was certainly a weakling, but since he was using her table, he shouldn't embarrass himself. The protagonist replied that he would try his best. The people gathered in the stands began to discuss the man who came to the competition, wondering, are people like that really participating in a prestigious tournament now? Someone said that maybe this guy just came to watch, and someone added that he took up a place in vain. Someone must have bribed the organizers. The main character looked at us constantly, examining the audience and competitors. Fu Ling answered him not to pay attention to these words, because for them the very fact of a person's presence there was already out of the ordinary. She pulled Tsuyoshi closer to her, grabbing his cloak, and with some embarrassment on her face, said that the strongest in this tournament are blue shamans, including her senior, and even if he is a rival, he should carefully observe them, it may be useful to him. Tsuyoshi smiled and thanked her for the advice, after which the host announced that the alchemy tournament will begin now. All participants had to get ready. The first round was the selection of ingredients.